When others are merely collecting scraps, he is in pursuit of treasures when others sift through the detritus. He seeks out gems. In the realm of antiques, one may encounter exquisite wares such as the exquisite bronze vessels of the Shang dynasty, the famed jade of the Han, and the intricate gold and jade belt hooks of the Warring States period, or perhaps the terracotta warriors of the Qin, the pottery of the Han, the exquisite calligraphy of the Jin, and the elegant ceramics and silk lacquerware of the Song, not to mention bamboo, wood, ivory, and rosewood, all encompassing a myriad of wonders within his grasp. Chapter 1. The Golden Fortune. At the break of dawn, Wang Guan arose and embarked on a journey, spending over an hour on the bus to reach North Liansha Road. North Liansha Road stands as one of the most bustling and vibrant locales in the porcelain capital. With a customary morning market, lends an air of vibrancy from the early hours. The streets are thronged with people, creating a lively atmosphere akin to that of a bustling farmer's market. In addition to the myriad shops lining either side, numerous stalls have sprung up along the expansive thoroughfare. Each vendor, adhering to time-honored customs, displays their wares spread across the ground. Given its status as the porcelain capital, most of the items are ceramic, though one can also find bronze artifacts, gemstones, bamboo carvings, root sculptures, paintings, ancient coins, vintage books, and Ming and Qing furniture, a veritable cornucopia of antiques that in recent years, with a continuous rise in living standards. A fervor for antique collecting has swept across the nation. Amidst this wave of enthusiasm, Wang Guan has developed a profound interest in antiquities and cultural relics. In his leisure time, he often indulges in programs dedicated to collection and appraisal, as well as expert lectures. He has even acquired several volumes on the appreciation of antiques for study and comparison. However, despite his enthusiasm, Wang Guan is acutely aware of the principle of acting within one's means and has established a personal guideline to observe without purchasing, lest he fall prey to deception. After all, the discernment of antiques requires a solid foundation of knowledge and expertise, and Wang Guan possesses the self-awareness to understand that, with his limited proficiency, he cannot hope to unearth any treasures of significance. With a mindset of casual exploration and a desire for enlightenment, Wang Guan meandered through North Liansha Road for the better part of the day. From early morning until noon, after several hours of perambulation, he began to feel fatigued. Perhaps I should take a moment to rest before transferring to Guamao Square for further exploration, he mused, taking a gentle breath as he spotted a public facility nearby for weary travelers to pause. As he approached, he had scarcely settled when a loud clatter erupted behind him, as if something had spilled onto the ground. Clink, clink, clink. Startled, Wang Guan turned to see a scattering of copper coins strewn across the pavement, but a vendor, appearing to be in his 30s, was crouched down with a furrowed brow, frantically attempting to gather the coins. Numerous bystanders had gathered nearby, their curiosity piqued. Wang Guan found himself among the onlookers, observing without any intention of intervening. It was not indifference, but rather a desire to avoid any misunderstandings or conflicts. After all, one must tread carefully in delicate situations. Aid the vendor in such a scenario might evoke suspicion that one was attempting to pilfer coins amidst the chaos. Thus, in this social climate, performing a good deed is not always a straightforward endeavor. Nevertheless, well-meaning individuals can still find ways to assist. At the very least, the crowd of observers did not disperse, even if some had ulterior motives. They lacked the audacity to act under the watchful eyes of the public. As the scene unfolded, the nearby spectators gradually began to disperse. After a while, the vendor collected the last of the copper coins, glanced around to ensure nothing was amiss, and prepared to leave. At that moment, Wang Guan called out, "Wait." The vendor turned, looking at Wang Guan with a hint of confusion. "There's still one in the crevice." Wang Guan gestured. The street was paved with bricks, smooth yet marked by the passage of time, where the weight of many footsteps had left their mark, that a copper coin had rolled and lodged itself in a narrow gap. From Wang Guan's vantage point, it was clear, yet the vendor had not noticed. With Wang Guan's prompt, the vendor lowered his gaze and observed the minuscule crevice where the coin lay trapped, realizing it would require some effort to retrieve it. "Thank you, brother." The vendor squinted and smiled, rolling up his sleeves as he turned back to retrieve the coin, his fingers delicately maneuvering in the gap. Wang Guan sat nearby, appearing nonchalant, his thoughts adrift. Moments later, the vendor, having broken a nail in the process, finally extracted the coin. Without examining it closely, he instantly recognized its weight, which felt pleasantly substantial and bore a faint golden hue. "Got it." Upon grasping it, the vendor's heart soared with joy. He looked down to see the clearly inscribed characters of Xianfeng Zhongbao upon the coin, the lettering crisp and pristine, devoid of any blemish. On the reverse side, the prominent character was flanked by elegant inscriptions. "Baija Bureau," Head by. The vendor's face lit up with delight as he examined the coin, the realization of its authenticity dawning upon him. Given his experience, he could ascertain that this Xianfeng Zhongbao was undoubtedly genuine and in excellent condition. The coin's value estimated between 20 to 30,000 yuan. Brother, I truly appreciate your help. The vendor, having secured the coin, turned back towards Wang Guan, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Not at all. Wang Guan waved his hand with a polite smile. You should be thanked, the vendor began, but hesitated, suddenly reaching into his pocket to retrieve a gleaming coin, which he pressed into Wang Guan's jacket pocket, grinning broadly. Brother, though, this may not hold much value. It has been blessed by a master and should bring you good fortune. Consider it a token of my appreciation. Without waiting for Wang Guan's refusal, the vendor hastily departed, moving as if pursued by some unseen beast. Why the rush? Wang Guan was perplexed. He casually pulled the coin from his pocket and glanced at it, bursting into laughter as he began to understand the vendor's hurry. This coin, like the earlier Xianfeng Zhongbao, was circular with a square hole. However, in comparison to the earlier treasure, this coin was thin and felt remarkably light, akin to a bottle cap. Moreover, the material appeared to be a cheap alloy. Despite its yellowish exterior glimmering in the sunlight, the weight and texture indicated that it contained little copper. Notably, on the obverse, the characters Zhaokai Jinbao were inscribed from top to bottom, right to left, revealing that this coin was not a currency from any historical dynasty but rather a piece crafted for decorative purposes in contemporary times. Copper is not regarded as a precious metal. Instead, it is often fashioned into exquisite ornamental coins, which are then taken to temples for blessings, seeking safety and warding off misfortune. Such occurrences are not uncommon. It is likely that the coin bestowed upon him by the vendor belongs to this very category. Yet Wang Guan harbored doubts, pondering whether, given the vendor's miserly demeanor, this coin had ever been consecrated. Of course, Wang Guan was not angered. He merely felt a twinge of lamentation. Having performed a good deed, he was met with such treatment, and it is no wonder that society's ethos grows increasingly indifferent. Whoever said that a good person is guaranteed a good return? Suddenly reminded of his own misfortunes, Wang Guan's expression darkened. In an instant, he lost his interest in shopping, languidly leaning against a bench, idly toying with the craft coin in his hand. Although the coin was lightweight, its craftsmanship was undeniably exquisite, with the 4 characters for wealth and prosperity seemingly etched into the very fabric of the coin. Its surface remarkably smooth, that on the reverse side of the coin, intricate cloud patterns were engraved, and as Wang Guan's fingers glided over these designs, he initially acted unconsciously. Yet in a startling moment, he felt a sharp pain at his fingertip, akin to a searing burn, which jolted him into awareness. Wang Guan quickly glanced down and was astonished to see that within the engraved cloud patterns, strands of crimson golden light appeared to undulate, shifting and flickering in an elusive dance. Am I seeing things? Thinking it a mere illusion, he rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the coin again, only to suddenly perceive the golden threads within the cloud patterns darting about playfully, forming 2 ancient and natural characters. Ruyi. Wang Guan recognized them and abruptly noted that the coin seemed to radiate warmth, a gentle heat flowing from his palm towards his heart. This is absurd. Realizing this was not a figment of his imagination, Wang Guan's countenance paled in alarm as he instinctively prepared to cast the coin away. However, at that very moment, the coin erupted with brilliant light, a fierce beam of golden radiance shooting toward the center of Wang Guan's forehead with lightning speed. Zing! The sensation was akin to a needle prick, fleeting yet intense. After a moment, Wang Guan regained his senses, feeling somewhat dazed. He hastily shook his head, striving to restore clarity to his mind. It took him a while to calm himself, finally reaching up to touch his forehead. The skin there was intact, unblemished, devoid of the scars he had imagined. Looking again at the coin in his hand, he found no signs of abnormality. Not a glimmer of golden light remained, nor did it reflect even the sunlight. Could it be that all of this was an illusion? Am I merely daydreaming? Wang Guan was utterly bewildered. Chapter 2. Warmth. Young man, if you don't mind, could you show me what you have? At that moment, Wang Guan heard an elderly voice nearby, and quickly looked up. He saw an old man with short, silver hair seated on a nearby public bench. The elder was dressed in simple, ancient attire, his gaze serene, yet imbued with an indescribable aura. When he spoke, a smile adorned his face, creating an atmosphere akin to a gentle spring breeze, quite comforting. At that moment, Wang Guan felt an unexpected sense of familiarity with the old man, temporarily setting aside his worries. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand and offered the coin. This item is indeed intriguing. The old man accepted the coin, examined it closely, and after a brief moment of contemplation, returned it to Wang Guan with a light chuckle, inquiring, "What do you think?" "It is merely a piece of decorative currency," What more is there to consider? Wang Guan blinked and laid the coin flat in his palm, smiling as he replied, on the obverse from top to bottom and right to left are the 4 characters signifying wealth and prosperity. With that, he flipped the coin over and continued. On the reverse, the swirling cloud patterns adorned both sides. Just like any ordinary decorative coin, he seemed to emphasize this point to reassure himself. Wealth and prosperity. Weighing the coin in his hand, Wang Guan remarked, "It's quite a fine piece. Perhaps it has been blessed by a master, making it truly valuable." This was certainly a jest, for regardless of any blessings, such decorative coins were often found in temples and shops, typically costing mere pennies for a handful. Huh. The old man chuckled, then suddenly queried, "But do you know the value of that Xianfeng heavy treasure?" "Excuse me?" Wang Guan was taken aback, puzzled. "I observed you from a distance," the elder said kindly. "After the vendor left, I noticed you sitting here for quite some time. So, do you happen to know the worth of that Xianfeng heavy treasure?" Wang Guan pondered for a moment, then hesitantly replied, "The Xianfeng heavy treasure should be valued at around 20, with the Bauge of Bureau as its hallmark. If my memory serves me correctly, it could fetch 2,000 to 3,000, but I cannot ascertain its authenticity. However, judging by the vendor's hurried departure, it must be genuine. You truly possess knowledge." The old man remarked, "How shall I put it?" Wang Guan stroked his chin, sensing the elder's gaze, and suddenly felt compelled to speak candidly. "I do feel a twinge of discomfort, but I do not regret it. After all, the item is not mine. Moreover, prior to your reminder, I had no inkling that the Xianfeng heavy treasure hidden in the crevice would be worth so much." This was indeed the truth. Wang Guan, despite his keen eyesight, had only glimpsed the 4 characters on the obverse of the Xianfeng heavy treasure. Without a clear understanding of its design, he naturally could not discern its value. Different designs of the Xianfeng heavy treasure could vary immensely in worth. Before the vendor revealed it, no one could have anticipated it was an item of significant value. Perhaps it was merely a common Xianfeng copper coin. "Your mindset is commendable," the old man acknowledged with a hint of approval. "But why do you appear so dejected? Logically, one should refrain from divulging personal matters to strangers upon first meeting." However, for reasons unknown, at that moment, Wang Guan felt an overwhelming urge to unburden himself, and could not help but exclaim, "I am unemployed and troubled." The elderly man appeared somewhat taken aback, but seemed to discern something deeper, kindly inquiring, "Have you perhaps been treated unjustly?" "I suppose so," Wang Guan replied, momentarily realizing his indiscretion. He offered an embarrassed smile, choosing not to elaborate further, for he understood the wisdom of saying only a fraction of what one feels. It is typical for youth to be impulsive. Instability in employment is not uncommon. Nevertheless, he could not remain reliant on his parents indefinitely. The elderly man smiled, undeterred, and casually asked, "What did you do before? You seem knowledgeable about currency. Have you had any dealings with antiques?" "I worked as an accountant in a pawn shop," Wang Guan quickly responded, sensing a glimmer of potential employment on the horizon. "A pawn shop is a fine opportunity. If you're seeking work, you might consider visiting XXX tomorrow." Suddenly, the elderly man rose, provided an address, and strolled away leisurely. "Thank you, sir," Wang Guan called after him, quickly standing up. Once the elderly figure had vanished from sight, he settled back down, feeling a sense of calm wash over him, his face adorned with a faint smile, though not overly exuberant. After all, the elderly man had merely suggested a job. Whether it would suit him or lead to success remained uncertain. Perhaps this coin could indeed bring me good fortune. As he held the coin in his hand, Wang Guan felt a greater sense of ease. Simultaneously, he acknowledged that the dazzling spectacle of golden threads emanating from the coin was undoubtedly a figment of his imagination. Otherwise, such an extraordinary scene amidst the bustling streets would have attracted a throng of onlookers, drawn by curiosity, rather than allowing him to remain undisturbed. Thus, it was likely that fatigue had caused his hallucination. By now, it was afternoon, and after over an hour on the bus, he arrived at his destination, now evening. As the sun set, the city lights began to flicker on. The twilight cast a dim hue, illuminating the street lamps that had sprung to life. The throngs of commuters, navigating various vehicles, filled the urban landscape like an expansive spiderweb. At this moment, Wang Guan trudged homeward, his weary body betraying his exhaustion. His dwelling was nestled in a corner of the city, a building designated for rental, conveniently located near a bustling marketplace and adjacent to lively eateries. He resided on the 6th floor in a modest studio of about 20 to 30 square meters. The monthly expenses, including rent and utilities, amounted to a mere 700 to 800 yuan, a rather affordable sum. The low cost was attributed to the building's proximity to the vibrant market and the surrounding den of eateries. The environment, as one might imagine, was perpetually lively, devoid of tranquil moments. Fortunately, having lived in such surroundings for the past 2 years, Wang Guan had grown accustomed to the relentless noise, no matter how boisterous the atmosphere. He could still find sleep. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto his bed. The sound of his phone vibrating echoed in the stillness. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Wang Guan reached for it, and, upon seeing the caller ID, felt a surge of urgency. He quickly flipped over and sat up, pressing the answer key. "Mom, it's me." Upon hearing the familiar voice, a wave of warmth washed over him, intertwined with a tinge of anxiety. "I'm doing well, really." "Yes, I know. I've already prepared my blankets. I won TB cold. Work is going smoothly. Just the other day, my manager praised me." The brief conversation concluded, and Wang Guan stared at the now dim phone screen, his emotions rising and falling, leaving him in a state of unrest. The tender concern from his parents filled him with warmth, yet his inherent restraint, a trait common among his compatriots, made it difficult for him to express his feelings. He could only silently wish for his family's health and safety. Fearing that they would worry, he had concealed the truth about losing his job. However, he understood that while he could hide it for a time, he could not do so indefinitely. Eventually, his family would discover the truth, so it was imperative for him to seek another job. He resolved to explore the opportunities suggested by the elder the following day. After a brief contemplation, Wang Guan quickly took a cold shower and reclined on his bed, casually reaching for a book on porcelain appreciation and began to peruse it. As he read, he gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 3. Mutation. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Wang Guan rose early. After freshening up, he went downstairs for breakfast, changed into formal attire, and set out. Before long, he arrived at the location mentioned by the elder. It was a store adorned with an antique charm. Its grand sign prominently displaying the characters Ji Gu Zhai in an elegant script, clearly the work of a master calligrapher. However, Wang Guan noted that Ji Gu Zhai was somewhat secluded, distanced from the bustling streets, making it an overlooked establishment, which lent it a rather quiet atmosphere. Yet, he was aware of the adage in the antique business: if a store remains closed for 3 years, it will flourish for the next 3. Quality antiques could sell at any time, and he refused to be deceived by the store's tranquil facade. "Is anyone here?" he inquired, though the door to Ji Gu Zhai was already ajar. His question was not merely polite. It served to announce his arrival, providing a moment of pause for both parties. "Please come in," a deep voice responded after a brief pause. Without hesitation, Wang Guan pushed the door open. As he stepped into Ji Gu Zhai, he was greeted by a dazzling array of porcelain. An assortment of cups, plates, bowls, vases, and vessels were artfully displayed on neatly arranged shelves, shimmering under the bright lights like precious jewels, exquisite and beautiful. In that moment, Wang Guan felt utterly mesmerized. However, Wang Guan quickly composed himself, his gaze shifting to a middle-aged man in a dark gray suit who was scrutinizing him from behind the counter. Promptly, Wang approached with a smile, directly inquiring, "Excuse me, is there a recruitment for employees here? Are you referred by Mr. Qian?" The middle-aged man paused slightly, then suddenly recalled something, nodding gently. "Indeed, we are looking for staff." "That's wonderful," Wang Guan replied eagerly, seizing the opportunity. "May I inquire about the criteria for recruitment? Perhaps I could be a suitable candidate. Please grant me a chance." Yet, the man's countenance bore no smile. His gaze was rather scrutinizing as he regarded Wang, before stating, "Since you come recommended by Mr. Qian, you will indeed be given a chance. However, whether you can seize this opportunity depends on your own capabilities." As he spoke, the middle-aged man reached into the drawer of the counter, extracting several porcelain bowls and placing them on the table, gesturing, "Tell me, which of these 5 bowls do you think is the best?" Wang was taken aback momentarily. Then, observing the exquisite porcelain displayed in the shop, he quickly realized the nature of the test. No wonder Mr. Qian had inquired about his knowledge of antiques yesterday. It was evidently to assess him in such a manner. Presumably, one of these 5 bowls must be an antique. It seemed he would need to search for another job. A faint sigh escaped Wang's heart. He was a theoretical thinker, well-versed in antique knowledge, yet he had never truly applied it in practice, making it difficult for him to discern the genuine from the imitation. Nonetheless, faced with the situation, he was not one to surrender easily. He clung to a flicker of hope, wishing to test his fortune. Even if luck were to elude him in the end, at least he would have made an attempt, leaving little room for regret. After all, some endeavors, when undertaken earnestly, hold the potential for success. Without action, success remains forever unattainable. Various thoughts flitted through his mind. From the blink of an eye, Wang gathered his focus, intently examining the 5 porcelain bowls before him. They were modestly sized, slightly smaller than a regular dining bowl, and their thin, delicate structure suggested they bore little weight. In Wang's eyes, The bowls appeared indistinguishable in terms of size, shape, glaze, and the patterns adorning them. To the naked eye, no distinction could be made, prompting Wang to ask directly, "May I handle them?" "Certainly." The middle-aged man replied coolly, nodding as he settled down with a newspaper, seemingly indifferent to Wang's presence. Observing this, a bitter smile crept upon Wang's lips. He understood that the middle-aged man likely held little regard for him, merely granting him an opportunity out of respect for Mr. Qian. The opportunity was presented, yet it came with a test. Should he fail, he could not blame anyone but himself. Wang was accustomed to such dynamics. This was the nature of society. If one possessed skill, they would be treated with respect. Lacking such skill, disdain was to be expected. In other circumstances, Wang might have felt a surge of determination to prove himself. However, in the realm of antiques, his confidence was notably lacking. Even if one must resort to treating a dead horse as if it were alive, Wang Guan mused inwardly. He delicately grasped a porcelain bowl, turning it upside down, only to find the base devoid of any markings, a blank expanse that offered no identifying characteristics. Indeed, it seemed he was facing a challenge. Wang Guan shook his head slightly, lifting the porcelain bowl to examine it closely under the light. The glaze shimmered brilliantly, and the body of the bowl was as translucent as fine jade. To an ordinary observer, such pristine radiance would suggest it could not possibly be an antique. However, Wang Guan was well aware that many ancient porcelain pieces have survived to this day in impeccable condition, their quality unblemished. One cannot simply judge the authenticity of an object based on its superficial appearance. After scrutinizing the bowl for quite some time, he found himself at an impasse and set it aside, reaching for another porcelain bowl to continue his examination. After a brief inspection, he discerned little difference between the two bowls. A moment later, he picked up a third bowl, fully engrossed in his appraisal, yet still yielding no results. At this juncture, Wang Guan felt a sense of resignation wash over him. It appeared he would have to rely on mere conjecture. Slightly disheartened, he casually grasped a fourth bowl. Suddenly, an unusual sensation coursed through his palm, and to his astonishment, a gentle current of energy surged within him, swirling rapidly and entering his eyes. With a slight gasp, Wang Guan felt a tingling in his eyes, as if dust had clouded his vision, accompanied by a mild ache that instinctively compelled him to close his eyes, causing a few tears to escape the corners. Fortunately, this discomfort was fleeting. After blinking a few times, he felt a refreshing clarity return to his vision, as if the sensation had dissipated. Instinctively, he opened his eyes, only to be met with a dazzling white light emanating from the porcelain bowl he held. Wang Guan observed intently, realizing that this radiance was not a mere reflection of the light, but was being emitted directly from the bowl itself. It was as though the porcelain had transformed into a solar entity, radiating luminescence in all directions. This unexpected phenomenon left Wang Guan utterly astonished. His thoughts momentarily suspended as he stood transfixed, cradling the luminous bowl. Chapter 4. Antique Porcelain. Thankfully, the glow of the porcelain resembled that of a lamp, devoid of any heat. Otherwise, driven by instinct, Wang Guan might have instinctively cast the bowl aside. However, his stunned demeanor did not go unnoticed by the middle-aged man nearby. Though the man harbored some dissatisfaction towards Wang Guan's underhanded methods, he observed quietly nonetheless. Initially, witnessing Wang Guan's indecisiveness, the man had already sentenced him in his mind. Yet now, seeing Wang Guan cradling the bowl with a dazed expression, the man was taken aback. Unable to suppress a thought, perhaps this young man had stumbled upon something fortuitous. After a brief pause, noticing that Wang Guan remained motionless, the middle-aged man hesitated before inquiring, "Young man, have you made your decision?" Wang Guan finally came to his senses, forcing himself to conceal his astonishment, and replied with a semblance of calm, "Not yet. Please allow me a few more minutes." "Very well." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, casting a deep glance at Wang Guan before resuming his perusal of the newspaper. With a sigh, Wang Guan expelled a breath of stagnant air and set down the luminous porcelain bowl. As soon as the bowl left his hand, the faint white glow vanished entirely. In truth, it was that Wang Guan could no longer perceive the ethereal light emanating from the bowl. At that moment, Wang Guan was certain that the radiance of the bowl was visible solely to him. Otherwise, the middle-aged man would not have remained so composed. Vaguely, Wang Guan grasped something elusive, yet he could not be entirely certain. To validate his suspicion, he reached for the fifth bowl, but discerned no white light. Subsequently, he systematically picked up the first three bowls, yet still saw no luminosity. It was not until he lifted the fourth bowl once more that a delicate glow began to shimmer within. Indeed, his deduction was confirmed, filling him with both astonishment and delight. Just then, he suddenly felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his head spinning, nearly causing him to collapse. The sensation was akin to standing abruptly after squatting for too long, leaving him disoriented and lightheaded. With a swift motion, Wang Guan pressed his hand against the counter, tightly closing his eyes, and after a moment, he began to recover. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found that the glow of the porcelain bowl had vanished, returning everything to its original state. Have you observed it well? At that moment, the middle-aged man also set aside his newspaper and approached. Wang Guan understood that this was not the time for probing deeper into the matter. He rubbed his weary brow and nodded gently, stating, "I believe the fourth bowl is the best." "Why is that? Could you elaborate?" The middle-aged man inquired, his demeanor unchanging, though internally he harbored a sense of surprise. Wang Guan's actions indicated that he was likely a novice. He had not anticipated that he would be able to discern the quality among the 5 bowls. Could it be mere luck? Wang Guan hesitated, unable to articulate a coherent reasoning. In a moment of desperation, he blurted out, "I saw a layer of precious light on this bowl." The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. However, he remained unfazed, convinced that the middle-aged man would surely not believe him. Yet, for reasons unknown, his words seemed to strike a chord within the man, causing him to momentarily pause. His expression, softening as a hint of a smile, graced his lips. "Your vision is quite commendable," the middle-aged man remarked, a glimmer of approval in his eyes as he casually picked up the porcelain bowl. "Among these bowls, only this one is genuine. The other 4 are high-quality replicas." "High-quality replicas?" Wang Guan murmured, contemplating that the other 4 bowls were not merely imitations, but rather exact reproductions. Had it not been for his inexplicable vision, revealing the white light of the porcelain bowl, he would have been utterly unable to discern their age. The middle-aged man spoke with a hint of pride. "The only method of identification lies in examining the sheen on the glaze. The refractive quality of the new glaze differs from that of the old, albeit the distinctions are exceedingly subtle. Only seasoned connoisseurs can accurately recognize them." Upon reaching this point, the middle-aged man expressed his astonishment, inquiring, "How did you discern that?" This clearly cast doubt on his own perceptive abilities, which caused a slight discomfort in Wang Guan's heart. However, he refrained from offering an explanation, instead responding ambiguously, "It's a feeling." "A feeling?" The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, his penetrating gaze fixed upon Wang Guan, before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Regardless of whether you genuinely perceived it or merely relied on luck, the fact that you selected this bowl indicates that you have passed the assessment." Wang Guan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication, his face lighting up with joy. "You mean—" "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Dequan, the head of Jigu Zhai." The middle-aged man rose to his feet and extended his right hand. "From now on, we shall be colleagues." "Hello, Manager Gao. My name is Wang Guan. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Wang Guan was quick to respond, extending his hand respectfully for a firm handshake. Gao Dequan nodded and led Wang Guan to a small meeting room adjacent to the counter, where he routinely inquired, "Wang Guan, I heard from Mr. Qian that you were previously an accountant at a pawn shop." "Indeed," Wang Guan replied, sitting up straight. "Very well. Once you familiarize yourself with the situation, you will be responsible for the financial transactions of Jigu Zhai." After a moment's contemplation, Gao Dequan continued, "As for remuneration, it does not include meals or accommodation, but it will be 4,000 per month. What do you think?" Managing accounts aligns well with Wang Guan's expertise, so he had no objections. Compared to first-tier cities, a monthly salary of 4,000 is neither particularly good nor bad. All right, still pondering the strange occurrence from earlier, Wang Guan did not dwell too much on the details and readily agreed. At that moment, Gao Dequan stood up again, retrieving several folders from the counter and placing them before Wang Guan, gesturing, "These are some documents pertaining to Jigu Zhai. Please familiarize yourself with them promptly." "Understood," Wang Guan affirmed, taking the documents and scrutinizing them carefully. The materials primarily contained financial information. As he perused the documents, a wave of emotions surged within him. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated Jigu Zhai. The financial records were meticulously detailed regarding expenditures and income, with amounts ranging significantly. Smaller entries were in the thousands or tens of thousands, while larger transactions reached hundreds of thousands, millions, and even exceeded 10 million. The sight of such figures nearly led Wang Guan to believe these were fabricated statements. However, recalling the highly sought-after antique information he had often heard about, he soon calmed himself. A magnificent yuan blue and white jar descending from the Ghost Valley could fetch a staggering 200 million. A painting by Huang Tingjian valued at 400 million. With Jigu Zhai's accounts merely circulating a few tens of millions, there was nothing particularly surprising about it. This clearly indicated the robust financial foundation of Jigu Zhai, alleviating any concerns about the owner failing to pay his wages. Chapter 5. Verification. Yet on the surface, while Wang Guan appeared to be engrossed in examining Jigu Zhai's financial documents, his mind was somewhat elsewhere. He was preoccupied with the earlier events, a whirlwind of thoughts causing him to become momentarily dazed. An overwhelming urge surged within him to uncover the truth and comprehend everything. What had caused this sudden lapse in focus? Just then, Gao Dequan placed a cup of water before Wang Guan, calling out several times before he managed to snap him back to reality. Ah, thank you, Manager Gao. Wang Guan felt a twinge of anxiety, yet his mind raced to mask it as he chuckled. I must admit, I was rather taken aback. I did not anticipate the sheer magnitude of the figures involved. Gao Dequan laughed in response, showing no suspicion, merely advising, with time, you'll come to realize that this is not of great significance. Approach your work with sincerity and do not betray Mr. Qian's trust. Indeed, Wang Guan nodded earnestly, though he harbored a vague sense that Gao Dequan might have misinterpreted something. Before long, noon arrived, and without waiting for Wang Guan to speak, Gao Dequan had ordered takeout. The meal, a delightful fast food spread, particularly in the absence of cost, brought Wang Guan great joy. After their lunch was concluded, Gao Dequan settled into a chair, retrieving a finely crafted teapot from seemingly nowhere, accompanied by 2 elegant teacups. He invited Wang Guan to join him in enjoying the brew. Wang Guan expressed his gratitude, accepted a cup, and sipped delicately, savoring the fragrant aroma and indescribable flavor. Although he lacked expertise in tea appreciation, the scent and taste led him to conclude that this tea was indeed exceptional, as the refreshing tea invigorated him. Wang Guan's gaze wandered to a nearby shelf. Rows of exquisite porcelain displayed there piqued his curiosity, prompting him to approach and examine them closely, occasionally reaching out to touch. However, disappointment soon washed over him. After inspecting dozens of items, none triggered the ethereal vision he had experienced earlier. Furrowing his brow, a sudden insight struck him, and he turned to inquire, Manager Gao, these items seem somewhat amiss. What seems amiss? Gao Dequan, cradling his teacup and inhaling the fragrance, responded nonchalantly. I observe that these pieces do not appear sufficiently aged. In truth, Wang Guan had no real ability to discern their antiquity. He was merely probing. You truly discern that? Gao Dequan expressed mild surprise, subtly shifting his perception of Wang Guan, recognizing that he was not merely fortunate in passing the assessment. It was merely a guess. Wang Guan replied candidly. An astute guess indeed, Gao Dequan chuckled, perceiving Wang Guan's humility. After all, once could be attributed to luck, twice perhaps coincidence, but 3 or 4 times indicated genuine skill. Manager Gao, Wang Guan hesitated. Is it entirely appropriate to display these items publicly? Despite the societal refinements he had undergone, Wang Guan still held steadfast to his principles. The act of misrepresenting replicas as genuine antiques and selling them at inflated prices exceeded his moral boundaries. You young man, what fanciful thoughts are you entertaining? Gao Dequan, seasoned by life's experiences, discerned Wang Guan's concerns at a glance. Instantly, his regard for Wang Guan deepened. A sincere smile gracing his face as he gently chided, these are all replica antiques, clearly marked with our Jigu Zhai's insignia, sold at transparent prices. Ah, I see I was mistaken, Wang Guan admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You underestimate Jigu Zhai far too much. Such a tarnishing of our reputation is utterly inconceivable. Each piece of porcelain is assigned a Jigu Zhai number, and it is explicitly stated at the point of sale that these are new replicas. We engage in no deceptive antiquing, nor do we partake in any fraudulent practices. Our transactions are forthright and honestly priced, in stark contrast to the shoddy and counterfeit goods peddled outside, which are devoid of authenticity and merely masquerade as genuine. Gao Dequan proclaimed with pride, who in the industry is unaware that Tong So Wu Qi, with its unwavering honesty and reliability, is the hallmark of Jigu Zhai? I admit my fault. I failed to grasp the situation and made hasty assumptions, thereby committing a subjective error. Wang Guan quickly interjected, feeling immensely apologetic. This is not your fault. It is the greed of a few that has tarnished the integrity of our trade. The prevalence of counterfeiters has led to a general mistrust in authentic artifacts. Gao Dequan waved his hand dismissively and sighed in the past. Although there were many fakes in the antique market, genuine pieces were still plentiful. Yet now, one might find only one genuine item in 100 at a glance. 99% appear to be false. Indeed, Wang Guan nodded repeatedly. Following this incident, the bond between the two men grew considerably warmer, particularly for Gao Dequan. He recognized Wang Guan's commendable character, which led to a shift in his demeanor, infused with a touch more warmth. Under his guidance, Wang Guan gained a deeper understanding of the financial affairs of Jigu Zhai. As time slipped away unnoticed, it soon approached 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Dequan appeared to have matters to attend to and reminded Wang Guan to report for work at 9 the following morning before deciding to close the shop early. Upon exiting Jigu Zhai, Wang Guan felt a sense of disorientation, as though reality had become surreal. Just then, Gao Dequan, driving an opulent sedan, slowly passed by Wang Guan. The tinted windows lowered and Gao Dequan leaned out, inquiring, "Wang Guan, where do you reside? Would you like a ride?" "All right, see you tomorrow," Wang Guan replied. Gao Dequan gave a slight nod, and the luxurious vehicle sped down the road. As he watched the car vanish from sight, Wang Guan immediately turned back toward the antique market. After waiting for a moment, he could no longer contain his curiosity and felt compelled to test his own abilities. In truth, Jigu Zhai was nestled within the antique market, albeit in a somewhat secluded location. After walking a little over 100 steps, he arrived at the most bustling area of the market. This was a wide and well-paved avenue, flanked by low buildings, none exceeding 3 stories, adorned with an antiquated charm. Along the roadside, numerous vendors had set up stalls, each displaying their wares. Even though it was already past 4, the stalls and shops were bustling with activity. While the crowd was not overwhelmingly large, it was undeniably lively compared to the desolate Jigu Zhai. Wang Guan strolled leisurely towards the nearest stall, lowering his gaze to observe the haphazard array of various items displayed. There were ancient coins, rusted and worn, gilded and silver-plated trinkets, as well as time-worn porcelain. To the untrained eye, these objects bore the marks of age and appeared quite antique. It is only through their antiquity and history that they can truly be deemed as antiques. However, such notions are commonplace among ordinary individuals. Now, it was his task to discern which artifacts among those displayed were genuine and which were mere forgeries. Interestingly, the vendors selling antiques seemed to adopt a rather curious approach. On this bustling street filled with dozens of stalls, it was rare to see the vendors themselves present at their stands, patiently awaiting potential customers. Instead, groups of 3 or 5 congregate, engaging in games of mahjong or chess. For the occasional passerby, they scrutinize with sidelong glances, assessing whether the individual is there to make a purchase. After all, patrons of the antique market are well aware that genuine artifacts are scarce, while counterfeits abound. Typically, they merely observe, seldom inclined to buy. Thus, it is only when a customer genuinely picks up an antique and inquires about its price that a vendor approaches to engage. In the past, Wang Guan would peruse the antique market, content to observe without making any purchases. However, now, in a bid to validate his abilities, he felt compelled to touch and examine the items. Approaching a stall, Wang Guan let his gaze wander, adopting the demeanor of a novice. Feigning curiosity as he perused the wares on display, he touched a dozen antiques, yet elicited no peculiar sensations. Puzzled, he gradually stood up and moved towards the next stall. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised 3 possible explanations. Either his extraordinary ability was merely an illusion, or the antiquities at the stall were all fakes. Or perhaps triggering his extraordinary ability required specific conditions. Could it be that these abilities were only effective with porcelain? Recalling that his earlier experience had occurred with a porcelain bowl, Wang Guan halted, altering his course towards a stall brimming with porcelain artifacts. This stall showcased an array of porcelain items, plates, bowls, dishes, and vases, each one unique. Moreover, it boasted an assortment of Kuan Yin statues, as well as ceramic figurines of pigs, cows, monkeys, and horses, all with distinct designs. The diversity of shapes was impressive, but more significantly, the stall represented the complete span of porcelain history across various dynasties. From the gray, black, red, colorful, and white pottery of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, to the glazed earthenware of the Qin and Han eras, including roof tiles, Han bricks, and terracotta figurines, the celadon and white porcelain of the Sui and Tang dynasties, as well as the Tang tricolor, to the secret color porcelain of the 5 dynasties. Naturally, the renowned 5 kills, Ding, Ru, Guan, Ge, and Jun, were well represented. As for the blue and white porcelain, polychrome porcelain, Doucai porcelain, and famille rose porcelain from the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, The selection was nothing short of comprehensive. A mere small stall, with nearly 100 pieces of porcelain, encapsulated the entirety of China's 5,000-year ceramic development. Regardless of belief, Wang Guan certainly did not subscribe to it. Particularly, after touching the majority of the porcelain without experiencing any sensation, he recognized it was time to change his approach. After exploring 2 or 3 more stalls, despite the lack of success, Wang Guan's enthusiasm remained undiminished. However, he suddenly noticed the vendor's uneasy glances and swiftly realized he might have transgressed some unspoken boundary. After all, while ordinary individuals might browse shops, even if they buy little, they at least make a purchase. In contrast, Wang Guan had wandered aimlessly, examining items with intense focus, yet ultimately showed no intention of inquiring about prices, merely leaving without a word. Such behavior was not that of a prospective buyer of antiques, but rather akin to that of a disruptor seeking amusement. This was further exacerbated by the brevity of his stay at each stall. Otherwise, the vendors would have long since reprimanded or pressured him. Everyone is aware that when one spends an entire day selecting items to purchase, yet leaves empty-handed, they are likely to attract disapproving glances. A mere utterance of penny pinchers seems mild. They might even cast secret curses. Perhaps one should refrain from lingering at street vendors and instead venture directly into reputable antique shops. After all, mere observation should not inconvenience anyone. Wang Guan himself recognized that continuing in this manner might provoke public ire. Thus, he made his way toward the storefronts. Ultimately, established antique shops, even if they contain forgeries, are likely to showcase a considerable number of authentic pieces. Just as he was about to enter an antique shop, Wang Guan suddenly spotted something and quickened his pace, turning down a street to approach a particular stall. This stall did not display antiques, but rather an assortment of fragmented porcelain shards. Despite their incomplete nature, they retained their authenticity, beauty, value, and craftsmanship. Wang Guan recalled the words of a renowned collector regarding the appreciation of porcelain fragments, particularly for novices who could enhance their discernment through the collection, organization, observation, and comparison of these shards. However, what truly drew Wang Guan to this stall was his knowledge that while complete porcelain artifacts in the millennia-old porcelain capital may be counterfeit, the vast majority of ancient porcelain shards are genuine. Over the past decade, numerous ancient imperial and folk kiln sites have been unearthed, yielding an abundance of ancient porcelain remnants. Aside from the strictly protected kiln site areas where collecting is prohibited, other archaeological sites permit the circulation of porcelain shards among the public. Moreover, it would be nearly impossible to enforce such a ban, as the entire city is built upon the ruins of ancient porcelain production. Any construction work that disturbs the ground has the potential to unearth a multitude of porcelain shards. In years past, individuals have stumbled upon heaps of shards simply by kicking aside a layer of soil by the roadside. Even now, many continue to discover various precious ancient porcelain fragments along the banks of the Changjiang River. The supply of ancient porcelain shards is remarkably plentiful and affordably priced, ranging from a few to several dozen yuan, though some rare pieces can fetch upwards of 10,000 yuan. Furthermore, the fragmented nature of these shards allows for a clear examination of their clay quality, making forgery exceedingly challenging. Even if one were to successfully create a convincing counterfeit, the cost involved would far exceed the potential selling price. Such a thankless endeavor is unlikely to attract forgers. Consequently, a significant portion of the ancient porcelain shards in the antique market is authentic. However, determining the specific era and true value of each shard ultimately relies on one's own judgment. Hello, sir. Feel free to browse. If you find something you like, just let me know. The vendor of ancient porcelain shards greeted warmly, in stark contrast to the aloofness often displayed by antique stall owners. Upon noticing Wang Guan's approach, he enthusiastically remarked, "All these porcelain shards were excavated from sites such as Hutian, Xianfeng, and Yingqingwu. These are remnants from official kiln factories, so I need not elaborate on the quality of the porcelain. Observe, this is the shadow blue of the Song dynasty, the blue and white porcelain of the Yuan and Ming dynasties, and the enamel colors of the Qing dynasty. Which dynasty's porcelain do you favor, esteemed sir? Please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall assist you in selecting." This vendor may possess a modest level of education, yet his understanding of ancient porcelain shards is remarkably professional. His descriptions regarding the age, patterns, and inscriptions of the porcelain are quite precise. Although Wang Guan may not discern authenticity, he perceives that this vendor is no different from an ordinary expert. Chapter 7. Shadow Blue. Allow me to take a look. Wang Guan, not a naive child, would naturally not be easily swayed by the vendor's flattery. Take your time. Should you find something of interest, simply call for me, the vendor remarked, turning to attend to others. Wang Guan surveyed the surroundings, noting that this porcelain fragment market was rather sizable, with a considerable number of patrons seeking ancient porcelain remnants. Among them were several young individuals around Wang Guan's age. The motivations of those who frequent antique stalls are varied and complex, ranging from art dealers and collectors to scholars, enthusiasts of ancient porcelain, students from ceramic institutions, and even tourists, alongside mere onlookers. None are fools. They understand that 99% of the items in the antique market are counterfeit and are unlikely to fall prey to deception. Thus, many vendors engage in games of chess and mahjong, as contemporary individuals are less easily fooled, resulting in quieter business. In contrast lies the bustling and vibrant market of ancient porcelain shards. Everyone is aware that these remnants cannot be easily faked. Even if one were to be misled, it would merely result in spending a little extra on an inexpensive item. At least the items possess a guarantee of authenticity. Especially for tourists visiting the porcelain capital, there's a natural inclination to purchase souvenirs. However, they are acutely aware of their limitations and discernment regarding whole antiques, thus opting for porcelain shards instead. This awareness contributes to the thriving market for ancient porcelain remnants. Otherwise, previously unearthed ancient porcelain shards, lacking in cultural value, would often be reburied. Therefore, in a sense, introducing these ancient porcelain pieces into the market is akin to transforming waste into treasure. Nonetheless, at this juncture, Wang Guan harbored some concern that these severely damaged porcelain shards might not serve as a catalyst for awakening extraordinary abilities. With a mixture of trepidation, he approached the area designated for Song Dynasty porcelain shards, gently crouching down. Without hesitation, he directly picked up a fragment of broken porcelain. Instantly, he felt a faint aura flowing through his palm. However, this peculiar sensation was fleeting, almost imperceptible. Had he not been attuned to the moment, he might have overlooked it entirely. Yet, Wang Guan recognized that this subtle feeling was not as potent as when he had touched the porcelain bowl in the antique shop. Nor did he observe any glow emanating from the shard. Perhaps the damage to the piece had diluted the sensation considerably. Wang Guan speculated silently, and after a moment's contemplation, he decided to grasp several fragments in his hand. He immediately sensed a stream of energy swirling in his palm, but it soon dissipated. Wang Guan furrowed his brow and set down the porcelain shard, gently touching the remnants scattered around him. On nearly every piece, he experienced a similar sensation, subtle currents stirring beneath his fingertips. After a while, he discerned a pattern. The shards varied in size, with the larger pieces providing a more pronounced sensation, while the smaller ones were nearly imperceptible. At that moment, he could affirm that he possessed an extraordinary ability. Elation surged within him, and had he not been amidst a crowd, he might have burst into joyous laughter. Struggling to contain his exhilaration, Wang Guan remained unsatisfied, knowing that this peculiar talent held the potential for deeper exploration. After all, his recent experience at the antique shop had confirmed this notion. It seemed imperative to visit an antique store soon. Wang Guan pondered, attempting multiple times to grasp various shards, yet he found no significant response, nor did he observe any radiance emanating from them. Thus, it became apparent that he needed to procure a complete antique porcelain piece for validation. With resolution, he carefully set down the shard in his hand, preparing to leave when, inadvertently, he brushed against a piece of azure porcelain. In that instant, his fingers tingled as if electrified. Startled, Wang Guan quickly lifted the azure shard. Upon contact, a robust current surged from the porcelain into his body, racing swiftly to his eyes. Concurrently, he felt a slight tingling and soreness in his vision. He hastily closed his eyes and, upon reopening them, was greeted by the sight of the azure shard emanating a soft glow. He was certain this was no mere illusion. It was indeed real. Overwhelmed with joy, he recognized that this azure piece was far from an ordinary fragment. Regaining his composure, Wang Guan was astonished to discover that among the scattered shards, there were over 20 pieces that resonated with the azure shard in his hand, flickering with a blend of azure and white luminescence. Could it be that these scattered shards belonged to a single porcelain artifact? A thought sparked in his mind. However, as he prepared to collect the shards, an unexpected wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by a sharp discomfort in his eyes, plunging him into a state of disorientation. Tears streamed down his face like an unrestrained torrent, flooding forth uncontrollably. Quickly, he covered his eyes, and after a moment, began to regain his senses. Clearly, utilizing this ability came with certain limitations. After a brief respite, he wiped away the tears and opened his eyes, relieved to find his vision intact. He exhaled deeply, feeling a mixture of fear and gratitude. As he rested momentarily, his eyesight gradually cleared, and a new thought took root in his mind. He must acquire the luminous porcelain shard that had triggered his extraordinary ability. Anything that could evoke such a remarkable talent and radiate light was undoubtedly exceptional. Having missed the opportunity now, one is likely to lament in the future. Wang Guan had just discerned the scattered positions of the porcelain shards, retaining a rough memory of their locations. However, he did not immediately embark on a search. Instead, he summoned the vendor over and casually inquired, "How much for this piece?" "Oh, this is a Song Dynasty shadow blue porcelain of exceptional quality and not priced cheaply," the vendor replied, glancing at the item without a thorough inspection, his face breaking into a sincere smile as he solemnly stated, "This shadow blue piece is indeed a fine specimen from my stall, and its price is understandably higher than that of other shards." The vendor was no fool. Having observed Wang Guan fiddling with the items for several minutes before selecting this particular shard, he realized the young man was inclined to make a purchase, even if it meant missing a chance to overcharge him. Although Wang Guan was not particularly experienced in haggling, he was no naive prey to be easily taken advantage of. Upon hearing the vendor's words, he promptly set the blue porcelain shard down and inquired, "What is the asking price?" Chapter 8. Come play with porcelain. The vendor hesitated. Seeing Wang Guan's reaction, he understood that the young man was not a wealthy fool. If the price was set too high, he might very well walk away. After all, a shard is not a complete porcelain piece, thus lacking any notion of uniqueness. If it were an intact porcelain artifact, an exorbitant price would be justifiable. However, all Wang Guan desired was a mere shard. Indeed, as the vendor asserted, shadow blue porcelain shards are of comparatively superior quality. Yet in the ancient porcelain capital, such shards are hardly scarce. For decades, numerous shadow blue shards have been unearthed in the surrounding counties, with at least 300 kiln sites identified. Furthermore, the distribution of shadow blue porcelain extends widely, discovered not only in the porcelain capital, but also in various regions, such as Northeast China, North China, and along the Yellow River and Yangtze River basins. Everyone understands that regardless of how exquisite an item may be, its value diminishes when it becomes abundant. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, the vendor slowly opened his palm and declared, "At the very least, I must ask for this amount." 50 cents? Wang Guan feigned ignorance. "That cannot be right, my friend. I did not expect such a figure when I came here." The vendor, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, "I meant 50. I suspect you picked this up by the Changjiang River. It hardly warrants $5, Wang Guan retorted, showing no signs of retreat. With a calm demeanor, he stated, "Do I look like a gullible lamb? To charge me so much for this shard, which is no larger than my fingertip, I can only offer $5. Witnessing Wang Guan's negotiation, the vendor felt no aversion. Rather, he found it somewhat gratifying. In his line of work, he dreaded encountering those who, upon hearing a high price, would simply walk away. Hearing a counteroffer, however, indicated Wang Guan's genuine interest in purchasing. Only under such circumstances could a deal be struck. Simultaneously, without waiting for the vendor to speak, Wang Guan continued, "I desire not merely this shard. If the price is reasonable, I would gladly make additional purchases right here. Otherwise, I refuse to believe that in this vast antique market, your stall is the only one with shadow blue porcelain. How many do you wish to acquire?" The vendor hesitated, clearly intrigued, to which Wang Guan replied, "Perhaps around 20 or 30 pieces. Wang Guan casually remarked, "Let me see if I can inlay a porcelain painting." The vendor rubbed his hands together and chuckled with a simple-hearted smile. "However, you see, I am a vendor of considerable size, and it is not easy to support a family. 5 yuan is truly too low. Could you possibly increase your offer? How about 6 yuan? Wang Guan countered. "Not acceptable. My porcelain pieces vary in size. If you take only the larger ones, I would suffer a significant loss." The vendor quickly shook his head and conceded, "I can offer you a discount. I will sell it to you for 20 yuan. From 50 to 20, it was nearly a halving of the price. However, Wang Guan was aware that this was not the vendor's bottom line. At that moment, he patiently raised the price step by step, 7, 8, 9 yuan, until he arrived at 10, where he remained steadfast. After some further negotiation, the vendor, having lost his patience, finally sighed, "Fine, we shall agree on this. I will take 30 pieces of porcelain." Wang Guan's face broke into a victorious smile. He did not hasten to select the porcelain pieces, but instead stood up to stretch his stiff body. Then, as if casually, he retrieved his wallet, produced 3 red bills, and handed them to the vendor. "Here, you take it yourself." The vendor, without suspicion, accepted the money and provided Wang Guan with a small bag for him to choose from. At this juncture, Wang Guan remained vigilant, bending down as if casually picking up pieces, appearing to select those that caught his fancy. In reality, he relied on his hazy memory to ensure he took every luminous piece he had previously observed. Before long, he had gathered enough pieces to total 30. Nodding at the vendor, he turned and leisurely walked away. It was only after he had distanced himself and boarded the bus that he began to feel a surge of excitement. He had finally acquired them. Regardless of whether these porcelain shards constituted a complete vessel, the mere fact that they radiated light indicated their quality. They were undoubtedly of the same caliber. By this time, evening had arrived. Having skipped dinner, he climbed to the 6th floor, entered his room, and carefully placed the shards on the bed, beginning to examine them meticulously. However, no matter how Wang Guan touched, held, or squeezed these porcelain pieces, there was no extraordinary reaction, let alone any luminescence. This left him feeling quite helpless. After a moment of contemplation, his focus shifted to the porcelain shards themselves. The vendor had claimed they were shadow green porcelain. Shadow green porcelain is characterized by its exceptionally thin body, a glaze that appears white with a hint of green, and intricate carvings that reflect both internally and externally. Thus, it is referred to as shadow green or hidden green. Upon comparison, Wang Guan discovered that the shards in his hand indeed conformed to the characteristics of shadow green porcelain. They were thin, displaying a pale, greenish hue amidst the white, and possessed a smooth, refined texture that shone brilliantly under the light, resembling exquisite jade. No wonder shadow green porcelain is often likened to false jade artifacts. Wang Guan marveled, acknowledging that fine things remain remarkable even in fragments. He pondered whether this could form a complete piece. After admiring them for a while, an idea sparked in his mind, and he slowly began to attempt to piece together the 20 or so fragments, each varying in size. Moreover, the large pieces are relatively so. In truth, they are merely the size of a thumb. The smaller ones, however, resemble the fragments of a pinky nail, scattered and disjointed. Attempting to assemble them proves to be a time-consuming and laborious endeavor. Additionally, the porcelain shards are non-adhesive, easily separating at the slightest touch, thus further complicating the reconstruction process. Once properly affixed, provided they do not encounter water, they remain remarkably resilient against shattering. Upon returning to his dwelling, Wang Guan, while sipping water and nibbling on bread to address his dinner, began to crush garlic. A pungent aroma wafted toward him, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Before long, everything was prepared, and Wang Guan embarked on his puzzle game, meticulously piecing the fragments together. His suspicions were confirmed. Within an hour, the outline of a small bowl began to materialize. With excitement bubbling within him, he delicately picked up a shard to complete the final missing piece. At that moment, a miraculous event unfolded. As the small bowl took shape, a beam of azure light appeared, piercing directly toward Wang Guan's brow. The sudden shift caught him off guard, compelling him to instinctively shut his eyes. The azure light, akin to a wisp, infiltrated his being, gradually melding into his vision. In that brief moment, amidst a haze of darkness, Wang Guan discerned a circular coin of bright gold, radiating brilliance and surrounded by an aura of mystique. Yet, before he could scrutinize it further, he felt an intense heat in his hands, prompting him to open his eyes. To his astonishment, the small bowl he had assembled with garlic juice emanated a dazzling aura. Reminiscent of the sun, the halo shimmered, expanding outward like ripples on a lake, while warm currents flowed into Wang Guan's body, as if resonating with something profound. Suddenly, the glow from the bowl flickered out, but then reignited with even greater intensity. The interplay of light and darkness resembled the flickering of a candle flame, ephemeral and fleeting. Before Wang Guan could fully comprehend the phenomenon, he was abruptly engulfed by an overwhelming force drawing him in, as if it sought to siphon away his very essence, including his life and soul. Helpless against this pull, he felt a disorienting heaviness, his vision darkening as he collapsed onto the bed, slipping into unconsciousness. Time eluded him as he languidly regained consciousness, initially unaware of what had transpired. His mind stirred, yet his body remained still upon the bed. Suddenly, a wave of tingling and soreness coursed through him, jolting Wang Guan fully awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find sunlight streaming through the window. Alarmed, he checked his phone for the date and time, realizing that an entire night had passed. The small bowl rested silently beside him, sunlight cascading over it, illuminating its rim with a lustrous, jade-like sheen tinged with a hint of white. particularly in the ample light. He discerned faintly etched patterns on the inner wall of the bowl. This undeniably attests to the exquisite clarity and remarkable transparency of the shadow green bowl. However, at first glance, Wang Guan was utterly astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he had witnessed the advent of a miracle. How could this be? An overwhelming curiosity and shock temporarily overshadowed his fear of the shadow green bowl, prompting him to cautiously reach out and lift it. He then focused intently, examining it with rapt attention. A gentle flick produced a melodious chime, further deepening his astonishment, confusion, and bewilderment. Wasn't this bowl shattered? How could it show no signs of fracture whatsoever? At that moment, the astonishment in Wang Guan's heart defied description. He repeatedly ran his fingers along the rim, even pulling gently, yet all efforts proved futile. The shadow green bowl remained an intact whole. Its mouth, rim, and foot gleamed like jade, shining like a mirror. Not a single spiderweb crack was visible, nor a speck of dust to be found. It is worth noting that the original shadow green bowl had been shattered into over 20 pieces. Although it had been simply glued back together to maintain a semblance of its original form, the signs of its previous breakage were still quite apparent. The entire surface of the bowl was riddled with numerous shallow cracks, resembling a spider's web, making it evident that it had once been broken. Yet in this moment, all traces of those cracks had mysteriously vanished, and to the naked eye, it appeared as a flawless vessel, as if it had never been shattered. As Wang Guan's emotions gradually stabilized, he scrutinized it again and again, unable to find even the slightest flaw. If it weren't for the scattered shards of porcelain still lying by the bedside, he might have doubted whether he had purchased a complete shadow green bowl the previous day. It seemed that his ability extended beyond mere authentication of porcelain to the remarkable skill of restoration. Wang Guan carefully lifted the bowl, observing its pristine, jade-like interior. As the sunlight penetrated through it, the intricate patterns from the exterior became vividly apparent within the bowl. This shadow green bowl had, in a single night, been rejuvenated, transforming into a complete piece. A soft halo emanating from it left Wang Guan enraptured, momentarily lost in reverie. It is essential to understand that broken porcelain and whole porcelain are two entirely different concepts. A flawless porcelain piece valued at 1,000,000 could, after shattering, even if no fragments were lost, retain its complete form. However, having once been broken, its value would plummet significantly, often reduced to a mere tenth of its worth. Contemplating this, Wang Guan envisioned a golden path to prosperity. Possessing the ability to restore porcelain was akin to having the Midas touch. If he could acquire broken porcelain at a low price, restore it, and sell it at a premium, it would not be long before he became the wealthiest person in the world. Of course, the key would be to act discreetly, ensuring that no one discovered any anomalies. Otherwise, he risked not achieving his dreams of wealth, but rather being captured and subjected to dissection for research. Moreover, reflecting on the encounters of the previous night, as well as the lingering discomfort in his body, Wang Guan felt that mending shattered porcelain was not as effortless as it might seem. Once he regained his composure, the fervent excitement began to fade, yet a spark of exhilaration remained within him. After all, this experience reaffirmed the extraordinary abilities he possessed, hinting at the potential yet to be unearthed. As he continued to explore, an abundance of surprises awaited him. Ding dong, ding dong. It was 8 o'clock. Time to attend class. Upon glancing at his phone, Wang Guan immediately became alert. It was the alarm he had set the previous day. He hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. The cold water splashed upon his face, and though his body still bore the weight of fatigue, his eyes sparkled with vitality. After a brief moment, having changed into a fresh outfit, Wang Guan was about to step outside when an impulse struck him. He grabbed a few sheets of newspaper and carefully wrapped the delicate celadon bowl before taking it with him. On the bus, as he gazed at the trees lining the roadside, their leaves turning yellow and falling, he felt an invigorating sense of springtime, as if he could hear the jubilant chirping of birds nestled within the foliage. Chapter 10, The Great Leak. Approximately an hour later, Wang Guan arrived at Jiguzhai. Gao Dequan was already there, wielding a feather duster, meticulously sweeping away the dust from the porcelain displayed on the shelves. Upon noticing Wang Guan's arrival, he merely nodded in friendly acknowledgement without uttering a word. "Good morning, Manager Gao," Wang Guan greeted, promptly placing the celadon bowl down and stepping forward to take the feather duster from Gao Dequan's hands, continuing the cleaning task. When working for others, one should possess such awareness. If one cannot even handle trivial matters like serving tea or tidying up, how can one expect to be entrusted with greater responsibilities? Good. Gao Dequan nodded slightly and proceeded towards the counter. On his way, he noticed the celadon bowl wrapped in newspaper and casually inquired, "What have you brought?" "It's a small bowl I stumbled upon some time ago. There are a few puzzling aspects I'd like to consult you about," Manager Gao, Wang Guan promptly replied, having brought the bowl precisely with such intentions. He had heard a collector mention that those who cherish antiques often delight in handling their possessions. Regardless of authenticity, the process of appraisal serves as a valuable accumulation of experience. Surely, Gao Dequan would not refuse his request. Let me take a look. Gao Dequan indeed displayed some interest as he began to unwrap the layers of newspaper, revealing the celadon bowl before his eyes. This seems promising. Without even handling it, merely by sight, Gao Dequan couldn't help but express his admiration, his interest deepening further. He understood that fine objects often evoke a strong initial impression upon first sight. If such an instinctive reaction occurs, then the item is unlikely to be of poor quality. Of course, only seasoned connoisseurs, through years of accumulated knowledge and experiences, develop such keen intuition. For novices, first impressions are often unreliable, and one should not place too much trust in them. Celadon porcelain. As soon as he held it in his hands, Gao Dequan became even more confident in his assessment. Without turning on the lights, he moved to the doorway, a well-lit area, to observe it attentively. As the sunlight illuminated the small bowl, the intricate dark floral patterns etched on its exterior became vividly apparent on the inner wall. These dark floral motifs, reminiscent of the commonly seen vine patterns, present a composition that is both succinct and elegant, particularly under the shimmering halo of light, imbuing it with a dynamic beauty. Gao Dequan admired it for a moment, then turned his wrist, directing his gaze to the base of the shadowy blue bowl. For characters in a striking blue script immediately caught his attention. Muzhai Yushi, Gao Dequan pronounced, his expression shifting to one of surprise, mixed with delight. Manager Gao, do you know who this Muzhai Jushi is? At that moment, Wang Guan approached, having also noticed the inscription on the base, but unaware of the significance of Muzhai Jushi's identity. Regrettably, he had to rush to work earlier. Otherwise, he would have searched online for more information. However, Gao Dequan's reaction suggested he was well acquainted with Muzhai Jushi. Indeed, it is Muzhai Jushi. He then produced a high-powered magnifying glass and began to examine it meticulously. Observing this, Wang Guan felt a twinge of concern, fearing that the magnification might reveal cracks in the porcelain. Yet, the reality proved his worries unfounded. Under the magnifying lens, the shadowy blue bowl retained its crystalline translucence, appearing flawless and cohesive, devoid of any blemish. The piece was authentic. After a considerable time, Gao Dequan set down the magnifying glass and sighed. Having been passed down for 2 to 3 centuries, its condition remains impeccable, as if it has just emerged from the kiln, yet devoid of any signs of fire. It truly deserves to be regarded as an exquisite piece from the official kiln. Really? Although he had mentally prepared himself, Wang Guan could not suppress a wave of astonishment mingled with confusion. It has only been passed down for 200 to 300 years. Yet the seller claimed it was a Song Dynasty piece. Song Dynasty? Gao Dequan paused, then furrowed his brow. Did he not notice the inscription on the base? Clearly, he must be unaware of who Muzhai Jushi is. How much did you pay for this small bowl? 3. Wang Guan, still somewhat bewildered, extended 3 fingers. Before he could finish, Gao Dequan exclaimed, "Only 300,000. You truly stumbled upon a treasure." It was understandable why Gao Dequan reacted this way. The condition of the shadowy blue bowl was simply too remarkable. Even if the seller misidentified its age, it would not be priced so low. However, Wang Guan, oblivious to Gao Dequan's thoughts, added fuel to the fire. It wasn't even that much. Not 300,000. What? Did you mean 30,000? Gao Dequan was taken aback, his voice trembling slightly. Goodness, the price cannot be any lower. Otherwise, it might just give me a heart attack. Wang Guan scratched his nose, tacitly acknowledging the situation. After all, who would believe that such an exquisite shadowy blue bowl was purchased for merely 300 yuan? A shadowy blue bowl with vine motifs crafted by Tang Ying during the Yongjing period was sold for only 30,000. What an astonishing oversight. Heavens! Why hasn't such fortune occurred to me? Gao Dequan lamented, his excitement lingering. Manager Gao, are you suggesting this bowl is quite valuable? Wang Guan inquired tentatively. Not just valuable, but extraordinarily so. The individual who purchased your bowl must surely have had their head struck by a donkey. 30,000? Adding 2 more zeros would be more fitting. After a moment, Gao Dequan regained his composure and sighed, remarking that the seller must have been uneducated, mistakenly attributing the bowl to the wrong era, thus allowing such a splendid piece to slip through their fingers. However, that alone should not account for such a low asking price. Even if misdated, a bowl of such exquisite craftsmanship should not be offered for 30,000. Gao Dequan felt a profound confusion, leading him to conclude that the seller's judgment was severely lacking. Alternatively, Wang Guan, quick on his feet, devised a plausible excuse. Perhaps the seller believed the bowl was too new, a mere imitation, and intended to deceive me. Little did they know, the item was authentic, ultimately benefiting me. This was the only reasonable explanation he could muster. Gao Dequan nodded gently, casting a complex glance at Wang Guan, inquiring whether he had discerned the bowl's true value, which prompted his decision to purchase it. I cannot be entirely certain. I merely sensed that this bowl did not seem counterfeit, and thus I acquired it, Wang Guan replied, discreetly guarding his own secrets. Better to buy a genuine article that appears false than to purchase a falsehood that seems genuine, Gao Dequan stated gravely. I can confidently assure you that you have stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. Thank you, Manager Gao, Wang Guan smiled, maintaining an air of composure. After a day filled with successive surprises, he had grown somewhat numb, his heart elated, yet unable to express excitement. To Gao Dequan's eyes, this was merely a sign of his steadiness. Suddenly, he found it unsurprising that such temperament, combined with decisiveness, could lead to the discovery of a significant treasure. Chapter 11. The True Affluent Families. Finding such treasures relies not solely on luck. One must act decisively. Otherwise, opportunities may be lost and seldom reappear. Gao Dequan reflected on this, quickly calming himself as he admired the elegant blue and white bowl, stating, "This item is splendid. In recent years, such exquisite pieces have become increasingly rare. Moreover, this is a work by Tang Ying, which adds profound significance." Manager Gao's implication was that Mu Zhai Jushi referred to Tang Ying. At that moment, Wang Guan realized that the name Gao Dequan had mentioned twice had rekindled the joy he had previously grown numb to. Who was Tang Ying? For those residing in the porcelain capital and familiar with ceramic culture, he was certainly not an unfamiliar figure. At the very least, the antiquarian books by Wang Guan's bedside were not purchased in vain. He was well aware of Tang Ying's identity. During the Qing dynasty, Tang Ying served as the most renowned supervisor of porcelain during the Yongzheng and Qianlong reigns, holding the position for nearly 30 years, during which he crafted porcelain for both emperors. His dedication to the craft and hands-on experience allowed him to amass a wealth of expertise, resulting in exquisite porcelain that garnered the admiration of both emperors. Throughout his tenure, he made indelible contributions to the production and innovative development of ceramics, with the porcelain produced under his supervision at Jingdezhen being referred to as Tang Kiln, a testament to the recognition he received. It was under his influence that the ceramic industry of the Qing dynasty reached its pinnacle. Following his departure, the industry began its decline. Who else could it be? If not him, Gao Dequan remarked, shaking his head. Thus, one must read attentively. It is well known that Tang Ying, whose courtesy name is Jungong, possesses numerous other appellations such as Jungong, Shuzi, Wuji Laorun, Tao Cheng Jushi, Mu Zhai Jushi, Tao Run, Enxia Tao Shizha. These inscriptions should not be overlooked. Neglecting even one could result in significant losses. Gao Dequan expressed his sentiments while holding a small bowl, stating, "If my eyes do not deceive me, this shadow blue bowl adorned with intertwined lotus patterns is indeed a piece crafted by Tang Ying himself for personal use, which is why it bears the inscription of Mu Zhai Jushi. It is said that in his 50s, Tang Ying arrived in the porcelain capital to serve as the supervisor of ceramic production, having little knowledge of pottery. However, upon taking office, he resided in a kiln factory, sharing meals and living quarters with the craftsmen, learning from the very first stage of production. Not only did he master the art of porcelain firing within a year, but he also assimilated diverse techniques, inventing numerous porcelain creations and subsequently guiding the artisans. The quality of this small bowl attests to Tang Ying's exceptional skill in ceramics. Gao Dequan displayed admiration, noting, "No wonder Mr. Qian once praised that the official and folk kilns of the porcelain capital are surpassed only by the Tang kilns." Suddenly, Gao Dequan recalled something and waved his hand, instructing, "Let us prepare to leave." "Where to?" Wang Guan was taken aback, unsure of Gao Dequan's intentions. "To pay a visit to Mr. Qian," Gao Dequan replied, taking a brocade box and gently placing the shadow blue bowl inside before hastily locking the door of Jigu Zhai and bringing forth a luxurious car. Wang Guan, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure at Gao Dequan's beckoning and hopped in the passenger seat. Manager Gao Jigu Zhai, once in the car, Wang Guan could not help but remark, "We just opened this morning. Is it appropriate to close so soon?" It's fine. After all, it's the off-season. And I doubt anyone will come by, Gao Dequan responded calmly. Moreover, if any business were to arise, I would be contacted. Wang Guan nodded in agreement, falling silent. As he was still unfamiliar with the nuances of the antique trade, if Gao Dequan was unconcerned, why should he be? The car was both stable and swift. And after a short while, Wang Guan noticed they were heading towards the outskirts. Soon, they exited the urban area, driving for a while longer until they arrived at an upscale villa district. Wang Guan had heard tales of this area, but had never visited. It was rumored that only the affluent and successful resided here, and even those with immense wealth were barred entry without corresponding social standing. Although Wang Guan had always approached such legends with skepticism, he found himself believing a little more as the car navigated through multiple checkpoints before gradually entering the neighborhood. After a series of turns, the car halted before a grand courtyard. At Gao Dequan's gesture, Wang Guan disembarked and began surveying his surroundings. He immediately noticed the lush greenery, the crisp air, and the melodious chirping of birds, creating a serene and vibrant atmosphere. In that moment, Wang Guan realized he had arrived at the fabled sanctuary for wellness. Residing in such an environment seems to free one from the mundane world, offering not only the chance to nurture the body and mind, but also to prolong life. Just then, while Wang Guan was lost in thought, Gao Dequan had already rung the doorbell. "Uncle Da, you've arrived." After a while, a tall, sturdy young man emerged from the courtyard. Upon seeing Gao Dequan, he immediately broke into a smile and opened the door with a casual gesture. "Is the old gentleman at home?" Gao Dequan stepped inside and pointed to a vehicle nearby, saying, "It seems there are guests arriving." "That car appears to belong to Yu Fei Bai." "Uncle Da, your eyesight is impressive," the young man chuckled. "Indeed, it is him. I wonder where he found those two items. He has come to seek the old gentleman's expertise." "What expertise?" "Clearly, he is here to broker a deal," Gao Dequan jested, daring to set his sights on the old gentleman. "Doesn't he fear his father will skin him alive?" While Gao Dequan conversed with the robust young man, Wang Guan remained silent, quietly following behind and listening intently. The term broker refers to an intermediary who facilitates introductions between buyers and sellers. If a transaction is successfully concluded, the broker collects a commission, typically 3 from the seller and 2 from the buyer, commonly referred to as 3 for the seller, 2 for the buyer. Wang Guan was uncertain of the relationship between Yu Fei Bai and old money, but it was evident that they shared a good rapport. Otherwise, he would not so boldly come to pitch business, and old money would not be indifferent to his presence. As Wang Guan listened carefully, he marveled at how the courtyard surpassed his expectations in its depth and elegance. The path was paved with cobblestones, flanked by a variety of flowers and trees. Amidst the lush foliage, layers of quaint and naturally beautiful architecture were partially obscured. Even with just a glimpse, Wang Guan perceived that these structures were not only exquisite, but likely housed even more lavish interiors. After a short while, the view opened up before him, revealing a picturesque pond. At the center of the pond stood an artificial hill, adorned with a cascading white waterfall that flowed like a curtain. In the water, vividly colored goldfish glided gracefully, enjoying their leisurely swim. On the bank, willows swayed gently, their branches brushing against the breeze, occasionally dipping into the water and scattering droplets that sparkled like pearls, dazzling and radiant. At that moment, Wang Guan truly grasped what it meant to belong to a family of true wealth and nobility. Chapter 12. The Rabbit Hair Lamp. Beside the willows stood a delicate pavilion. Inside, an elderly man and a young man sat across from each other, seemingly engaged in boiling water over a stone table fitted with a stove. A kettle rested atop the stove, while the young man carefully placed charcoal beneath it. As the charcoal ignited, flames blazed fiercely, yet no smoke emerged. Instead, the kettle began to steam, releasing wisps of vapor from its long spout. Just then, upon spotting Gao Dequan and Wang Guan, the young man quickly called out, "Uncle Da, you're here too." "Old money," Gao Dequan greeted first, then playfully chided, "Yu Fei Bai, you spend your days dabbling in unseemly pursuits. Have you come to disturb old money's tranquility again? Aren't you afraid your father will confine you?" "Uncle Da, please don't speak carelessly. If my old man finds out, he truly will skin me alive." Yu Fei Bai appeared anxious verbally, yet his face bore no trace of panic, as he chuckled. "Moreover, I am here today to present some treasures. I have acquired 2 exquisite items to honor Mr. Qian." "Presenting treasures? I hope it does not turn out to be an embarrassment," Gao Dequan remarked with a skeptical smile. "Oh, you underestimate me," Yu Fei Bai retorted, slightly displeased, as he revealed an elegantly packaged brocade box, exclaiming, "Feast your eyes on this, a premium Xiao Long Tuan. This is handcrafted in the tea factory of Wuyi Mountain, Fujian. employing traditional techniques. It is entirely natural, without any additives or preservatives. As he spoke, Yu Feibai opened the brocade box to unveil several round cakes, each adorned with dragon and phoenix patterns. This resembles brick tea, Wang Guan mused, suddenly recalling that Xiao Long Tuan was indeed an ancient name for a type of tea cake. Gao Dequan exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Feibai, this Xiao Long Tuan is truly a tea cake. I thought it was a newly launched tea. Of course, I would never dare to show off something ordinary before Mr. Qian, Yu Feibai said with a proud grin. This premium Xiao Long Tuan is entirely vintage, akin to the tribute teas of ancient times, produced in limited quantities each year. I had to leverage significant connections to acquire this box. I sincerely wish for Mr. Qian to savor it, yet you still choose to doubt me. And it seems I have misjudged you, Gao Dequan conceded, his eyes glinting with disbelief. That is certainly the case. Yu Feibai nodded boldly, then produced another box, cheerfully stating, Wuyi Mountain's Xiao Long Tuan, paired with a Jianyao rabbit hair cup from Fujian, is simply unparalleled. Reciting an ancient poem, he deftly took out several small bowls. Their bodies a deep, rich color, adorned with crystalline patterns fine as rabbit fur. Indeed, they were rabbit hair cups. The cups showcased delicate partridge patterns, which glimmered beautifully under the sunlight. Uncle Duh, please refrain from always exposing my secrets, Yu Feibai exclaimed indignantly. Do I really need to memorize poetry? I could just read it directly. The crowd fell silent for a moment, and then Yu Feibai pressed a button, revealing a beautifully designed widescreen smartphone with a silver metallic sheen in his palm. Wang Guan, with keen eyesight, noticed that the screen displayed the full text of Su Dompa's poem. Laughter erupted among them. Even Wang Guan could not suppress a smile, his lips curling slightly. However, he secretly admired Yu Feibai. After all, not everyone possesses the courage and grace to openly acknowledge their own shortcomings. I knew you were untrustworthy. Gao Dequan chuckled, shaking his head. You take your time with that. I will discuss serious matters with old Qian. At that moment, the previously silent Mr. Qian noticed the brocade box in Gao Dequan's hands, his eyes lighting up with delight. What is this? Have you stumbled upon something remarkable? Indeed, Gao Dequan replied with a smile. However, it was not I who discovered it, but rather Wang Guan who picked the grand prize. Mr. Qian, Wang Guan stepped forward, his eyes filled with gratitude. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not forget the kindness shown to him during their first meeting. Young man, we meet again. Old Qian smiled broadly and remarked, It seems fortune is on your side. You found a treasure upon your arrival at the Jigu Zhai. Indeed, it was sheer luck. Wang Guan interjected, This is not modesty, but rather a fact. What object is it? Old Qian inquired with curiosity. It must be something remarkable, compelling Ada to rush here. Not just remarkable, it's extraordinary, Gao Dequan exclaimed, preparing to open the brocade box and reveal the exquisite shadow green, small bowl. At that moment, Yu Feibai interjected with displeasure. Uncle Duh, there must be an order to things. The treasure I brought has yet to be appraised by old Qian. Let us first examine mine. Yours can wait. Your treasure? Gao Dequan asked, perplexed. Uncle Duh, do not feign ignorance, Yu Feibai insisted. ISNT what lies before us, the Jianyao rabbit hair cup. It's a collection piece from the young Tang Qinghua. I had to persuade him to allow me to present it to old Qian. I must say, how did you suddenly become so considerate, remembering to honor old Qian? I hadn't anticipated you had a favor to ask, Gao Dequan remarked, shaking his head in realization. What a fine small dragon ball. It is merely an accessory. Uncle Duh, this is called elegance, Yu Feibai retorted. Appreciating the Jianyao while savoring the small dragon ball is a harmonious experience. With a charming smile, Yu Feibai carefully placed the rabbit hair cup before old Qian. Bowing respectfully, old Qian observed this Jian cup. Its foot is small and shallow. The body is robust and well-crafted, with a naturally executed cutting technique. The glaze is just right, a deep black, applied inside and out, with unglazed foot revealing the clay beneath. One glance reveals it to be a Jianyao masterpiece. He continued, moreover, the glaze exhibits evident drips and kiln variations, with countless rabbit hairs and crystalline droplets appearing effortlessly, unlike anything artificially fabricated. It was clear that Yu Feibai had a profound understanding of Jianyao, his evaluation flowing effortlessly and hitting the mark. Old Qian, instead of hastily appraising, expressed approval. Who says Feibai has not matured? At least he has learned from past misfortunes and is now dedicated to his studies. Thanks to the guidance from old Qian and Uncle Duh, Yu Feibai replied with a hint of bashfulness. Youngsters like you, as long as you are willing to learn sincerely, we have every reason to teach you. Culture must be passed down through generations to endure. Old Qian stated, his serene demeanor shifting to one of commanding presence. In that moment, both Gao Dequan and Wang Guan, along with Yu Fei Bai, fell silent, listening intently. However, after a few remarks, Old Qian seemed to realize the conversation had strayed, quickly adding with a smile, "In my old age, I tend to ramble. I hope you will embody these lessons. Now, let's examine this Jian cup." Chapter 13, A Moment of Reflection. Lifting the rabbit hair cup, Old Qian scrutinized it carefully, his expression calm and inscrutable, revealing neither pleasure nor displeasure, making it difficult to gauge his true opinion of the cup. After a moment, he set the Jian cup down, not hastening to offer an evaluation, seemingly mindful of not neglecting Wang Guan, and directly called out, "Young man, you should take a look and share your thoughts." "I am not well versed in Jian cups." Wang Guan hesitated, attempting to defer. "Do not worry. Feel free to observe boldly." Master Qian spoke. "It matters not if one errs. Sometimes, mistakes are indeed a form of accumulation. When one is correct, the memory may fade, yet when one is wrong, the lesson may resonate for a lifetime." With that, Wang Guan could no longer decline and promptly picked up a Jianyao tea bowl, scrutinizing it with great care. The so-called Jianzhong, in essence, refers to the black glazed porcelain produced in Jianyang, Fujian, with renowned varieties such as rabbit hair, partridge spot, Yao Bian, Wujin, and persimmon color. The Jian kiln originated in the late Tang dynasty, flourished during the Song dynasty, and waned in the Yuan dynasty, primarily crafting celadone, black glazed porcelain, and Qingbai porcelain, with black glazed porcelain gaining worldwide fame. Generally speaking, ancient peoples did not hold black items in high regard. Thus, during the Tang dynasty, white and celadone porcelain quickly became fashionable upon their creation. However, during the Song dynasty, the tea competition craze led to a newfound appreciation for black glazed porcelain. After all, the finest vessels for tea competitions were indeed black glazed, where the white froth of the tea danced upon the dark surface of the tea bowl, creating a unique aesthetic. Consequently, Fujian Jianzhong gained international renown. With the spread of culture, it even became the most treasured tea wherein Japanese tea ceremonies. Conversely, in China, since the Song dynasty, due to differing aesthetic values, the status of black glazed porcelain declined. Nevertheless, contemporary Jianzhong from the Song dynasty has emerged as a sought-after collectible, garnering significant attention from collectors. This interest inevitably leads to soaring prices and a proliferation of imitations. Upon acquiring the rabbit hair bowl, Wang Guan immediately sensed something amiss. This bowl was not genuine. However, he refrained from voicing his suspicions immediately, opting instead to examine it with greater diligence. If something is amiss, mere words are insufficient. One must uncover convincing reasons to substantiate the claim. As Wang Guan scrutinized the bowl repeatedly, Yu Fei Bai approached Gao Dequan and whispered, "Uncle De, who is he? I have never seen him before." "His name is Wang Guan. He works at Jigu Zhai and was introduced by Master Qian," Gao Dequan replied. "Since he was introduced by Master Qian, he must possess commendable skills," Yu Fei Bai remarked with a smile. "Master Qian is considerate of you. Having assistance will certainly lighten your workload, Uncle De. Whether it becomes easier or not is inconsequential to me. I merely hope to be worthy of Master Qian's trust." Gao Dequan Shuklat. "As for Wang Guan's abilities, I have yet to ascertain them precisely. However, he is certainly more skilled than you." "Humph," Yu Fei Bai retorted, rolling his eyes. "Uncle De, I am merely an amateur. Do not compare me to professionals like you." "Who was not an amateur at the beginning? It is only through gradual learning that one becomes a professional," Gao Dequan encouraged. "Thank you, Uncle De. I will strive to improve." Yu Fei Bai nodded in agreement. Just then, Wang Guan finished his assessment and set the rabbit hair bowl down. Without waiting for Master Qian to speak, Yu Fei Bai eagerly inquired, "Brother, what is your opinion?" "I do not believe it to be genuine." Wang Guan hesitated before deciding to speak frankly. To say is not good is, in fact, a humble expression. The implication is that the item is not authentic. How could it possibly be inferior? Upon hearing this, Yu Fei Bai immediately grew anxious and retorted, "Look at this cup. Its body is thick and sturdy. The hue is a deep blackish purple, and the glaze is dark yet lustrous. Every aspect aligns with the characteristics of Jianzhong. What could possibly be wrong?" "Fei Bai, please remain calm and allow them to speak." Elder Qian interjected with a furrowed brow. "I have warned you numerous times to maintain composure in the face of adversity, especially during evaluations. Look at how easily your resolve has been shaken by mere words. This is unacceptable. Indeed, the essence of appreciating antiques lies in unwavering focus. To borrow a phrase from Fan Zhongyan, one must not derive joy from material possessions nor sorrow from personal loss. thereby avoiding distractions from external influences. Gao Dequan remarked, picking up a cup to observe it with diligence. My brother, I apologize. My temperament tends to be rather impatient. Yu Feibai conceded, acknowledging his fault. Not at all. Wang Guan replied with a smile, feeling a twinge of envy towards Yu Feibai for having two elder mentors who impart wisdom and guidance. Who could doubt that he would not flourish under such tutelage? Wang Guan, do not feel constrained. Elder Qian, despite his advanced age, retained keen eyesight and noticed Wang Guan's discomfort. He gently encouraged, please share your thoughts on this cup. What do you find amiss? Wang Guan felt somewhat out of place. Just days ago, he was an ordinary commoner, and now he found himself in a splendid setting, facing individuals of considerable stature. It was only natural for anyone in his position to feel a bit unsettled. However, Wang Guan possessed commendable mental fortitude and quickly adjusted his mindset. Previously, he might have felt envy or resentment towards these affluent individuals, but after acquiring extraordinary abilities, his confidence surged, leaving no room for trepidation. This transformation occurred in an instant. Thus, Elder Qian and the others soon observed Wang Guan's demeanor shift. He became animated and spoke articulately. This Jianzhan indeed appears exquisite, with impeccable quality. However, as I understand it, Jianzhan from the Song and Yuan dynasties typically has a higher iron content, resulting in a body that exhibits a black or reddish hue under the influence of carbon monoxide in the kiln. Yet, this cup's color is comparatively light. Moreover, due to the limitations of the era, Jianzhan from the Song and Yuan periods often has a rough surface and contains sandy impurities. The traces of manual throwing and shaping are evident on the body, reflecting a natural yet orderly aesthetic. Wang Guan gestured towards a Jianzhan, indicating, but this one, as you can see, has minimal impurities and a smooth, refined surface. I suspect it was crafted using an electric throwing machine, which lends it a somewhat rigid form. In truth, Wang Guan was merely stating the obvious, deducing the flaws based on his prior knowledge of the cup's authenticity. Yet, Elder Qian and the others were unaware of this and naturally regarded it as Wang Guan's own evaluation. After this insightful commentary, Yu Feibai was left utterly astonished. However, Elder Qian and Gao Dequan exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with surprise. After a lengthy pause, Yu Feibai was the first to regain his composure and sought assistance. Uncle Da, is what he said correct? Indeed, Gao Dequan affirmed with a nod, casting a glance at Wang Guan, who had completely overturned his previous impressions. He inwardly marveled at the remarkable acuity of today's youth. With a sigh, Gao Dequan earnestly explained just now. Wang Guan mentioned something of great significance, the limitations of the era. Each period has its distinctive characteristics. Consider this. If a car or an airplane were to appear in ancient times, it would undoubtedly be deemed impossible. This bowl is no different. The moment I picked it up, I sensed something was amiss. Gao Dequan continued, observe this bowl. It is crafted with such meticulous precision that it appears exceedingly contrived. Ancient artisans, constrained by their technology, could not have achieved such uniformity. As he spoke, Gao Dequan arranged several Jian bowls together, gesturing for comparison. You see for yourself. They are virtually identical, down to the minutest detail, as if they were produced using a template and then gradually refined. That scoundrel Tang Qinghua dared to deceive me with a counterfeit. In an instant, Yu Feibai's complexion shifted from pale to flushed red, and he erupted in a torrent of curses. Ha! Do you think that is possible? He must have been duped as well. Gao Dequan chuckled. This bowl is remarkably convincing, if I am not mistaken. The clay used for these bowls likely comes from the black glaze stones near ancient kiln sites, meticulously processed and combined with black clay, resulting in a high-quality imitation porcelain. Such exquisite replicas might easily fool you and young Tang, and even some experts may be deceived. Ha! Hearing you say this, Uncle Da, I feel much better, murmured Yu Feibai, patting his chest. After all, I have grown accustomed to such setbacks. The primary issue lies in the glaze color. At that moment, Elder Qian interjected, taking out a magnifying glass to examine the Jian bowl. A genuine rabbit hair bowl features a glazed surface adorned with delicate cicada wing patterns, interspersed with snowflake-like gold, silver, and red stars. The flowing rabbit hair patterns exhibit varying shades and irregular curves. However, this bowl is unnaturally straight, as if it were painted on with a brush. There is something amiss. Let's put away. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Qian added, with a hint of hope, however, it's not a grave error to purchase the wrong item. Consider it a tuition fee for your education. Just learn from this experience for next time. Thank you. Elder Qian, Yu Feibai replied, somewhat dejected. Since this item is a forgery, What purpose does it serve? As the water boiled, he reached for the kettle, only to be slightly burned by the scorching handle. Be careful. You know your impatience well, Gao Dequan remarked with concern, relieved to see that Yu Feibai was not seriously harmed. I shall handle it, Wang Guan said with a slight smile, taking a towel to grasp the hot kettle. He poured the boiling water over the several jian bowls, then broke apart a small tea cake, grinding it into a fine powder, evenly distributing it into each bowl. With a gentle tilt of the kettle, Wang Guan let a stream of water cascade into the bowls, where it mingled with the tea powder, creating layers of enchanting patterns. Under the impact of the hot water, the tea powder transformed into froth, resembling hops in beer, clinging to the rim of the bowl, gathering without dispersing. This effect is what is referred to as biting the bowl. As the foam dissipated, a pale yellowish tea emerged in the cup, wisps of delicate steam rising gracefully, exuding a captivating aroma that instilled a sense of tranquility. Have you studied the art of tea? Yu Feibai inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. No, I've merely observed it on television and am aware of the process of brewing tea cakes, Wang Guan replied with a chuckle, continuing to pour the tea. Amidst the splashes of water, the frothy tea transformed in a mesmerizing manner, revealing a certain enchantment. How curious, Yu Feibai remarked, a note of confusion in his tone. I have sought guidance from masters of tea artistry, yet none have brewed it as well as you. Is there a secret to your technique? Wang Guan paused, his hand steadying the teapot, and with a smile replied, there is no secret, just a steady hand. With a bit of practice over 2 years, you could achieve my level. Oh, Yu Feibai nodded, missing any underlying meaning. However, the seasoned experiences of Qian Lao and Gao Dequan made them acutely aware of the bittersweet implication in Wang Guan's words. Et jan ge lang, Qian Lao not det hen li, prompting Gao Dequan to laugh heartily and proclaim, come, let us savor the tea first, then appreciate Wang Guan's treasure. Very well, Yu Feibai responded with renewed enthusiasm, adding, Qian Lao, do give this exquisite Xiaolonchuan a try. Its flavor is delightful. Feibai, I do not wish to discourage you, but while this Xiaolonchuan is indeed pleasant, it cannot be deemed exquisite, Gao Dequan remarked, lifting the teacup with a jovial smile. According to ancient texts, the quality of tea cakes is primarily judged by the color of the brewed tea. The ideal standard is a pure white. A pure white hue indicates tender tea leaves and perfect steaming. A bluish tint suggests insufficient steaming time. A grayish hue indicates overcooked leaves. A yellowish color denotes untimely harvesting. And a reddish tint reveals excessive roasting. With eloquence, Gao Dequan elaborated, currently, this tea exhibits a yellowish-green color, clearly indicating that the leaves are aged. And the processing technique is not quite perfect. Uncle Da, is this not a form of discouragement? Yu Feibai replied with a wry smile. In truth, I am not oblivious to the fact that this Xiaolonchuan lacks the necessary quality. The finer items are beyond my reach, unless Qian Lao personally intervenes, with his esteemed reputation. Acquiring not just exquisite, but exceptional tea would be effortless. Indeed, Yu Feibai's words carried an evident undertone of persuasion. However, neither Qian Lao nor Gao Dequan acknowledged his insinuation, merely responding with a knowing smile. Yet, in these brief exchanges, Wang Guan confirmed his suspicions. These individuals possessed extraordinary backgrounds. Naturally, Wang Guan was self-aware, understanding that his presence here was a fortunate coincidence. Given their unfamiliarity, it was prudent to remain observant and speak little. He raised his teacup and savored the tea, finding the flavor of this Longtuan tea cake distinctly unique, setting it apart from loose tea, yet undeniably fragrant. Simultaneously, Gao Dequan set down his teacup and retrieved a brocade box, smiling as he said, Qian Lao, this is the treasure that Wang Guan and I have specially brought for your appraisal. Before Qian Lao could respond, Yu Feibai, filled with curiosity, eagerly interjected, Qian Lao, may I be the first to take a look? Of course, Qian Lao gestured with a smile. Upon receiving permission, Yu Feibai promptly extended his hand to unveil the brocade box, revealing a delicate and exquisite shadow green bowl adorned with entwined lotus patterns, which immediately captivated the attention of all present. Under the gentle glow of the light, the bowl's glaze shimmered with a hint of whiteness amidst the azure hue, reminiscent of a piece of jade, crystal clear and lustrous, exuding an undeniable aesthetic charm. How beautiful! Yu Feibai couldn't help but exclaim. This illustrates that true treasures, at first glance, invariably delight the beholder. Feibai, I can now unequivocally affirm that this piece is authentic, Gao Dequan remarked with a smile. However, could you ascertain its precise era? Uncle Da, do you underestimate my capabilities? Yu Feibai replied confidently. While I might be somewhat vague in discerning authenticity, determining the period is quite straightforward. With assuredness, he carefully lifted the shadow green bowl, gently flipping it to scrutinize the base. Chapter 15, A Gift for You. Mu Zhai Ju Shi. At first glance, Yu Feibai was momentarily taken aback. Feibai, are you bewildered? Gao Dequan chuckled lightly. Do you know who this Mu Zhai Ju Shi is? Is it truly Mu Zhai Ju Shi? At that moment, Mr. Qian's eyes brightened, his gaze landing on the shadow green bowl with a hint of excitement. Mr. Qian, do you know who this Mu Zhai Ju Shi is? Yu Feibai quickly inquired. Mr. Qian certainly knows, but he cannot disclose it, Gao Dequan replied with a knowing smile, preemptively guarding the secret. Well, if you won't say, don't think I have no means. Yu Feibai's eyes shifted slightly as he retrieved his metallic silver phone, swiftly logging onto the internet to conduct a search. Gao Dequan, witnessing this, paused momentarily before shaking his head with a rueful smile. How could I forget? We are in the age of advanced technology. Unlike in our day, when we had to scour through countless tomes to find a few characters. Times have changed, making things considerably more convenient now. Mr. Qian nodded in agreement, reflecting, however, while it has become simpler to seek clues, it also makes it challenging to retain them in memory. In our era, finding a few words often require days of searching through books, resulting not only in answers but also a comprehensive understanding of the context, which became deeply etched in our minds, impossible to forget. I found it. Just as the two were reminiscing, Yu Feibai exclaimed joyfully, Mu Zhai Ju Shi, Tang Ying, courtesy name Jungong, also known as Mu Zhai Ju Shi. Let me look further into who Tang Ying is. No need to look further. Allow me to enlighten you about Tang Ying, Mr. Qian interjected, taking the shadow green bowl into his hands, admiring it as he spoke. He was the most renowned supervisor of porcelain during the Qing dynasty, particularly in the Yongzheng and Qianlong periods. During his 30-year tenure, he elevated the porcelain industry to its zenith, earning the appellation Tang Kiln from the world. Now I understand why that name sounds so familiar, Yu Feibai realized with clarity. Meanwhile, Mr. Qian, holding the shadow green bowl, meticulously observed it, even employing a magnifying glass for closer examination. You mentioned this was a piece overlooked by Wang Guan, Mr. Qian remarked, looking up with admiration. Young man, your discerning eye is remarkable. It was merely luck, Wang Guan humbly replied. I believe the seller deemed this bowl too genuine and exquisite, thus misclassifying it as a high-quality counterfeit and selling it to Wang Guan. Unexpectedly, it afforded him a tremendous benefit, Gao Dequan chuckled. Wow, I have never encountered such a fortuitous event, Yu Feibai remarked enviously. Brother, where did you make this purchase? I must visit Taobao when I have the time. It was from a makeshift stall selling antiques near my residence. I chanced upon this exquisite item and decided to buy it. Since then, I have not seen the vendor again, Wang Guan said, a wry smile forming on his lips. Indeed, one line necessitates a multitude of others to compensate. The so-called makeshift stalls refer to individuals with a keen eye who, lacking the means to establish a shop, wrap their goods in blue cloth and scour various antique stores for treasures, only to resell them at a profit. Your fortune is remarkable, Yu Feibai sighed. It is not merely luck, it also requires a discerning eye, Gao Dequan replied. Feibai, if you were to encounter such a beautiful piece at a street vendor's stall, would you have the audacity to make a decisive purchase? Even if you did, could you be certain of its authenticity? I cannot, Yu Feibai admitted candidly, though a flicker of defiance crossed his face as he turned to Wang Guan. What about you? I'm not particularly confident either, Wang Guan chuckled, opting for modesty and saying, that is precisely why I brought the item here, seeking assistance from Manager Gao and Mr. Qian for their expert appraisal. To learn from the process. This mindset is commendable. Remaining humble and patient fosters continuous growth, Mr. Qian acknowledged. Collecting antiques is an ongoing journey of learning. There is an abundance of treasures left by our ancestors. Who can guarantee mastery over them all? Much knowledge exists as mere facts, without understanding the underlying principles, necessitating diligent study and exploration. For instance, take this lotus-patterned shadow blue bowl, Mr. Qian illustrated. It is a porcelain piece from the Qing dynasty, yet it is an imitation of ancient porcelain. Our trend of imitation reached its zenith during the reigns of Emperors Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong. These three emperors were learned men with a penchant for elegance. Their high level of appreciation begs the question of why they sought to imitate the ancients. This precisely highlights that the artifacts left by our ancestors are genuine treasures that must be preserved by future generations. Moreover, we must not only inherit but also innovate and elevate. As Mr. Qian caressed the shadow blue bowl, A glimmer of fondness sparkled in his eyes. Observe this bowl. It emulates the shadow blue porcelain of the Song dynasty. However, in comparison, the body, glaze, and craftsmanship of this bowl are remarkably refined. This exemplifies Tang Ying's innovative spirit, as he diligently researched and innovated upon the foundations laid by his predecessors. Consequently, the porcelain produced not only retained the ancient charm, but surpassed that of its forebears. Thanks to Tang Ying's legacy of inheritance and creation, his reputation flourished internationally. Future generations greatly admired the diverse array of porcelain produced during his supervision of the kilns. The factory has reached a pinnacle, unveiling the secrets of creation, blessing the civilization. It is said that since Tang Ying's supervision, there has never been a more magnificent display of beauty. It is evident that Mr. Qian holds Tang Ying in high regard, sparing no praise in his commendations. Gao Dequan must be well aware of this. Otherwise, he would not have hurriedly brought Wang Guan here after discerning that the shadow blue bowl was a masterpiece from the Tang kiln. Moreover, Mr. Qian did not conceal his fondness in the slightest, holding the exquisite celadone bowl in his hands, unable to part with it. Observing this, Gao Dequan chuckled and remarked, Mr. Qian, have you taken a liking to it? Wang Guan, do you have any intention of parting with this celadone bowl? Perhaps you could simply gift it to Mr. Qian. Initially, Gao Dequan's words were merely intended as a jest. However, Wang Guan took them to heart. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded and replied with a smile. I'm not selling it. However, if Mr. Qian truly desires it, I would be willing to give it to him as a gift. What? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, Mr. Qian's expression shifted, and he frowned, saying, What do you take me for? A greedy landlord? I, Qian Lingxi, have always conducted myself with integrity and have never engaged in morally dubious actions. Placing the celadone bowl back on the table, Mr. Qian issued an implicit dismissal. The atmosphere grew rather peculiar. Mr. Qian's demeanor remained unchanged, while Gao Dequan furrowed his brow, a hint of anger surfacing. And Yu Feibai's gaze flickered with a trace of disdain. After a while, sensing that there may have been a misunderstanding, Wang Guan scratched his head and quickly clarified. When I purchased this item, it did not cost me much. Mr. Qian introduced me to a job. I still owe him a favor. So how could I possibly accept his money? This was undoubtedly Wang Guan's sincere sentiment. Everyone understood that while a favor may be intangible, it is one of the most challenging debts to repay. Wang Guan was not foolish. He recognized that Mr. Qian and the others possessed considerable influence and were certainly not ordinary individuals. Such figures lack for nothing, making it all the more difficult to repay a favor. Although Wang Guan did not particularly need the job at the antiquities shop at this moment, a debt of gratitude remains a debt nonetheless. Given the rare opportunity, if Mr. Qian desired the celadone bowl, why not gift it to him? After all, with his current capabilities, should he lose something, he could always seek it out again. Repaying the favor would bring him a sense of relief. Wang Guan's inner thoughts were clearly reflected on his face, allowing others to perceive his genuine intentions. Mr. Qian and Gao Dequan, with their extensive experience, sensed that this did not seem to be an act. Mr. Qian scrutinized Wang Guan for a moment, his expression gradually softening as he spoke gently. Wang Guan, I apologize. I may have misunderstood you. It is primarily due to the overwhelming chaos around me that has caused me distress. I appreciate your kindness. But this celadone bowl is far too precious for me to accept. Mr. Qian, allow me to assist you. Gao Dequan, ever perceptive, stepped forward to support Mr. Qian as they slowly made their way into the depths of the courtyard. Mr. Qian, take care. Wang Guan and Yu Feibai promptly rose to see them off. Before long, Mr. Qian and Gao Dequan arrived at a meticulously designed hall within a small building. Once seated, Mr. Qian inquired, what kind of person is Wang Guan? Do you have a clear understanding of him? Gao Dequan was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, Mr. Qian, he is the one you introduced to handle the financial affairs of the antiquities shop, is he not? What? Mr. Qian was equally startled, exclaiming in disbelief. When did I assign him to the financial position? I have only met him once. He was merely introduced to Jigu Zhai because of his seemingly good character, to assist in the shop and perform some menial tasks. How could it be? Gao Dequan was momentarily stunned and murmured. But he claimed to have been an accountant at a pawn shop, and it was Elder Qian who arranged for him to come in. Naturally, I assumed. At that moment, Elder Qian understood the situation, letting out a sigh. You have been with me for over a decade. Entrusting Jigu Zhai to your management is a testament to my faith in you. How could I possibly send someone to undermine you? Elder Qian, it's all my fault for misunderstanding. Gao Dequan responded, feeling both shame and joy, his expression brimming with excitement. The arrival of Wang Guan had left him in a state of unease, although he believed it was quite normal for Elder Qian to assign someone to oversee the accounts. He couldn't shake off a sense of disappointment, feeling as though Elder Qian no longer trusted him. Little did he know, it was merely a misunderstanding, a figment of his own overthinking. Upon realizing it was a false alarm, Gao Dequan felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. They often say that one reaches a state of clarity at 40. You're well past that age. Why do you still indulge in baseless worries? Elder Qian appeared to chide him, yet was a form of comfort. Elder Qian, it's not that I enjoy overthinking. Rather, I find myself compelled to do so. Gao Dequan replied with a wry smile. With several hundred million in funds and a plethora of invaluable antiques in my hands, it feels akin to walking on thin ice. I fear you might laugh at me, but I often awaken in the night, anxious that something may go awry and betray your trust. It seems I have been remiss. Elder Qian frowned. I intended to place my trust in you, but I had no idea it would impose such pressure. However, there is no alternative among those around me. You alone possess the knowledge of antiques. I know not to whom else I could entrust this responsibility. Elder Qian, Gao Dequan was deeply touched and proactively suggested. Why not find a few reliable individuals for me to mentor? I assure you, even a novice could thrive under my guidance. Ah, that is easier said than done. In the realm of antiques, one requires not only interest, but also a modicum of talent. Elder Qian chuckled thoughtfully. What do you think of Wang Guan? Having just met him, I cannot say for certain. Gao Dequan pondered, striving for fairness. He appears to be a novice, yet he possesses an extraordinary eye, which is quite contradictory. Elder Qian seemed to contemplate Gao Dequan's words. He gifted me an item worth several million, claiming it was to repay a favor. Such an act is either driven by ulterior motives or reflects an admirable character, Elder Qian remarked. Time reveals a horse's strength, and prolonged acquaintance reveals a person's heart. I shall grant him this opportunity to prove himself. Elder Qian, rest assured, I am well aware of how to proceed. Gao Dequan understood the intent behind Elder Qian's words. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Yu Feibai was engrossed with his phone, occasionally casting a glance at the exquisite Qing dynasty bowl, though he paid little attention to Wang Guan. To be honest, his foray into the world of collecting was purely driven by passion. However, due to his youth and lack of experience, he had inevitably fallen victim to deception and suffered significant losses. Despite his affluent background, money was not easily acquired, and his elders deemed his pursuits frivolous. Fortunately, with Elder Qian's support, his family did not prohibit his endeavors. However, they had cut off his financial resources. However, Yu Feibai maintained a refreshing perspective, believing that even without wealth, one could find joy in simplicity. Under the guidance of Qian Lao, he took up the profession of pulling ropes, effortlessly navigating among various esteemed collectors due to his family background. His motivation was not merely the meager earnings from this work, but the opportunity to engage with a plethora of antiques and expand his knowledge. After 2 years of perseverance, it appeared that his family was beginning to soften their stance, which filled Yu Feibai with immense joy, convinced that his diligent efforts would eventually be rewarded. Reflecting on all of this, he felt profound gratitude toward Qian Lao for his insightful advice. Knowing Qian Lao's interests, he painstakingly procured a few Jinjai teacups and a small dragon-shaped tea cake from friend. To his dismay, while the tea was quite delightful, the cups turned out to be fakes. Chapter 17. Perhaps you could part with it. Amid his disappointment, Yu Feibai seized the opportunity to contact his friend, engaging in a lively exchange via his mobile phone. After a series of messages, he suddenly looked up at Wang Guandao and asked, "Brother, would you mind if I took a few photographs?" Wang Guandao, taken aback, realized Yu Feibai was referring to the shadow blue small bowl and nodded. "It's fine, go ahead." "Thank you," Yu Feibai replied, unreservedly lifting his phone to activate the camera, capturing several high-resolution images of the bowl from various angles. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively inquired, "Brother, I don't believe Qian Lao would be interested in this shadow blue bowl. Do you have any intention of parting with it? What do you want it?" Wang Guandao asked, astonished. "It's not for me. It's for a friend," Yu Feibai clarified. He just saw the photos and found it intriguing, but he is uncertain if he would be willing to sell it. Buying without seeing the actual item? Isn't he worried about being deceived? Wang Guandao chuckled, finding amusement in the carefree manner of the affluent. Since both Qian Lao and Uncle Da have authenticated its genuineness, there's nothing to fret about. Yu Feibai responded with a smile. "The piece is undoubtedly valuable. Just state your price." "What price?" At that moment, Gao Dequan approached, curious about their conversation. "Uncle Da, you're just in time," Yu Feibai exclaimed. Xinghua's lad has taken a liking to this shadow blue bowl and asked me to facilitate the acquisition. Xiao Dang? I thought he was in the 4-9 city. How does he know about this? Gao Dequan inquired, perplexed. Of course, I informed him, Yu Feibai chuckled lightly. I told him that those few rabbit hair cups were fakes, and he was initially skeptical. However, upon learning about this shadow blue bowl, he immediately calmed down and requested me to secure it for him. Uncle Do, what do you think? Considering he hasn't even seen the item, it's quite bold of him. Gao Dequan remarked, glancing at Wang Guan. Feibai, this matter is not for me to decide. It primarily depends on Wang Guandao's willingness. While Wang Guandao had no initial interest, he was intrigued by the fact that the bowl was attributed to Tang Ying, a name associated with his collecting predilections. Yu Feibai, noticing Wang Guandao's hesitation, turned to him with a smile and asked, Brother, what is your perspective? Do you have any inclination to part with it? Wang Guandao was momentarily taken aback. It was well known that he had a profound interest in collecting antiques. Previously, he had established a rule of merely observing without purchasing, primarily due to his lack of financial means to indulge in his passions. After all, this is no longer the 1980s, an era when authentic items were abundant and forgery scarce. Even with limited funds, one could, with a bit of determination and frugality, endure a few days of hardship to uncover treasures. In this age rampant with counterfeits, entering this domain without substantial financial backing could easily lead to deception. In severe cases, it might result in utter financial ruin, leaving no hope for recovery. The exquisite Yangqian period vine-patterned celadon bowl is a sight to behold, captivating enough to evoke a sense of delight. To claim that Wang Guan had no desire to collect, it would be disingenuous. He could give it away as a gesture of goodwill, without necessarily relinquishing ownership. However, Wang Guan also contemplated his current financial situation, realizing that he indeed needed funds to enhance the living conditions of himself and his family. It would only be prudent to wait until he had a stable economic foundation before collecting items of interest. Having come to this understanding, he no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement, stating, very well. Such a precious item, if kept in my possession, might rob me of my sleep at night, fearing it could attract thieves. That settled then, Yu Feibai replied with delight. Please quote a price, if my friend finds it reasonable. The funds will be transferred directly to your account. Manager Gao, what do you think? Wang Guan felt a bit uneasy, a thought crossing his mind, and he smiled. As an expert, could you assist in setting a price? This is your matter, and I should not interfere, Gao Dequan chuckled. Nevertheless, I must advise you, this pertains to a transaction worth 2 to 3 million. It would be wise to formalize it with a transfer contract to avoid any disputes in the future. 2 to 3 million. Yu Feibai, quick-witted, immediately recognized this as the fluctuating price of the celadon bowl. He promptly sent this information to his friend and then rose, smiling, Uncle Da, I'll need your help with the contract. Not a problem. Good, Yu Feibai smiled and called out, Brother, let us take my car and discuss this further. Wang Guan naturally did not decline, and together with Gao Dequan and Yu Feibai, they retraced their steps out of the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Wang Guan slipped into Yu Feibai's luxurious vehicle, which was on par with Gao Dequan's. Upon entering, he immediately sensed that Yu Feibai's car was even more opulent. The seats were soft and comfortable, possibly crafted from genuine leather. The interior was minimalist, yet exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Seated in the passenger seat, Wang Guan glanced up to see a decorative charm resembling a talisman hanging from the ceiling. However, this talisman was not a genuine amulet, but rather a stone the size of a goose egg, its surface gleaming with a translucent luster and a kaleidoscope of colors, exhibiting a creamy hue of jade. This jade captivated Wang Guan's attention, stirring a peculiar sensation within him, as if it were beckoning him. Brother, what do you think of my jade? Noticing Wang Guan's interest, Yu Feibai casually inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of pride. It's hard to say. I need to admire it a bit longer before I can comment. Wang Guanshuan gently caressed the palm-sized, oval-shaped jade, and upon contact he was immediately struck by its exquisite, moist, and dense texture. Simultaneously, a refreshing aura emanated from the jade, slithering into his arm and swiftly coursing through his body, coiling and gathering at his brow. Wang Guanshuan was momentarily taken aback. However, past experiences quickly restored his composure, and he maintained an impassive demeanor, revealing no hint of vulnerability. Yet, unlike previous occasions, the cool essence that infiltrated his being did not penetrate his eyes, preventing him from perceiving the radiant brilliance of the jade. This peculiarity left Wang Guanshuan perplexed and somewhat anxious, fearing that his extraordinary abilities might be faltering. just as his thoughts ebbed and flowed. A sudden warmth radiated from his brow, flowing into his eyes. In an instant, he felt a refreshing sensation, and upon closing his eyes and reopening them, he beheld the jade in his hand emanating a resplendent, crystalline light. At that moment, it seemed as if he had grasped a vital insight. However, before he could ponder further, he heard Yu Feibai inquiring, "Brother, after observing for so long, what do you think of my jade?" Chapter 18. Not taking advantage of you. Good eye, Yu Feibai praised. This jade is authentic Hitian seed jade. Unfortunately, it is merely of the photon white grade, not yet reaching the level of mutton fat jade. I'm just guessing. Wang Guan appeared quite modest. The so-called seed jade is a type of oval jade that has weathered and eroded from the Kunlun Mountains in ancient times, shaped by years of river water's relentless washing and polishing. Not only is it rare, but also boasts excellent quality, rendering it exceedingly valuable. In truth, Wang Guan was indeed making an educated guess. He surmised that a stone capable of inciting a sense of pride in someone like Yu Feibai, a scion of wealth, could not possibly be ordinary. Among the most renowned jades in the country are Hetian jade, Shuyan jade, and Dushan jade, with Hetian jade being hailed as the king of jades. Both its price and quality are well suited to the tastes of the affluent elite. As expected, Wang Guanchuan's probing led him to an accurate conclusion. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Feibai, whom he regarded as a spoiled rich kid, was enthusiastically proclaiming, "I purchased this seed jade 3 years ago for 100,000. It has appreciated by several tens of thousands since then. By that measure, you found quite a bargain." Understanding Yu Feibai's sentiments, Wang Guanchuan chuckled in approval, prompting a broad smile to illuminate Yu Feibai's face. "What bargain? I simply bought it because I liked it." Wang Guanchuan expressed his confusion. "Is there not a jade market in the porcelain capital? Why venture all the way to Yangzhou?" "Brother, you do not grasp the essence," Yu Feibai replied, adopting a somewhat didactic tone as he navigated the road, his hands on the wheel. "What is known as Hetian jade and Yangzhou craftsmanship. No matter how fine the raw jade, it requires skilled hands to carve it into something invaluable. Yangzhou is home to numerous masters of jade carving, and exceptional jade from various regions are sent there, naturally forming a vast jade trading market. The abundance of items allows for the discovery of treasures. Moreover, in this day and age, the prevalence of counterfeit and substandard products is alarming. The jade market in the porcelain capital is a chaotic mix, failing to establish a reputable standing. I confess, I have fallen victim to deceit on several occasions." Yu Feibai, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "Those unscrupulous merchants dare to use quartz and pebbles, dyeing and passing them off as genuine. What is most infuriating is the possibility that some professional appraisal institutions have been utterly misguided, misclassifying jade materials from Russia and white jade from Korea as Hitian jade. Thus, many so-called Hitian jades circulating in the market are, in fact, Russian or Qinghai materials, yet the certificates misleadingly denote them as Hetian jade. Selling inferior goods as premium products to deceive the public and reap exorbitant profits is truly outrageous." As Yu Feibai reached the height of his frustration, he pounded the steering wheel and began to curse vehemently. Wang Guanchuan agreed, lamenting that nowadays, not only antiques and jewelry, but even everyday essentials like rice, oil, and vinegar are often counterfeit, which is deeply concerning. Who has not suffered from the scourge of fake goods? It feels almost shameful to identify oneself as Chinese. Just then, Yu Feibai's phone beeped with a message, reminding him that the important matter at hand had yet to be addressed. With a chuckle, he acknowledged the diversion and returned to the topic at hand. Yu Feibai, somewhat bashfully, inquired, "My friend suggested we be straightforward, so please quote a fair price. If you find it acceptable, we can finalize the deal to avoid any hassle." "How about 2 million? Wang Guanchuan replied with a smile. Despite this, Wang was startled, unable to refrain from saying, "Mr. Yu, could you please focus on driving?" "Apologies," Yu Feibai smiled apologetically, adjusting his speed, still somewhat astonished. "Is it truly 2 million? Wang nodded, grinning as he asked, "What, is the price too high?" "Not high, but rather too low," Yu Feibai replied earnestly, glancing at Wang Guanchuan. "I refuse to believe you are unaware of the true value. Moreover, Uncle had just mentioned that this shadow blue bowl is worth between 2 and 3 million. Yet you quoted the lowest price. 2 million is not insignificant," Wang Guanchuan replied with a hint of self-deprecation. "I doubt I could earn that much in a lifetime of hard work." He continued, "Furthermore, I acquired the shadow blue bowl at an exceptionally low price. Selling it for 2 million would yield an astonishing profit margin. One must learn to be content and not overly greedy. In the end, I'm still the one profiting." In truth, After much contemplation, Wang had reached a decision that led him to propose what appeared to be a modest price. Of course, he was aware that he could have quoted 3 million or even higher. Thus, Wang remained an ordinary citizen, not a true merchant who would disregard all ethics for profit, willing to set exorbitant prices. Contentment indeed. Meanwhile, Yu Feibai's expression shifted as he suddenly remarked, at this moment, "I begin to believe you genuinely intend to gift the item to Mr. Qian." Wang chuckled, but said nothing. A person who has navigated society for 2 years cannot be devoid of a bit of cunning. To sincerely gift the shadow blue bowl to Mr. Qian? Perhaps. Yet, upon introspection, he could not deny a twinge of self-interest. After all, cultivating a relationship with someone of Mr. Qian's stature would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for him. Moreover, Wang Guan was acutely aware that regardless of who it might be, upon discovering the preciousness of the shadow blue bowl, it would be impossible to accept such a gift with equanimity. Indeed, as soon as he proposed the gift, old man Qian promptly declined it. Everything that transpired, whether intentional or otherwise, had already passed, and he had no desire to dwell on it further. Yu Feibai, understanding the unspoken sentiment, refrained from asking more questions. At a traffic light, he halted the vehicle and swiftly composed a text message, transmitting Wang Guan's offer to a friend before accelerating towards Jiguzhai. En route, several messages arrived from Yu Feibai's friend, yet he paid them no heed. At that moment, it was Wang Guan who found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Utterly speechless. Chapter 19. Sudden wealth. Wang Guan was taken aback. He had never encountered someone who, while purchasing, expressed disdain for a low price and insisted on raising it. Could it be that the considerations of the affluent were truly different from those of the average person? Do not look at me like that. That fellow is a tycoon, with more money than he knows what to do with. Unable to endure Wang Guan's gaze, Yu Feibai chuckled wryly, as the saying goes. He is so poor that all he has left is money. Therefore, do not be polite with him. The price should be what it is. Very well. Let's proceed as he suggests, Wang Guan replied, shaking his head as he exited the vehicle. Since someone was willingly offering money, it would be illogical to refuse it. In accordance with Yu Feibai's words, it could even be seen as a form of wealth redistribution. Agreed, Wang Guan smiled. 2,700,000. I'm quite satisfied. Well, satisfaction is paramount, and the price is reasonable. Gao Dequan nodded, not at all surprised. After all, in his mind, the shadow blue bowl was indeed worth that much. It could even command several 100,000 more, and still be within acceptable limits. Uncle Da, you have no idea? Yu Feibai replied with a hint of exasperation. Initially, Wang Guan only asked for 2 million, but who knows if Tang Qinghua had a lapse in judgment, insisting on raising it to 2,700,000. What? Gao Dequan was taken aback, casting a complex glance at Wang Guan. However, he quickly composed himself, chuckling lightly. Young Tang has always been rather extravagant. He must be aware of the market value of the shadow blue bowl and has not tried to take advantage of Wang Guan. Well, one is willing to sell, and the other is willing to buy. What is there to ponder? Yu Feibai shook his head and scoffed. Uncle Da, is the contract ready? Hurry and sign. I am eager to rush to the capital for a sumptuous feast. Indeed, the transfer agreement is here, in triplicate. Each of you shall have a copy, while I shall retain one as a witness, Gao Dequan stated, handing the contract to the two. Yu Feibai casually flipped through it and signed without hesitation. However, Wang Guan approached it with due diligence, carefully examining the agreement. The contract was relatively straightforward, consisting of just a few hundred words outlining the parties involved, the item being transferred, and the amount. Both parties signing it would conclude the matter. There was even no certificate of appraisal for the shadow blue bowl. This was a customary practice in antique shops. Unlike other purchases that came with receipts and guarantees against counterfeits, antiquities did not adhere to such formalities. Should one inadvertently acquire a counterfeit, they had no recourse against the seller. Much like Jiguzhai, where all displayed items were numbered replicas of ancient porcelain. Genuine antiques, however, are stored separately and only brought out when a transaction is imminent. Upon discovering that there were no issues with the agreement, Wang Guan picked up the pen, inscribed the amount of the item, and wrote down his name. Soon, all 3 copies of the agreement bore signatures. Wang Guan noted that the name inscribed on the document belonged to Yu Feibai. Nevertheless, he refrained from commenting, as it mattered little who was purchasing. Receiving the payment was all that counted. Once the agreement was signed, Yu Feibai straightforwardly stated, "Please provide your account number, and I shall transfer the funds to you immediately." Initially, Wang Guan struggled to recall the series of digits associated with his bank book or card. However, being meticulous by nature, he had saved a number in his phone's notes. He promptly retrieved his phone and relayed the information. Shortly thereafter, Within a matter of 5 to 6 minutes, a message from the bank appeared on his phone. Upon seeing a string of zeros on a screen, Wang Guan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His mind buzzed as if it were about to explode, leaving him in a state of near faintness. Although they had previously discussed sums of 2 to 3 million, those were merely numbers to him, devoid of any real significance. However, the moment a staggering 2,700,000 was deposited into his bank account, it felt as if he were dreaming. Dazed and disoriented, he vaguely heard someone speaking beside him. He merely responded with a muddled acknowledgement. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before he finally regained full consciousness, only to find Gao Dequan sitting across from him, smiling, while Yu Feibai had already departed with a small bowl of shadow green. Wang Guan's face flushed with embarrassment. Gao Dequan, wearing a kindly smile, remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "I remember when I first earned my fortune, I was similarly unable to contain my excitement, almost causing a scene in the street, nearly being mistaken for a madman." Wang Guan chuckled softly, his mood gradually stabilizing. "So, you're awake now, I see. As someone who has been through this, would you care to hear a few words of advice?" Gao Dequan inquired with a grin. "Please do," Wang Guan replied eagerly. "You possess considerable experience. I would greatly appreciate your guidance." "It seems you've struck it rich overnight." Gao Dequan nodded, his expression turning more serious. "Have you contemplated how to navigate your future?" Wang Guan hesitated, shaking his head. "I haven't thought that far ahead. Now is the time to consider it," Gao Dequan encouraged. "Are you planning to just drift aimlessly through life? I don't mean to discourage you, but in this society, prices fluctuate every few years, and money becomes increasingly devalued. Your 2 to 3 million might not last more than a few years." "What does Manager Gao mean by that?" Wang Guan inquired, aware of the principle of living off past savings but uncertain of Gao Dequan's intentions. "Are you truly content to squander your youth?" Gao Dequan asked earnestly. "Of course not," Wang Guan responded, shaking his head. "What suggestions do you have, Manager Gao?" "I wouldn't call it a suggestion, but I believe you possess a certain talent for antiques," Gao Dequan replied. Gao Dequan smiled and remarked, "You could delve deeper into this field, with a decade or two of study. You might carve out a niche for yourself in the world of collectibles." Wang Guan expressed his gratitude, yet his heart was not as tranquil as his words suggested. Gao Dequan's statement resonated with his innermost thoughts. In the past, he lacked financial means, but now, endowed with both strength and unique abilities, how could he refrain from pursuing deeper development? Nevertheless, the antiquities trade is notoriously intricate. After grappling with it for over a decade, he still dared not claim complete understanding. At that moment, Gao Dequan shifted his tone, smiling as he said, "It's evident that you are still rather inexperienced in this domain. Your recent fortune may simply be a stroke of luck, but can you assure me that such luck will be constant?" Wang Guan, feeling somewhat disingenuous, reluctantly acknowledged the truth in Gao Dequan's words. Maintaining clarity of mind after sudden wealth is indeed commendable. Gao Dequan, satisfied, continued, "What I truly wish to ask is whether you would be willing to stay at Jigu Zhai and learn the art of antique collecting from me." Despite being mentally prepared, Wang Guan was momentarily taken aback by this proposition. He could sense that Gao Dequan's demeanor had entirely shifted, devoid of the previous scrutiny and caution. "Your appreciation for antiques is commendable. Managing finances is a waste of your talents," Gao Dequan explained, half seriously, half jokingly. "If you dedicate yourself to learning, I suspect it won't be long before you surpass your predecessors." "Manager Gao, Wang Guan found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. "What do you hesitate?" Gao Dequan inquired, frowning. "Of course not." Wang Guan quickly shook his head. In an instant, clarity dawned upon him. He had heard that the true antique circle is quite exclusive. To integrate himself, he needed a mentor, and Gao Dequan, with both ability and connections, might be the ideal choice. Since Gao Dequan expressed his willingness to guide him, Wang Guan felt no reason to decline. Instead, he embraced the opportunity with a broad smile, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Manager Gao." Gao Dequan, however, furrowed his brow, stating, "If you were to learn from me, that title may need to change." "Change to what?" Wang Guan paused, quickly realizing and responding with a smile. "Uncle De, I will rely on you from now on. As long as you are dedicated to your studies, I will earnestly teach you," Gao Dequan assured him, nodding gravely. "Remember, this is a suggestion entrusted to me by Mr. Qian. I hope you will not disappoint him in the future." At last, Wang Guan comprehended the situation. He felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had intended to repay a favor, but ended up incurring another debt of gratitude instead. Nevertheless, he reasoned that one could never have too many debts. Eventually, all will be settled. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled something and eagerly asked, "By the way, Uncle De, do Do you have Yu Feibai's contact information? What? Do you need to reach him? Gao Dequan asked, somewhat puzzled. The business has been concluded, and I was merely a middleman, wasn't I? Wang Guan, feeling a bit sheepish, replied, I was a bit muddled earlier and forgot about that. Haha, there's no need for that. Gao Dequan laughed heartily and said, Do you really take him for a mere middleman? He is simply playing around, utterly indifferent to that trifling amount of money. Offering him money would only make him uncomfortable. Wang Guan nodded in agreement, realizing that with Yu Feibai's background, he could hardly be a broker. Wang Guan, do not overthink it. Just remain at Jigu Zhai calmly. Gao Dequan suddenly chuckled. In a sense, this could be your opportunity, so do not let it slip away. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Da. Wang Guan smiled, yet hesitated. Uncle Da, may I request a few days off? A leave of absence? What do you intend to do? Gao Dequan was taken aback. Did they not have a good discussion? Why the sudden request for leave, especially on the first day of work? Indeed, Wang Guan replied with a subtle smile. I realize this request might seem a bit inappropriate, but I cannot help but feel a sense of urgency. I hope you can understand, Uncle Da. Appropriate? What makes it inappropriate? Thank you, Uncle Da, Wang Guan said, his spirits lifting. It is no trouble at all, despite the change in address. Their relationship was not yet particularly familiar, so Wang Guan naturally declined further assistance, expressing his gratitude a few more times before leaving Jigu Zhai and heading to the train station. However, the thought of surprising his family filled him with excitement, and he ultimately held back his emotions. After lying in bed for a considerable time, his excitement gradually subsided. As his thoughts wandered, Wang Guan suddenly recalled the situation he had discovered in Yu Feibai's car. He quickly turned over, grabbed a mirror, and examined himself closely. The familiar reflection appeared in the glass. Everything seemed unchanged. Though Wang Guan was not exceptionally handsome, his features were well proportioned, and his temperament was gentle, exuding a sense of stability and reliability. His ordinary appearance and average height, while not remarkable, gave off a friendly vibe. Looking in the mirror, he never felt inferior. Rather, he found himself somewhat charming. After tidying his hair, Wang Guan concluded his moment of self-admiration, gazing intently into the mirror and focusing his mind. Soon, he sensed the energy residing in his brow beginning to circulate once more. At first, he noticed no change, but when the energy reached his eyes, he clearly saw, reflected in the mirror, a wisp of golden threads swirling within his pupils. Although this phenomenon was fleeting, a mere flash, Wang Guan was certain he had not imagined it. This was not a trick of the light. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself, taking a deep breath to quell his astonishment, gradually calming down to observe his eyes again. At that moment, the golden threads had vanished, but Wang Guan distinctly felt that they still lingered within his pupils, though they did not manifest in the mirror. This implied that these golden threads, akin to the luster of ancient artifacts, were visible only to him, remaining undetected by others. Upon contemplating this, Wang Guan exhaled a sigh of relief, for he no longer had to fear the inadvertent discovery of his extraordinary abilities by others. It would be one thing to be regarded as a superhero. However, to be perceived as a monster and subjected to dissection in a research facility would be an unbearable fate. Nonetheless, that was not the crux of the matter. Simultaneously, it seemed as though Wang Guan had grasped something significant as he continued to scrutinize his reflection in the mirror. Soon he noticed that his eyes had transformed, deviating from their usual appearance. Previously, his eyes resembled those of an ordinary person. Yet the prolonged exposure to ultraviolet rays and dust had caused pigment to accumulate in the conjunctival layer, resulting in a pale yellow hue that rendered them rather murky. Chapter 21. I have returned. Certainly, the alteration in his eyes was not the primary focus of Wang Guan's discovery. The emphasis lay in the fact that upon lowering the mirror and surveying his surroundings, he immediately sensed that the world was starkly different from before. At that moment, Wang Guan felt as if the original world had been isolated by some unseen force, undergoing subtle yet wondrous transformations. What precisely had changed was difficult for him to articulate. It eluded description with specific adjectives. However, if one were to say that Wang Guan's previous gaze perceived things in a two-dimensional manner, now, the realm within his sight appeared to have morphed into a three-dimensional tableau. Yet, this phenomenon persisted for merely a few seconds before he felt a dimming before his eyes, accompanied by a slight soreness and a tingling sensation. Tears began to stream down his cheeks. Hastily, Wang Guan shut his eyes, and after a few minutes, he sensed his vision gradually returning to normalcy. When he wiped away his tears and gazed into the mirror once more, He observed that his moist pupils had reverted to their pale yellow state, and the extraordinary sensation of perceiving the world in 3 dimensions had vanished. With renewed focus, Wang Guan felt the delicate golden thread nestled in his brow become somewhat weakened. At this juncture, he had arrived at a preliminary conclusion. His unique ability stemmed from the golden thread in his brow, which seemed to strengthen by absorbing a certain essence from antiquities. It was through the absorption of this essence that he had come to recognize the existence of the golden thread. Most crucially, Wang Guan discovered that after several instances of absorbing the essence from antiquities, the golden thread began to exhibit controllability, unlike before when it would inexplicably appear and vanish. Now, he could manipulate his extraordinary ability through sheer will. He deemed this his most significant achievement, for the uncontrollable often harbors unknown dangers. Now reassured that his peculiar power remained within his grasp, Wang Guan felt a sense of comfort. To validate his thoughts, he concentrated once more, and indeed, the golden thread in his brow flowed willingly into his eyes, presenting him with a vivid 3-dimensional image before him. However, at that moment, he also noticed that the extent of this 3-dimensional vision was limited to approximately half a meter in front of him, forming a fan-shaped area. Beyond this zone, his extraordinary ability ceased to function. In the ensuing moments, in his quest to swiftly acclimate to his extraordinary abilities, Wang Guan toiled for an extended period until fatigue overtook him, leading him into a state of drowsy slumber. Otherwise, the disappearance of the delicate golden threads would leave him with no solace in his lamentation. The essence of antiquities seemed akin to sustenance for these ethereal threads, and it was imperative to find an opportunity to replenish their energy. Ultimately, with this thought lingering in his mind, Wang Guan drifted into a dream. The following morning, he was roused by the melodious chime of his mobile phone alarm. Remembering the important matters at hand, he hastily arose, attended to his morning rituals, and set forth with his luggage in a flurry. At a nearby bun shop, he swiftly resolved his breakfast needs, then boarded a bus, which carried him for over half an hour to the train station. After waiting for more than 20 minutes in the waiting area, to his astonishment, the train arrived punctually, prompting him to promptly check his ticket and board. Soon after, the train surged forward with a piercing whistle. The journey was rather tedious, as Wang Guan gazed vacantly out the window, watching the scenery blur past at an exhilarating pace. After 3 hours, the train finally halted at his designated stop. Wang Guan's hometown was a modest county town with average economic strength, lacking a railway, and thus, its transportation was far from convenient. However, to his surprise, this unremarkable locale boasted several historical sites. Strangely enough, these sites had garnered recognition as national scenic areas. Regrettably, due to transportation limitations, such valuable resources remained underutilized, hindering the town's development. Of course, such matters of societal structure were not within Wang Guan's purview. Upon disembarking at the county station and beholding the familiar surroundings, a genuine smile blossomed on his weary face. Numerous taxis and tricycles awaited potential passengers outside the station. Yet Wang Guan paid them no heed and briskly walked along the familiar path with his luggage in tow. While some shops remained unchanged, others had shuttered, evoking a bittersweet sense of nostalgia amidst familiarity. The town's population was modest, ensuring it did not possess the congestion of porcelain cities. After a few minutes of walking, he soon arrived at his home, opened the door, and ascended the staircase. Moments later, he spotted his mother in the living room. There were no embraces, no tears, yet an overwhelming warmth enveloped him. This was the essence of home. "I have a surprise for you," Wang Guan remarked with a smile, glancing around. "Father has gone out again." Indeed, early in the morning, he ventured into the mountains with friends to forage for medicinal herbs, his mother replied, approaching him to take his luggage and guide him toward his room. Wang Guan's father had commenced work at a young age, retiring earlier than his peers. By that time, their children had matured and embarked on their careers. With no burdens left to bear, his father found joy in a more leisurely life. However, after dedicating a good portion of his life to work, retirement did not come easily. Influenced by unknown sources, he developed an interest in geography and the study of herbs. Over the years, he had foraged for numerous medicinal plants in the mountains, crafting them into herbal liquors that seemed to garner considerable popularity. During his time at home, Wang Guan had encountered individuals seeking medicinal liquor on several occasions. His father welcomed all visitors without hesitation and refused to accept any payment. The family understood that this was a source of enjoyment for him and chose not to interfere. With the development of the city, the dangerous beasts and venomous snakes of the mountains had long been eradicated, posing little threat. Climbing the mountains to gather medicinal herbs not only provided exercise, but was indeed a double benefit. Chapter 22. The true emotion lies in simplicity. Wang Guan's room was devoid of dust, a testament to regular cleaning, undoubtedly the handiwork of his mother. Upon entering, she skillfully retrieved a feather duster from beneath the bed, swept the wooden floor, and then laid down a mat. "It's fine. There is no odor. Just let it air out," Wang Guan remarked, smiling as he took the quilt outside to the rooftop to let it breathe in the fresh air. "I've resigned," Wang Guan stated calmly. A flicker of concern crossed his mother's face as she inquired, "A few days ago, you mentioned that your job was going well, and that the manager valued you and was considering a promotion. How could you suddenly decide to quit? A colleague was cooking the books, and I reported it to the manager." At this point, Wang Guan's expression turned resigned as he added with a bitter smile, "I never anticipated he was a relative of the boss. Consequently, the manager could not protect me, and I had no choice but to resign." Reflecting on the situation, Wang Guan felt a sense of injustice. It was his desire to impress the manager, knowing that a promotion was imminent, that had inadvertently led to his dismissal. Understanding the context, his mother sighed and comforted him, saying, "In a company that employs relatives, there is little future to be found. Your resignation may indeed be a blessing in disguise." "Certainly a blessing. Otherwise, I would not have turned misfortune into fortune," Wang Guan replied, his face beaming with joy as he produced 2 bank books and handed them over. These had been acquired at a nearby bank the previous day while purchasing train tickets, specifically for this moment. "What is this?" His mother recognized the bank books, but was puzzled by Wang Guan's intentions. "Take a look," he urged with a grin. Although his father was not home and only his mother was present, the surprise felt somewhat diminished. However, considering who held the family's financial reins, he felt a sense of relief. As they spoke, his mother opened the bank book and squinted at the series of zeros, her first reaction questioning whether her eyesight had worsened. "How could I be seeing these numbers so unclearly in broad daylight? Mom, look at this one. It has 1,500,000, and the other one has 1,200,000. Wang Guan chuckled, his expression playful, as if eager for his parents' praise. His mother's hand trembled slightly in disbelief as she looked up, exclaiming, "Where did you get so much money? Did you win the lottery?" This was the instinctive reaction of a mother, who, upon seeing her child with a substantial sum, trusted that the money was not acquired through illicit means, but was instead a legitimate gain. "Well, it's somewhat akin to winning a lottery," Wang Guan laughed, pulling out another document, which was the transfer agreement for the Qing Shaowan. For the next half hour, Wang Mu scrutinized 2 bank books and a transfer agreement, even donning her seldom-used reading glasses to meticulously compare and examine them. After what felt like an eternity, she finally became convinced that this was all indeed genuine. Thankfully, in this era of advanced information dissemination, news of individuals winning vast sums in lotteries or discovering precious stones and selling them for millions was commonplace in newspapers and on television. Thus, it did not take long for Wang Mu to accept that her son was also one of those fortunate souls. Seeing his mother's emotions stabilize, Wang Guan exhaled in relief, having feared she might be overwhelmed by the shock. "Mother, please keep the bank book with 1,500,000. I'll keep the other one," he suggested. "As for that sum, you and father can decide how to spend it, perhaps buy a car for my brother or acquire another property." "Discuss what?" Wang Mu replied, fully alert at the mention of expenditures. "What car? Your father and brother already have vehicles. And as for housing, our home was built only a decade ago. It's not time to worry about that. I'm in a car." Wang Guan weakly defended himself. "What need is there for a car? The county is so small that one can walk to its edge in just a few steps. Besides, with the soaring fuel prices and the daily news about oil shortages and rising crude prices, it's hardly practical." "Fine. The decision is yours since the money is in your hands," Wang Guan conceded. "By the way," he added, feeling a sudden surge of nervousness, "I forgot to mention that I found a new job at a large antique shop. I plan to learn from a master about antiques with the aim of eventually opening my own shop." Learning about antiques? Wang Mu expressed her confusion, yet she sought to understand. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled. "Acquiring skills is commendable, but it may take years before you can open your own shop." Perhaps, amid her musings, Wang Guan seized the bank book and dashed out the door. The simplicity of the moment was imbued with the warmth of home. Chapter 23. In a night, wealth eroded by 90%. After dinner, everyone returned to their usual activities. Wang Guan and his mother settled in the living room to watch television. Of course, it would have been even more enjoyable if his mother would refrain from her incessant chatter. Over 1 million. In this complex society, carrying such a sum feels perilous. Wang Mu fretted. Moreover, you are meant to learn about antique appraisal. You don't need such a large amount of money for that. After a barrage of concerns, Wang Guan reluctantly agreed to withdraw another million from the bank the following day, retaining only 200,000 for his own small reserve. Thus, his nearly 3 million in assets had diminished by 90% overnight. Although the money still technically belonged to him, its free use was now curtailed. That is more like it, Wang Mu said, her face alight with joy. Having too much money makes me worry that you might go astray. Am I that kind of person? Wang Guan replied with a wry smile, then suddenly asked, Mother, doesn't it seem that father and my brother are acting unusually? Do they not know about the money? What should they be informed about? Wang Mu furrowed her brow, expressing her disdain. If they find out, they'll undoubtedly squander the money. Do not be deceived by the appearance of these 2 million. It may seem substantial, yet it can be dissipated in no time if one indulges in extravagance. It would be far wiser to save it. As you mentioned, when your brother marries, we could purchase a car for him. Or when you decide to open a shop, this could serve as your capital. Perhaps Wang Mu was unaware of the adage that it is easier to fall into luxury than to return to simplicity. Nor did she grasp the theories behind stimulating domestic demand and fostering economic prosperity. However, as a mother and a matriarch, she understood that frugality and prudent management of the household are the keys to longevity. Upon realizing his mother's foresight, Wang Guan felt a sense of acquiescence, and the minor grievances he harbored within dissipated like mist. The following day, he dutifully visited the bank to separate 1 million, placing it into a distinct savings account, which he entrusted to his mother for safekeeping. Over the weekend, he spent 2 continuous days at banquets. Subsequently, Wang Guan found himself with ample leisure time. After all, his friends were also members of the workforce. Some even had families to support, and he could not burden them with his idleness. However, after their gatherings, he had to endure his mother's incessant inquiries. Several of his friends had already welcomed children into their lives. Previously, his mother had been concerned about his employment status, but upon learning of his newfound wealth, her worries dissipated and her focus swiftly shifted. She persistently questioned him about his romantic pursuits, initially hinting subtly, but upon observing his feigned ignorance, she directly pressed him for answers. Wang Guan's maternal grandparents had passed away when he was very young. The only relatives from his mother's side remaining were a few uncles, with whom they maintained regular contact. Nevertheless, the bond of kinship remained unbroken, unaffected by the infrequency of their meetings. Riding his motorcycle, he sped along until he reached a small town, where he slowed down, navigating the bumpy dirt roads towards a distant mountain village. After several minutes of jostling, he finally arrived at his destination, a sizable village with several hundred households. While Wang Guan lacked extensive knowledge about the village, he still remembered the direction to his uncle's home. He maneuvered his motorcycle, turned a few corners, and parked in a designated area, finding himself in front of a 2-story house constructed of blue bricks. Adjacent to the main house were 3 smaller structures, a woodshed, a kitchen, and a bathroom. At that moment, Wang Guan spotted his uncle, a man with short hair and prominent wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, exuding an air of competence as he skillfully wielded a knife to chop chickens and ducks in front of the kitchen door. Guan, you've arrived. Upon hearing the sound of the motorcycle, his uncle looked up, beaming with joy as he set down his work and approached him. Uncle, Wang Guan dismounted, carrying various bags as he was welcomed into the living room. After a lively exchange of pleasantries, his uncle returned to the kitchen to continue his work, while Wang Guan did not regard himself as a guest, instead assisting by washing vegetables and engaging in casual conversation with his uncle. She is busy in the fields. Upon reaching this point, my uncle expressed his sentiments with a deep sigh, remarking, your cousin has married, and your younger sister is working away from home. It is only a matter of time before she too weds. But let's not dwell on them. As for your younger cousin, he has failed in his studies and shows no inclination towards agriculture, frequently wandering off. If this continues in a few years, our family's fields may well fall into disuse. Wang Guan smiled faintly, finding no words to counter his uncle's observations. After all, the burgeoning economy of the cities has drawn rural youth away for employment, leading to the abandonment of farmland, a pressing societal issue. The contemporary youth, having tasted the allure of urban life, how could they possibly wish to be tethered to the land for a lifetime? Half an hour later, having enjoyed a satisfying meal, my uncle took a thermal container to deliver food to my aunt in the fields, instructing Wang Guan to stay at home to watch television or visit his second uncle who lived in the same village. Naturally, Wang Guan had no interest in watching television. A post-meal stroll would be more conducive to digestion. With that, He bid farewell to his uncle and skillfully navigated the village paths toward his second uncle's residence. As he walked, Wang Guan reflected on the changes of the past decade. 10 years ago, the village was predominantly composed of mud brick houses. Yet, now modern buildings of blue and red bricks have emerged. However, despite the abundance of brick structures, the roads remain unpaved. Chapter 24. The Natural Starstone Small Inkstone. CPW 210H140 ACU. Due to the open window of a luxurious vehicle, Wang Guan could see clearly that 3 individuals occupied the interior. Without a doubt, the driver remained silent, while the passenger in the front seat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a leather bag, appeared to be a young secretary. In the back seat sat a well-dressed, slightly portly middle-aged man whose demeanor suggested he was either a high-ranking official or a wealthy elite, if not simply a successful individual. In this era, the wealthy abound. Even the most impoverished mountain villages can produce a few affluent individuals, and Wang Guan felt no surprise as he continued his leisurely stroll, albeit in the same direction as the vehicle. After walking 100 steps or so, Wang Guan noticed the opulent car halt before a grim gray brick house. The metallic sheen of the luxury vehicle starkly contrasted with its surroundings. Nevertheless, those within the car seemed unperturbed. The secretary hastily exited the car, approached the rear, opened the door, and assisted the slightly plump middle-aged man in alighting. At that moment, the secretary called out, "Is Master Chow at home?" "We have returned." After several calls, the door of the gray brick house swung open to reveal an elderly man in his 60s, gaunt and unkempt, with disheveled facial hair. He was undoubtedly Master Chow. "Ah, it's you again," Master Chow remarked. "Please do not shut us out entirely." The secretary, seizing the opportunity, stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Our boss has come for the 3rd time, emulating the ancient practice of 3 visits to the thatched cottage, demonstrating utmost sincerity. Surely, this cannot fail to sway you. Can it, Brother Chow?" At this juncture, the slightly stout middle-aged man lowered his pretensions and smiled. "Regardless of whether a deal can be struck, guests must be welcomed. You cannot keep us at the threshold. There is nothing to discuss. If you wish to purchase my treasured inkstone, it is possible. However, if you do not have 1 million, do not harbor any illusions," Master Chow declared emphatically. The middle-aged man chuckled, saying, "Brother, we could discuss the matter of money at our leisure. However, before we proceed, might we not be allowed to enter and have a sip of water?" At that moment, the middle-aged man exchanged a knowing smile with the secretary and followed her inside. Meanwhile, upon hearing the mention of the treasured inkstone, Wang Guan's eyes lit up, and he felt a stir of excitement as he quietly followed the secretary into the room. The traditional house, lacking the widespread use of electricity at that time, featured a central courtyard intentionally left open for natural light. Wang Guan was uncertain of the specific terminology for such architectural styles, but back in his hometown, it was colloquially referred to as a tianjing, or courtyard. Uncle Chow's residence was no exception, with its dark gray bricks and tiles lending an inherently dim atmosphere. However, the illumination from the courtyard sufficed, rendering artificial lighting unnecessary. Upon entering the courtyard, Wang Guan inadvertently stepped on some scattered debris, causing a noise. He paused, feeling a mix of relief and perplexity. At that moment, he gave little thought to the incident, but later he would reflect on how fortunate he had been. Uncle Chow must have categorized him with the middle-aged man, who in turn mistakenly assumed Wang Guan was a junior of Uncle Chow. Both parties regarded Wang Guan as belonging to the other, resulting in his unexpected inclusion. The discovery of Wang Guan was but a mere interlude, unnoticed by anyone. Upon entering the living room, Uncle Chow did not extend any invitation. Instead, he sat comfortably in a large chair. The seating in the room was sparse, with only 2 chairs, one occupied by Uncle Chow and the other, after being attentively wiped down by the secretary, claimed by the middle-aged man. The remaining individuals, including Wang Guan, stood dutifully to the side. Once seated, the middle-aged man was no longer naive enough to believe that Uncle Chow would graciously offer him tea. He got straight to the point. "Brother, could you please bring out that inkstone for me to admire once more? You've already seen it, have you not?" Uncle Chow replied with a hint of displeasure. The middle-aged man, undeterred, smiled and responded, "A day apart seems like 3 autumns. Such a magnificent treasure. I yearn to hold it daily. Seeing it once more would never be too much." Wang Guan pondered in silence, intrigued by the high valuation placed on the inkstone. At that moment, as Uncle Chow emerged with a box, the middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged, yet a keen observer might discern a flicker of excitement in his eyes. "This item is here for your viewing, but this is the last opportunity. If you do not purchase it now, I shall have to reach out to another buyer. Uncle Chow stated coldly, casually placing the box on a small table beside his chair. The middle-aged man disregarded Uncle Chow's threat, his eagerness palpable as he lifted the lid of the box. Immediately, a palm-sized inkstone came into view, prompting Wang Guan to step forward and examine it closely. The inkstone, categorized as small by its dimensions, could easily be covered by a single hand. It was oval in shape, with one end larger than the other, where a crescent-shaped, slightly recessed pit was carved into the smaller end. In principle, this small depression holds an exceedingly limited amount of ink. It is likely that just a few strokes would completely deplete its contents, rendering it of little practical use. However, Wang Guan dared not underestimate the value of this inkstone, for it bore naturally formed stone patterns that resembled the figure of Kuei Xing. Every detail, from the posture to the folds of clothing and even the expression, was intricately and vividly rendered, captivatingly lifelike. Thus, this inkstone was not merely utilitarian, but rather a piece for admiration, an exquisite natural Kuei Xing shadow stone, truly beyond description. The middle-aged man gently lifted the inkstone, caressing its surface with his fingers and appreciating the fine, smooth texture, which elicited a hint of rapture on his face. In contrast, Wang Guan and the others, merely observing from a distance, felt a sense of detachment, as if they were scratching an itch through their boots, lacking any profound connection. It remained uncertain whether the inkstone was new or ancient. Wang Guan pondered deeply. The price of an ancient inkstone would undoubtedly be relatively high, whereas the worth of a new inkstone would depend on its material, the design by a master artisan, and the intricacies of its craftsmanship. However, what Wang Guan truly wished to ascertain was not the value of the inkstone, but whether it contained the ethereal essence required for his golden threads. Yet, as the inkstone remained in the hands of the middle-aged man, it was hardly prudent for him to snatch it away. Chapter 25. An Unexpected Discovery. Just as Wang Guan hesitated, he suddenly felt a movement in his brow, a faint thread of golden energy resembling a spider's web shot forth and entered the inkstone held by the middle-aged man. At that moment, a three-dimensional image of the inkstone was instantly transmitted into Wang Guan's mind. To his astonishment, the golden thread possessed such remarkable utility. Realizing this, Wang Guan was both alarmed and delighted. Yet he understood that the duration of his special ability was fleeting. He quickly focused his attention and began to sense intently. Most crucially, within the palm-sized inkstone, he discerned a dense aura. With the target identified, no action was required from Wang Guan. The essence contained within the inkstone surged along the golden thread, flowing into his brow like rippling water. The essence poured in rapidly, causing a slight tingling sensation in his brow, and as it continued to influx, it even affected his eyes. Wang Guan hastily lowered his head to conceal his discomfort, but felt a sharp pain in his eyes and promptly shut them. At that moment, he realized, unbeknownst to him, that the golden thread had already enveloped his pupils, radiating a soft yellow brilliance. Soon, the glow dissipated, and Wang Guan cautiously opened his eyes, revealing a three-dimensional world that re-emerged in his mind. Yet, within this spatial realm, the most captivating sight remained the inkstone in the middle-aged man's hand, emanating gentle white light, akin to flowing water. Moreover, beneath the table where the inkstone box rested, Wang Guan discovered something intriguing. This entire experience was fleeting, lasting barely a few seconds, and no one had noticed Wang Guan's peculiar behavior. Conversely, during this interval, the middle-aged man suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, what happened?" The secretary responded first, attentively stepping forward to inquire. "It's nothing, perhaps just fatigue from the long journey." Causing a bit of dizziness, he replied. The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes and laughed heartily, saying, "Just now, I seem to see the image of the star of literature on the inkstone come to life, undulating like ripples in water." "Ha, my friend. This precisely illustrates the remarkable nature of the inkstone. The natural image of the star of literature is vividly lifelike. After gazing at it for a while, it feels as if it has truly come alive," the secretary replied with a smile. "Indeed, it is truly a remarkable item." The middle-aged man, without a hint of doubt, found the secretary's words to be quite reasonable and gently caressed the inkstone before reluctantly setting it down. At this moment, Wang Guan had already regained his composure. Upon hearing this conversation, he was slightly taken aback, although no one else seemed to harbor doubts. He could not help but remind himself to act with caution in the future to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Old Chow, the secretary, understanding the middle-aged man's thoughts, interjected, "You see, this inkstone cannot be eaten or drunk from. It serves no purpose for you to keep it. Why not transfer it to our boss and earn some money, whether for retirement or building a house? it would suffice. My friend, with all due respect, I truly like this item, the middle-aged man sighed and urged. However, your asking price is simply too high. Can't you lower it? I've said it many times before. This item is my family heirloom. Without a million, no one can take it away. Old Chow replied resolutely. Though the item is excellent, it is truly not worth a million, the middle-aged man retorted, shaking his head. On my first visit, I offered 100,000. On my second visit, I offered 200,000. Now, I will add another 100,000, totaling 350,000. As long as you nod, I can present either a check or cash immediately. Old Chow remained unmoved, indifferent as he took out a pouch of tobacco leaves, leisurely rolling a cigarette and turning his head away to smoke. Wang Guan observed coolly as the middle-aged man and secretary continued to negotiate, gradually increasing the offer to 350,000 over several minutes. Finally, the middle-aged man ceased his bidding. After a moment of silence, he stood up and sighed. My friend, no one would pay 1,000,000 for your inkstone. Take good care of it. I shall return. Oof. Old Chow could not be bothered to respond, showing no sign of acknowledgement. Alas, the middle-aged man sighed, somewhat regretful, and departed with the secretary. That old fellow has no appreciation, echoed the secretary's voice faintly in the wind. Soon after, the sound of the car engine roared to life, gradually fading into the distance. However, Wang Guan did not leave. Instead, he lingered, waiting until the sound of the car had completely vanished before slowly approaching the table to scrutinize the inkstone. Observing this, Old Chow exclaimed in surprise, Hey, your boss has left. Why are you still here? He's not my boss. I merely passed by and, upon hearing about a treasure, came in to enjoy the spectacle. Wang Guan replied with a charming smile. Then who are you? Old Chow frowned, placing a protective hand on the inkstone, his demeanor cautious. Sir, do not misunderstand. I'm not a bad person. Wang Guan hastily stepped back, simultaneously uttering his uncle's name, and with a smile said, I have come to visit family. If you do not believe me, you may inquire. Oh, the son of the girl from the 13th brother's family. He bears some resemblance. Grandpa Chow's expression softened. This statement was somewhat convoluted, yet Wang Guan speculated that the 13th brother mentioned by Grandpa Chow might indeed be his maternal grandfather. Though they bore different surnames, it was entirely natural for them to be acquainted, given they hailed from the same village. Establishing a connection and addressing him as Grandpa seemed quite reasonable. Noticing the shift in Grandpa Chow's demeanor, Wang Guan seized the opportunity to remark, Grandpa, this inkstone of yours is truly remarkable. Indeed, Grandpa Chow replied with a hint of pride, this item has been passed down through my family for generations. It is said to have been gifted to my great-grandfather by a high-ranking official, and it has been in my possession for several hundred years. At this juncture, Grandpa Chow became somewhat wary, raising his gaze to Wang Guan and inquiring, What? Do you have your eye on this inkstone? Not all, Wang Guan chuckled. It's not that I look down upon it, but rather that I cannot afford it. Hith. Grandpa Chow laughed, his murky, dark eyes glancing over. If you wish for it, bring me 500,000, and you may take it. Huh? Wang Guan exclaimed in surprise, Grandpa, do you sell this item based on the person? Just a moment ago, several individuals offered to purchase it, yet you adamantly insisted on 1 million and refused to lower the price. Why is it that for me, you only asked for 500,000? Indeed, I do sell based on the person, Grandpa Chow replied, stroking his disheveled beard, and scoffed. Do you know who that fat man was? Despite his seemingly respectable appearance, he is nothing but a corrupt official, having engaged in countless despicable acts behind scenes. Such scoundrels wish to buy my treasures? It is nothing short of delusion. Chapter 26. Is it worth anything? Wang Guan was momentarily taken aback. Not out of doubt regarding the middle-aged man's bureaucratic identity, his demeanor certainly bore the mark of an official, but rather by the fact that Grandpa Chow, at his advanced age, knowingly set a high price to challenge the official, displaying a somewhat rebellious spirit. Though I am old, I am not foolish, Grandpa Chow sneered, an official like him. Offering hundreds of thousands for my possessions? The money he spends is either from public funds or stolen from the people. I have always despised such scoundrels. If it weren't illegal, I would have long since driven them away with a hoe. Grandpa, you're quite something, Wang Guan said, giving a thumbs up. However, while he admired him, he did not forget the matter at hand and smilingly stated, Grandpa, I cannot afford the inkstone. While observing the commotion earlier, I inadvertently discovered this. As he spoke, Wang Guan reached beneath the table and retrieved a piece of something entirely black, resembling stone. What are you picking up the stone used to prop the table for? Grandpa Chow was taken aback. This is not a stone. Wang Guan pondered for a moment and decided to be candid. This is a piece of ink. Ink? Grandpa Chow furrowed his brow, unsure if he did not hear correctly or simply did not understand. To be precise, this is an ink stick. Wang Guan raised the ink block in his hand, examining it closely while explaining, "Surely you have seen it on television, sir. In the past, people did not have the conveniences we enjoy today, such as fountain pens, ballpoint pens, or pencils that produce instant writing. They used brushes, which necessitated a special type of ink." A realization dawned upon old Master Chow. "Indeed, this is akin to that substance we rotate in the inkstone," he responded. "Precisely." Wang Guan nodded with a smile. "I imagine you are aware that liquid ink cannot be stored for extended periods, as it tends to spoil. Thus, people have transformed ink into solid ink blocks, akin to stone, allowing for prolonged storage. When needed, they would add a few drops of water to the inkstone and grind it to produce ink." "Yes, yes." Old Master Chow nodded repeatedly. "In my day, when my child was in school and wished to learn calligraphy, I bought him several bottles of ink. However, it wasn't long before they all spoiled, exuding a foul odor like rotten mud. Indeed, the quality of modern products leaves much to be desired." Wang Guan reflected deeply. Just then, old Master Chow inquired, "Is this item valuable?" "It is difficult to say," Wang Guan hesitated. "If it is of an older vintage and remains intact, it certainly holds value. However, this ink block is already damaged, reduced to half its original size, making it difficult to sell." "Oh." Old Master Chow seemed to ponder this. Losing interest suddenly, he stood up, took the inkstone, and walked toward the inner room. Observing this, Wang Guan felt a surge of excitement. Seizing the opportunity to activate his special ability, he focused intently, noticing a faint yellow luminescence emanating from the remaining ink in his hand. Within it resided a slight aura, albeit less potent than that found in the Kuei-Shing inkstone. Yet even a small morsel is still a morsel. Wang Guan did not let it slip away, absorbing every last bit. The aura flowed, imparting a unique coolness that enveloped Wang Guan, akin to floating on clouds. Simultaneously, the golden thread in his mind slightly strengthened. "Cough! Cough! Come help me out here," came old Master Chow's voice from the hallway of the inner room. Covered in dust and struggling to drag a large box entangled in cobwebs. "Sir, what is this?" Wang Guan asked, surprised, and suddenly an idea struck him, filling him with delight as he hurried to assist. Upon reaching the box, he felt its considerable weight, at least 100 pounds. After exerting considerable effort, he managed to lift it into the hall. Old Master Chow said nothing further and simply pulled open the box lid. Instantly, a subtle fragrance of ink wafted from within, lingering in the air. Wang Guan looked down to find the box, about a foot high, cluttered with blocks of deep black ink of substantial quality. These ink blocks varied in shape. Some were cubes, others rectangular. There were also oval and polygonal forms, among many others. "What do you think of these items?" Old Master Chow asked with a proud smile. "I cannot claim that they're all perfect, but most are free from damage. Indeed, they're all fine pieces." Wang Guan nodded, suppressing his excitement as he casually picked up an ink block for inspection. He found the ink to be as solid as jade, its surface finely textured. Exuding a profondeur. Lifting it slightly, he felt its weight, which was pleasingly substantial. From the perspective of hue and texture, this appears to be a piece of exquisite ink. While surprised, Wang Guan was also somewhat curious and inquired, "Old man, where did you acquire these ink cakes?" "They were passed down from my ancestors," replied Grandpa Chow, his gaze flickering momentarily before he lowered his head to roll some tobacco leaves, dismissively adding, "My forebears were also scholars, and it seems one of them held an official position. However, the family fell into decline, yet they left behind many fine items." "Oh." Wang Guan nodded, feeling a mix of belief and skepticism. It was best not to dwell on trivial matters. After a while, as Grandpa Chow exhaled a plume of smoke, he gestured, "Tell me, are these things valuable?" "Well," Wang Guan hesitated, glancing at Grandpa Chow, whose expression was inscrutable. A thought struck him, and he smiled, saying, "That's truly difficult to say. After all, these items aren't as universally cherished as gold, silver, or porcelain. Not many people are inclined to spend on them. You must understand, the times have changed. Few still write with brush and ink." Wang Guan reflected, these ink cakes may not serve much purpose. If they were to encounter someone who appreciates such collectibles, they might fetch a good price. But for those who do not, they would likely avoid touching them to prevent soiling their hands. "You are quite sincere, not trying to deceive me with grandiose claims," Grandpa Chow scoffed. "Everyone wants to take advantage, thinking I am senile and unaware of the true worth of treasures." Wang Guan chuckled, exhaling a sigh of relief inwardly. Indeed, the adage that age fosters wisdom held true. The era of the late 80s and 90s, when one could purchase a piece of Wang Wally furniture for 5 yuan, was long gone. Do not presume that an old farmer from the countryside represents ignorance. In this modern age, inundated with a barrage of information, no one is truly foolish. Sometimes, the cunning of a farmer can lead so-called clever individuals to substantial losses. You are quite a decent person, Grandpa Chow remarked approvingly. You seem to have a fair understanding of these matters. What do you do? I work part-time at an antique shop and have learned a bit. Wang Guan replied with a smile, patiently awaiting the opportunity to employ his special ability to discern if there were any hidden treasures within the ancient ink. Chapter 27. Not to be underestimated. Are you working in a county town? Grandpa Chow casually asked, nodding. No, I'm in the porcelain capital, Wang Guan replied, lowering his head as if admiring the ink cakes, while secretly activating his special ability to focus intently. In an instant, his vision became remarkably clear, and as his gaze fell upon the box, what he beheld startled him. However, what truly astonished Wang Guan was the distinct treasures emanating from each ink cake, each radiating a unique brilliance. There were shades of pale white, silvery white, a white tinged with yellow, and a yellow imbued with a faint golden hue. The various lights intertwined, layering upon one another like the stars in the night sky, resplendent and dazzling. Upon closer inspection, Wang Guan discerned a pattern among these lights, transitioning from pale white to bright yellow, ultimately culminating in a brilliant golden glow, each layer distinctly defined, suggesting a progressive connection. Faintly, Wang Guan began to realize, could it be that the color of the treasure's light represented the age of the ink cakes? However, Wang Guan was acutely aware that this was not the moment for verification. With a mere thought, slender strands of golden silk shot forth from his brow, entwining themselves around the luminous ink ingots. Concurrently, waves of varying intensities of energy surged forth, relentless and abundant. The essence was as refreshing as water, swirling and coalescing at his brow, allowing Wang Guan to experience an extraordinary clarity of mind, akin to the mythical ginseng fruit, with every pore of his being expanding, floating like an ethereal spirit. The golden threads, in their unpredictable dance, sketched wondrous images, reminiscent of the wind and clouds, ever shifting and elusive. This golden object had yet to fully take shape, existing in a liminal state between the tangible and the intangible, yet its radiance was as fierce as the sun. Buzz! Before Wang Guan could fully comprehend the unfolding events, the golden object stirred, producing a sound akin to the resounding clang of a great bell, echoing from the celestial void and momentarily stunning him into silence. In an instant, all sensations faded. His mind was a blank slate, thoughts suspended in time. In that fleeting moment, he nearly believed his very eyeballs had shattered. The transformation from the golden strands to the searing pain in his eyes transpired within mere seconds. Observing this peculiar behavior, old Master Chow was understandably perplexed, wondering why Wang Guan was calling out in disarray. At that very moment, Wang Guan experienced another sensation. The excruciating pain in his eyes flickered and dissipated swiftly. Thereafter, a stream of cool air surged forth, enveloping his eyeballs completely. Wang Guan instantly felt as though his suffering had culminated in a sweet relief. The refreshing currents not only alleviated his distress, but also imbued him with a profound sense of comfort. Moments later, as the pain vanished entirely, he was astonished to discover that the air flowing into his eyes was a brilliant golden hue, transforming his pupils into a radiant shade of gold. Could this be a harbinger of trouble? With this unsettling revelation, Wang Guan felt a twinge of trepidation. Hey, speak up. Why are you closing your eyes as if in slumber? At that moment, old Master Chow, somewhat dissatisfied, gently patted Wang Guan's shoulder. Oh, only then did Wang Guan feel a modicum of reassurance, realizing that this was not the time to ponder the cause. He feigned a rub of his eyes and grumbled, "There's so much dust here, it's blinding me. Old houses tend to be like this." Seeing the slight redness in Wang Guan's eyes, resembling tears about to spill, old Master Chow harbored no suspicions. Instead, he reflected with a hint of nostalgia. This house was built by my father, and it has stood for over 60 years now. Living here for so long, one develops a deep attachment. Wang Guan casually remarked, having often heard tales of elders who spent their entire lives in old homes, reluctant to leave. Such houses, once you move in, let us see how long you can stay. Old Master Chow scoffed, his tone revealing not affection for the dwelling, but rather a subtle disdain. Wang Guan fell silent, surveying the crumbling gray bricks and the precarious beams overhead. He could tolerate a night or two, but anything beyond that was simply unacceptable. Previously, he had considered a few places, but upon seeing this house, he had ceased all contact. Old Master Chow expressed his deep concern, saying, "The child is filial and knows I possess valuable items, yet he does not press me. However, in this day and age, who among the young women would marry without a house or money? At my age, I have yet to hold a grandchild, and my heart grows anxious. With no other recourse, I must sell the treasured heirlooms passed down through generations to gather some funds, build a new home, and acquire some appliances for his wedding." Sighing heavily, Old Master Chow shook his head and lamented, "The few who came earlier are aware of my urgent need for money. Thus, they attempt to undervalue my treasures, hoping to take advantage of me. There is no sincerity in their offers. How could I possibly sell my treasures to them?" Wang Guan nodded in agreement, subtly inquiring, "So, what does the elder imply? You are honest, and we share familial ties." Old Master Chow hesitated before resolutely stating, "If you have the means, I would consider selling the items to you. After all, good fortune should benefit those close to us, not be seized by outsiders." Wang Guan's heart soared at this prospect, yet he maintained a pained smile, saying, "Elder, you know I am but a laborer. Even if I possess some savings, it may still fall short. Not the inkstone." Old Master Chow interjected, "I refer to these ink blocks. Given your employment in an antique shop, you should have the connections to sell them. Name your price, and if it is reasonable, I shall sell them to you." At this, Wang Guan hesitated. He understood the worth of antique ink, yet lacked a precise valuation. If he overbid, he would incur losses, but if he underbid, it would seem disrespectful to Old Master Chow. Moreover, Wang Guan discerned that the old man was shrewd and would not allow him to take advantage of the situation. After considerable reflection, Wang Guan finally opened his hand and tentatively proposed, "Elder, how about this figure? 5,000? Old Master Chow's eyes filled with skepticism. "Surely not. It is 50,000. Wang Guan found himself both amused and exasperated, fully aware of Old Master Chow's astuteness. He could not harbor any illusions. Thus, he boldly stated his lowest acceptable figure. Observing Old Master Chow's reaction, in truth, negotiations often involve such psychological games. Each party seeks to gauge the other's intentions, leading to mutual concessions that ultimately result in a transaction. To offer 50,000, it seems your savings are substantial, Old Master Chow remarked with a smile. Then, after a moment's consideration, he tripled the price, stating 150,000, and you may take the box. Elder, I seek the ink blocks, not the box. Wang Guan replied, yet felt a slight relief, as the price of 150,000 lay within his realm of acceptance. However, he concealed this sentiment, for he knew the deal was not yet secure. In today's world, trust is scarce. Even signed contracts can be disregarded, let alone agreements lacking tangible proof. Elder, my savings are limited. 5,000 is the entirety of what I have painstakingly accumulated over several years of labor, a result of frugality and diligence. Beyond that, I possess nothing. Wang Guan was not entirely fabricating. After more than 2 years of work, even 5,000 would be a considerable achievement. Huh, nephew, you're trying to deceive me, Old Master Chow chuckled. Old Man Chow chuckled, saying, do not think I am unaware. The porcelain capital is indeed a grand city, and one would not lack for funds while working there. Besides, once you acquire this item from me, you can easily resell it for a handsome profit. However, my dear sir, I replied, only those who truly appreciate such things would be willing to spend money on them. Regrettably, even in a bustling city like the porcelain capital, such individuals are rather scarce. At this moment, Wang Guanchuan, in a rather playful manner, remarked, only with good fortune can one sell such items. Should luck be unfavorable, they may very well remain in my possession. It was indeed a gamble. Old Man Chow, pondering this, recognized the truth in Wang's words. Over the years, he had witnessed many collectors come to the village seeking various treasures, broken pottery, gold, silver, copper, iron, furniture, and wooden chairs, but he had never come across anyone interested in such ink blocks. Finding Wang's words credible, Old Man Chow lowered his head, contemplating, and finally conceded. Then how about 130,000? 60,000? Wang Guanchuan shook his head, gesturing emphatically. Weren't you just claiming to be short on funds? Old Man Chow questioned, growing suspicious. My dear sir, Wang Guanchuan replied, exasperated yet amused. If I were to follow your logic, I might as well refrain from increasing my offer altogether. I truly lack sufficient funds, but if the price is right, I can borrow from others. As long as I can sell it, I would stand to gain something. However, the extent of my profit hinges on luck. Should I incur a loss, it would be quite substantial. Such a fine item, how could it possibly fail to sell? Old Man Chow laughed, responding, if you were to profit, then I cannot suffer a loss. We are all acquaintances here. Let us be candid. What is your best offer? Wang Guan fell silent, tapping his fingers on the table, slowly calculating. Old man Chow, not wanting to rush him, rolled a cigarette and leisurely puffed away. As time passed, having smoked 2 cigarettes, old man Chow noticed Wang Guanchuan's indecision and could no longer contain himself. Nephew, why overthink this? It's a matter of price. If it's suitable, then splendid. If not, so be it. Is there need to dwell on it? Wang furrowed his brow, sighed deeply, and declared through gritted teeth. 80,000, add another 10,000, and it's yours for 90,000, old man Chow stated firmly. Wang contemplated briefly before softly suggesting. Could you possibly reduce it by 5,000? Deal, old man Chow exclaimed, slapping the table, extending his hand. Have you brought the money? Who in their right mind would carry such a sum without reason? Wang Guanchuan replied, taken aback, patting his empty pockets with a hint of helplessness. He then looked up and said, the money is in the bank. Would you prefer a transfer or cash? Cash will be preferable. Observing Wang's reaction, old man Chow felt a sense of reassurance. He reached out suddenly, hoping to gauge Wang's response. If Wang were to produce the money immediately, it would indicate premeditation and ulterior motives. Conversely, not having brought cash would lend credence to Wang's words, suggesting he had come here by mere happenstance. Not to worry, go ahead, old man Chow chuckled. Rest assured, both the person and the item are here and will not flee. As he left, after losing sight of old man Chow's house, a smile of delight spread across his face. Having spent only 85,000, he had acquired a box of ancient ink, surely a remarkable bargain. He had not anticipated that a simple visit would yield such an unexpected gain. However, amidst his excitement, Wang Guan felt a twinge of guilt. Was it not somewhat unethical to deceive an elderly man? I did not visit my second uncle's home. At that moment, a thought struck Wang Guan, and he explained, earlier, while traversing the road, I noticed a commotion outside a household, and out of curiosity, I ventured inside. Wang Guan recounted the events to his uncle in detail, though he omitted the fact that he had later spent over 80,000 on a box of ancient ink. After all, the perspectives of different generations vary, and his uncle would surely deem such a purchase a grave folly. After sharing his tale, Wang Guan expressed his admiration. Old Master Chow possesses a certain pride. Knowing the other party is an official, he steadfastly refused to part with his inkstone. Young Guan, you are mistaken, his uncle scoffed nonchalantly. It is not pride he possesses, but resentment towards those in power. What do you mean? Wang Guan was taken aback, suddenly grasping the implication. He speculated. Could it be that old Master Chow had suffered oppression from officials in the past, leading him to believe that all in power are corrupt? Not. So do not venture guesses. Wang Guan shook his head, choosing not to speculate further, and directly inquired. What was his profession? The leader of the rebels. In his youth, he was said to have been quite effective in the county, rallying a significant following. In time, those individuals became the influential figures in the county. With such a history, old Master Chow's prospects dwindled. He could not secure a position and was relegated to farming in the village. His uncle chuckled. He basked in glory for a few years, yet squandered decades. How could he not harbor resentment? Wang Guan fell silent, realizing that discerning right from wrong from that era is now a complex endeavor. One must remember that during those tumultuous times, countless families were shattered, and many met tragic fates. Despite his misfortunes, old Master Chow remained unharmed during his years of obscurity. From this perspective, the powerful figures who sought to rectify past wrongs exhibited a degree of leniency and wisdom, refraining from settling scores with those who had offended them. After a moment of reflection, Wang Guan suddenly connected the dots and hesitantly remarked, Uncle, you mentioned that old Master Chow's ancestors were impoverished farmers for 8 generations. Therefore, the family heirloom he refers to could not possibly be confiscated during the Four Olds campaign. His uncle teased, though there is no concrete evidence, it is common knowledge. These items were likely collected during that time, and, instead of being destroyed as ordered, were clandestinely concealed. That cunning man recognized their value. How could he bring himself to destroy them? His uncle continued, It is remarkable that he has managed to keep this secret for decades. No one has been the wiser. Recently, he brought the inkstone to the provincial city for appraisal, which is how the rumors began to circulate. However, considering we are from the same village, and that he is of advanced age, without children or family, living in solitude, people have been reluctant to expose him. His uncle shook his head. Otherwise, had he been reported, despite the fact that the county's influential figures have stepped back, their impact remains. He would undoubtedly face dire consequences. While he might escape unscathed, his treasures would not be so fortunate. Without children or family, Wang Guan was taken aback, exclaiming, "But he just said that his son is getting married, which is why he sold the inkstone to build a house and furnish it." With a bitter smile, Wang Guan realized that everyone was merely engaging in mutual deception. It seemed that old Master Chow himself did not truly believe he was the nephew of Wang Guan's uncle, which emboldened him to fabricate such bold lies. At this moment, Wang Guan comprehended deeply why certain collectors on television repeatedly caution the public against believing in any tales. Once you do, you place yourself in jeopardy. Fortunately, he had remained cautious and did not reveal everything. Wang Guan exhaled, and the slight guilt and unease in his heart dissipated. Although the story was a fabrication, the items themselves were genuine, and Wang Guan naturally would not forfeit the opportunity for the transaction. After exchanging a few more words, he feigned having matters to attend to and bid farewell to his uncle. So soon? It would be too late to leave after dinner, his uncle urged. After a few minutes of polite insistence, Wang Guan finally inserted the key, revved the engine, and departed. Over the years, the number of affluent individuals in the county town had gradually increased, and withdrawing tens of thousands from the bank no longer stirred much excitement. The bank employees, accustomed to such transactions, calmly counted the bills and processed the paperwork. Shortly thereafter, Wang Guan placed the counted money into a prepared leather bag. Despite being a millionaire, he had never carried such a substantial amount of cash on him, causing him to feel somewhat anxious, as if he were a thief, as he swiftly mounted his motorcycle and sped away. After all, old Master Chow was quite astute. If he deemed the ink blocks valuable and suddenly had second thoughts, Wang Guan would find himself in a difficult position. However, Wang Guan was clearly overthinking, as the collection of ancient ink had only gained popularity in recent years. And old Master Chow had little knowledge in that regard. He was more likely worried that Wang Guan would not return at all. Thus, old Master Chow stood at the entrance, eagerly smiling as he spotted Wang Guan approaching. Thereafter, there was little left to discuss. They entered the hall, and Wang Guan directly retrieved several thick stacks of red bills from his bag, placing them on the table. "Sir, please count them. If everything is in order, I shall take the items away," Wang Guan remarked, walking over to the box to inspect it carefully, wary of any trickery. Old Master Chow, unceremoniously, moistened his fingers and began to count the money with practiced ease. Before long, his expression transformed into one of joy, and he said cheerfully, "It's settled. The items are yours." "Thank you, sir. I shall take the items with me," Wang Guan replied, lifting the box and preparing to exit. "Wait." Just then, old Master Chow called out to him. "Sir, the money has already been given to you, and it was freshly withdrawn from the bank. Is there a problem?" Wang Guan frowned, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction. "My nephew is straightforward. Of course, there is no issue," old Master Chow chuckled. "It's just that I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" Wang Guan inquired, relieved yet somewhat puzzled. "What do you think of my inkstone?" old Master Chow asked. Wang Guan paused, shaking his head. "Sir, your inkstone is indeed fine. However, I cannot afford it." It was not a matter of affordability, but rather a lack of desire to purchase. After all, he had thoroughly absorbed the essence of the inkstone, and given the exorbitant price set by old Master Chow, it seemed that the inkstone had little potential for appreciation, thus he was naturally reluctant to take it on. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Guan had unwittingly positioned himself as a mere middleman. "My dear nephew, I am not suggesting you purchase it. Did you not claim to work at an antique shop?" Old Master Chow chuckled. "You should have some connections. Could you perhaps assist me in reaching out to one or two interested buyers?" This remark from old Master Chow sparked a thought in Wang Guan's mind. He pondered for a moment before promptly retrieving his phone and dialing a number. After a brief wait, the call connected. Upon hearing the prompt, Wang Guan hurriedly said, "Uncle Duh, it's me." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Guan got straight to the point. "Uncle Duh, listen to me. This morning, I visited my uncle's house, and there is an elder in the village who possesses an inkstone featuring a naturally formed kuei. He elaborated on the details of the inkstone and then inquired, 'The item appears quite promising. I wonder if you might be interested?' Chapter 30. I will give you a commission." Sounds intriguing, Gao Dequan replied. Though he expressed some curiosity, Wang Guan, if this item is indeed as you describe, it should have collectible value. Why do you not acquire it yourself? Noticing old Master Chow eavesdropping nearby, Wang Guan chuckled ambiguously. "The price is simply too high for me to handle." "How much is he asking that even you cannot afford?" Gao Dequan asked curiously. "Old Master, what is your asking price? Please provide a specific figure." At this moment, Wang Guan intentionally covered the phone, adopting a serious tone. "Let us avoid vague figures like 1,600,000. Old Master Chow promptly replied, raising his previous quote of 500,000 by 100,000. Wang Guan was not surprised. It was common practice for initial offers to be inflated, only to settle on a more reasonable price later. He communicated the price, and from 1,000 miles away, Gao Dequan heard Old Master Chao's voice through the phone. He furrowed his brow slightly and resolutely stated, "Wang Guan, if you believe the item is worthwhile, then let Jigu Zhai negotiate with that person. Once the price is agreed upon, inform me, and I'll transfer the funds. When you are at work, you may bring the item over." With that, Gao Dequan abruptly ended the call. As the dial tone echoed in his ear, Wang Guan felt a sudden surge of trust, simultaneously realizing that this was a considerable test. At that moment, upon noticing Wang Guan had hung up, Old Master Chao eagerly inquired, "Nephew, what did the other party say?" "He's a client of mine, genuinely interested in the inkstone and places considerable trust in me. Thus he entrusted me to discuss it with you," Wang Guan replied with a smile. "In truth, I also believe this inkstone is not worth 600,000. 36,000 would be a more appropriate figure." 36,000? That is precisely 1,000 more than the official who made 3 visits to the thatched cottage. "My dear nephew, how can you turn your back on me like this?" Old Master Chao expressed his dissatisfaction. "This is rather ungrateful of you." "Old Master, one must honor their commitments." "I cannot let you down," Wang Guan chuckled. "After all, the customer is king. I am counting on him to support me in the future and to purchase more antiques, allowing me to earn my commission." Wang Guan's candor unexpectedly alleviated Grandpa Chao's anger. After a moment's contemplation, Grandpa Chao extended his hand and said, "Nephew, let us dispense with the pretense. 500,000 minus 100,000 should be acceptable to you, correct?" "For 100,000. Before Grandpa Chao could voice his grievances, Wang Guan interjected, "Grandpa, I believe this inkstone is worth no more than that amount. Even if you were to auction it in the provincial capital, it might fetch 500,000, but the auction house takes a commission. After taxes and such, it may not even amount to 400,000. After a brief hesitation, Grandpa Chao suddenly remarked, 500,000, I can offer you 200,000. 490,000. 300,000 is yours." He retreated further. "Agreed." Grandpa Chao nodded slowly, a smile gracing his face. "Nephew, you are truly sincere. Being overly honest can lead to misfortune." Wang Guan chuckled, refraining from debate. After composing a message, he inquired, "Grandpa, is that settled? I have reported the price. If the other party agrees, how shall the payment be made?" "Just a transfer will do. I can't carry too much cash," Grandpa Chao replied with a hint of cunning. "Very well." Wang Guan provided his account details and awaited Gao Dequan's response. Before long, a resounding ringtone echoed, and to Wang Guan's astonishment, Grandpa Chao sheepishly retrieved a sleek, brand-new phone from his pocket and skillfully checked his messages. The money had arrived. Wang Guan, naturally, verified the transaction, even employing his unique abilities to discern the brilliance emanating from the inkstone, nodding in satisfaction and saying, "It's settled then. I shall take my leave. Should you discover any other treasures, feel free to summon me." "Alas, I have squandered all my possessions. There is nothing left," Grandpa Chao sighed. Wang Guan was uncertain whether Grandpa Chao was being truthful, but it no longer mattered. With his assistance, Wang Guan secured a box of ancient ink onto the back of his motorcycle, revved the engine, and gradually departed. From that day forth, Wang Guan never encountered Grandpa Chao again. Much later, during a casual conversation with his uncle, Wang Guan learned that the day after their transaction, Grandpa Chao had moved away from the village, and no one knew his whereabouts. Wang Guan speculated that Grandpa Chao, fearing retribution from the authorities, had chosen to disappear into obscurity, seeking a tranquil place to spend his twilight years. Upon hearing this news, Wang Guan felt a twinge of regret. Believing that Grandpa Chao must still possess numerous valuable items, treasures amassed from a bygone era. Yet, it seemed likely that Grandpa Chao had opted to sell only a few, wary of attracting envy due to his collection size. Of course, the truth of the matter remained uncertain to Wang Guan. Nevertheless, he had undoubtedly gleaned invaluable lessons from his interactions with Grandpa Chao, gaining a profound understanding of the complexities inherent in the antique collection industry. Lying in bed that night, reflecting on the day's events, Wang Guan closed his eyes, immersing himself in contemplation. Chapter 31. Return to the antique studio. The golden thread that had danced within his mind had vanished, replaced by a resplendent golden coin of a striking ochre hue. The object was circular on the outside and square on the inside, exhibiting a translucent quality akin to the coin that Wang Guan had been forcefully given by a vendor on Lianshan North Road in the porcelain capital. Its size and shape were identical. However, the coin on his forehead bore no inscriptions on the front and lacked cloud patterns on the back. This implied that it required a sufficient absorption of energy to fully take form. Wang Guan began to grasp this concept vaguely. Suddenly, he produced a mirror and scrutinized his reflection. Yet, the image revealed no significant changes. His eyes retained a murky, dark yellow hue. At that moment, he focused his thoughts, and two streams of pale, yellow energy surged forth from his forehead, enveloping his eyes. Under his perception, his eyes should have transformed into a golden hue. However, the mirror did not reflect such a phenomenon. Instead, his dull, dark yellow pupils gradually cleared, revealing a pure, childlike blackness. This indicated that the peculiar transformation in his eyes would go unnoticed by others. While this provided Wang Guan with a modicum of reassurance, he remained apprehensive and continued to concentrate, drawing in more of the yellow energy into his eyes. At that instant, he was alarmed to find that the mirror he held appeared to dissolve into nothingness, his gaze fixating on the ground beneath him. Startled, he blinked and focused again, realizing the mirror was still firmly in his grasp. Pressing against its surface revealed its smooth hardness, leaving his fingerprint behind. It did not seem to be an illusion. At that moment, Wang Guan acutely sensed that the imagery within his eyes had transformed into a three-dimensional state. When his gaze fell upon the mirror, it did not penetrate its surface, but merely permeated a thin layer before gliding around it. After a while, Wang Guan observed layers of energy enveloping the mirror entirely. It was as if the mirror were placed under a microscope, allowing him to inspect every detail from various angles. Even when viewing the mirror from the front, he could discern the texture on its backside. This extraordinary sensation momentarily bewildered him, leading him to believe the mirror had vanished. Yet, the energy could circumvent and seep through the crevices of the bedding, reaching beneath the bed, where it revealed a glimmer of white treasure light. Leaning down, he retrieved the source of the radiance, which was the Cultivation shadow stone inkstone. However, the essence within the inkstone had been entirely absorbed by him, leaving only a layer of shimmering light. It was not until a wave of fatigue washed over him that Wang Guan finally closed his eyes. Furthermore, he realized that the range of the energy in his eyes had limitations. Previously, it was half a meter, but now it extended to over 2 meters. Beyond this distance, the imagery perceived by his eyes ceased to possess a three-dimensional quality. Wang Guan understood that this transformation was a result of absorbing the essence from the inkstone and ancient ink that day, leading to an enhancement of his abilities. This newly acquired peculiar skill was far superior to that of a high-powered microscope. After all, while a high-powered microscope could only reveal surface details of vessels and jars, Wang Guan's perception of energy was meticulous enough to penetrate within. The sensation was akin to dissecting a three-dimensional geometric blueprint, layer by layer, revealing intricate details. When it comes to the concept of perspective, Wang Guan seems to possess a similar sensation. Objects with denser compositions, such as glass mirrors and wooden planks, appear impenetrable to the energy he perceives. In contrast, fabrics like silk, which contain significant voids, can be seen through with focused concentration. This realization sparked a flurry of unwholesome thoughts in Wang Guan's mind. It was only after a considerable time that he regained his composure, reaching up to touch his brow, understanding that all these remarkable abilities stemmed from the semi-transparent coin nestled within. Wang Guan subtly sensed that this coin held many more extraordinary uses, just waiting to be uncovered. With a heart full of anticipation, he lay back on his bed, gradually drifting into slumber. The night passed in silence. The following day, Wang Guan chose to remain at home, spending quality time with his parents. The next morning, he packed his belongings and once again boarded a bus heading to the city. The vehicle exhaled a long plume of smoke, while the shadows of trees outside danced and flowed. Seated by the window, Wang Guan felt no pangs of sadness. Perhaps it was due to familiarity or the advanced communication devices of the present, which allowed him to reach out to loved ones whenever he wished. For his generation, the yearning for home was not particularly profound. It merely lingered in their hearts as a gentle concern for family. The bus journey was smooth, and soon they arrived in the city. Upon disembarking, Wang Guan retrieved his paperwork and collected a box of ancient ink he had checked in. He then proceeded to the train station to purchase a ticket to the porcelain capital. This was a direct route, requiring no transfers, and after a little over 3 hours, he arrived safely at the porcelain capital station. Before stepping off, he called his mother to assure her of his well-being. With his luggage in tow, he struggled to carry the box as he slowly maneuvered through the crowd towards the exit. As Wang Guan reached the roadside, intending to wait for a bus, a luxurious metallic vehicle sped towards him, coming to a halt right in front. Before he could express his surprise, the window rolled down, revealing the smiling face of Yu Fei Bai. Without pretense, Wang Guan opened the rear of the vehicle, placed his box inside, and efficiently climbed into the car. It seemed that fortune smiled upon him. "Looks like you've made quite a haul," Yu Feibai remarked, pressing the accelerator as they sped away. Chapter 32. Did you find another gem? Noticing Wang Guan's silence, Yu Feibai remained unconcerned, focusing on driving, and soon they arrived at the antique house. "Let me assist you," Yu Feibai offered, stepping forward to lend a hand, only to feel the weight of the box and curiously inquire, "What on earth is in here?" "It's rather heavy. You'll find out shortly," Wang Guan replied with a smile, remaining enigmatic. After taking a few steps, they entered the antique house. In the reception room, Gao Dequan sat in a wrought-tan chair, brewing tea. Upon seeing them, he immediately exclaimed, "Come, sit down and try this new by Luo Chun I just bought." "Perfect timing. I'm quite parched," Yu Feibai responded without hesitation, moving to sit beside Gao Dequan and bringing the teacup to his lips. "Be cautious, it might be hot," Gao Dequan warned, turning to Wang Guan with a smile. "Wang Guan, you were only supposed to buy an inkstone. Why did you bring such a large box?" "The box contained my treasured possession. The inkstone you desired was here." Wang Guan chuckled as he opened his luggage, revealing a box, which he placed upon the tea table in front of Gao Dequan. "Let me have a look first." Yu Feibai, undeterred by the heat, took a sip of tea, set down his cup, and eagerly seized the box. Upon lifting the lid, a palm-sized, exquisitely crafted inkstone immediately came into view. Undoubtedly, the most captivating aspect was the natural stone patterns adorning the inkstone. Intricate lines, shaped by nature, formed the image of Kuei Xing, depicted with remarkable detail, its figure, draped clothing, and expression vividly brought to life. "What a splendid treasure!" Yu Feibai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. He cradled the inkstone in his hands, gently caressing the stone patterns, the warm and delicate texture evoking his admiration. After a prolonged moment of appreciation, he reluctantly set it down for Gao Dequan to admire. Gao Dequan picked up the inkstone and scrutinized it for a while before inquiring with a smile, "You both claim it is exceptional, but what exactly makes it so?" "Certainly, it is the intricate patterns," Yu Feibai replied, adding, "and the quality of the stone seems quite good as well. I wonder if it belongs to one of the 4 great inkstones." In ancient times, various materials were selected for inkstone production, including ceramics, metals, wood, crystal, and jade, among many others. However, the most common and practical inkstones are still those made of clay and stone, particularly the latter, which boasts more renowned specimens. The 4 great inkstones refer to the Duan inkstone from Duanxi, the Shi inkstone from Xixian, the Tao inkstone from the northwest, and the Qingni inkstone from Luoyang. Nevertheless, Wang Guan did not believe that this square Kuei Xing inkstone could be classified among the 4 great inkstones. While the stone quality was commendable, it still fell significantly short in comparison. "What is your view, Wang Guan?" Gao Dequan inquired, lifting his gaze. Wang Guan contemplated briefly before responding. "Though my knowledge of inkstones is limited, I find this one to be quite good, yet it seems to lack the caliber of the 4 great inkstones." "You're perceptive." Gao Dequan chuckled. "Generally speaking, a good inkstone is characterized by a smooth surface, a refined texture, and quick ink absorption. However, such qualities merely categorize it as a good inkstone, which is not on par with renowned specimens. You two may not have encountered true masterworks. A distinguished inkstone should possess a firm and lustrous stone, feeling like skin to the touch, grinding finely, resisting ink while allowing for easy drying and cleansing effortlessly." Gao Dequan sighed. "The stone of a renowned inkstone is as warm and smooth as jade, delicate yet not slippery, akin to the tender skin of an infant. However, while this inkstone feels refined, upon closer inspection, one may notice a slight roughness. This alone serves as a simple indicator that this inkstone is not one of the celebrated masterpieces." "Is it worth the 45,000 spent?" Wang Guan asked, somewhat anxious. "Absolutely worth it," Yu Feibai replied with a smile. "Considering the stone quality, patterns, and design of this inkstone, it is exceedingly exquisite. Regardless of whether it is an antique, I believe many would be willing to pay for it, especially for the patterns etched upon the stone." Wang Guan began to grasp the implications of the patterns. The image of Kuei Xing signifies profound meaning. Gao Dequan, with a smile, affirmed, "Kuei Xing is indeed a deity in legend, governing one's official fortunes. Typically, objects intricately carved with the figure of Kuei Xing can see their prices multiply several times. One cannot underestimate the allure of a naturally formed Kuei Xing pattern. This serves as an excellent selling point. If one finds the right buyer, even a price of 450,000 could be easily doubled. And perhaps even 900,000 would entice someone to part with their money. Feibai, please call your father and inquire if he desires this item." Suddenly, Gao Dequan jested, remarking that this is a crucial period for him, and possessing such an item might indeed enhance his fortune. Very well, you may set the price. Yu Fei Bai, however, responded with candor, stating that fortune is merely superstition. My father likely does not believe in such things. Yet, judging by my name, it is certain he would desire this piece. Sometimes, I truly cannot fathom why a rough man like him would take an interest in such refined items. Moreover, speaking of your father, is it not his influence that led you to appreciate antiques? Furthermore, your father is merely intrigued. It is you who is utterly enamored. Gao Dequan chuckled. As for the price, you may determine that. Very well. Yu Fei Bai nodded, produced a check and pen, inscribing a 6 beneath the 10,000 mark, followed by a cascade of zeros. Wang Guan observed intently, his heart filled with astonishment. It is noteworthy that this inkstone was acquired for 450,000, a price Yu Fei Bai was well aware of. Yet, upon taking possession, he offered 60,000. Wang Guan was not questioning whether Yu Fei Bai was gifting money to Gao Dequan, but rather whether the inkstone truly warranted such a valuation. A mere flip would yield a profit of 150,000. According to standard practice, this transaction would be recorded under Wang Guan's name, granting him a 2% commission, 12,000 yuan. This single deal surpassed his monthly salary several times over. While this sum may not seem excessive at first glance, it represents a business worth hundreds of thousands. If we consider millions or tens of millions in antiques, the commission could be substantial. When calculated, it appears that the commission might be more advantageous than merely picking up a bargain. Of course, Wang Guan understood that this was merely theoretical. In reality, antique shops often adhere to a tradition of remaining closed for 3 years and then thriving for 3 years. Thus, substantial transactions are relatively rare, fortunate occurrences that cannot be sought after. Once the deal was completed, there was no need for a transfer agreement. Yu Fei Bai took a moment to admire the inkstone, when suddenly he recalled something and looked up to ask, by the way, Wang Guan, you mentioned that the box contained treasures. What might that be? Surely, you didn't stumble upon another bargain? Initially, Yu Fei Bai was merely jesting. Unexpectedly, Wang Guan, upon hearing this, was taken aback and exclaimed, how did you know? Is it true that you really found a bargain? In an instant, both Yu Fei Bai and Gao Dequan were left astonished. Subsequently, they could no longer remain seated, driven by curiosity to approach the box. Chapter 33. The Luminous Purple Jade. After all, as society progresses towards affluence, the activity of collecting becomes increasingly widespread and profound. Professional literature on antiques and various resources are readily accessible. Both buyers and sellers have enhanced their ability to discern authenticity and value. Pricing literature has become commonplace. Most fine items have already found their rightful owners, making the prospect of uncovering bargains exceedingly rare, a chance akin to winning the lottery. No matter how fortunate one may be, it is implausible to expect perpetual good fortune. How could you be so fortunate, finding treasures wherever you go? Yu Fei Bai remarked with a smile, swiftly approaching the box and greeting Wang Guan before casually lifting the lid. Instantly, a subtle yet elegant fragrance of ink wafted forth. What is this? Yu Fei Bai was taken aback. Ink. Wang Guan chuckled, laying down some newspapers on the ground and methodically extracting the ink cakes from the box, arranging them neatly upon the paper. At that moment, Gao Dequan arrived, glancing down with an expression of astonishment. Initially, Wang Guan had presented mostly broken ink pieces, which Gao Dequan had regarded with indifference. However, as Wang Guan unveiled a complete ink cake, revealing intricate patterns and inscriptions, Gao Dequan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Zayuguang, is this for real? He exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Guan paused, inspecting the ink cake in his hands. It was rectangular, its color deep and lustrous, with a delicate texture, exuding a faint, fragrant aroma. On one side of the ink cake, the characters Zayuguang were meticulously inscribed in regular script, their gilded strokes radiating an air of opulence. Though Wang Guan possessed limited knowledge of ancient ink, he was unaware of the significance of Zayuguang. Yet Gao Dequan recognized it instantly. He reached out to grasp the ink cake, examining it with great care. Zayuguang, I've heard that name before. At this juncture, Yu Fei Bai, deep in thought, instinctively pulled out his phone to search online. You needn't look it up. Gao Dequan interrupted before Yu Fei Bai could find the answer. Zayuguang is a renowned ink created by Chao Sugong, one of the 4 great ink masters of the Qing dynasty. During the Kangxi Emperor's southern tour, he seized the opportunity to present his ink, earning the emperor's praise and the bestowed name Zayuguang. Uncle Da, your knowledge is vast, more impressive than Baidu. Yu Fei Bai complimented with a grin. Enough of that. Gao Dequan replied with an eye roll, then earnestly added, Fei Bai, I advise you against relying solely on research. No matter how detailed the information, it merely reflects a superficial understanding. The ancients have long demonstrated that following the letter of the law without grasping the essence leads to folly. I understand that, Uncle Da. However, you must grant me the opportunity to connect theory with practice, Yu Feibai replied playfully. Now, I seek your guidance. Is this Ziyuguang authentic? Indeed, I too am curious. Wang Guan nodded in agreement. Was my investment of several thousand worth it? The object should be genuine, Gao Dequan assessed, weighing the ink cake in his hand, observing it meticulously, tapping and lightly sniffing it, ultimately concluding, in terms of quality, distinguishing between new and old ink is relatively straightforward. For instance, new ink appears gray, while old ink is a pure, deep black with a rich sheen. Old ink possesses a subtle, ancient fragrance and displays a timeless hue. New ink tends to have an odd scent due to excess gelatin. Furthermore, due to the passage of time, ancient ink has naturally lost its gelatin, resulting in a texture as hard as jade, with a surface that shows fine striations, exuding a profound presence. Its color dark with a hint of purple, and it feels notably weighty. Gao Dequan continued to elaborate. Some ancient inks even exhibit a lacquered surface. The more distant the era, the richer the lacquer's texture becomes, revealing a serpentine crackle that bears a striking resemblance to the patterns found on ancient Guqin. It also evokes the fissured surface of antique porcelain, where the patterns remain unbroken, subtly concealed within the lacquer while simultaneously emanating a cerulean luminescence. In contrast, modern replicas lack this serpentine crackle, presenting only simple fractures. In a matter of minutes, Gao Dequan meticulously examined the ink stick in his hand, assessing its entirety, weight, aroma, the inscriptions upon it, and its texture, commenting on each aspect without a hint of redundancy. As Wang Guan listened intently, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. It was apparent that being a connoisseur and appraiser of collectibles was no easy feat, requiring not only a profound reservoir of knowledge, but also the eloquence to articulate it. Alas, after his commentary, Gao Dequan, still unsatisfied, shook his head and sighed. This ink is merely an ordinary commercial product, not the specially crafted tribute ink known as Chao Sugong as Shu Jin Ziyuguang. Is there a classification for ink sticks? Wang Guan inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Gao Dequan affirmed with a nod. Much like porcelain, there exists a distinction between utilitarian and ornamental pieces. Ink is no different. Foremost is the imperial ink, crafted by the royal artisans themselves. Next is the tribute ink, produced by renowned ink makers from various regions. Following that are personalized inks created by literati and scholars. The fourth category encompasses rare and decorative inks, while the fifth consists of medicinal inks. Lastly, we have the commercial inks intended for writing. In fact, the third and fourth categories can be collectively referred to as elegant play inks. These are typically commissioned by cultured scholars and officials, bearing the maker's name, poetry, studio names, or artistic motifs, intended for personal use or as gifts. Gao Dequan elaborated. The most renowned example of this type is the complete set of Qianlong's imperial inks depicting the 10 scenic views of West Lake, which fetched an astronomical price of 48 million. This record remains unbroken to this day. For million, Wang Guan exclaimed, astonished beyond measure. Before his purchase, he had anticipated that these ancient inks might hold some value, yet he had never imagined they could be worth so much. Wang Guan, as I mentioned, that is elegant play ink. What you possess is merely ordinary writing ink, and thus their values cannot be compared, Gao Dequan chuckled, even if both originate from esteemed artisans. The selection of materials and craftsmanship varies significantly, leading to vast differences in worth. That much is true, Wang Guan acknowledged, nodding in understanding. Some historical texts record that ancient ink makers would incorporate precious medicinal herbs into their ink, thus producing exquisite and valuable masterpieces. Does this mean Wang Guan has spent tens of thousands and incurred a loss on this ink? Yu Feibai queried. One cannot frame it that way, Gao Dequan countered, shaking his head. The collection of ancient ink flourished during the Ming dynasty and was esteemed by scholars throughout history, reaching its zenith in the late Qing and Republic eras. However, it waned after the founding of the nation. It was not until the 1980s and 90s that Japan sparked a resurgence in collecting ancient ink, prompting domestic collectors to take notice. Following the economic crisis in 97, the collection of ancient ink also declined. Yet in recent years, it has rebounded. For instance, this Ziyuguang, which was once valued at only a few thousand just a few years ago, now commands over 10,000. Chapter 34. The Universe Within. In recent years, particularly over the last 2, The realm of scholars' objects has garnered significant admiration, accelerating the upward trend of antique ink prices. Indeed, authentic, high-quality ink glides onto paper like lacquer, preserving its essence for millennia, a standard that contemporary inks simply cannot match. Typically, exquisite pieces are retained for appreciation, while those that are incomplete or flawed are utilized for writing. At this juncture, Gao Dequan gestured and remarked, "For instance, these fragmented ink blocks, even at a price tag of several thousand yuan, can find eager buyers." This implies that if the other ink cakes in the box are renowned pieces like Ziyuguang, your investment of tens of thousands of yuan would not only be safe, but could yield several times your initial outlay. While monetary gain is secondary, the primary advantage lies in the knowledge one acquires through the process. Wang Guan chuckled, concealing his inner satisfaction, though he felt compelled to articulate a more palatable response. Such a mindset is commendable. Gao Dequan nodded, stating, "You will come to realize that the purpose of collecting is not merely financial gain, but rather a means of cultural inheritance. It appears that the finest treasures are often found in the countryside." Simultaneously, Yu Feibai mused. It is no wonder that prominent collectors are drawn to explore old residences. Indeed, the likelihood of uncovering genuine artifacts in such locations is significantly higher, and there is no shortage of remarkable finds. Therefore, to uncover hidden gems or acquire authentic pieces, one must delve into the grassroots, venturing into the expansive rural areas. Your reasoning is sound. However, one must remain vigilant and cautious of potential pitfalls. Gao Dequan smiled as he cautioned, "Currently, some individuals exploit your mindset, setting traps for you to unwittingly step into." This assertion holds merit. Wang Guan, in deep agreement, noted, "In today's China, aside from a few truly remote and impoverished areas, who is unaware of the value of antiquities? Attempting to take advantage of them may result in being ensnared oneself. Alas, we were born a few decades too late." Yu Feibai sighed, lamenting, "All the good pieces have been claimed by Uncle Da." "Nonsense," Gao Dequan retorted with a laugh. "You should convey that sentiment to Mr. Qian." Upon hearing this, Wang Guan and Yu Feibai exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that Gao Dequan shared their sentiments. During the fervent collecting boom, particularly in the golden era of the 1980s, he too was young, with limited resources, eager yet constrained. Most of the treasures were likely acquired by the generation of Mr. Qian. After sharing a laugh, Wang Guan recalled the matter at hand and promptly stated, "Uncle Da, could you assist me in categorizing these antique inks and, if possible, provide insights into their respective eras?" Certainly, Gao Dequan would not decline. He donned a pair of white gloves with professionalism, crouching beside the box, examining the inks while offering commentary. "I'm not an expert in ink appraisal, so I can only make a rough assessment of the age of the ink cakes based on their quality, inscriptions, patterns, and overall craftsmanship." The previously mentioned Ziyuguang, while renowned as a masterpiece by Chao Sugong, originates from a lineage of ink making that has persisted since the Kangxi era, spanning 13 generations without interruption. The Chao family ink shop eventually merged with Hu Kaiwan's workshop to form Shanghai Mashing. Ziyuguang is indeed a distinguished ink, and the descendants of the Chao family are sure to uphold the craftsmanship. Gao Dequan furrowed his brow, adding, "Thus, I cannot definitively assert that the aforementioned Ziyuguang dates back to the Kangxi period. However, by observing the dryness of the ink, I can ascertain that it is likely from either the Kangxi or the Yongzheng and Qianlong eras." Wang Guan and Yu Feibai nodded earnestly, understanding that these insights were invaluable wisdom to be diligently remembered. Gao Dequan spoke with fervor, extracting one ink stick after another, occasionally shaking his head or nodding in agreement. Expressing his admiration, "Wang Guan, I can assure you, this box of ink sticks must have originated from the hands of the Zongma family. Did you truly acquire them from a rural farmer?" Wang Guan was perplexed by his words. Gao Dequan enumerated, exclaiming in wonder, "Although they may not be exquisite treasures, they are indeed superior quality ink sticks. Such items are typically collected only by those with a genuine passion for ancient ink. A simple rural elder likely lacks the energy to pursue such interests." The elder had claimed that this ink, much like the Kuei-Shing inkstone, had been passed down from his ancestors. Wang Guan chuckled, repeating the elder Chao's assertion. Indeed, not only was he an official, but he must also have been a cultured scholar. Upon hearing this explanation, Gao Dequan nodded in agreement, albeit some might consider it a trivial observation, assuming all officials in ancient times were literati. However, that is not the case. During the mid to late Qing dynasty, apart from those who ascended through the imperial examination, there were also appointed officials, purchased positions, and noblemen for the 8 banners, who were born into their titles. Most of these officials indulged in pleasure and revelry, lacking any refinement. Returning to the matter at hand, within a brief period, Gao Dequan had removed all the ink sticks from the box, arranging them into neat piles. After examining them, he expressed his astonishment. Indeed, not only do we have the inks from the four great masters, but even from the Kangxi to the Guangxu eras. They are almost an entire chronological record of Qing dynasty emperors. Upon hearing this, Wang Guan discreetly activated his special ability, scrutinizing the ink sticks carefully. At first glance, he noticed that the luster of the ink sticks aligned perfectly with Gao Dequan's arrangement. In Wang Guan's perspective, these ink sticks transitioned in hue from pale white to golden yellow. The more recent ones, from the Guangxu and Tongji periods, exhibited a pale white glow, while those from the Xianfeng and Daoguang eras appeared silver-white. The Qianlong period ink sticks displayed a yellowish tint, and from the Yongzheng to Kangxi eras, they shifted from yellow to a deep golden color. This indicated that the older the ink sticks, the richer their luster became, naturally implying a more profound essence contained within. The iridescent shimmer confirmed a pattern. An object emanating a strong radiance and dense aura must possess significant value. Observing the interplay of yellow and white light emanating from the ancient ink, which intertwined like gold and silver, was truly dazzling and aesthetically pleasing. At least in Wang Guan's eyes. After a moment of appreciation, feeling elated, he blinked, inadvertently casting his gaze upon the box, where a surge of energy instinctively flowed towards it. Suddenly, a three-dimensional analysis of the box's contents was transmitted to Wang Guan's mind, leaving him utterly astonished. Just then, Yu Feibai called out, "What's wrong?" Hearing the voice, Wang Guan was jolted back to reality, feeling slightly dizzy. He quickly realized he had overexerted his special ability and promptly closed his eyes, calming himself to regain composure. "What were you lost in thought about for so long?" Yu Feibai inquired with a smile. "I was contemplating." Wang Guan gently rubbed his brow, regaining a semblance of vitality. He then approached the box with an air of nonchalance, tapped on the wooden surface, and smiled as he remarked, "These are ancient inks. Could the ink container itself also be an antique?" "Ah, it seems there is a possibility." Yu Feibai's eyes brightened as he stepped forward to scrutinize the box. The box, though not overly large, was still quite substantial, standing over a foot tall and cuboid in shape. However, it was covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs, obscuring its true appearance. He tapped on the lid, producing a rather muffled sound. Nodding, Yu Feibai commented, "While the wood grain is not visible, the sound indicates that it is solid and robust, made of quality timber." Gao Dequan also expressed interest, taking a towel to gently wipe away the accumulated grime. Before long, the dust was cleared, revealing the box's original visage. Overall, the craftsmanship appeared rather simplistic, devoid of excessive embellishments. Yet, at the four corners of the lid and at the lock's bolt, thin copper plates were inlaid, shaped like bats, symbolizing good fortune. The workmanship could not be deemed exquisite. Yu Feibai chuckled, saying, "Now, we must consider the wood's material. If it were rosewood or Wang Wali, we would have struck gold." "Huh, I wouldn't dare to hope," Wang Guan replied with a smile. "Look, there are insect holes present. If it were precious timber, such damage would be unlikely." "It does show signs of decay," Gao Dequan observed, touching the area Wang Guan indicated, nodding in appreciation. "You are quite observant. The box is likely made of peach wood. The material is commendable, which is why it has not decayed despite being over a century old. Unfortunately, it has not been well preserved, leading to these infestations." "Over a century? That could indeed classify it as an antique from the late Qing or Republican era," Yu Feibai remarked with a smile. "If we thoroughly clean off the dust and repair the worm-eaten areas, it should attract collectors' interest." "That may be overly complicated," Wang Guan chuckled. "I fear the cost of repairs might equal the potential selling price." "You could factor the restoration costs into the selling price," Yu Feibai suggested with a grin. "Do not worry too much about the worm-eaten spots. Peachwood is fine-grained and aromatic, possessing some natural resistance to pests. Thus, while there is damage, it is not as severe as it may seem." Gao Dequan proposed, "A simple repair and a coat of wax should suffice. The lid and sides are not problematic. But I worry about the bottom. Prolonged storage may have led to internal rot." Just then, Wang Guan bent down, purposefully tapping a corner of the box's base, producing a resonant sound that immediately caught attention. This sound bore subtle differences that Yu Feibai overlooked, but Gao Dequan noticed, his surprise evident. "Oh!" At the same moment, Wang Guan exclaimed, "It seems to be empty." "Empty?" Yu Feibai was taken aback, then suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Could there be a hidden compartment?" "Wang Guan, do not move. Let me take a look," Gao Dequan said seriously. You lack experience and may not gauge the situation properly. Recklessness could lead to disaster. Wang Guan scratched his head and, yielding to the flow, stepped aside to observe. With a series of knocks, thud, thud, Gao Dequan remained unhurried. First tentatively tapping various spots on the bottom of the box, comparing the sounds until he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, a corner was hollow. After studying it for a moment, Gao Dequan sighed. You see, the exterior bottom of the box is flat, yet the interior bottom has a certain slant. However, due to the slightly arched lid, when opened, it hangs at the back, creating an overall balance. This subtle visual effect misleads one into perceiving the internal bottom as level. Without careful observation, one would hardly discern this inclination. Gao Dequan marveled, revealing the front section of the base is an inch thick, quite normal. Gradually, it extends to about 2 inches in the middle, and finally, the last part measures 3 inches thick. Ultimately, at the 3-inch mark, a hollow space was excavated. He gestured excitedly within the box, saying, "Now, it's up to Wang Guan's fortune. Let us hope this hidden compartment is not empty. My luck shouldn't be that poor." Wang Guan chuckled, unable to contain his anticipation. Activating his special ability to peer through the seams of the box bottom into the hidden compartment. A dazzling glow, a blend of gold and purple, flashed before his eyes, almost blinding him. The aura emanating from the object stirred an inexplicable desire within him. At that moment, Wang Guan felt fortunate that his abilities had upgraded, allowing him to glimpse through the narrow gaps. Otherwise, he would have nearly missed out on a treasure. As Wang Guan secretly admired the treasure, absorbing its essence, Yu Fei Bai, unwilling to be left out, moved closer to inspect the bottom of the box. Puzzled as he remarked, "Uncle Duh, didn't you say there was a hidden compartment? Why can't I see any seams? It's well concealed. A layer of wax has been applied to the bottom. Moreover, the ancient ink stored here has shed quite a bit of dust, forming a natural protective layer," Gao Dequan explained. As he spoke, he took a clean towel, dampened it, and carefully wiped the bottom of the box. In a short while, a distinct crack appeared clearly. "Indeed, there is," Yu Fei Bai exclaimed in surprise. "Fetch a blade to pry it open." "That's reckless." Gao Dequan shook his head. "What if we damage the contents within the hidden compartment?" After admonishing him, Gao Dequan rose and retrieved a rubber suction cup from a drawer. With a gentle press, he applied it to the bottom of the box. "Come on, Uncle Duh," Yu Fei Bai urged eagerly, as if the hidden treasure belonged to him. In contrast, Wang Guan, already aware of what lay inside, remained remarkably composed, though a smile of delight graced his lips. "Huh!" Simultaneously, Gao Dequan adjusted his breathing slightly and gently lifted the suction cup, causing a thin, delicate wooden panel from the bottom of the box to rise. Instantly, an object wrapped in yellow silk cloth was exposed to the air. "There is indeed something hidden," Yu Fei Bai exclaimed excitedly, reaching out to retrieve it. "Hey, excellent." Wang Guan, undeterred and cautious, gingerly retrieved the items hidden within the secret compartment of the box, seizing the opportunity to absorb every trace of the aura contained within. Chapter 36, The Pinnacle of the World. CPW 210H140 ACU. To his astonishment, Wang Guan discerned that this aura was far denser than the collective essence of all ancient ink. Yet, upon integrating it into his third eye, it vanished without a ripple, akin to a drop of water merging into the vast ocean. Wang Guan quickly unveiled the contents, urged Yu Fei Bai with impatience. Very well. With the essence of the treasure secured, Wang Guan hesitated no longer and carefully unwrapped the brown silk cloth enveloping the item. Soon, a rectangular ingot of ink, entirely black, came into view. On one side of the ink ingot, 2 gilded dragons, fierce and majestic, adorned the upper section, while between them were the words Imperial Ink inscribed in gold, exuding an air of opulence. Additionally, at the base of the dragon's tail, there lay a crimson seal, though the characters had become indistinct with the passage of time. The opposing side of the ink ingot bore a line of regular script. Wang Guan scrutinized it closely, managing to decipher the words. Year 6 of Xianda, mid-autumn, Gouei. Xianda must refer to the era, Yu Fei Bai speculated, examining the ink ingot with astonishment. The texture of the ink appears rather peculiar. Could it be the lacquered fabric's fracture pattern that Uncle Da mentioned? Let me take a look, Gao Dequan remarked, reaching for the ink ingot, immediately noting its hardness and density. As he meticulously felt the surface of the ink, scrutinizing the gilded dragons and inscriptions, his expression shifted dramatically. His brows furrowed in confusion and disbelief. After a considerable period, Gao Dequan, seemingly uncertain, produced a magnifying glass to inspect the ink ingot closely. occasionally tapping it to listen to the sound it produced. Observing Gao Dequan's meticulous demeanor, Yu Feibai sensed that this ink ingot was likely extraordinary and inquired with curiosity. Uncle Da, what is the origin of this ink ingot? It appears to be imperial ink. This was, in truth, a rather obvious assertion, as the gilded dragons and the words imperial ink were clearly depicted on the ingot. In ancient times, such items were exclusively reserved for the royal family. Ordinary citizens, including officials, would never dare to infringe upon the royal authority by using them privately. Committing such a taboo could result in losing one's head and the execution of one's entire family. However, this was merely an initial assessment, as there remained the possibility of later forgeries. Yet, judging by Gao Dequan's reaction, the likelihood of this was minimal. After a while, Yu Feibai could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Uncle Da, quiet, I am examining it. Gao Dequan waved his hand, refocusing on his study. Minutes ticked by, and feeling somewhat exasperated, Yu Feibai shrugged and whispered to Wang Guan, it seems you have stumbled upon an incredible treasure once more. Indeed, it is quite fortunate, Wang Guan replied, and Yu Feibai, unabashedly envious, sighed, why am I not blessed with such fortune? Everything is destined. It is all a matter of fate. At last, Yu Feibai began to hum the lyrics softly, wary of disturbing Gao Dequan's appraisal, thus refraining from raising his voice. At that moment, Gao Dequan exhaled deeply, gradually setting down the ink block, his brow furrowed, and his expression shifting as if he were grappling with a profound conundrum. Uncle Da, how is it? Wang Guan inquired promptly, not only eager to uncover the origins of the ink block, but also anxious to escape Yu Feibai's dismal singing, which was akin to a wolf's wail, tolerable for a few moments, but ultimately torturous in excess. Simultaneously, Yu Feibai ceased his lamentations and hastened to join them. Under their scrutiny, Gao Dequan rubbed his weary eyes and hesitantly remarked, I cannot ascertain the authenticity of this ink block. What? Both men were taken aback. Wang Guan was perplexed. But Yu Feibai was aware that Gao Dequan was a highly esteemed appraiser in the porcelain capital, possessing an eye for detail that few could rival. Although there were others with sharper discernment, they were indeed a rare few. While it was true that the appreciation of ancient ink was not Gao Dequan's forte, the realm of antiquities is not merely a linear pursuit. It thrives on interconnected knowledge. With sufficient experience, one can draw parallels across disciplines. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so authoritatively while evaluating a box of ancient ink moments before. Now, however, his admission of uncertainty regarding this ink block was rather perplexing. Considering a possibility, Yu Feibai pondered aloud, Uncle Da, might there be something amiss with this item? After all, in the world of antique collecting, certain truths are best left unsaid. One must express oneself with subtlety to avoid discomfort. It seemed Gao Dequan was mindful of this, perhaps fearing that Wang Guan would be unable to accept a negative judgment, prompting him to speak in circles. Amiss? Wang Guan frowned. The issue lay in the purple luminescence of the ink block, which rose and shimmered like flames. He could not possibly be mistaken. How could it be counterfeit? Wang Guan had faith in his unique abilities, and if Gao Dequan claimed it was a fake, it was undoubtedly a misjudgment on his part. It's not counterfeit. This item is undoubtedly ancient. Nevertheless, Gao Dequan's expertise was not mere bluster, but grounded in genuine knowledge. He shook his head, countering Yu Feibai's suggestion, though he remained furrowed with uncertainty, adding, however, it is indeed challenging to ascertain its exact age. Haha, as long as it's genuine, that is what matters. Yu Feibai chuckled. Regarding the era, we do not expect you to pinpoint it to the exact year. A rough estimate will suffice. Does the ink block not exhibit the lacquer-like fissures? One should be able to gauge its age from the density of the lines. Feibai, this ink lacks lacquer-like fissures. Gao Dequan replied with a sigh, adopting a serious tone. Moreover, the patterns on the ink block are not fissures. They were formed during the creation of the block itself. Look closely. What do these patterns resemble? Wang Guan and Yu Feibai scrutinized the ink block intently, both shaking their heads. Without a definitive reference, they struggled to conceive what the patterns might signify. Observing their inability to articulate an explanation, Gao Dequan remained unfazed, cradling the ink block in his palm as he recited slowly. In ancient times, there existed a type of ink, lauded for its hardness like jade, its patterns akin to those of an ox horn, and its color reminiscent of lacquer. It was renowned as the finest ink in the world. Do you know what ink that is? The finest ink in the world. Hearing the voice, Yu Feibai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, could this be the Li Tingue ink that the old man often speaks of? That's why I said it is difficult to ascertain, Gao Dequan sighed. Our country has a long history of ink production, with some estimates suggesting it spans at least 4 to 5,000 years. The early inks were made from natural graphite, which would easily fade after writing. The artificial production of ink began around the Western Zhou dynasty, while large-scale manufacturing was established after the Han dynasty. By the Tang dynasty, the art of ink making had reached its peak. In the Tang era, there was a renowned ink maker named Shi Nai, whose Yishui ink gained fame throughout the land. His family continued the craft across 3 generations, constantly improving the technique and earning widespread acclaim. Gao Dequan continued narrating, however, later on, due to the turmoil at the end of the Tang dynasty, the Shi family migrated to Shizhou in Anhui. Among them was a man named Shi Tingge. While inheriting his ancestors' techniques, strived for innovation and ultimately invented a new type of ink. This new ink was impervious to quality degradation and distortion, vastly surpassing that of his forebears, achieving an unparalleled level of excellence. Subsequently, this ink received high praise from Li Yu, the last ruler of the Southern Tang, who bestowed upon the Shi family his royal surname. Henceforth, Shi Tingue adopted the surname Li, and his ink became known as Li Tingue ink or Li ink. Gao Dequan estimated, after several decades to a century, Shizhou was renamed Huizhou, and Li Tingue was honored by later generations as the founder of Huizhou ink. Meanwhile, Yu Feibai, filled with enthusiasm, remarked, "It is said that Li Tingue's ink was made from meticulously selected materials, including pine soot, pearl, jade shavings, dragon brain, natural lacquer, deer antler glue, rhinoceros horn, musk, and other precious items, which were pounded 100,000 times before taking shape. Thus, such ink is as hard as stone, with a rich texture and a luster akin to lacquer, capable of being used like a knife to cut wood or paper." Yu Feibai, intensely curious, gazed at the ink stick in Gao Dequan's hand, eager to discover if it truly was Li ink, which could indeed achieve such qualities. Gao Dequan pondered. Historical records mention that Su Xian, a distinguished minister of the Southern Tang, received a piece of Li ink in his youth. He and his brother used it for their studies, grinding ink to write 5,000 characters a day, taking a full decade to finish. There is also a tale of a high-ranking official in the Northern Song who accidentally dropped a piece of Li ink into a pond. Perhaps due to his wealth, he deemed it too troublesome to retrieve it. The following year, when he lost something of greater importance in the pond, he immediately sent someone to salvage it, retrieving the Li ink as well. However, after a year of soaking in the pond, that piece of Li ink remained as hard as ever, consistent in quality and as lustrous as new. At that moment, the official realized the ink's value and treasured it as a precious artifact. At this point, Gao Dequan sighed. As early as the Northern Song period, people lamented that gold was easy to acquire, but Li ink was hard to find. This illustrates the rarity and preciousness of Li Tingue ink. Uncle Duh, having said so much, is this ink stick genuine or not? Yu Feibai asked impatiently. The gentleman Wang Guan has yet to speak. Why the rush? Gao Dequan admonished him. You must remember to remain calm in all matters. Wang Guan, lying down, found himself caught in the crossfire and could only chuckle awkwardly while touching his nose. His calm demeanor stemmed from the knowledge he possessed regarding the authenticity of the item in question. Had I not mentioned that the object was exceedingly precious, making it difficult to ascertain its true nature? After a brief admonishment, Gao Dequan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Do you understand how rare a genuine Li Tingue ink is?" At the time when the Shi family migrated to Shizhou, Huizhou, the mountains were abundant with Huangshan old pines, the finest raw material for ink production. However, no matter how many pines there were, they could not withstand centuries of logging. Consequently, over a century after Li Tingue, Huangshan old pines were nearly extinct. The masters of ink making had no choice but to alter their techniques. Furthermore, many descendants of the Li family ventured into officialdom, neglecting their ancestral legacy. Thus, Li ink became increasingly rare and precious. Gao Dequan let out a bitter smile, stating that by the Qing dynasty, it was said that Emperor Qianlong had acquired a piece of Li ink, which he cherished so much that he could not bear to use it, resulting in its preservation. This piece is now housed in the National Palace Museum in Taipei, recognized as the only authentic Li Tingue ink in the world. Yet now suddenly, another piece has surfaced here. How can I hastily declare its authenticity? Gao Dequan sighed again, his fingers gently caressing the ink stick, a faint flush appearing on his face. If this ink were indeed Li ink, the first individual to authenticate, it would undoubtedly leave a significant mark in the realm of collectors. Is there no definitive method to discern its authenticity? Wang Guan could not help but inquire. After all, others lacked his discernment. It was not sufficient for him to assert that the item was genuine without compelling evidence to support his claim. The color and texture, including the entwined dragon pattern and the indistinct seal, along with the inscriptions on the back, appeared to present no issues. Gao Dequan commented, especially the inscription, Year 6 of Xianda, Mid-Autumn, Gui. Year 6 of Xianda corresponds to the era of Emperor Chai Rong of the later Zhou. This era name was used continuously from the founding Emperor Gui of the later Zhou until it was succeeded by Emperor Gong of the later Zhou, Chai Zongxuan, and remained in use. In other words, for 7 years across the 3 emperors of the later Zhou, the era name Xianda was employed. It was not until the later coup by Emperor Taizu of Song that the era was changed to Jianlong. Upon hearing this, Wang Guan keenly detected a discrepancy and exclaimed, Uncle Da, since Li Tinggui was from the southern Tang, how could this ink stick bear the era name of the later Zhou? Indeed, Yu Feibai responded, nodding. This is an obvious flaw, which is why Uncle Da suspects this ink is not from Li Tinggui. Not a flaw. Gao Dequan chuckled lightly. In the future, you both must read more. As early as year 5 of Xianda, the southern Tang had already been forced to submit to the later Zhou, offering uplands north of the river in exchange for boundary demarcation. At that time, the ruler was not the renowned Li Hozhu Li Yu, but rather his father, Li Jing. After being defeated by the later Zhou, not only did they adopt the era name to avoid offending their conquerors, but they even moved their capital to Hangzhou. Henceforth, the southern Tang's national strength was severely diminished, sowing the seeds of its eventual downfall. In other words, by year 6 of Xianda, the southern Tang had no era name of its own and instead used that of the northern Zhou. Until the moment when Emperor Taizu of Song seized power and initiated the Jianlong era, the southern Tang had no choice but to adopt the same era name. This is precisely why historians refer to Li Yu as the last ruler of the later Tang, for, strictly speaking, he was not an emperor, but a subject of the northern Zhou and northern Song dynasties. Gao Dequan chuckled, remarking that there was no issue with the 6th year of Xianda. As for the mid-autumn period, it should undoubtedly pertain to the production time of the ink stick. The mention of this Gui character, however, is intriguing. For those unfamiliar with the ink of Li Mo, upon encountering this character, most would likely perceive it as a glaring flaw, or even dismiss it as not being the work of Li Tinggui, but rather that of another artist. Nevertheless, according to scholarly assessments, the inscriptions on Li Tinggui's ink not only include his full name, but also the 2 characters of Tinggui, or even the singular character Gui. Of course, this also encompasses the character in question. Gao Dequan elucidated, in ancient times, the characters Gui and Gi were likely interchangeable, classified as homophones, and certainly not errors. This suggests that the item in question is indeed authentic. Yu Feibai expressed his excitement, yet remained uncertain. If I could be certain, why would I hesitate? Gao Dequan lamented, I am not an expert in ink appraisal. I can only ascertain that this item is sufficiently aged. Whether it is a prized work of Li Tinggui or merely a later imitation, I cannot discern. After all, if it is authentic, that is well and good. But if mistaken, it may not cause any substantial loss. However, misjudging it would be a considerable psychological blow. Furthermore, this piece is exceedingly rare. Only one exists in the world. And now another has surfaced. Even Wang Guan himself harbors doubts about whether this might be a replica crafted by a renowned ink maker. It is not uncommon for masters to emulate the works of their predecessors. Some artisans can reach such heights of imitation that their creations are indistinguishable from the originals, occasionally even surpassing them in value. For instance, Zhang Daqian's imitation of Shirtao's paintings is a case in point. However, the ink of Li Tinggui is distinct. Its renown is unparalleled, being hailed as the finest ink in the world and the progenitor of Hui ink, now a legend. No matter how adeptly it is replicated by subsequent generations, the imitations can never reach his lofty standard. Despite Wang Guan perceiving a resplendent radiance akin to purple gold emanating from the ink stick, he lacks concrete references to confidently assert whether this ink stick indeed possesses a millennium's worth of history. Wang Guan vaguely recalled that the Northern Song was established in 960 AD, while Xianda is the era name of the later Zhou, undoubtedly predating the Northern Song, thus exceeding 1,000 years. In the span of a millennium, ordinary objects would likely have crumbled to dust. Yet, this ink stick remains remarkably lustrous, as hard as jade, and with delicate patterns, inevitably stirring doubts within one's mind. Ming Dynasty inks are already exceedingly rare, let alone this Li Tinggui ink from before the Northern Song, with only one surviving piece housed in the Taipei Palace Museum after 1,000 years. Gao Dequan sighed, No one can assert with absolute certainty that this piece is genuine. Is there truly no other way? Yu Feibai inquired. There is, Gao Dequan nodded, then shook his head. However, it is the most direct and rather crude method. Uncle De's intention was to utilize the ink after grinding it. Wang Guan understood this and instinctively frowned. How could that be acceptable? Yu Feibai exclaimed. If this ink is genuine, it is indeed a rare treasure worth a fortune. Not to mention using it. Even grinding a small portion would cause immense heartache. This was indeed true. Gao Dequan remarked, the legendary Li ink can carve wood and cut paper. However, that is only achievable after grinding the ink stick to reveal its sharp edge. Alas, there appears to be no solution. Yu Feibai sighed deeply. Wang Guan felt somewhat helpless, internally convinced that this item was 99% genuinely ink, but alas, the ink stick could not speak for itself, leaving no way to counter others' doubts. This meant that such a treasure could only be appreciated by oneself. Indeed, at that moment, Wang Guan suddenly realized that he could not bear to part with such a splendid item. Thus, the question of its authenticity became irrelevant. As long as he understood its worth, that was sufficient. Enlightened, Wang Guan immediately smiled and said, Uncle De, do not fret. I have no intention of parting with it. Even if this item were fake, I would still cherish it as a genuine collection. Gao Dequan was taken aback, raising his head in surprise, and after a moment, he shook it with a sigh, saying, How foolish I was. It appears you see things more clearly than I do. Hence, I assert that misjudgment is not a question of ability, but rather a matter of mindset. In truth, I have a 90% certainty that this item is indeed Li ink. However, due to its pristine condition, I cannot help but harbor a slight concern. Uncle De, do you not often say that some objects seem fake, but are, in fact, genuine? Yu Feibai optimistically replied, I believe this item is indeed authentically ink. Oh, Wang Guan, your luck is extraordinary. You have stumbled upon a great find. Indeed, Gao Dequan remarked, a hint of envy gracing his expression as he smiled. Wang Guan, congratulations. Judging by the weight and aura of this ink stick, even if it does not possess 1,000 years of history, it likely carries 500 or 600 years of accumulated essence. Even if it is not Li Tingue ink, it certainly dates back to the Ming Dynasty or earlier. Such exquisite ink, while it may not surpass the astronomical price of over 4 million for the Qianlong imperial inscription of the 10 Views of Westlake, is still of remarkable value. Yu Feibai chuckled. If ink connoisseurs were to learn that you possess such a treasure, they would surely flock to you. All of this is merely luck and coincidence, Wang Guan replied with a smile. I have made my decision. This ink stick shall be my first collection, and I shall not sell it to anyone. What if old Qian wishes to buy it? Yu Feibai suddenly inquired. Would you sell or give it away? Wang Guan hesitated, momentarily taken aback. After all, this was not a common Qin dynasty small bowl with an abundant existence. If he were to give it away, he could not easily find another. However, the Li Tingue ink was exceedingly rare, with the only other known piece residing in the National Palace Museum in Taipei, leaving only this one in his possession. Such a unique treasure was not something Wang Guan could casually part with. Feibai, do you take old Qian for a fool? At that moment, Gao Dequan, somewhat displeased, interrupted Yu Feibai's inquiry and gently remarked, Unfortunately, old Qian was invited to a treasure exchange meeting a couple of days ago. Otherwise, we could have brought the ink for his appraisal. His discerning eye is far superior to mine and should be able to ascertain the origins of this item. Yu Feibai expressed his keen interest, followed by complaint. Why was I not informed of this matter? Uncle De, you should have told me sooner. What would you have done with the information? Gao Dequan chuckled. As I mentioned, this is a treasure exchange meeting, and since you possess no treasures, you naturally lack the qualifications to attend. If you were to go, you might not even get through the main entrance. I could borrow some, Yu Feibai murmured, knowing that despite lacking treasures of his own, his capabilities would certainly allow him to secure 1 or 2 items. Last year, when the gathering took place, you were utterly clueless. Taking you along would have been quite embarrassing. Gao Dequan waved his hand dismissively and turned to Wang Guan, saying, By the way, Wang Guan, at the exchange meeting, there will be many esteemed collectors and experts who might be able to accurately date your inkstone. Uncle De implied that Wang Guan should inquire further. Gao Dequan continued with a smile. According to the rules, each participant can bring 2 guests. Would you like to join us? Of course. Wang Guan nodded eagerly. Even if the age of the inkstone could not be determined, the gathering would undoubtedly be filled with treasures. He would not only absorb the aura of these artifacts, but also learn more about collecting, an opportunity too good to refuse. There was a survey regarding the female protagonist on the pages, and participation was encouraged. Chapter 39, Dragon Tiger Mountain. Thank you, Uncle Da. Yu Feibai beside him was equally exhilarated. It was clear to him that since Gao Dequan could bring 2 people, it meant he was included alongside Wang Guan. Don't celebrate too soon. The exchange will take place in a week. Old Qian has gone ahead to meet with old friends, Gao Dequan remarked with a hum. In the coming days, you both should focus on your studies. A last-minute cramming session will only lead to the most basic mistakes, which would be quite embarrassing for me. Rest assured, Uncle Da, I will study diligently and not bring you shame, Yu Feibai declared, though internally he thought, if worse comes to worst, there's always the internet. Unaware of Yu Feibai's secret thoughts, Gao Dequan nodded in satisfaction and suddenly asked, Wang Guan, your clear ink is relatively high quality. How do you plan to handle it? Wang Guan furrowed his brow slightly, pondering before sighing, I suppose I should let it go. Otherwise, if I encounter something truly remarkable but lack the funds to purchase it, I will be left in tears. Having made up his mind, Wang Guan's resolve to part with the ancient ink grew stronger. Perfect. Gao Dequan nodded. There will be many auction houses, antique shop owners, and experts in ancient ink at the exchange. They should be quite interested in such items. Ha! Not only will they be interested, but I am as well. Yu Feibai chimed in with a grin. Wang Guan, since you're looking to sell, why not transfer it to me? However, I won't be greedy. I only desire the renowned pieces from the 4 masters of the Qing dynasty. 1 piece each for inkstones. Perfectly matched with the Kuei-Shing Shadow Stone inkstone. All right. Wang Guan nodded readily, not discussing the price, trusting that Yu Feibai's character would ensure fairness. Indeed, after selecting 4 well-preserved inkstones from the ancient ink collection, Yu Feibai pondered for a moment before writing a check for 150,000 and handing it to Wang Guan. Upon observing, Wang Guan hesitated and remarked, this seems rather excessive. Not at all. It is in fact a preferential price, Yu Feibai replied with a smile. Earlier, I too perused some information. The exquisite ink from the 4 great masters, preserved in such impeccable condition, would fetch no less than 40 to 50,000 for a single piece. Moreover, possessing a complete set from all 4 families is quite rare. If taken to auction, its value would surely appreciate significantly. Wang Guan, do not take offense. I still owe you a favor. He has recently come into some wealth and is not particularly concerned about this trifling sum. Gao Dequan chuckled. At present, he is rather frugal. Had it been 2 years ago, he would have undoubtedly doubled his expenditure on such items. This was an unexpected turn of events, leaving Wang Guan with a forced smile. Seizing the moment, Gao Dequan added, acquiring treasures not only requires luck but also discerning vision. Rather than envying others, one should focus on diligent study. In due time, fortune will smile upon you as well. Yu Feibai, however, remained unenthused, muttering, without luck, even the keenest I can only watch others seize opportunities. This left Gao Dequan speechless, as he had to concede that for individuals like them, possessing discernment, luck remained the paramount factor in acquiring treasures. Seeing the two in dismay, Wang Guan could only express his inability to assist, acknowledging that what is destined will eventually come to pass, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. Although luck is ethereal, its existence cannot be denied. Where to? Yu Feibai inquired. To Longhu Mountain. 3 days swiftly passed. At this moment, Wang Guan and his companions were aboard a train bound for Longhu Mountain. Within the soft sleeper compartment, Wang Guan quietly perused a travel magazine, reviewing the introduction to Longhu Mountain. Longhu Mountain, located within the jurisdiction of Yingtan's Guishi City, is the ancestral ground of the Zhengyi sect of Taoism. For those unfamiliar with Taoism, the mention of the Zhengyi sect might be perplexing. However, invoking the name of Zhang Tianshi would likely evoke recognition among most. Originally named Yunji Mountain, it is said that during the Eastern Han Dynasty, the founder of the Zhengyi sect, Zhang Daoling, practiced alchemy here. Upon the successful creation of his elixir, the dragons appeared, thus the mountain was aptly named Longhu Mountain. Wang Guan had long been acquainted with the mountain's illustrious reputation, but had never possessed the leisure or funds to visit. Unexpectedly, he found himself fulfilling this long-held desire. As for why the treasure exchange meeting would be held at Longhu Mountain, the rationale is quite straightforward. One can observe that many symposiums, discussions, and farewell gatherings are invariably convened in renowned scenic locales. For many, the significance of the meeting itself pales in comparison to the venue. Certainly, the attendees of the treasure exchange meeting are not so superficial. However, given that this gathering is not rooted in serious discourse, participants can leisurely appreciate treasures while simultaneously enjoying the scenic beauty, achieving 2 objectives in one endeavor. What could be more delightful? Most importantly, the host of this exchange meeting resides in Yingtan. Gao Daquan remarked, with such a local figure at the helm, who has even declared that accommodations will be covered. One could say that all elements of fortune, location, and human connection are in our favor. To hold the exchange meeting at Longhu Mountain seems almost obligatory. Hearing this, Uncle Da appeared to have a favorable rapport with him. Yu Feibai curiously asked, "Your friend?" A nouveau riche with a penchant for sophistication. Gao Daquan chuckled, remarking on the absurdity of someone lacking the requisite skills, yet striving to engage in the realm of collecting. Years ago, he had fallen victim to numerous scams, oblivious to the deception, and had taken pride in his misadventures. Each year, he would purchase a plethora of worthless items, becoming a figure of adoration for many, mistakenly regarded as a god of wealth. In truth, he was merely a gullible fool. Yu Feibai smiled, adding that no one is truly foolish. After being duped multiple times, he learned his lesson. Unfazed by financial constraints, he opted to hire a team of experts to assist him. Over the past 2 years, he had indeed acquired several valuable pieces. Gao Daquan smiled, expressing that it sounded quite intriguing. Wang Guan chimed in, jesting, "Uncle Da, that individual must have considered hiring you as well." Indeed, Gao Daquan replied, "Not just me, but nearly every expert in the province has received his invitation. However, most have declined." He continued with a chuckle. Though he has become less gullible than before, he remains a substantial financial backer. This year, he took the initiative to host, and out of courtesy, everyone agreed. Whispers circulated among them, speculating that he must have acquired something remarkable and wished to flaunt it before the group. Chapter 40. Oh, a beautiful woman. What is that person's name? Yu Feibai inquired. Feng Mingsheng, Gao Daquan replied. Do not be deceived by his inconspicuous reputation in society. Within the circle, it is well known that his wealth rivals that of the nation's richest. The specifics of his financial sources remain unclear. Nevertheless, his companies, consisting of numerous jewelry stores and pawn shops, flourish throughout the province, establishing a modest renown. What companies? Wang Guan asked, intrigued. Gao Daquan glanced at Wang Guan and replied nonchalantly, Taiha, that cannot be right. Wang Guan exclaimed, suddenly furrowing his brow. I recall that the owner of Taiha is named Lin. What's peculiar about that? Yu Feibai remarked casually. It is inherent in our culture to conceal wealth. The wealthiest often prefer to place a puppet in the spotlight while they operate from the shadows, amassing fortunes discreetly. Wang Guan nodded in understanding, aware that, for various reasons, domestic magnates are often reluctant to flaunt their riches compared to their international counterparts, lest they become targets. Not only the wealthy, but even ordinary individuals, including Wang Guan's mother, upon sudden acquisition of wealth, instinctively seek to hide it rather than boast, fearing scrutiny. Thus, while we often scorn foreign attitudes towards wealth, at times, we exhibit an even greater propensity for discretion. Of course, Wang Guan, at that moment, was not inclined to ponder this deeply ingrained characteristic of his compatriots. Instead, he marveled at the smallness of the world, having come full circle back to Taiha. Yu Feibai, perceptive as ever, sensed a shift in the atmosphere and curiously asked, is there something amiss with this Taiha company? That is a question for Wang Guan. Gao Daquan replied with a smile. Wang Guan chuckled lightly, responding candidly, I previously worked at the Taiha pawn shop in the porcelain capital. Oh, so it's an old employer? Yu Feibai realized, while simultaneously sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared, though he refrained from delving further. As for Wang Guan, having been dismissed was not a matter of pride, and he felt no inclination to elaborate. Upon witnessing the scene, Gao Daquan seemed to grasp the underlying circumstances. However, observing Wang Guan's demeanor, he refrained from further comments and instead remarked meaningfully, Wang Guan, gold will shine regardless. Yet, with your abilities, the Jigu Zhai would be a more fitting place for you. Wang Guan nodded, casting aside the unpleasant memories. Yu Feibai, somewhat perplexed, was about to inquire further when the voice of the train attendant echoed through the carriage. Ingtan, we have arrived. Passengers, please collect your belongings and disembark. With a gentle sigh of relief, the train gradually slowed to a halt, and, as the doors opened, Wang Guan and Yu Feibai gathered their luggage and followed Gao Daquan out of the station. Gazing upon the unfamiliar city, Yu Feibai scrutinized the surroundings and asked, Uncle Da, where are we headed now? I have made the necessary arrangements. Someone will be here to pick us up, Gao Daquan replied. True to his word, shortly thereafter, a black sedan approached slowly, with the driver holding a large sign bearing the name Gao Daquan. Upon seeing this, Wang Guan promptly approached to converse with the driver. The driver, exuding warmth, assisted them with their luggage, and only after all three were settled did he drive off smoothly. The sedan moved swiftly along the highway and soon left the city outskirts. Noticing this, Wang Guan inquired, Uncle Duh, are we heading straight to Longhu Mountain? Indeed. We will first settle in, enjoy a few days of exploration, and then attend the exchange meeting, Gao Dequan chuckled. Perhaps Mr. Qian is already awaiting our arrival. Perfect. I need to visit the Tianshi mansion to seek a few talismans to help change my fortune, Yu Feibai added with a smile. Amidst laughter and conversation, the sedan arrived at the Longhu Mountain Visitor Center, a remarkably modern structure. Although it was not the peak tourist season, a considerable number of visitors were present. Wang Guan surveyed the surroundings and followed Gao Dequan into the reception center. The promise of all-inclusive accommodation appeared to hold true, for once Gao Dequan provided their names. The staff promptly escorted them to a lavish and comfortable suite. The suite boasted a living room with a balcony and several bedrooms, equipped with a refrigerator, air conditioning, and television, all abundantly furnished. The arrangement was, indeed, several times more comfortable than the average household suite. Upon witnessing this, Wang Guan felt a pang of shame, realizing that his own living quarters paled in comparison to the luxury of this place. The three settled in, each selecting a room to organize their belongings. After a while, they reconvened in the living room, where Yu Feibai inquired, Uncle Duh, is Mr. Qian staying here as well? Wang Guan immediately perked up, eager to know if they could pay their respects to him. I'll make a quick call to find out, Gao Dequan replied, dialing a number. After a brief conversation, he hung up. What did you find out? Yu Feibai asked. He was here a few days ago, but Fang Mingsheng, aware of Mr. Qian's arrival, has vacated his villa to accommodate him. Gao Dequan chuckled. This fellow truly knows how to navigate social situations. No wonder his business continues to thrive. As evening descended, it seemed inappropriate to disturb Mr. Qian, so Gao Dequan proposed that they visit him the following day, to which Wang Guan and Yu Feibai readily agreed. A little while later, dinner time arrived, and without any need for the trio to call for it, a server delivered a sumptuous feast to their room. This proposal is quite agreeable. Having just dined, a leisurely stroll would indeed be beneficial for one's health. Everyone expressed no objections, and the three of them slowly descended the stairs, meandering about. Wang Xian remarked while walking, this place is rather spacious. Just look at the promotional materials over there. The total area spans 170,000 square meters, with a construction area of 8,000 square meters. Yu Feibai whispered, this is merely the first stop of the entire Longhu Mountain scenic area. One can only speculate on how many lives have been enriched by Longhu Mountain. Wang Guan was somewhat astonished. It was rare to find a wealthy scion with such a concern for the nation and its people. Look at what I'm doing. Oh, there's a beautiful lady, exclaimed Yu Feibai, his eyes sparkling as he rushed forward without so much as a greeting. Observing Yu Feibai's confident approach to a young woman clad in a waitress uniform, Wang Guan nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. That's the demeanor of a true playboy. Otherwise, how could we possibly scold you for being a gentleman of virtue? Don't mind him, Gao Dequan said with a glance, a hint of disdain in his voice. Had I known, I wouldn't have brought him along. Wang Guan chuckled and took a few steps with Gao Dequan when Yu Feibai hurriedly caught up, lamenting, Uncle Duh, why didn't you wait for me? How could I disrupt your good fortune? To avoid interfering with your escapades, Gao Dequan replied, somewhat displeased. Uncle Duh, where did your thoughts wander? I was merely inquiring about the attractions here, Yu Feibai replied with a smile. Now I've learned that there are fog movies for D-Cinema's holographic projections and virtual reality books. Sounds intriguing, doesn't it? Let's go take a look. All right, Uncle Duh, take your time, he said, and seemingly fearing Gao Dequan might reconsider, he quickly dragged Wang Guan away. This impulsive nature of his was hard to change. Gao Dequan shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, and leisurely made his way to the tea lounge. At that moment, Yu Feibai pulled Wang Guan into a corner, grinning broadly. Wang Guan, don't you think it's a bit awkward for two men to go watch a movie together? One might assume we share a romantic bond. There was a distinct nuance in Yu Feibai's smile, and Wang Guan sighed, I understand. Just be cautious if Uncle De catches you. Don't expect me to take the blame. Good brother, thank you. Yu Feibai beamed, patting Wang Guan on the shoulder before vanishing into the corner. Regardless of brotherhood, the absence of femininity often leads men astray. It is a common flaw. Wang Guan muttered to himself. Wang Guan, is that truly you? I thought I was seeing things. A young man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses approached, looking quite dapper and refined. With a cheerful demeanor, he exclaimed, it's been a while. I never expected to run into you here. Lin Hai. Wang Guan felt a wave of disorientation. How could he forget? This was the very individual who had plunged him from the heights of promotion and salary increase into despair merely half a month prior. It is indeed me. It seems you are doing well, finding time for leisure and travel, he observed with a hint of irony. Lin Hai nodded, a smile concealing a deep-seated mockery and derision. Not bad. Wang Guan maintained a stoic expression, his response notably tepid. Faced with someone as despicable as Lin Hai, refraining from a vehement outburst or delivering a swift kick was already a testament to his benevolence and cultivated temperament. Is that so? Lin Hai furrowed his brow, feeling quite displeased. In his mind, upon seeing him, Wang Guan would surely be incensed, filled with fury. Ideally, he would be clinging to Lin Hai's leg, weeping profusely, and humbly begging for mercy. Only then would Lin Hai experience a sense of accomplishment. However, witnessing Wang Guan's unwavering demeanor made Lin Hai feel akin to a jester, performing for an audience that failed to applaud, igniting a swell of frustration within him. As his anger simmered, Lin Hai shed his facade, offering a cold smile, his eyes brimming with disdain. Wang Guan, have you never heard the saying about dogs meddling in affairs that don't concern them? I trust you now regret your actions. Beg me. If you utter a single word of contrition, acknowledging your fault, I may grant you a chance. Observing Lin Hai's smug expression, Wang Guan replied coolly, I have only heard that the net of heaven is vast and intricate, ensnaring all misdeeds. Those who commit wrongful acts inevitably face retribution. Ungrateful fool. Lin Hai's countenance darkened, and he adjusted his tie, suddenly smiling again. Wang Guan, it seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Do you believe that a mere word from me could render you without a foothold in the Porcelain City? Who do you think you are? The secretary or mayor of Porcelain City? Wang Guan chuckled lightly. Or do you believe we live in ancient times where the law can be disregarded and one can reign supreme? Just wait. In a few days, you'll realize the truth of my words. Lin Hai's face flushed, momentarily aware of his limited influence, yet refusing to concede defeat. Even in boasting, he sought to maintain his pride, uttering a hollow remark before haughtily departing. How tiresome. Wang Guan found it somewhat amusing. Perhaps due to a shift in perspective, he no longer harbored much animosity towards Lin Hai, perceiving him as a mere clown, performing for his amusement. Like a tiger or lion, would they truly concern themselves with a barking dog? After a brief wait, the elevator doors opened. As Wang Guan was about to step inside, he was met by the enchanting figure of a beautiful woman emerging from a lift. Despite being accustomed to various beauties on screens large and small, he found himself momentarily spellbound. Her long, graceful legs were enveloped in sheer, flesh-toned stockings, her delicate feet adorned with high-heeled boots, striding towards him with an alluring sway. The softness, beauty, and charm she exuded were beyond words, radiating an irresistible allure. Undeniably, in that fleeting moment, Wang Guan felt a sudden flutter in his heart. As they brushed past each other, a subtle, elegant fragrance wafted through the air, teasing his senses. With great effort, he suppressed the urge to inhale deeply and stepped into the elevator, instinctively turning to gaze back at her. Concurrently, he noticed admiration reflected in the eyes of nearby men. His gaze involuntarily drifted behind the beautiful woman, watching her graceful movements as she glided away like a delicate willow branch. It seemed that the time had come for him to seek a girlfriend. Wang Guan sighed softly, secretly feeling a twinge of guilt for his lack of willpower, while his eyes wandered with a hint of wistfulness. Hey, were you lost in thought? I merely asked her to accompany me for a drink, Yu Feibai chuckled, a slight flush gracing his cheeks. Aside from that, there was no trace of lipstick or perfume lingering about him. However, Wang Guan remained skeptical, his eyes darting around in search of incriminating evidence against Yu Feibai. It was just a couple of drinks, Yu Feibai remarked, his mind clear, smiling as he added. I didn't expect Wang Guan to hold his liquor so well, showing no signs of intoxication at all. Thank you. Next time, I shall truly invite you for a drink. The night passed in silence. The following morning, the three of them rose, washed their faces, brushed their teeth, and had breakfast before setting off to visit Elder Qian. Fang Mingxing's villa was not far from the Longhu Mountain Visitor Center. They hailed a taxi, and after approximately half an hour, they arrived in front of a luxurious building. Like other upscale villas, this structure was surrounded by tall, iron railings, with security guards patrolling the vicinity. Even in the guardhouse, beside the entrance, several fierce-looking guard dogs were kept. Upon seeing the visitors, the dogs barked loudly, their ferocity evident, and even restrained by chains, they instilled a sense of trepidation. The trio halted, and Gao Dequan promptly dialed a phone number. After a short while, Wang Guan caught sight of a group approaching from within the villa. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in a well-tailored Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of sophistication. Upon seeing him, the security personnel quickly pulled the ferocious dogs aside and opened the iron gate. Brother Gao, it has been a while. You still possess your charm, the middle-aged man approached. Speaking in a somewhat antiquated manner, Boss Fong, Gao Dequan responded more directly, smiling as he engaged in pleasantries with the middle-aged man. This individual was presumably Fong Mingsheng, the mastermind behind Taiha. Observing closely, Wang Guan noted that Fong Mingsheng did not exhibit the ostentatious demeanor described by Gao Dequan. His physique was neither stout nor slender, and in his straight Zhongshan suit, he emanated a certain elegance. After exchanging niceties, Fong Mingsheng led the trio into the villa. Upon entering, Wang Guan was astounded by the spacious and opulent interior, finally comprehending why Gao Dequan had labeled Fong Mingsheng a nouveau riche. The walls of the grand hall were adorned with a myriad of artworks, ranging from traditional Chinese landscape and floral paintings to Western sketches and oil paintings. This harmonious blend of Eastern and Western art occupied nearly every inch of wall space. At a glance, there seemed to be scarcely any gaps. Additionally, in the corners of the walls and corridors, numerous vases, mei-ping, and other decorative vessels of varying shapes and styles were displayed. The entire villa was aglow with various lights, including pendant lights, wall-mounted fixtures, and floor installations. Under the illumination of these varied lights, the paintings and porcelain ornaments exude a kaleidoscope of brilliance. This lustrous and resplendent aura surpasses that of stepping into a jewelry store. Mr. Fong's taste remains remarkably distinctive. As Gao Dequan ambled along, he remarked casually, "It seems the paintings on the wall have been replaced with a new collection. The treasures here could nearly constitute a museum." Whether he failed to detect the irony in his words or interpreted Gao Dequan's compliment as praise for himself, Fong Mingsheng appeared quite pleased, responding with a smile. "Oh, not all. I still fall short compared to you, my dear Gao." Clearly, Fong Mingsheng did not grasp the notion of excess. The multitude of items displayed in the villa's grand hall not only created a sense of overwhelming clutter, but also bore an air of tastelessness. Meanwhile, Wang Guan felt exhilarated. His spirits lifted. Wasn't the purpose of attending the exchange meeting to anticipate this very moment? How could he allow such a splendid opportunity to slip away? He promptly activated his unique abilities. However, when the aura of treasures extended to encompass the paintings and porcelain, Wang Guan was left deeply disappointed and perplexed. Among these artworks and porcelain, he could scarcely sense any trace of treasure's essence. Suddenly, Wang Guan noticed the signatures on the paintings, many inscribed in simplified characters, dated from the late 1970s to the 1990s and even into the 21st century. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. These works were the creations of modern masters. Even if they were authentic, lacking the passage of time to imbue them with depth, they naturally held little allure. Sighing, Wang Guan shifted his focus entirely to the porcelain. Yet, as he progressed, he encountered either white luster or pale hues of brilliance, with some pieces lacking any aura altogether. Consequently, he deduced that the porcelain displayed by Fong Mingsheng was either from the late Qing dynasty or the Republic of China, with some pieces undoubtedly being forgeries. There was not even a single piece from the Daoguang period of the Jiading era, and all were of ordinary quality, devoid of any significant treasure. In his disappointment, Wang Guan experienced a moment of clarity. It was no wonder that Fong Mingsheng had so little protection in place, brazenly showcasing his collection. Even if items were lost or broken, his considerable wealth would render him largely untroubled. This was only natural. Who wouldn't he safeguard true treasures, fearing even the slightest mishap? It appeared that to absorb the essence of true treasures, he would have to wait for the commencement of the treasure exchange meeting. Wang Guan consoled himself, reminding himself that a few days remained, and he could endure until then. After a while, having traversed a lengthy corridor, he found himself in a garden-like courtyard. The courtyard must have been meticulously designed by a master artisan, with its layout and architecture embodying the quintessential style of Jiangnan gardens. Artificial hills, flowing waters, and small pavilions adorned with shaded trees and blooming flowers created a scene both exquisite and intricate. The cascading waterfall, the gentle stream, and the soft breeze intermingled to form a harmonious balance of movement and tranquility, culminating in a beautifully balanced composition. Wang Guan pondered how Mr. Chen could reside in such a somewhat ostentatious villa. It turned out that there was much more to this place than met the eye. He realized, with a touch of self-awareness, that his observations had been somewhat superficial. Chapter 43. The Mansion Pot. CPW 210H140 ACU. Upon arriving, Gao Dequan sincerely marveled. Your quaint abode resembles an increasingly refined sanctuary. This, however, was merely a prelude. In a few years, once the flora and fauna flourished in full splendor, it would achieve true perfection. Fang Mingshang ceased to feign modesty, and though he appeared somewhat discontent, a hint of pride crept into his voice as he remarked, "The only flaw lies within the stream. It is but common well water. I am contemplating whether to construct a pipeline to channel the crystal waters of Yulong Spring from Longhushan here. What nouveau riche?" At this moment, Wang Guan could no longer suppress his inner disdain. He finally comprehended that the disdain for the nouveau riche stemmed not from contempt, but rather from envy and jealousy. Fang Mingsheng, seemingly oblivious, continued, "Nevertheless, I have consulted several experts, and they all concur that this endeavor poses considerable challenges. After all, Yulong Spring cascades from a lofty mountain, and connecting a pipeline will require overcoming numerous obstacles. However, a preliminary plan has been established, and work will commence once the exchange meeting concludes. Thus, dear Gao, during your next visit, you shall savor the waters of Yulong Spring here." Gao Dequan feigned indifference, his pace quickening as he soon entered the small building. Within the hall, Elder Qian sat beside the tea table. Upon seeing the group enter, he warmly smiled and said, "Ada, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Cool me. Indulge in the Lushan clouds and mist tea I have brewed." Elder Qian, Wang Guan, and the others offered their respectful greetings. At Elder Qian's gesture, they dispersed to take their seats. Gao Dequan and Fang Mingsheng settled across from Elder Qian, while the two younger individuals, Wang Guan and Yu Fei Bai, positioned themselves on either side of the trio. The tea table was meticulously arranged with various teaware. 2 pristine porcelain cups were placed on either side, with a half-filled cup of residual tea in between. Beside it, an electric stove hummed, the kettle boiling and releasing wisps of steam. Before Elder Qian could make a move, Wang Guan, with great initiative, retrieved several porcelain cups and rinsed them with hot water. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any clumsiness. Soon, each cup was filled with 7 parts tea, its pale hue reminiscent of jade, exuding a delicate fragrance. "Please, everyone sample this," Elder Qian said, a note of approval gracing his features as he lifted his cup for a thoughtful sip. Observing this, the others followed suit, taking gentle sips. Yu Feibai exclaimed, "I have long heard of Lushan clouds and mist, renowned for its rich flavor, exquisite color, fragrant aroma, and clear infusion. It truly lives up to its reputation. No wonder it is considered a tribute tea." In contrast, Elder Qian, Gao Dequan, and Fang Mingsheng, seemingly accustomed to Lushan clouds and mist tea, exhibited no particular sentiment. "You still dare to speak, considering this is among the top 10 famous teas in the country. And yet you have never tasted it despite residing in the porcelain capital for 2 years. What a shame," Gao Dequan chuckled. "You dare criticize me, when your preferred brew is none other than Westlake Biluakun," Yu Feibai retorted. Amidst laughter and conversation, the group savored their tea and engaged in light banter. Naturally, the majority of the discourse revolved around Gao Dequan and Fang Mingsheng, while Elder Qian listened attentively, occasionally nodding and offering brief commentary. As for Wang Guan and Yu Feibai, they remained primarily as listeners. As the conversation meandered, it inevitably gravitated toward the theme of the gathering. Gao Dequan inquired, "Boss Fang, what treasures do you plan to unveil this year?" "Haha, that cannot be disclosed, not just yet," Fang Mingsheng replied with an air of mystery, gesturing dismissively. "It is not the right time. Revealing it now would diminish the intrigue. Surely, you would not divulge the treasures you have brought, would you, Brother Gao?" "Indeed." Gao Dequan chuckled softly, though a hint of regret lingered in his tone. "I am well aware of your character, Boss Fang. If it were not something of great value, you would not exude such confidence." "Haha, Brother Gao knows me well," Fang Mingsheng declared, his confidence unabated. "I have attended these gatherings for several years, and each time, I have narrowly missed the crown. This year, it is time for me to seize the first prize. Given your demeanor, I can ascertain that your treasure must be extraordinary. I find myself eager for the exchange to commence." Gao Dequan chuckled. "However, I must caution you, Boss Fang. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment." "Oh, hearing that, Brother Gao must have unearthed an exceptional treasure himself," Fang Mingsheng remarked, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. "You shall find out in due course." Gao Dequan, too, played his cards close to his chest, casting a discreet glance at Wang Guan. If that piece of Li Tingue ink were genuine, it would undoubtedly claim victory. Fang Mingsheng nodded knowingly, jesting, "Old Qian, did you hear that? Brother Gao intends to compete with me. Make sure you do not show any bias." "Huh, what if I were to cast my vote in your favor?" Old Qian laughed. "That would be splendid." Fang Mingsheng responded eagerly, eliciting playful mockery from Gao Dequan. After a moment, Fang Mingsheng declared, "The treasure I intend to present in the competition cannot be revealed just yet. However, I have recently acquired something remarkable that I can share for your admiration. You should have mentioned it sooner, Gao Dequan exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Then, I will be grateful to you, Boss Fong. At that moment, Fong Mingxing revealed a brocade box. With the treasure before them, the group set aside their tea, their focus entirely on Fong Mingxing as he opened the box to unveil a beautifully crafted purple clay teapot, its surface glistening with a radiant sheen. Inscribed on the teapot were the characters quenching thirst, longevity without severance. Gao Dequan, upon seeing it, exclaimed in astonishment, "This is a Chun Mansheng purple clay Huan teapot." "Ha! Brother Gao possesses a keen eye. Please, feel free to examine it," Fong Mingxing invited, carefully placing the teapot down. Gao Dequan, not one to be shy, gently lifted the lid and set it aside, seizing the opportunity to impart wisdom. "You too, pay close attention. In the future, whenever you observe a lidded item, always remove the lid for inspection. Otherwise, should you accidentally drop it while examining, it may shatter upon impact." While sharing his insights, Gao Dequan meticulously scrutinized the teapot, its body, lid, inside and out, before thoughtfully placing it down and gesturing, "Now you both may take a closer look." Chapter 44. While the world is drunk, I alone remain sober. At this juncture, Fong Mingxing seized the moment to inquire, "Are these two talented youths your new apprentices?" "Ha, not quite," Gao Dequan replied, shaking his head with a smile as he introduced them. "This is Yu Fei Bai, the child of a friend of mine, and this is Wang Guan, an employee of Jigu Zhai. They possess a keen interest in antique collection, which prompted me to bring them to this year's exchange meeting, hoping to broaden their horizons and facilitate their learning." Yu Fongming's expression shifted, and he chuckled. "It is indeed beneficial to acquire knowledge. I suspect that in just a few years, these young individuals will become the mainstay of the collection community." "Not so swiftly," Gao Dequan replied with a smile. "Collecting antiques is a lifelong endeavor, requiring continuous learning and dedication. They still have much to refine." As the two engaged in conversation, Wang Guan picked up a Zisha teapot, examining it meticulously. The teapot's design was exquisite, with elegantly simple lines. The surface felt remarkably smooth and delicate to his touch. Inscribed on the body just below the spout were the characters "for removing anger and quenching thirst," accompanied by the 8 characters "longevity without severance." Additionally, Wang Guan observed a small seal beneath the handle, bearing the name Peng Nian. Gently turning the teapot over, he discovered the inscription of Mandu Osher, recalling Gao Dequan's earlier mention of Chun Mansheng. Wang Guan strained to remember, as if he had some vague recollection. This was indeed the Hehuan teapot from the renowned Qing dynasty Zisha artist Chun Mansheng, part of his celebrated series of 18 styles. Meanwhile, Yu Feibai quietly interjected. Chun Mansheng, whose birth name was Chun Hongshou, styled as Zigong, and known as Mansheng, primarily lived during the Kangxi era. He was adept in classical literature and skilled in carving, gaining fame through his calligraphy and seal carving, and was one of the notable 8 masters of Shilin at that time. Upon hearing Yu Feibai speak with such eloquence, Wang Guan realized that he had once again consulted his sources. At that moment, Qianlao Gao Dequan and Fong Mingxing raised their cups to savor the tea while engaging in jovial banter, oblivious to the hushed conversation of the two. However, Yu Feibai, undeterred by the surroundings, glanced at his phone and continued. During that period, he became acquainted with the esteemed teapot maker Yang Pingyuan, along with his siblings Yang Baoyan and Yang Fengyan, designing numerous teapot styles that were crafted by the Yang family. This is what is referred to as the 18 styles of Mansheng teapots. The characters Peng Nian beneath the handle refer to Yang Pingyuan. Yu Feibai spoke passionately, pausing momentarily before asserting, "Thus, the full name of this Zisha teapot should be Yang Pingyuan's version of Chun Mansheng's inscribed Zisha Hehuan teapot. Is it genuine or a counterfeit?" Wang Guan inquired, sensing the crux of the matter. "Well," Yu Feibai hesitated, pondering, "it should be authentic." "What do you mean by should be?" Wang Guan replied, somewhat exasperated. "Could you not be more definitive? I assure you, it is indeed genuine." Yu Feibai's tuition over the past 2 to 3 years had evidently been worthwhile, as he showcased his newfound knowledge by examining the Zisha teapot and elaborating on the 4 methods of identification: observation, olfaction, auditory, and tactile. Observation involves examining the color of the Zisha clay. Olfaction entails smelling the teapot. New teapots typically exude a certain earthy warmth. Auditory involves lightly sliding the lid over the opening. A true Zisha teapot produces a sound akin to the resonance of jade, clear and crisp. Tactile examination reveals that new teapots often feel coarse, while older ones exhibit a smooth sheen. After applying these 4 methods, Yu Feibai confidently declared, "This is indeed a genuine piece." Is that so? Wang Guan remained skeptical, gazing at the exquisite Zisha teapot. Although Yu Feibai's assertions seemed plausible, an inexplicable feeling lingered within him, as if the teapot was somehow lacking an elusive quality. After much contemplation, Wang Guan finally succumbed to employing his special ability. His delay primarily stemmed from a desire to hone his skills. After all, no matter how potent his abilities might be, they merely served to discern authenticity from deception. The intricate craftsmanship, the characteristics of the era, the cultural implications, these facets necessitated Wang Guan's personal exploration. The essence of unearthing the significance of artifacts largely constitutes the enjoyment of antique collecting. Moreover, the authenticity of an object must be substantiated with evidence. One must articulate reasoning. Otherwise, how could others be persuaded? At that moment, to validate his hypothesis, Wang Guan focused intently on the purple clay teapot. Indeed, after a while, he continued to observe, albeit having retracted his special ability in favor of using his naked eye. He scrutinized the teapot from all angles, left, right, front, back, repeatedly turning it over, and only after several minutes did he finally set it down. It was then that Gao Dequan lowered his teacup and inquired softly, "Have you finished your examination? Please, share your thoughts." "You go first," Wang Guan insisted, deferring to him. Yu Feibai did not hesitate, his gaze flickering as he candidly declared, "I believe this is an authentic piece." "On what grounds?" Gao Dequan asked with a smile. Meanwhile, Qian Lao and Fong Mingsheng listened attentively, their expressions inscrutable, revealing no hint of their thoughts. Yu Feibai, somewhat disappointed, elaborated, "When I gently rotate the lid, there is no friction whatsoever with the spout. Furthermore, the alignment of the spout, base, and handle forms a perfect straight line, indicating exquisite craftsmanship. Additionally, considering the color, aroma, and texture, I can ascertain that this is a Mansheng-style Yihuan teapot, designed by Chun Mansheng and crafted by Yang Pinyin during the Qing dynasty." Yu Feibai articulated his reasoning with the poise of a true expert in purple clay teapots. Gao Dequan remained non-committal and turned to Wang Guan, asking, "What is your perspective?" "This teapot is remarkable," Wang Guan pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "However, I sense it lacks a certain spirit and essence that would elevate it to the heights of a true Mansheng teapot." "What?" The group gasped in surprise, especially Yu Feibai, who frowned in confusion. Based on his recent interactions, Wang Guan did not strike him as one to seek attention through outlandish claims. How could he suddenly express such unfounded sentiments? In truth, Wang Guan felt a sense of helplessness. This elusive essence was merely a feeling devoid of tangible evidence. How could he convince anyone of it? Yet, he could not help but acknowledge how impeccably crafted the teapot was. Despite the assistance of his special ability, he found no flaws to point out and thus resorted to vague assertions. At that moment, Wang Guan realized that his special ability was not infallible. Throughout history, countless masters of forgery have succeeded in creating imitations so flawless that they could easily deceive the untrained eye. Even if Wang Guan could discern authenticity, the sensation of being the only sober one in a world intoxicated by illusions was profoundly disheartening. The female protagonist's investigation revealed that only a handful of individuals participated. The data was insufficiently comprehensive. Chapter 45, an annual salary of 8 million. For instance, when Wang Guan utilized his special ability to examine the purple clay teapot, he noticed a faint, white luminescence emanating from its surface, indicating that it was a newly crafted piece. However, other craftsmanship features and the exquisite nature of the design, including the smoothness of the pot's body and even its interior, are utterly flawless. Wang Guan scrutinized it inside and out, unable to find even the slightest imperfection. Reluctantly, he did not wish to betray his conscience with a falsehood, which led him to express an evaluation that felt somewhat out of place. Observing Qian Lao, Gao Dequan, and Fong Mingsheng in silence, Yu Feibai furrowed his brow slightly and whispered, "Wang Guan, if you do not understand, it would be wise to refrain from speaking indiscriminately." At that moment, Fong Mingsheng inquired with a smile, "Brother Gao, he claims this is a new pot. What is your perspective?" "This is indeed a fine pot," Gao Dequan replied leisurely, lifting the purple clay teapot to admire it intently. Upon hearing this, Yu Feibai glanced at Wang Guan, sensing no malice, only a hint of pride, as if to say, "See, I was right to heed my instincts." Meanwhile, Fong Mingsheng's expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and delight. As he spoke, "Brother Gao, you, do not rush. Allow me to finish my statement," Gao Dequan interjected, waving his hand and gently caressing the pot, sighing. Such an exquisite teapot is a rarity in the market. The imitation is so strikingly authentic that it nearly deceived me. What? Yu Feibai was taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed, Uncle Duh, are you suggesting this pot is a counterfeit? It is not a counterfeit, but rather an imitation, Gao Dequan clarified. Shaking his head, you must understand the distinction between the two. A counterfeit is false, whereas an imitation is crafted with the finest materials and exceptional artistry, a meticulous reproduction. At first glance, I recognized this as a pot of remarkable craftsmanship. Upon handling it, my conviction only strengthened. Yet, after prolonged examination, I sensed something amiss. Despite repeated scrutiny, I could not pinpoint the discrepancy. Casting a glance at Wang Guan, Gao Dequan expressed a tinge of regret. It was only when you all handled it that I observed from the sidelines. As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly. That was the moment I realized something was off with this pot. The bystander sees clearly. Yu Feibai frowned, standing up to take a few steps back for a distant appraisal, yet found no revelations. Feibai, your observation is ultimately futile. Such matters are highly subjective. Understanding comes with experience. If you do not grasp it, you must accumulate knowledge over time, Gao Dequan remarked. What Wang Guan mentioned about the spirit and charm was, in fact, accurate. Setting aside the craftsmanship and era characteristics of the purple clay pot, the essence can be distilled into 4 abstract aesthetic elements: form, spirit, quality, and posture. Only when these 4 aspects are harmoniously intertwined can one deem it a true masterpiece. This purple clay pot evidently meets that standard. Gao Dequan evaluated it, sighing further, regrettably. It remains merely a new pot, lacking the depth that time bestows. Yu Feibai stood still, clinging to a glimmer of hope, casting an eager glance at Qian Lao, awaiting the final judgment. Qian Lao smiled gently. Although he did not provide a direct response, his lack of contradiction already conveyed his stance. Alas, it seems I have misjudged once more. Yu Feibai lowered his head, feeling somewhat disheartened, and raised it again to inquire, Wang Guan. How did you discern that this pot was not genuine? Indeed, the 3 individuals nearby turned their attention to Wang Guan. It is well known that Qian Lao and Gao Dequan have been collecting antiques for many years, dedicating a significant portion of their lives to the study of these artifacts. Their knowledge and experience have reached profound depths, enabling them to detect the subtle differences between new and old pots. Yet, Wang Guan is only in his 20s. How could he possibly possess such experience? What, then, emboldened him to conclude that this pot was a mere imitation? Under the gaze of the onlookers, Wang Guan furrowed his brow, feeling a touch of distress. If he had the words to explain, he would have spoken them already. There was no need to wait until now. Had he known, he might have simply claimed he could not discern the truth of it. Enough of this. Let's not put Wang Guan in a difficult position, Qian Lao interjected with a smile. Such convincingly deceptive items are crafted from aged purple clay and meticulously handcrafted, exhibiting exquisite artistry. Even seasoned connoisseurs can occasionally be misled if they are not vigilant. Moreover, this pot has aged somewhat. Its newness is entirely faded, and were it not lacking a certain charm, it could easily be mistaken for a genuine article. As for this elusive quality, it can only be sensed intuitively. One cannot articulate it. Wang Guan's ability to perceive it is a unique gift, akin to the 6th sense described in Buddhism, a trait that cannot be forced. Qian Lao's gentle commentary was met with appreciative glances. It was unexpected to discover such a talented young individual through a moment of goodwill. You flatter me, Qian Lao. Wang Guan replied with a modest smile, feeling somewhat awkward under the direct praise. While possessing talent is indeed a blessing, one must avoid arrogance. Throughout history, countless examples of squandered potential serve as a cautionary tale. At this juncture, Qian Lao shifted the conversation, encouragingly stating, of course, Feibai, do not be disheartened. Talent is merely talent. Mastering antiques relies on accumulation. Diligence can compensate for shortcomings, and success will ultimately follow. Rest assured, Qian Lao, if I cannot endure such a minor setback, I would have given up long ago, Yu Feibai declared, his earlier despondency dissipating. Haha, that's the spirit of youth. Do not fear setbacks. Your age is your greatest advantage. You are afforded the opportunity to make mistakes and continuously learn from them. Meanwhile, Fang Mingxing chuckled, however. Before we proceed, do you not wish to know the origins of this pot? Oh, by the looks of Mr. Fang. It seems he is already privy to the pot's secrets, Gao Dequan remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, I have known for some time, Fang Mingxing admitted with a light laugh. Since acquiring this pot, I have consulted numerous individuals, including my own team of experts. Regrettably, I was disappointed to find that the vast majority could not identify any flaws. Even those who suspected something amiss could not articulate their reasoning. With a sigh, Fang Mingxing suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, saying, Gao Xiong, do not fault me for reiterating my earlier sentiments. As always, should you choose to join us, an annual salary of 8 million awaits. And you may propose any other conditions you desire. Is it possible for me to have this villa? Gao Dequan asked with a gentle smile. Certainly. Fang Mingxing replied without hesitation. As long as you sign a 10-year contract, I shall gift you this villa. However, Gao Dequan remained unmoved, politely declining. I appreciate your kind offer, but I prefer to pursue what I truly enjoy. I must apologize. Chapter 46. Will you join my company? Sighing, Fang Mingxing expressed his resignation. I knew that would be your answer. Qian Lao, I truly envy you. Wang Guan, who was listening nearby, was taken aback, not only by Fang Mingxing's audacity in offering Gao Dequan a salary in the millions to serve him, but also by the fact that Fang Mingxing was aware of the connection between Qian Lao and Gao Dequan, yet still dared to poach in front of Qian Lao. This revelation suggested that Fang Mingxing's background was far more formidable than one might assume. At that moment, Qian Lao chuckled. This is entirely a Does decision. I have never imposed any constraints on him. That is precisely why I envy you. Fang Mingxing sighed. Gao Dequan smiled and urged Boss Fang. Please don't beat around the bush. Unveil the mystery. I am most curious to learn about the origin of this exquisitely crafted Zisha teapot. The authenticity of such a remarkable piece must be attributed to a master artisan. Ah, you are correct, my dear Gao, Fang Mingxing declared proudly, raising his thumb. This Zisha teapot was acquired after considerable effort to persuade a collector from Taiwan to part with it. Its lines are simple. The craftsmanship is meticulous, and the carving is exquisite. It is indeed a rare treasure among treasures. Wang Guan, having listened for quite some time, felt both amused and exasperated. It seemed that Fang Mingxing was still playing coy, talking extensively while omitting the most crucial details. Suddenly, Qian Lao spoke up, if I am not mistaken. This should be a work by the renowned teapot master, Gu Jingzhou. Ah, Fang Mingxing paused, slightly taken aback. Qian Lao, how did you deduce that? Is it truly Master Gu's teapot? Gao Dequan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It cannot be false. Witnessing this exchange, Fang Mingxing felt invigorated and said with pride. This teapot was created in the 1930s when Master Gu was commissioned by the Shanghai Lang family to craft antiquities. Subsequently, it made its way to Taiwan, where a collector mistakenly regarded it as a fine piece by Chun Mansheng and cherished it for decades. Later, when Master Gu attended a craftsmanship exchange in Taiwan, collectors brought the teapot to him for appraisal, at which point they discovered its true origin. It was indeed a creation of Master Gu himself. Fang Mingxing continued. By that time, Master Gu had already achieved great success and was recognized as one of the most celebrated masters of Zisha teapots in modern times. That collector cherished this teapot immensely. I expended considerable effort to finally acquire it. Gu Jingzhou, a preeminent master of Zisha teapots in modern times, is celebrated as one of the most accomplished ceramic artists of his era, his reputation rivaling that of the Ming dynasty's Shi Dabin. He is regarded as a paragon of Zisha artistry, embodying a refined elegance that earned him the title of a master and a luminary in the field. At that moment, Yu Feibai quietly educated Wang Guan. After Gu Jingzhou achieved fame, he produced very few teapots throughout his life. At times, he would take years to create a batch, and each piece was held to the highest standards. Any that did not meet his expectations were destroyed. Thus, the price of his teapot is exceedingly high. As early as the 1980s, it commanded an astonishing sum of 650,000 at an auction in Hong Kong. Nowadays, one can hardly speak of anything less than $1 million. Some even reach 4 or 5 million. The exquisite Mansheng teapot he replicated has surpassed half a century, qualifying it as an antique. The craftsmanship is superb, with lines that flow harmoniously, embodying elegance and profound meaning, rendering its value incalculable. Yu Feibai, in contemplation, found himself inclined to assess the rarity of an item based on its price. Fang Mingxing seemed to catch wind of this thought, smiling gently as he remarked, I acquired this teapot for 6 million. Although that may seem a tad extravagant, one cannot place a price on what one truly cherishes. If I adore it, the cost becomes inconsequential. 6 million is not excessively high. Gao Dequan chuckled, stating Gu Lao passed away in the 1990s, and his teapot's price has been on a steady ascent ever since. Moreover, this Zisha teapot has been replicated with remarkable success and holds significant meaning. In a few more years, a valuation of 6 million will be quite reasonable. Haha, this teapot is part of my collection and is not for sale. By the way, you all must keep this a secret. I intend to use it to test the discernment of some connoisseurs, Fang Mingsheng said with a sly grin. Even if we were to remain silent, with your flamboyant nature, it would soon become common knowledge, Gao Dequan replied. Besides, who in our circle does not have a few close friends? Even if one makes a mistake, it won't be hidden. Indeed, Fang Mingsheng nodded. At any rate, all necessary tests have been completed, so there is no fear of others knowing. In this world, no one is immune to purchasing fakes or making errors in judgment. The crux lies in whether one learns from experience, while some remain perpetually oblivious. At that moment, Mr. Qian suddenly interjected, if you sincerely seek counsel, that is acceptable. However, if you approach with a competitive spirit, be cautious. If you incur the wrath of many, this circle will ostracize you. Fang Mingsheng was taken aback, quickly realizing the gravity of the warning. He patted his chest, exhaling deeply, and promptly stood up to express his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Qian, for your guidance. I nearly strayed from the right path. Mr. Qian nodded gently and raised his cup with a smile. Let us enjoy some tea. After a while, noon approached. The sun blazed fiercely, yet the shade of the trees provided a comforting warmth, creating a pleasant sensation on the skin. Boss, lunch is ready. A secretary reported to Fang Mingsheng. However, at Fang Mingsheng's enthusiastic invitation, no one declined, and they gathered in the parlor of the small building. Perhaps out of consideration for Mr. Qian, lunch was not as lavish as Wang Guan had imagined. There were no greasy meats, but rather a selection of light dishes, several plates of stir-fried vegetables with meat, and a bowl of clear soup. Nonetheless, the fragrant aroma and fresh, vibrant colors made one salivate. The dishes indeed embodied a return to simplicity. They appeared uncomplicated, yet were remarkably delicious, and everyone dined with great pleasure. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Dequan expressed his intent to take his leave. Brother Gao, why not stay over? Fang Mingsheng insisted warmly. Gao Dequan chuckled. No, I wouldn't want to overstay my welcome and feel embarrassed to win against you. So confident, are we? Fang Mingsheng raised an eyebrow and boldly declared, very well. Let us settle this in 3 days and see who will emerge victorious. Gao, take care, and we shall meet again in a couple of days. With a firm handshake, Fang bid farewell not only to Gao Dequan, but also to Yu Feibai and Wang Guan. The youth of today are truly remarkable. As he grasped Wang Guan's hand, Fang Mingsheng suddenly inquired, would you be interested in joining my company? The annual salary is nearly 1 million, with a car and housing provided. If you perform well, there is potential for further salary increases. Wang Guan was taken aback. It was not just him. Both Gao Dequan and Yu Feibai wore expressions of amusement as well. Uncle Duh, isn't Fang's company called Taiha? Yu Feibai asked, a hint of suppressed amusement evident in his voice. Indeed, it is Taiha, Gao Dequan replied with a light chuckle. They have a jewelry store and a pawn shop, with a chain of over a dozen establishments throughout the province. Ah, so you have heard of Taiha? Despite sensing something peculiar in Gao Dequan and Yu Feibai's reactions, Fang Mingsheng dismissed it, attributing it to their discontent with his attempt to recruit Wang Guan. After all, Wang Guan was merely an employee at Jigu Zhai and not bound by any servitude, free to come and go as he pleased. If Fang could afford the offer and Wang was willing to accept, what could Gao Dequan possibly say? Unfortunately, Fang Mingsheng, in all his calculations, remained unaware of Wang Guan's true circumstances. Thus, Gao Dequan paid little heed to Fang's overture, merely observing with a detached gaze. As for Wang Guan, he remained unmoved. Had this been a fortnight ago, when he was dismissed by Taiha, Fang's olive branch would have undoubtedly elicited an immediate acceptance from him. Yet, remaining steadfast in his intentions, Wang Guan gracefully declined, saying, thank you for your kind offer, Boss Fang, but I believe my skills are limited and require further honing over the next few years. I would not want to squander your goodwill. Oh, Fang Mingsheng replied, momentarily taken aback, but recognizing the wisdom in Wang Guan's words. Appreciating the young man's self-awareness, he laughed heartily. Very well. I shall await your return in a few years. Thank you, Boss Fang. Wang Guan smiled and entered the car. Goodbye. As they waved their farewells, the sedan sped away, distancing itself from the villa. During their journey, Yu Feibai chuckled. To be honest, Boss Fang is being somewhat stingy. The money Wang Guan has earned over the past half-month is enough for several years of his salary. How could that entice anyone? Indeed, Gao Dequan nodded in agreement. Feibai, you ought to take a leaf out of Wang Guan's book in this regard. Once you've made the decision to learn, you must delve deep and strive for mastery. Do you know what kind of individuals antique dealers favor? Gao Dequan answered his own question. It's people like you, who possess just enough knowledge to be misguided, making them the easiest to deceive. Understood. I will certainly study hard and improve every day, Yu Feibai declared, undeterred by the criticism, embodying a spirit of resilience that often leads to success. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yu Feibai asked, Uncle De, since it's still early, where shall we go next? We have 2 leisurely days ahead, and since we've come to Longhu Mountain, we should explore and enjoy the scenery. Gao Daquan chuckled, however. My age has taken its toll on my physique. Climbing mountains and embarking on adventures are no longer suitable for me. I shall merely explore the vicinity. As for you two, feel free to indulge in whatever pleases you. Uncle Do was not merely aging. It was evident that he had grown weary of such pursuits and lacked interest. Yu Feibai smiled, seemingly having awaited this very prompt, and after exchanging a few words, he vanished in the blink of an eye. That rascal, running off so swiftly. Does he truly think I'm unaware of his intentions to pursue the fair sex? Gao Daquan muttered under his breath. Beside him, Wang Guan stood agape, utterly astonished that someone of Gao Daquan's age was familiar with such colloquial expressions. Realizing that this could tarnish his illustrious and formidable image, Gao Daquan straightened his collar, cleared his throat, and inquired, Wang Guan, where do you plan to go? That sounds splendid, far superior to that scoundrel Yu Feibai, Gao Daquan remarked. You might consider visiting the ancient town of Xianfeng. Within the Master Zhang's residence of the Sihan dynasty, you can procure some distinctive items. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle De. I shall take my leave, Wang Guan replied, boarding the sightseeing bus heading to Xianfeng Ancient Town. Before long, Wang Guan arrived in the heart of the town, perhaps due to the influx of tourists. The ancient town was not the tranquil haven depicted in promotional photos. Rather, it buzzed with liveliness. The town boasted numerous historical landmarks, yet the most renowned were Shangqing Palace and the Master Zhang's residence. Following the crowd, Wang Guan strolled down a lengthy street, approximately 2 miles long, lined with ancient architecture. His feet tread upon smooth, rounded cobblestones, varied in shape and meticulously arranged, while his gaze wandered over the ancient edifices, evoking a sense of inexplicable nostalgia. However, the throngs of visitors, coupled with the bustling atmosphere and the goods being sold on the streets, dulled the ancient town's charm and the essence of its storied past. After a while, Wang Guan reached the illustrious Master Zhang's residence. In ancient times, both the aristocracy and common folk were well aware of the 2 prominent families, the Northern Confucians and the Southern Zhongs. The Northern Confucians referred to the family of Confucius in Xiufu, while the Southern Zhongs naturally pertained to Master Zhang's lineage. To be compared with the family of the sage Confucius speaks volumes about Master Zhang's influence. From a certain perspective, the Confucian family represented the elite, their prestige commanding respect even from scholars and emperors alike. In contrast, the Zhang family resonated with the common folk, wielding an influence that even emperors might regard with trepidation. After all, Master Zhang had become a figure of faith among the people. However, no matter how illustrious a family may be, the ravages of time inevitably lead to decline. The present-day Master Zhang's residence has lost the splendor it once enjoyed. Like many structures of its kind, it has devolved into a historic site for tourism and reverence. With a tinge of reflection, Wang Guan entered the Master Zhang's residence. Once upon a time, the entire estate was grand in scale, magnificent in its architecture, adorned with exquisite craftsmanship, resembling a royal palace and ranking among the last standing feudal estates of China. The courtyard was a veritable forest of camphor trees, ancient and towering, casting dappled shade and exuding tranquility, once celebrated as the foremost abode of the southern lands. It is said that in the past, Zhang Tianshi devoted considerable thought to the selection of this site, with the entrance facing the Lucy River and the majestic Xihuan Mountain at its back, flanked by emerald hills on either side. This location embodies the ancient principles of feng shui, characterized by the protective embrace of the azure dragon and the white tiger. Once the site was chosen, it was meticulously designed in accordance with the shape of the bagua, incorporating the front gate, ceremonial gate, private residence, and rear courtyard, earning the esteemed reputation of being the unparalleled gem of the southern lands and the foremost abode of the West River. Unfortunately, after enduring numerous wars, the Tianshi residence was ravaged by the flames of conflict. Following the establishment of the nation, it garnered little attention and languished in neglect. Fortuitously, with the advent of the reform and opening up policies, the Tianshi residence began to undergo gradual restoration. Chapter 48, a Ming Dynasty Jade Belt. Within the courtyard, there stand over a dozen camphor trees, their branches lush and verdant. The 2 side chambers of the courtyard feature a tea pavilion and a small shop. displaying various specialties from Long Hushin for visitors to rest and savor. However, what captivated Wang Guan's attention most was a large bell within the courtyard. As a nearby staff explained, this bell weighs an impressive 9,000 pounds and was cast in the 11th year of the Zhijing period of the Yuan dynasty, boasting a history of 7 to 8 centuries. Gazing at the ancient bronze bell, Wang Guan felt a stirring in his heart. When a number of visitors dwindled, he strolled around it, seemingly inspecting the intricate patterns of the bell, while in reality, he was employing his special abilities. In an instant, a brilliant golden light flashed before his eyes, emanating a rich and profound aura. Upon closer examination, Wang Guan discerned that the shimmering bell was enveloped in a golden radiance. Filled with excitement, he hesitated no longer. With a mere thought, his energy surged forth, drawing the precious aura from within the bell to his third eye, storing it within his pineal gland. As the strands of precious energy intertwined with him, he keenly observed subtle changes occurring in the translucent red gold coin residing in his pineal gland. The coin's brilliance intensified, and delicate patterns began to emerge on its surface, rendering it even more exquisite and vibrant. Buzz! Soon, the bell was completely drained of its precious energy. At that moment, it unexpectedly resonated with a sonorous chime, as if struck by an unseen hand, producing a melodious and prolonged sound. Simultaneously, Wang Guan felt a profound resonance, his consciousness expanding like ripples across a lake, spreading throughout the entire courtyard. This extraordinary occurrence jolted him into full awareness, prompting him to survey his surroundings. He immediately sensed a slight enhancement in the intensity of his special abilities. His field of vision extended, and the three-dimensional imagery became increasingly clear and transparent. For an instant, Wang Guan felt as though his gaze could penetrate the thick inner walls of the bell, allowing him to glimpse the other side. While Wang Guan was quietly contemplating his abilities, nearby visitors also heard the bell chime, some startled and drawn closer to investigate. For those with faith, the bell's self-ringing was perceived as a miraculous phenomenon. After all, at the moment of the bell's chime, several passers-by, including Wang Guan who stood closest, were entirely unarmed, lacking even a wooden stick, and thus could not have possibly struck the bell themselves. As the bell tolled, a throng of individuals poured in, engaging in their devout worship. However, among the visitors were some well-informed individuals who, without waiting for the staff to intervene, began to chuckle and explain the phenomenon at hand. They referred to it as the resonance effect, suggesting that somewhere outside, someone was forging iron or striking a bell, causing the sound to travel in and create a focal point that resonated perfectly with the grand bronze bell within the courtyard. Regardless of whether it was a scientific occurrence or a supernatural event, the lively crowd of tourists surged forward, inadvertently pushing Wang Guan to the periphery. Observing the bustling scene, the staff of the Heavenly Master's office promptly stepped in to maintain order. Some of the management secretly delighted in the situation, pondering whether to occasionally create such self-sounding spectacles in the future to garner attention. Meanwhile, the instigator of the commotion, Wang Guan, felt a sense of relief and swiftly departed from this hub of noise. At that moment, a ringing sound caught Wang Guan's attention. He quickly retrieved his phone to see that the caller was Yufei Bai. "Hello," Wang Guan responded, somewhat surprised as he answered. "Is this Wang Guan?" "It's me. Where are you right now?" Yufei Bai inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. Wang Guan, perplexed, replied, "I am visiting the Heavenly Master's office." "The Heavenly Master's office? What a coincidence!" Yufei Bai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then added with joy, "That's wonderful. I'm in Xianfeng town as well. Come quickly." After swiftly providing an address, Yufei Bai ended the call. "How intriguing," Wang Guan mused as he set down his phone, astonished that Yufei Bai was also in Xianfeng town. With a hint of confusion, he exited the Heavenly Master's office and inquired for directions, eventually arriving at the location Yufei Bai had mentioned. It was an antique shop where neatly arranged stones of various sizes adorned the exterior. These stones, with their waxy yellow hue and intricate textures, appeared to belong to the category of ornamental stones. As he approached, Wang Guan's eye caught the label that read yellow wax stone. However, upon touching the stones, he found their surfaces smooth yet abrasive to the touch. Without the need for any special ability, Wang Guan discerned that the quality of these stones was likely subpar. They might merely be ordinary pebbles that had been artificially colored with chemical dyes to resemble the so-called yellow wax stone. Hearing nearby tourists haggling with the shopkeeper over prices ranging from dozens to hundreds of dollars, Wang Guan realized that these stones were akin to travel souvenirs. Though not particularly valuable, they were not outright deceptions. After all, those who traveled should possess a sense of awareness. With such low prices, the quality was bound to be lacking. Of course, if someone were to spend several thousand on such stones, it could only be for two reasons. Either they had an exceptional eye to uncover jewels among a heap of worthless stones, or they had been misled and duped. Yet, in the world of antiques, regardless of the reason, a transaction is a transaction. One party is willing to pay while the other is willing to sell, and no one can fault the other or renege on the deal later. Wang Guan, you've arrived. Just as Wang Guan was contemplating this, Yu Feibai emerged from the antique shop. What about charming the ladies? I'm merely here to gather information, Yu Feibai declared with pride. If it weren't for my willingness to sacrifice my appearance, how could I possibly have discovered such exquisite treasures in this humble shop? I knew you would think, like Uncle Duh, that I was merely pursuing flirtations and neglecting my duties. Little do you realize, that enchanting lady is a local, well-informed about the finest offerings. She knows exactly what is worthwhile. He continued with a triumphant grin. This establishment is where she directed me. Do not be deceived by its simplicity. It harbors hidden gems. What treasures? Wang Guan inquired with curiosity. A jade belt from a Ming dynasty, Yu Feibai replied, not keeping him in suspense. The leather strap has unfortunately shattered, but the jade plate remains in pristine condition. However, I find myself uncertain, which is why I sought your expertise. You know I am but a novice. Why would you ask me for assistance? Wang Guan responded with a peculiar expression. Why not consult Uncle Da? Yu Feibai maintained his seriousness after purchasing. It will be sensible to have him authenticated. Yet, before the acquisition, one must rely on their own judgment to hone their skills. Otherwise, if I continually depend on Uncle Da, I shall never progress. Wang Guan nodded, acknowledging the soundness of this reasoning, though he found it curious. Isn't it said that we must rely on ourselves? Why then have you come to me? We are all beginners, and it is essential that we learn from one another. Yu Feibai replied, a hint of bashfulness in his smile. Now, let's not dawdle. The shopkeeper must be waiting. Come, let's take a look. As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled Wang Guan into the shop. Wang Guan felt he had no choice but to follow, stumbling along until they reached the back room after traversing the main hall. Is this your friend? At that moment, the shopkeeper emerged, scrutinizing Wang Guan with a hint of skepticism. The shopkeeper was a relatively young man, perhaps in his 30s, dressed in simple attire reminiscent of military garb from the late 20th century, worn and faded at the edges. Wang Guan speculated quietly as Yu Feibai spoke. Your prices are excessively high. I cannot manage it alone, hence I brought my friend to share the burden. Profits would be splendid, but losses can be mitigated. As he spoke, Yu Feibai winked at Wang Guan, signaling him to maintain the facade. Wang Guan understood, responding with a smile. He mentioned that you possess treasures, particularly your store's prized possession, which piqued my interest, prompting my swift arrival. The shopkeeper appeared relieved and emphasized, what I offer is genuine. You will not regret your purchase. May I also have a look? Wang Guan seized the opportunity to ask. Of course, the shopkeeper replied readily, leading them into a room where they sat. He soon returned, cradling a box, which he placed on the table, inviting them to examine its contents. Yu Feibai opened the box and turned to Wang Guan, saying, I have already inspected it. Now it is your turn. Very well, Wang Guan replied. Curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the contents. Inside the box lay neatly arranged pieces of jade, varying in shape, some round, some square, and others tail-like of various sizes. Wang Guan counted a total of 20 pieces. Wang Guan nodded slightly and listened as Yu Feibai continued. According to historical records, the structure, quantity, and arrangement of the jade belts from the Ming dynasty exhibit remarkable regularity. Notably, the front clasp of the leather belt is termed santai, with 3 round peaches arranged on each side, while the left and right square patterns are referred to as fishtail, accompanied by 2 small squares for support, 7 at the back, and 13 of varying sizes at the front. Thus, it is evident that a standard complete set of jade belt clasps should comprise 20 pieces, including 2 tail pieces for supporting squares, 6 round peaches, and 8 square patterns. Yu Feibai enumerated. The clasps within the box conform to these standards. Moreover, the carved floral designs on the clasps feature cloud dragon motifs. The 5-clawed dragon is reserved for the emperor, while the 4-clawed and 3-clawed versions are designated for princes, nobles, and high-ranking officials of a certain caliber. This particular piece is of the 4-clawed variety. Wang Guan picked up a round, peach-shaped jade piece, scrutinizing the intricate designs. He observed that the cloud dragon motif showcased a 4-clawed dragon with a sinuous, elongated body. The patterns and edges have been smooth, presenting a refined outline. and the meticulous polishing perfectly showcases the lustrous sheen on both the front and side of the clasp. Under the sunlight, this round, peach jade clasp sparkled with crystalline perfection, flawless in every respect. This is made of Hitian jade. Yufei by added. The white jade, tinged with green, should belong to the category of green jade. With a surface that exudes a gentle luster, crystalline and moist, possessing a glass-like quality. Furthermore, the craftsmanship is exquisite, with the cloud dragon motif appearing remarkably layered, creating a three-dimensional effect. Wang Guan nodded, picking up other jade pieces for meticulous examination. After a short while, he set the jade pieces down, prompting an eager inquiry from Yufei Bai. What do you think? Having expressed all that needed to be said, Wang Guan smiled and replied, I believe this piece is indeed a jade belt from the Ming Dynasty. My confidence stems from the fact that while inspecting the jade pieces, I utilized a special ability, perceiving a layer of bright yellow aura surrounding each piece. With this evidence, Wang Guan could assert with certainty that these jade clasps are undeniably authentic. Of course, during his inspection, he did not forget to absorb the aura from the jade. With Wang Guan's affirmation, Yufei Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him, a fleeting excitement crossing his face, which soon settled as he turned to speak in a conciliatory tone. Boss, this item is exceptional. However, ISNT the price a bit steep? 500,000 ISNT excessive, the shop owner asserted confidently. Given the impeccable condition and the complete set of 20 clasps, most of which are preserved in various museums, they are exceedingly rare in the market, and even with wealth, one might not be able to acquire them. Although Yufei Bai acknowledged the shop owner's reasoning, he was determined to negotiate. He patiently engaged with the shop owner, first slashing the price significantly before starting at 200,000 and gradually inching upward. After a few minutes, the shop owner grew somewhat impatient, gesturing, let us step out for tea and discuss this leisurely. That sounds agreeable, Yufei Bai replied with enthusiasm. The three of them exited to the shop's reception area, where the shop owner brewed a pot of tea, continuing their negotiations over steaming cups. Afterward, Yufei Bai engaged in a lively exchange with the shopkeeper, while Wang Guan occasionally chimed in. It was only after the last drops of tea had been consumed that they finally settled on a price of 390,000 yuan. Once the agreement was reached, the shopkeeper summoned an assistant to oversee the store and, adorned with a jade belt, accompanied Yufei Bai outside to the bank for the transaction. Wang Guan, having strolled for quite some time, began to feel fatigued and chose to remain behind, resting in the shop. As he sat idly for a while, boredom crept in, prompting him to slowly scrutinize the artifacts displayed in the antique shop. The establishment was modest in size, approximately 30 square meters, featuring 2 rows of shelves and 4 glass display cases. Within the glass cabinets lay an array of relatively precious jewelry, primarily jadeite artifacts. In contrast, the items on the wooden shelves appeared rather eclectic. Wang Guan understood that the items showcased prominently were unlikely to be true masterpieces. The genuine treasures were undoubtedly concealed, reserved for moments of necessity. However, feeling a bit bored, he was not averse to casually perusing the items, testing his discerning eye and accumulating experience in the absence of any special abilities. Rising to his feet, Wang Guan approached the wooden shelves. The jadeite artifacts in the glass cases were straightforward to assess, merely a matter of authenticity. Conversely, the assorted objects on the wooden shelves varied in material, stone, wood, ceramics, and metal, offering a diverse array of items. Each piece bore its own history and cultural significance, presenting opportunities for deeper exploration. Prominently displayed were several blue and white vases. Upon glancing at them, Wang Guan noted inscriptions containing characters such as Zhizheng, Ziyuan, and Tianshan. He recognized these as the reign titles of the Yuan dynasty emperors. Yuan blue and white, a fleeting desire to disregard the vases washed over him. Yet, out of caution, he picked up one of the blue and white porcelain vases for a closer examination. Immediately, he discerned its considerable weight, causing his wrist to dip several inches. Inspecting the base, he noticed the telltale signs of machine polishing. At this point, Wang Guan realized there was no need to continue his scrutiny. With a sigh, he shook his head. Even as a counterfeit, one would hope for a modicum of sincerity in the imitation. Such shoddy craftsmanship was not only a waste of his time, but also an affront to his discerning eye. Setting the vase down, he continued his inspection. Several wooden sculptures of Buddha, Guanyin, and Arhats appeared somewhat appealing, yet alas, they were all modern replicas. The smooth, precise cuts on the backs revealed their machine-made origins. As he methodically dismissed each piece, Wang Guan quickly completed his examination of the upper shelf. The lower shelf housed more cumbersome items: heavy clay figurines, tattered coins, and stone-carved inkstones and ornaments. Squatting down, he picked up these objects one by one, closely examining them and discovering a few that piqued his interest, which he believed to be authentic antiquities. However, these artifacts did not hold significant monetary value, and ultimately, they failed to ignite in Wang Guan any desire to purchase them. "Wang Guan, what are you looking at?" "I'm browsing on Taobao," Wang Guan replied with a smile. "Oh, have you found any treasures?" Yu Feibai inquired with curiosity. "There are quite a few treasures, but none that truly captivate me," Wang Guan said, mindful of his rhetoric to avoid offending the shopkeeper, who stood nearby. However, the shopkeeper, being a businessman, discerned the underlying meaning of Wang Guan's words without taking offense. Instead, he chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, I have many treasures in my shop, though I wonder if you still have any interest." Wang Guan glanced at Yu Feibai, who subtly shook his head, indicating that the treasures mentioned by the shopkeeper were likely not impressive. At the very least, they had failed to catch Yu Feibai's eye, for he had only purchased a jade belt. If even Yu Feibai found them lacking, there was no need to say more about the discerning Wang Guan. Thus, Wang Guan politely declined, stating, "No matter how exquisite the treasures may be, unfortunately, my funds are insufficient. It is better not to look." As for Wang Guan, he seized this opportunity to employ his special ability, enveloping all the items on the wooden rack to verify his discerning eye. After a cursory sweep, he found several yuan blue and white vases, devoid of any unusual characteristics. Satisfied, he nodded and proceeded to examine the second tier of wooden Buddha carvings, only to find, as he had surmised, that they were all modern pieces, lacking any trace of precious light. It was not until the third tier that he noticed a faint white glow emanating from a few coins. This confirmed that Wang Guan's assessment was indeed accurate, bringing him great joy. Just as he prepared to withdraw his special ability, a fleeting glance caught his attention in the corner of the fourth tier. Suddenly, a brilliant purple-golden radiance, akin to the resplendent hues of dawn, captivated Wang Guan, rendering him utterly astonished. Gently cradling the object, he felt a surge of excitement, his eyes aglow with the purple-golden luminescence. He could perceive the treasure's radiance, which was extraordinarily brilliant, nearly filling the entire shop's space. Previously, the precious light Wang Guan had encountered, whether white, yellow, or even purple, merely hovered a few centimeters around the objects. Even the esteemed Li Tingue ink, emanating a purple-golden glow, had a diameter of half a meter. Yet, the purple-golden light from this object expanded over 10 to 20 meters, resembling the stunning beauty of clouds at dawn. Seeing this phenomenon, Wang Guan understood that the object in his possession was exponentially more valuable than the Li Tingue ink he had discovered earlier. In essence, if the Li Tingue ink was a rare gem, then this object was a treasure of unparalleled rarity. "Wang Guan, what is it that you hold in your hand?" At that moment, Yu Feibai approached, noticing Wang Guan's dazed expression, which struck him as peculiar. Wang Guan, roused from his reverie, saw the purple-golden light dissipate, and his vision returned to normal. It was then that he finally discerned that he was holding a three-legged golden toad. Gently brushing off the dust, he scrutinized the object. The three-legged golden toad ornament was rather unremarkable in shape, with 2 legs in the front and 1 in the back, its wide eyes gazing upward as it squatted slightly. However, unlike the typical money-spitting or money-coughing toad figurines, this particular three-legged toad appears to be on the verge of expelling a pearl from its slightly parted mouth, creating a gap that suggests it is about to release the gem. Observing this, Yu Feibai speculated, a toad spitting a pearl? Such a form is rather rare. I have certainly never encountered one before. It might be a mere product of imagination. Indeed, I too find it quite peculiar, which is why I decided to take a closer look, Wang Guan replied nonchalantly. The material of this object seems to resemble stone, Yu Feibai observed as he reached out to touch it. Chuckling, the color is a deep yellowish hue, akin to the stones outside. As for its age, it is difficult to ascertain, but does not appear particularly ancient. Its only merit lies in the intricate craftsmanship. The small pits on the stone have been artfully transformed into the texture of the toad's skin, especially in the depiction of the toad spitting a pearl, which looks remarkably lifelike. Chapter 51. The Three-Legged Toad, 2. This is undoubtedly a fine piece. At that moment, the shopkeeper approached, speaking with an air of falsehood. This three-legged toad is also a treasure of our shop, meticulously carved from yellow wax stone. You're familiar with yellow wax stone, I presume? It is also known as yellow dragon jade. Enough of your nonsense. Do you really think we are ignorant? Yu Feibai retorted disdainfully. There's a distinction between yellow wax stone and yellow dragon jade. While yellow wax stone may contain yellow dragon jade, the reverse is unequivocally untrue. Moreover, yellow wax stone is characterized by its smooth and delicate texture. Whether transparent or opaque, the stone's color is exceptionally pure. However, the stone you have displayed outside, although yellow, possesses an ordinary texture. It is likely not yellow wax stone, but rather pebbles from the Qinghe River. Yu Feibai chuckled lightly. Most importantly, this three-legged toad exhibits a color that is dark grayish yellow, with a coarser texture, inferior even to common pebbles. Ah, you appear to be quite knowledgeable. There is no need for me to elaborate further. Yu Feibai smiled silently. Although he held skepticism regarding Zhang Tianshi, he preferred to keep his remarks to a minimum in someone else's territory to avoid unwarranted disdain. Of course, we live in a new era, and the shopkeeper, being relatively young, is likely merely leveraging Zhang Tianshi's reputation for profit, lacking any true devout belief. Despite recently completing a significant transaction, even the smallest of profits holds value. How could one possibly decline business? Noticing Wang Guan's apparent interest in purchasing the three-legged toad, which had previously been dismissed and relegated to the lowest corner of the wooden shelf, the shopkeeper now extolled the toad's virtues, claiming it to be a rare treasure of unparalleled worth. Upon hearing this, Wang Guan suddenly smiled and remarked, "You have misjudged this piece. It is not carved from stone, but rather crafted from red clay and gray pottery. If you do not believe me, take a look at the bottom. The clay is not even fully dried or fired, almost turning to ash." Indeed, that was the case. Yu Feibai lowered his gaze to examine it, and upon touching it, his fingers were instantly dusted with a bit of clay. This piece must have been placed in the corner during the firing process, subjected to low-temperature baking. I suspect that when the kiln was opened, this item had not yet completely dried, likely remaining a mere half-finished product. Wang Guan smiled and said subsequently, "The craftsman simply took his tools to carve it into this form, allowing it to dry gradually, which endowed it with properties akin to stone. It made sense. I pondered why it seemed so rough, only to realize it had been transformed from clay." Yu Feibai suddenly comprehended. He shrugged indifferently, stating, "It's entirely up to you." "This price." The shopkeeper extended a finger. 10 pieces? Wang Guan chuckled. 1,000. The shopkeeper, with a grin, clearly intended to take advantage. "No problem." Yu Feibai replied with a light laugh, pulling out his phone. Upon seeing this, the shopkeeper hastily remarked, "Oh dear, the price is sky high. Let's negotiate. If you're genuinely interested, we can discuss a fair price." 100. Take it or leave it, Yu Feibai said impatiently. 100 is too little. At another 100, the shopkeeper began to haggle. "Fine, wrap it up then," Wang Guan said nonchalantly, displaying a demeanor of disinterest as he retrieved 200 from his wallet and handed it over. "Thank you for your patronage. We welcome your next visit." The shopkeeper beamed as he accepted the money, casually grabbing a simple paper box to encase the three-legged golden toad. Entirely oblivious to the excitement that flickered across Wang Guan's eyes as he bowed his head. Cradling the box, Wang Guan stepped out of the antique shop, his exhilaration finally beginning to settle. Today's acquisition was quite fruitful. He remarked without hesitation, "There are too many people. One cannot appreciate the ancient charm depicted in the promotional photographs. That is the nature of tourist attractions," Yu Feibai chuckled. "Any site of renown is bustling and noisy. Oftentimes, travel does not bring relaxation, but rather heightens one's irritation." As they spoke, the two arrived at their transportation point and boarded a vehicle. Upon entering, Yu Feibai eagerly waved, "Uncle Da, come quickly and take a look." Gao Dequan approached rapidly, and upon seeing the table, he noticed that Yu Feibai had meticulously arranged 20 jade belt plates according to their combinatorial patterns. At the sight of the lustrous sheen on the jade plates, Gao Dequan's mind began to form an assessment. After carefully examining and touching them, he immediately praised, "These items are exceptional. Just look at the cloud dragon motif. One can tell these are exquisite jade belts from the Ming dynasty, suitable only for princes and high-ranking officials." "In that case, I made the right purchase," Yu Feibai beamed. Upon seeing the craftsmanship, form, and quality of the jade, I knew without a doubt that these pieces were authentic. "Feibai, you've made significant progress," Gao Dequan complimented, picking up a square jade belt plate and pointing to the dragon pattern, stating to determine if this jade plate is genuine or a counterfeit. One need only examine the dragon motif. Most contemporary fakes are crafted using mechanical drills, treated with acid etching and burning to create artificial imperfections, resulting in an unnatural appearance. However, the cloud dragon carvings on these jade plates distinctly showcase the typical characteristics of the Ming dynasty. The dragon's head is elongated, its eyes closely connected, giving a vacant expression. The auspicious cloud patterns curl upwards, with long whiskers extending on either side, reminiscent of the so-called furiously soaring hare. Chapter 52. The Three-Legged Golden Toad. 3. 20 jade belt plaques constitute a complete jade belt, both in terms of quality and craftsmanship. Remarkably exquisite and relatively rare in the market. Gao Dequan chuckled. Regardless of the circumstances, you have made a splendid purchase. 390,000 is not an unjust expenditure, and it holds potential for appreciation. Thank you, Uncle Da. Yu Feibai's face lit up with joy as he suddenly inquired. By the way, Uncle Da, this jade belt dates back to the Ming Dynasty. But can we ascertain its specific time period? It is noteworthy that compared to the Han people, the nomadic tribes of the northern plains exhibited a greater affinity for waist ornaments. Thus, during the southern and northern dynasties, following a significant amalgamation of cultures, such jade belts with plaques became fashionable in the Central Plains. Subsequently, with the Mongolian people establishing dominance in the Central Plains, this style of jade belt further permeated the populace. Gao Dequan pondered in truth. It was not until the Yuan dynasty that the shapes and quantities of leather belt plaques became standardized. However, during the early Ming dynasty, the number of plaques still varied between 16 and 25. It was only in the mid-Ming period, when the rule of the Ming dynasty became deeply entrenched and the authority of the emperor resonated with the populace, that the shapes and quantities of the plaques solidified to a point where no one dared to transgress. Yet by the late Ming period, with the stability of imperial power waning, transgressions re-emerged. Nevertheless, observing the form of this cloud dragon motif, which is quite orderly, devoid of the randomness of early pieces and the sense of decline characteristic of later works, one can discern that this is a creation from the mid-Ming period. Wang Guan and Yu Feibai nodded in a semblance of understanding, touched by the sentiment, but lacking profound comprehension of its implications. Gao Dequan took no offense. In his youth, he too was oblivious to many matters. Now, with age and experience enriching his perspective, he sought merely to plant a seed in the minds of Wang Guan and Yu Feibai. Whether that seed would take root and flourish depended on their character and fortune. After all, such insights are inherently subjective. Understanding is a personal journey, and Gao Dequan could not impose his views upon them. Seeing the contemplative expressions on their faces, he felt a measure of satisfaction and remarked with a smile. Having taken a stroll, Feibai has made quite the harvest. What treasures have you unearthed, Wang Guan? Uncle Da, this golden toad is indeed quite exceptional. At that moment, Yu Feibai chimed in with a grin. Typically, a golden toad either spits out coins, holds coins in its mouth, or is adorned with a plethora of copper coins beneath, all symbolizing auspicious meanings. However, this particular golden toad holds a single pearl, which is rather uncommon. I even suspect it might be a modern fabrication. The golden toad with a pearl, or the golden toad spitting pearls, is indeed a rare form of ornamentation. However, it does not imply that such items do not exist. Gao Dequan, assessing the three-legged golden toad, commented such artifacts were relatively popular during the Ming and Qing dynasties, particularly as motifs on scholars' desks. I am aware of that, Wang Guan replied with a smile. It is said that there exists a three-legged toad in the Moon Palace, which is why the Moon Palace is also referred to as the Toad Palace. This gives rise to the expression Toad Palace and the laurel, a metaphor for passing the imperial examinations. Precisely. I grasped the notion of Toad Palace and laurel. Yu Feibai nodded, though a hint of confusion crossed his face as he queried, but why must it specifically spit pearls? What significance does that hold? What is there to misunderstand? Gao Dequan shook his head and remarked, can't you see? What shape is the bead? Round. Upon hearing this, Yu Feibai immediately grasped the implication and exclaimed, the top scholar. Exactly, Gao Dequan chuckled. The toad in the moon signifies the achievement of passing the imperial examinations. The round bead in its mouth symbolizes the aspiration to not only pass, but also to attain the highest honors of the top scholar. Yu Feibai and Wang Guan nodded in admiration, realizing that such a small ornament could conceal such profound meaning. No wonder Gao Dequan often stated that every antique possesses a historical and cultural significance worthy of exploration. In fact, the early golden toad was more associated with Taoist culture. Noticing the interest of the two men, Gao Dequan eagerly continued. Later, as it permeated the folk culture, it gradually evolved for the use of scholars. Lu Hai playing with the golden toad, Wang Guan interjected. He recalled that Lu Hai was a renowned figure in Taoism. I'm also aware of the tale of Lu Hai playing with the golden toad, reeling in wealth step by step. However, at that moment, Yu Feibai questioned, but I have a Lu Hai playing with the golden toad ornament at home, and that character seems to be a monk. That is a folk legend that has diversified the figure of Lu Hai. Gao Dequan chuckled. There are gods of wealth, the 8 immortals, Taoist Zen masters' children, and even a woodcutter, Lu Hai in Flower Drum Opera. Exactly. Yu Feibai nodded repeatedly, holding back his voice to sing. Sister Hu, I'm so hungry. Quiet. The cacophony of his voice caused Gao Dequan to frown, unable to resist the urge to silence Yu Feibai with a swift clap. Wang Guan chuckled beside them, relieved that he no longer had to endure the auditory pollution. Truly lacking in appreciation, Yu Feibai muttered quietly, feeling both anger and frustration. Now back to the point. Gao Dequan feigned ignorance of Yu Feibai's disgruntled expression and continued. There are numerous and varied legends about Lu Hai, but the one closest to the original figure should be Lu Haichan, one of the 5 patriarchs of Taoism. Lu Haichan, whose birth and death years are unknown, was a Taoist from the 5 dynasties. His surname was Lu, his name was Chao, courtesy named Zongqing, and he was also known as Zhao Yuan, with the nickname Haikanzi. Yu Feibai quickly took out his mobile phone, searched online, and recited the information about Lu Haichan, then expressed surprise. I can't believe he was a real person. I always thought he was a myth. Historical records are a blend of truth and fiction. Who dares to assert what is absolute? Gao Dequan laughed. Just know that such a person existed. As for his life story, it can only serve as a reference. All right, if you're interested in Lu Hai, you can further research and understand him. Gao Dequan waved his hand and picked up the 3-legged golden toad ornament, saying, now, let's examine this golden toad with the bead. It is made of earthenware. Truly, an experienced appraiser, Gao Dequan immediately discerned the material upon contact, feeling the bottom of the ornament and shaking his head. It is low-temperature baked to a semi-dry state, sculpted, and then slowly air-dried. Wang Guan, your eyesight is indeed remarkable, Yu Feibai praised. It matches perfectly with what Uncle Da has appraised. You notice that too? Gao Dequan was momentarily taken aback, but soon he smiled warmly, saying, although this item may not be exceptional, its craftsmanship is rather unique. You have discerned its subtleties, which indicates that you have entered the realm of appreciation. He admitted, I was merely fortunate to have guessed correctly. Wang Guan, feeling bashful, humbly replied, how could I possibly have guessed so accurately? Gao Dequan shook his head with a chuckle. Retorting, let Feibai take a shot at it and see how he fares. Unjustly targeted, Yu Feibai expressed his discontent, complaining, from your words, it seems that after years of study, I have yet to even scratch the surface. Gao Dequan quipped, when you no longer need to resort to the internet for research, then you will have truly entered the field. Yu Feibai was left speechless, obliged to fall silent. At that moment, Wang Guan attempted to ease the tension with a light-hearted inquiry. Uncle Da, what era do you think this item originates from? With a chuckle, he added, if I acquire it for 200, selling it for 1,000 would yield a 5-fold profit. Yu Feibai jested, by that logic, Wang Guan, you've stumbled upon quite a find. Wang Guan smiled, but remained silent, acutely aware that Gao Dequan had misjudged this occasion. However, he chose not to expose the truth, as doing so would require a cumbersome explanation. Thus, he prudently placed the golden toad ornament aside for further examination. Having scrutinized the 3-legged golden toad, Gao Dequan's attention shifted to a Ming Dynasty jade belt. He held a square piece of jade, admiring it closely, but lamented, alas, centuries of use have reduced the leather on this jade belt to dust. He shook his head and suggested, Feibai, why not have someone craft a leather belt to incorporate these jade plates, thereby creating a complete jade belt? This would not only facilitate preservation, but also showcase the elegance of the entire piece. What a splendid idea! Yu Feibai exclaimed, his interest piqued. Had Gao Dequan not intervened, he would have rushed out to commission the leather belt. No need to rush, Gao Dequan chuckled wryly. Such leatherwork is not something just anyone can master. It requires specific dimensions and shapes to properly embed the jade plates. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yu Feibai inquired earnestly, then, Uncle Da, whom should I approach for this task? Wang Guan interjected with a smile. Have you forgotten our purpose for being here? At the treasure exchange, there will surely be experts in this field. We can ask Uncle Da to introduce us. Wang Guan displayed remarkable wit. Gao Dequan nodded in agreement, saying, however, the person I intend to introduce is not merely an expert, but a university professor. He has dedicated his life to studying the evolution of ethnic attire throughout history. Much of my understanding of ancient leather belts has been gleaned from him. Occasionally, I find myself consulting him about matters that perplex me. How impressive! Wang Guan and Yu Feibai expressed their astonishment. Do not assume that all professors are alike, Gao Dequan stated earnestly. This gentleman is a true scholar. devoting his entire life to academia, steering clear of frivolous affairs, and earning the admiration and respect of many. When you meet him, be sure to conduct yourselves with utmost decorum. Otherwise, you will face collective reproach. Understood, Wang Guan nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, Zhu Fei vai pander sotfeli, unclede. Could you be referring to Mr. Zhou, a close friend of Elder Qian? You know, Gao Dequan responded, momentarily taken aback, then enlightened indeed. The couplet hanging in Elder Qian's hall is penned by Mr. Zhou himself. You must have heard Elder Qian mention this. With a smile, Gao Dequan continued, although Mr. Zhou is not a professional collector, his scholarly expertise is profoundly deep, enabling him to discern even the most obscure and esoteric artifacts. Therefore, he has been specifically invited to serve as one of the judges at this treasure exchange event. Moreover, Mr. Zhou possesses considerable knowledge regarding the study of ancient scholar study room artifacts. After a brief pause, Gao Dequan added thus, the authenticity of Wang Guan's Li Tinggue ink significantly hinges on Mr. Zhou's judgment. Indeed, Yu Fei Bai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Has Mr. Zhou arrived? Could we possibly visit him now? What nonsense, Gao Dequan replied, instantly recognizing Yu Fei Bai's intentions, and chuckled while chastising. Though Mr. Zhou is known for his amiable disposition, he is unwaveringly fair and impartial, much like Elder Qian, which is why he's been invited as a judge. He would never engage in deceit. Furthermore, genuine artifacts are indeed genuine. We must never mistake replicas for originals. Otherwise, what sets us apart from those unscrupulous merchants who forge and sell fakes? With a serious expression, Gao Dequan emphasized, if you harbor such thoughts, you need not continue your studies in antiques with me. Uncle I was merely jesting, Yu Fei Bai quickly retorted, you know my impatience. I simply wish to ascertain whether Wang Guan's Li Tinggue ink is authentic or a mere imitation. I am aware you were joking, which is why I cautioned you. Otherwise, I would have dismissed you long ago. Besides, Wang Guan is not anxious, so why should you be? Wang Guan chuckled. His calmness stemmed from his confidence. Even if that ancient ink were not the genuine Li Tinggue, its remarkable imitation and the radiant purple treasure glow it exuded clearly indicated its exceptional quality. Ultimately, it was merely an unexpected find, and even if it did not meet anticipated value, Wang Guan would still be thoroughly satisfied. Moreover, his thoughts were no longer fixated on the Li Tinggue ink. Instead, he was preoccupied with pondering the concealed mysteries of the three-legged golden toad that had evidently eluded Gao Dequan's discerning eye. Chapter 54. Breaking the toad to retrieve the pearl. With such perplexity clouding his mind, Wang Guan found himself somewhat distracted, occasionally lost in thought while listening to the conversation between Gao Dequan and Yu Fei Bai. Fortunately, after a while, a phone call interrupted them. It seemed someone had arranged to meet Gao Dequan elsewhere. A fellow collector attending the exchange, Gao Dequan remarked after ending the call, smiling. It has been quite some time since we last met. He has invited me out for tea. Would you two care to join? Having wandered about for quite a while, I am rather fatigued, Wang Guan politely declined. I feel the same, Yu Fei Bai nodded in agreement. After conversing with the shopkeeper for so long, my tongue feels nearly numb. Even with a numb tongue, you still have so much to say. Gao Dequan stood up casually and said, in that case, you may both rest. As Yu Fei Bai adjusted his jade belt, he cheerfully announced his departure, saying, Wang Guan, I shall be out for a while. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me. Indeed, Wang Guan found it peculiar. Despite the lackluster materials and craftsmanship of the three-legged golden toad, it emanated a resplendent radiance akin to a brilliant sunset. How curious! Seizing the opportunity of solitude, he focused intently on the object before him. In an instant, a wave of purple flames illuminated his vision, the dazzling brilliance nearly blinding, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at the creature, let alone discern the true nature of the three-legged golden toad. However, sensing the profound and robust essence contained within it, Wang Guan felt a surge of elation and excitement, prompting him to close his eyes and press his hand against the toad. At that moment, guided by his intent, the treasure energy within the golden toad began to flow gently, gradually merging with his third eye. Subsequently, the crimson golden coin nestled within his pineal gland absorbed every last drop of energy, without exception. Suddenly, an inexplicable sound, resonant and profound, reverberated from the void. Yet, fortified by a measure of resistance, Wang Guan's consciousness remained unclouded. Upon closer examination, he discerned that the sound emanated from the crimson golden coin. As it drained the entirety of the treasure energy from the golden toad, the coin began to exhibit subtle transformations. The reddish-yellow luminescence intensified, and the intricate patterns on its surface became increasingly distinct and refined. Furthermore, Wang Guan sensed a deepening connection between his spirit and the crimson golden coin. Abruptly, a thought struck him. Two streams of golden energy emanated from the coin, enveloping his eyes completely. The cool sensation was remarkably soothing. At that moment, Wang Guan opened his eyes, and a surge of energy radiated outward from his body, forming a 90-degree arc that extended 9 meters ahead. Within this sphere, everything he perceived was rendered in three-dimensional microcosm. Wang Guan understood that his unique ability had been further enhanced. Previously, he could see through substances with lower density, such as water and silk. Now, being able to see through paper was hardly astonishing. He mused that with further development, he might soon be able to penetrate wood, stone, and metal. As his gaze shifted back to the three-legged golden toad, he noted that while it still shimmered with purple light, he could now perceive the essence of the object beyond the radiant glow, discerning what truly lay within the magnificent aura. It was a spherical bead, though its exact shape remained elusive. However, as his vision penetrated the toad's clay exterior, he realized that the bead it held in its mouth was merely a facade, concealing something more profound within. Had the clay not been porous and loosely packed, his extraordinary ability might not have been sufficient to unveil the hidden secrets of the bead. How curious it is that a bead could possess such mystery, he pondered. Wang Guan pondered with a hint of afterthought, extending his hand to gently caress the mouth of the three-legged golden toad. He observed that the orb nestled within its maw was largely concealed within its body, with only 1/3 of its surface protruding into the air. Is it possible to extract it? Wang Guan furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers probing gently. Yet the orb remained steadfast, firmly embedded within the toad's mouth. This indicated that to retrieve the orb, one would inevitably have to shatter the toad's mouth. Realizing this predicament, Wang Guan found himself hesitating. At this moment, he comprehended why the three-legged golden toad was crafted from clay and only baked to a semi-dry state. It was designed to conceal treasures while the clay remained pliable. Subsequently, it was meticulously shaped with a knife to create the illusion of the toad spitting out a pearl. As long as the three-legged golden toad remained intact, the hidden treasure would be seamlessly concealed, unnoticed by anyone. The dilemma lay in the fact that should he break the toad to obtain the treasure, he would be at a loss for an explanation afterward. Regardless, one could always claim it was an accidental mishap. After a moment of indecision, succumbing to temptation, Wang Guan glanced around. Finding no tools, such as a hammer in the room, should it fall from his grasp, he would worry not only about the three-legged golden toad, but also about the orb within being shattered. After contemplating for a while, Wang Guan resorted to the simplest method, taking a fruit knife to gently prod and poke at the three-legged golden toad. The progress was remarkably smooth. After centuries, the toad's clay had become quite porous, almost clay-like. Wang Guan even suspected that if only his knife were sharp enough, a single stroke could cleave the toad in two. As he meticulously scraped away, the clay debris cascaded down. Before long, he easily severed the head of the three-legged golden toad, successfully extracting the orb from its mouth. While others might reap the benefits from killing the hen for its eggs, he found himself breaking the toad for its pearl. Wang Guan smiled at his own folly, first clearing the somewhat chaotic ground before turning his undivided curiosity to examine the round object in his hand. Chapter 55, The Mysterious Pearl. At this juncture, Wang Guan scrutinized the object he had retrieved from the toad's mouth. It was egg-sized and spherical, albeit not perfectly round, possessing a slightly oval shape. Fresh from the toad's maw, it was still dusted with grime, lending it a somewhat weighty feel. Wang Guan weighed it lightly and took some banknotes to gently clean its surface. Soon, the layer of clay and lime dust was completely removed, revealing the true nature of the object. Holding the spherical item, Wang Guan examined it closely, yet felt a twinge of disappointment. To the naked eye, the object was utterly unremarkable, a dull brown hue devoid of any luster. When touched, it felt exceedingly coarse, even inferior to a common pebble. However, when Wang Guan employed his special abilities to gaze upon it, the orb transformed into a sight of ethereal beauty, shimmering with a radiant glow that was almost blinding. This stark contrast not only left Wang Guan in awe, but also intensified his curiosity, urging him to delve deeper into the mysteries of the orb. However, regardless of Wang Guan's extensive research and repeated scrutiny, he perceived that this object was exceedingly ordinary. The only peculiar aspect was that, even to this day, he remained uncertain about the material from which it was fashioned. It could not possibly be metal, as the hardness and chill of metal were entirely absent when he held it. To suggest it was stone would be slightly misleading. for it lacked the weight characteristic of stone. It bore even less resemblance to wood, as he had measured it and found its heft to be significantly greater than that of wood. It was neither metal, nor stone, nor wood, and certainly did not resemble pearls or gemstones, which are known for their luster and smoothness. Thus, after much contemplation, Wang Guan could only ascertain that the orb was a treasure. However, its true value eluded him entirely. Nevertheless, Wang Guan had no intention of consulting Gao Dequan immediately. As Yu Feibai had remarked, reliance on others might stifle future progress. Therefore, he resolved to conduct his own investigation for several days. And if he found himself at an impasse, he would seek guidance then. With this mindset, Wang Guan spent the next 2 days sequestered in his room, diligently studying the object he suspected to be a precious pearl. Gao Dequan and Yu Feibai found his behavior curious, yet Wang Guan artfully fabricated an excuse, feigning interest in a few antiquities books which did not raise their suspicions. They assumed he was merely preparing for the upcoming treasure exchange meeting. As a result, Gao Dequan praised Wang Guan, prompting Yu Feibai to hastily grab a hefty tome to peruse on the final night before the event. Time flowed like water, seemingly both slow and swift, until almost imperceptibly the date of the treasure exchange arrived. Gao Dequan, as one of the participants, arrived early at the venue with his treasure, collaborating with others to determine the order of presentations. Wang Guan and Yu Feibai were not far behind, hastily getting ready and departing. On their way, Yu Feibai suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh no, what is it?" Wang Guan asked, somewhat perplexed. "I forgot my jade belt," Yu Feibai lamented, clenching his fist in frustration. "I had intended to consult with Mr. Zhou about it after the exchange." "All right," Wang Guan nodded quickly, and Yu Feibai hurriedly exited the vehicle. It was no wonder he was in such a rush. Gao Dequan had mentioned that a private banquet would follow the exchange, after which everyone would go their separate ways. Thus, missing today would mean losing the chance for an in-person consultation. Although modern communication was advanced, conversing across distances always seemed to lack something, and the benefits of face-to-face interaction were unparalleled. The venue was a manor-like hotel located on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by lush trees and exuding an elegant and serene atmosphere. Particularly in the morning, the melodic chirping of birds perched on branches created a delightful symphony. The air was fresh, and a gentle morning breeze, imbued with a hint of moisture, invigorated the spirit. Following the shaded path, Wang Guan arrived at the entrance of the hotel. On either side of the grand door stood 2 attendants, courteously welcoming the guests arriving for the exchange. As Wang Guan approached, he was stopped. "Sir, may I ask if you have an invitation?" The attendant inquired politely, flashing a warm and friendly smile that revealed 8 gleaming teeth. The invitation was indeed correct. It was with Yu Feibai. Wang Guan was taken aback, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "It is with my companion." Without inquiring about any possible leniency, he tactfully stepped aside, retrieved his phone, and dialed Gao Dequan's number. The melodious ringtone echoed. Yet after a minute, no one answered, and the call automatically terminated. "Isn't this Wang Guan? What brings you here?" At that moment, an irksome voice interrupted, and Lin Hai, donned in a pristine suit and polished shoes, emerged from the hotel, his expression revealing surprise. However, in the blink of an eye, a smirk of derision crossed Lin Hai's face as he remarked, "At your age, how can you still be lost? This is a private area, strictly off limits to all external visitors." Wang Guan was momentarily stunned, slowly realizing that Lin Hai seemed to mistake him for a mere tourist. Amused yet exasperated, he maintained his composure, casting a casual glance at Lin Hai without further engagement. Unexpectedly, this dismissive attitude only fueled Lin Hai's ire, who snapped, "Wang Guan, are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said? The entire hotel has been booked for an event, and no unauthorized individuals are permitted nearby. It would be wise for you to leave on your own. Otherwise, I shall summon security." "Who are you telling to leave?" Wang Guan frowned, a flicker of annoyance stirring within him. "Of course, it is you," Lin Hai retorted with a scoff, his pride swelling. "Do you have any idea who is gathering inside? They are renowned entrepreneurs, company executives, and social elites. A mere sneeze from them could stir national economic upheaval. If you dare to disrupt their gathering, I assure you, a single word from them could lead to your nationwide ostracism." Chapter 56, The Contest Begins. Just as Lin Hai threatened Wang Guan, a luxurious, gleaming car pulled up in front of the hotel. The door swung open, revealing a breathtaking beauty. Hearing the commotion, onlookers momentarily lost their composure, especially Wang Guan, who could hardly contain his astonishment upon recognizing the woman. She was the very same he had encountered days prior at the elevator, dressed similarly to their last meeting. She wore a white blouse and a black skirt, her long legs encased in sheer stockings, swaying gracefully in the breeze like a willow branch, utterly enchanting. At that instant, Lin Hai, forgetting Wang Guan, hurried forward with a beaming smile, asking, "Excuse me, are you Miss Su?" The beauty, exuding an air of superiority, did not spare Lin Hai a glance, and proceeded directly into the hotel. It seemed that beauty commanded special privileges, as even the nearby attendants appeared to forget their duties, failing to halt her or inquire about her invitation. "Miss Su, I am here at Mr. Fong's request to personally welcome you," Lin Hai called out, regaining his composure and hastily following her as she vanished around a corner of the hotel. Meanwhile, a few security personnel, having received instructions, exchanged glances before moving towards the exit. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Guan's brows twitched slightly, and a surge of indignation welled up within him. The phone rang with a cheerful jangle. "Wang Guan, where are you? The exchange meeting is about to commence. Hurry up." Gao Dequan's voice resonated through the speaker, causing the movements of several security personnel to falter momentarily. Hearing this, the guards and attendants exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of uncertainty and surprise. "That fellow is truly a source of concern," Gao Dequan sighed. "Wait here. I shall fetch you inside." Wang Guan nodded and deliberately raised his voice, proclaiming, "All right, Uncle Da, you'd best hurry. Otherwise, the guards at the entrance might mistake me for a miscreant and chase me away." After concluding the call, Wang Guan smiled at the awkward security personnel, patiently awaiting his entrance. Before long, Gao Dequan emerged, and the guards, displaying their discernment, discreetly dispersed into the surroundings. This was their duty, and neither Gao Dequan nor Wang Guan had any intention of troubling them. "Come, follow me inside. I shall introduce you to some individuals." Gao Dequan beckoned. Simultaneously, on the narrow path outside, a taxi sped towards them. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, Yu Feibai poked his head out of the window, calling, "Uncle Da, Wang Guan, wait for me." "That lad has finally arrived," Gao Dequan remarked with a slight hum. "I apologize for my tardiness," Yu Feibai said as he exited the cab, clutching a box and striding over with a beaming smile. "Oh, Uncle Da, why the warm welcome? Did you wait specifically at the door for me? Invitation?" "Yes, I have it," he added, sensing Gao Dequan's unyielding tone. Prompted by Wang Guan's subtle cue, Yu Feibai promptly retrieved the invitation and handed it to the attendant beside him. "Excellent. Everyone is here. Let us proceed inside." Gao Dequan's expression softened slightly as he turned to leave. Wang Guan and Yu Feibai quickly followed suit. At that moment, the attendant gently unfolded the gilded invitation, revealing elegant calligraphy that detailed the time and location of the exchange meeting, along with the names of the invited guests. Beneath the three names, the photographs of Gao Dequan, Yu Feibai, and Wang Guan were displayed with utmost formality. Seeing this, the attendant exhaled in relief and nodded to the security guards, signifying that these three were indeed guests of the exchange meeting. At this point, one of the guards took out a walkie-talkie and quietly reported, lifting the surveillance on the trio. Their cautiousness was not unwarranted. The individuals attending the meeting, along with their collections, were of utmost importance, and any misstep could have dire consequences for which they could not afford to be held accountable. Typically, this grand hall would serve as a venue for balls and banquets. However, it had been transformed into a modest exhibition space. The pristine white walls were adorned with numerous paintings, while dozens of glass display cases were arranged thoughtfully throughout the hall, showcasing a myriad of artifacts. As Wang Guan scrutinized the displays, he suddenly felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, quickly realizing that these items were unmistakably part of the collection from Fang Mingxing's villa. Upon this revelation, Wang Guan's interest waned significantly. Nevertheless, considering that this exchange meeting was privately organized and the number of attendees was limited, the exhibition space appeared rather desolate. At a glance, only a few individuals lingered nearby, and the atmosphere felt somewhat desolate. "Let us head to the lounge first and set our belongings down," suggested Gao Dequan. Naturally, Wang Guan and Yu Feibai did not decline, following the staircase of the circular hall upwards to a cozy room where they placed the J-box. They then proceeded along the corridor on the second floor. Shortly thereafter, in a small reception area, several middle-aged men were engaged in lively conversation. Upon noticing Gao Dequan's arrival, they promptly stood up, greeting him with warm smiles. After a round of pleasantries, Gao Dequan began the introductions. To be candid, Wang Guan had little recollection of these individuals, and he believed that neither he nor Yu Feibai would leave a lasting impression on them either. Genuine camaraderie cannot be established in a single encounter. Nevertheless, Everyone had formed vague impressions of one another, and given time, familiarity would eventually foster connections. Following the introductions, Gao Dequan continued to engage in light-hearted banter with the group, sharing insights not only about antiquities and collectibles, but also amusing anecdotes from the world of collecting. Tales of who made a fortunate find, who made a misjudgment, and who acquired remarkable treasures filled the air. Wang Guan and Yu Feibai listened attentively, finding no discomfort in the discourse. However, after half an hour, upon seeing Fang Mingxing approach with a smile, Wang Guan realized that the long-anticipated treasure exchange meeting was finally about to commence. Chapter 57. The Blue and White 5-Colored 12-Flower God Cup. CPW 210H140 ACU. As Fang Mingxiang drew near, Gao Dequan and the others greeted him with cheerful smiles. Everyone is here, Fang Mingxiang said warmly, shaking hands with the group. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he cheerfully remarked, Elder Qian, Elder Zhou, Elder Zhang. They have also arrived and are in the treasure appreciation room. Oh, the elders are here as well. Let us hasten to greet them, he added. As he spoke, the group made their way toward the treasure appreciation room. This room, situated on the second floor, was more of a small hall, approximately 70 to 80 square meters in size, comfortably accommodating nearly 100 people. In fact, the number of attendees for the treasure exchange meeting was merely 30 to 40. And even with a few staff members on hand to serve tea and refreshments, the space did not feel crowded. Inside, sofas and chairs were arranged, and as the guests entered, they exchanged polite gestures, taking a considerable time before settling into a designated circle. However, in the central area, 3 exquisite chairs were placed, yet nobody dared to occupy them, displaying a marked sense of decorum. Once seated, Wang Guan was taken aback to observe that Yu Feibai appeared somewhat peculiar, exhibiting signs of restlessness. Is something troubling you? If it's urgent, you should step out to resolve it, Wang Guan whispered, as they were near a corner and could exit discreetly without disturbing others. No, Yu Feibai quickly shook his head, subtly signaling that he had spotted an acquaintance and was uncertain whether to approach. Wang Guan nodded slightly, following Yu Feibai's gaze, and was instantly taken aback. From this vantage point, a few individuals are seated across the way, yet the most captivating among them is the enchanting woman surnamed Su. Her lustrous long hair is elegantly styled, and beneath her beautifully arched brows, her radiant eyes sparkle, albeit obscured by a pair of large, dark-framed glasses. At this moment, she cradles a black briefcase in her hands, her body slightly angled as she exudes an infinite allure, embodying an intellectual beauty that invites contemplation. The mere addition of glasses, a subtle adornment, transforms her from the haughty demeanor observed earlier into someone entirely different. She truly seems to possess a chameleon-like quality, with each guise revealing a distinct charm. Is indeed her, Wang Guan muses softly to himself, upon hearing Lin Hai's call at the entrance. He surmised that this beauty must have come to attend the treasure exchange meeting. Thus, seeing her indoors now does not strike him as peculiar. Instead, a flicker of curiosity arises regarding whether she is the acquaintance mentioned by Yu Feibai. With this thought in mind, Wang Guan boldly inquires, Who are you referring to? Is it that beauty? Not just her, but also the gentleman beside her. Yu Feibai replies in a hushed tone. He is an elder of mine. I did not expect him to be here as well. At that moment, Wang Guan notices a middle-aged man seated next to the beauty, clad in a tailored suit. His demeanor refined and gentle. Simultaneously, the stunning woman appears to have spotted Yu Feibai, leaning in to whisper something in the ear of the middle-aged man. He promptly looks up, nodding gently in acknowledgement toward Yu Feibai. The attire and comportment of both the beauty and the middle-aged man clearly indicate a dynamic akin to that of a company president and a personal secretary. Although such pairings are not uncommon in society, Wang Guan cannot help but feel a twinge of disappointment. After all, when confronted with a beauty, every man harbors a flicker of yearning. Yet countless realities serve to remind them that life can be harsh, and dreams are often destined for disillusionment. Nevertheless, this realization does not dampen Wang Guan's spirits for long. He quickly adjusts his mindset, preparing to engage Yu Feibai in conversation when the door to the treasure appreciation room swings open, revealing 3 elderly gentlemen, Elder Qian, Elder Zhou, and Elder Zhang. Upon their entrance, everyone rises to greet them, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries. I am well acquainted with this, Yu Feibai remarks with a smile. Elder Qian is well versed in ancient porcelain, possessing profound knowledge of the development of ceramics over the past 5 millennia. As for Elder Zhou, I have heard of him. He is an authority on the jewelry of various dynasties, and he also excels in the appreciation of calligraphy and painting, particularly in portraiture. Wang Guan nods in comprehension. Given that Elder Zhou is a university professor specializing in the evolution of ethnic attire through the ages, it is evident that such elements would be reflected in portraiture. However, he admits, I'm not familiar with Elder Zhang. Suddenly, Yu Feibai leans in and quietly asks, Uncle Duh, what is Elder Zhang's background? Elder Zhang is a distinguished expert in antiques, particularly adept at discerning the authenticity of Buddhist and Taoist sculptures and artifacts. Gao Dequan responds softly. He can practically ascertain their genuineness at first glance. Truly remarkable, Yu Feibai exclaims, his eyes aglow with admiration. I wonder when we shall acquire such skills. With time and practice comes the encouraging reply. Wang Guan smiled and remarked, if one studies for a lifetime, one will surely achieve it. As the two engaged in whispered conversation, Fang Mingsheng, the host, stepped forward and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, Thank you all, and especially our 3 esteemed elders, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend our exchange meeting. Applause erupted from the audience, acknowledging Fang Mingsheng's words, which filled him with pride and excitement. He beamed with delight, raising his hand and reiterating, Thank you, everyone. Without further ado, let us invite Elder Qian to showcase the treasures he has brought for our appreciation. Wang Guan was momentarily taken aback and wondered aloud. Is Elder Qian also participating in the treasure contest? No, Gao Dequan shook his head, offering a quiet explanation. The 3 of them are judges and do not partake in the selection. However, they possess even more remarkable items. Thus, each year, they bring something for us to admire and share insights. Wang Guan nodded gently, perceiving that the trio of Elder Qian, in fact, served as the guardians of the event. At that moment, Elder Qian rose with a smile and declared, Today, I present a set of 12 floral pattern cups adorned with blue and white designs for your appraisal. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as many faces lit up with excitement. Yet, a few individuals appeared somewhat crestfallen, their expressions dimming. The blue and white floral pattern cups. Wang Guan fell into contemplation, faint memories surfacing, as if he had come across an introduction to this exquisite set somewhere in the past. Wow, how extravagant of Elder Qian to bring forth such a treasure possession, exclaimed Yu Feibai, though he soon expressed confusion. But I thought Elder Qian's collection of the blue and white floral cups only consisted of 5 pieces. What did it transform into a complete set? At that moment, accompanied by strains of classical music, a display of 12 meticulously crafted cups gracefully ascended on a small platform at the front of the room. Please come closer to admire. Elder Qian smiled. Afterward, we may engage in leisurely discussion. As his words faded, everyone except for Elder Zhou and Elder Zhang, who sat beside Elder Qian, rose in accordance with the predetermined order to admire the cups. Before long, it was Gao Dequan's turn, and he stepped onto the small platform with Wang Guan and Yu Feibai in tow. Given Gao Dequan's familiarity with Elder Qian, he had likely already appraised the set, so he simply gestured, You 2 take a look. Wang Guan and Yu Feibai nodded appreciatively and began to examine the cups, each on their respective side. At that moment, Wang Guan had donned white gloves but did not rush to touch the cups. Instead, he took a few steps back to observe from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he found the blue and white floral pattern cups to be extraordinarily exquisite. The cup's body is as pure as jade, shimmering like snow, adorned with intricate blue and white designs depicting 12 flowers: narcissus, magnolia, peach blossom, peony, pomegranate, lotus, orchid, osmanthus, chrysanthemum, hibiscus, rose, and plum blossom. However, after observing for a moment, Wang Guan couldn't shake the feeling that, despite the cup's exquisite craftsmanship, something seemed amiss. Perhaps it was the overly pristine appearance, which did not evoke the essence of the Kangxi era. Contemplating this, Wang Guan steadied his mind and cautiously reached for a floral deity cup, examining it with great seriousness. He had picked up the November floral deity cup, which featured the rose as its central motif. Yet, given the multitude of renowned flowers in the country, many could represent each month, leading to variations in the depicted flowers across the 12 sets. The November floral deity often features plum blossoms or camellias, while the rose is a relatively rare representation among these cups. Moreover, one side of the cup illustrated the rose swaying in the wind, its vibrant red blooms competing for attention. On the opposite side, a line of poetry was inscribed in elegant blue script. This was understandable, as the vast array of ancient poets and their works could be described as boundless. Additionally, since this was not a classic phrase, it was entirely reasonable for its origin to remain unknown. Later, when Wang Guan inquired with Gao Dequan, he learned that even within literary circles, the source of this line remained a mystery, with no one able to identify its author. While Wang Guan was engrossed in his study of the cup, Yu Fei Bai approached quietly, asking in a hushed tone, "What do you think, Wang Guan?" Wang Guan hesitated, then replied, "It seems a bit too new. It might be a reproduction." Although he had more straightforward and immediate methods to assess the authenticity of the floral deity cups, he preferred to hone his discerning eye, seeking a deeper sense of accomplishment. "Your eye for detail is commendable," Yu Fei Bai remarked, his gaze flickering with amusement. "The genuine floral deity cup, as Mr. Qian allowed me to handle, has a distinct feeling compared to this set. Therefore, I can confidently assert that this set is indeed a reproduction." Wang Guan nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction that his intuition was correct. Yet, a moment of confusion washed over him, pondering whether this feeling stemmed from his own accumulated experience or was influenced by a special ability. A fleeting complexity crossed his mind, but he resolved to dismiss it, believing that such philosophical quandaries, akin to the age-old debate of whether the chicken or the egg came first, were best left unexamined, as overthinking could lead to unnecessary distress. Upon sitting down, Gao Dequan inquired, "What are your impressions?" "It's a reproduction," Yu Fei Bai stated first, with Wang Guan nodding in agreement. "Indeed," Gao Dequan acknowledged with a faint smile, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Meanwhile, Mr. Qian, smiling, asked, "What do you all think of my set of November floral deity cups?" After a brief silence, a middle-aged man, likely well acquainted with Mr. Qian, bluntly remarked, "Mr. Qian, you are rather unkind, attempting to pass off a set of reproductions on us." Indeed, others chimed in. "The set of cups is rather dazzling. Under the light, they nearly blind the eyes. Their luster is striking, and the excitement has yet to dissipate." Upon seeing someone initiate the conversation, others began to chuckle and express their grievances. At this moment, Master Zhou laughed, gently gesturing for silence, and the crowd's clamor gradually subsided. He spoke slowly. "In truth, everyone has misjudged Brother Lingxi. He brought a set of replicas not to deceive, but for your benefit. It had been previously mentioned that Master Qian's real name was Qian Lingxi, a fact known to many present. However, as Master Qian aged and gained immense respect, few would dare to call him by his name. Master Zhou, however, shared a close bond with him, being of the same generation and a dear friend, thus he felt no need for formality. Yet at this moment, the crowd was perplexed as to how bringing a set of replicas could be for their good. Upon some inquiries, Master Zhou smiled and explained, "Consider the previous 2 exchange meetings. The treasures you brought were of a different caliber than what Brother Lingxi presented. We felt this could overshadow your contributions, so we thought it best to bring some trinkets instead to avoid stealing your thunder." Chapter 59, A Warning Hidden in the False. Now, Master Qian's consideration for everyone's feelings evoked gratitude and a touch of reverence among them. The notion of being esteemed and respected is not merely spoken, but demonstrated through actions, which everyone could clearly perceive and appreciate. Amidst a chorus of admiration, Master Qian smiled and suddenly inquired, "Can you discern if all 12 cups are replicas?" "Yes." However, a couple of individuals sensed something amiss. At that moment, Master Qian slowly rose, his expression turning serious as he shook his head and sighed. "To be honest, I am quite disappointed." As he spoke, he approached a small display and gently retrieved the central cup, the June lotus flower cup, placing the others aside, and asked, "Now, do you still hold the same opinion?" In an instant, many faces shifted in complexion. Simultaneously, Wang Guan felt an intense certainty that June flower cup was indeed genuine. Under the light, the cup, white and jade-like, depicted a pond of lotus flowers, with cobalt blue representing water and vibrant hues for the flowers and leaves. The coordination was exquisite, evoking an unparalleled elegance that was ineffable. A few seasoned collectors, with a mere glance, could easily distinguish the lotus flower cup from the other 11 floral cups. After a pause, someone chuckled wryly, "Master Qian, after all this, you set a trap for us. And what of it if I have?" At that moment, the previously quiet Master Zhang admonished with a robust voice, "How could you, experienced collectors, fall for such a small trap? The blend of the genuine and the false. Such tricks should have long since lost their novelty. So why, I ask, do you continue to be deceived? You must certainly believe that old Qian is a man of integrity, one who would not deceive you, given the time constraints." You hardly took a closer look. Zhang Lao, with his fiery temperament, showed no leniency, his voice resonating as if in a roar. "These are all mere excuses. If each of you harbors such thoughts, then I might as well join forces with old Qian and lead you to ruin. Otherwise, you will inevitably face a similar fate. In that moment, dozens of individuals in the room, regardless of age, obediently bowed their heads in submission. They had no choice, after all. He was a respected elder in the circle, and, more importantly, his arguments held considerable weight. Many, including Wang Guan, reflected inwardly, questioning whether they had genuinely scrutinized the Flower God Cup. Did they merely glance at a few pieces and, upon recognizing them as replicas, subconsciously generalize? After a while, noticing the crowd deep in thought, it was evident that they had absorbed his words. Old Qian then stepped forward to mediate, smiling as he said, "Do not blame us for setting traps. We primarily wish to offer you a word of caution, especially those present. Many of you are young and have only recently begun your journey in collecting, lacking substantial experience. We hope that after today, you will remember this lesson when appraising artifacts. If we, a few old fellows, can set aside our pride to deceive you, what of others?" A moment of silence followed. Then the crowd erupted into applause. Expressing their heartfelt gratitude, Old Qian smiled, gently raising his hand to quell the enthusiastic clapping, and once it subsided, he announced, "I apologize for any discomfort caused. Let us now commence the appraisal of the treasures you have brought." The first item is an exquisite carving of the 18 arhats in boxwood. As Old Qian spoke, someone cautiously entered to retrieve the set of 12 Flower God cups. Then, a classical melody filled the air once more as a beautifully crafted wooden sculpture slowly ascended. Ah, what a remarkable piece. It appears to stand at around 17 or 18 centimeters. Quite a rarity, someone exclaimed. The craftsmanship was intricate, each of the 18 arhats rendered with lifelike expressions and drapery, indicative of a master's hand. Unlike the fragile Flower God cups, this wooden sculpture was less prone to breakage, allowing many to gather around, occasionally reaching out to touch and examine it closely. Wang Guan and Yufei Bai, naturally, did not lag behind, standing nearby to observe and listen to others' appraisals. Unfortunately, upon inspecting its hue and patina, it was evident that it had not aged for long. One person remarked, "Moreover, the scent is faint and delicate, elegant yet unobtrusive, though still quite discernible. Thus, we can conclude that this is a new piece, carved no more than 3 months ago." "Indeed, it is a new item," someone nearby agreed. "However, given that boxwood grows slowly, it is rare to find substantial pieces. It typically takes hundreds of years to mature. Even when it does, it rarely exceeds 7 or 8 meters, earning the moniker of thousand-year dwarf. Therefore, a figurine of just a few centimeters is indeed a relatively rare find and rightly considered a treasure." While others engaged in discussion, Wang Guan felt a twinge of curiosity, pondering whether this precious would contain any latent energies. With this thought in mind, he discreetly activated his unique ability. Even Wang Guan could feel that his gaze penetrated the intricate grains of the boxwood, delving a few millimeters deep to glimpse the interior of the wood carving. It is noteworthy that boxwood possesses an exceptionally fine texture, rendering the growth rings nearly invisible to the naked eye, with a density surpassing that of ordinary ceramics. The ability to see through several millimeters is indeed a testament to Wang Guan's enhanced capabilities. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that this boxwood carving did indeed harbor a latent energy, albeit one that was remarkably faint, even less potent than antiquities from the Republic of China era. Thus, they proceeded to examine the second treasure. In Chapter 60, titled Ancient Moon Pavilion, as everyone took their seats, a team member moved the boxwood carving aside in anticipation of the final evaluation. Merely a few minutes elapsed from the unveiling of the boxwood sculpture to the presentation of the second artifact. Observant individuals might have noticed a certain unease on the face of an individual in the crowd, likely the owner of the boxwood carving. Yet at that moment, no one seemed to pay attention to the boxwood any longer. Instead, all eyes were fixed on the display stand, where a delicately crafted snuff bottle slowly emerged. A beautifully enameled snuff bottle adorned with peony motifs. Mr. Zhou lifted the artifact for a closer look, smiling as he remarked, "How intriguing." The inscription indicates it dates back to the Qianlong era, yet it bears the mark of the ancient Moon Pavilion. Is it genuine? It is well known that treasures from the ancient Moon Pavilion are exceedingly rare, while forgeries abound. Could this be an oversight? Compared to the earlier boxwood carving, the appearance of this snuff bottle instantly captivated the audience's attention. Coincidentally, during his recent perusal of antiquities literature, Wang Guan had come across some information regarding snuff bottles, granting him a modicum of understanding about them. In essence, a snuff bottle serves as a container for snuff tobacco. During the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, snuff made its way into China and the snuff box gradually became more Eastern in style, giving rise to the snuff bottle. The materials used for snuff bottles are incredibly diverse, including bamboo, wood, porcelain, metal, ivory, jade, agate, amber, and more. Among these, a particular technique, known as porcelain body with painted enamel, is exceptionally exquisite. Snuff bottles crafted through this method are rare, as they were exclusive to the imperial court and seldom circulated among the populace. This technique involves applying colored enamel to a glass base and firing it at high temperatures. Historically, due to the complexity of the process, only small objects such as snuff bottles and smoking trays were produced in the imperial kilns. The artifacts bear the inscription of Ancient Moon Pavilion along with the year of production. Thus, Ancient Moon Pavilion may refer not only to a specific item, but also to this porcelain body with painted enamel technique. The precise nature of the Ancient Moon Pavilion remains an enigma to this day. Some speculate it refers to a pavilion within the royal palace during the reign of Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty. Others suggest it denotes exquisite wares crafted by a certain Mr. Hu, which were subsequently imitated by the imperial kilns, thereby preserving the name of the Ancient Moon Pavilion. A third theory posits that the Ancient Moon Pavilion represents the pavilions of various Qing emperors, not exclusively tied to Qianlong, and that all finely crafted items were housed within, thus adopting the Ancient Moon Pavilion mark. Regardless of the opinions expressed, it is universally acknowledged that the products crafted by Gai Weixuan are undeniably exquisite. Gai Weixuan has ascended to the status of a brand, resulting in a proliferation of counterfeit items purporting to be its renowned creations. Recently, a nasal snuff bottle attributed to Gai Weixuan has emerged, and many individuals instinctively suspect it to be a forgery. However, a select few understand the importance of withholding judgment, opting to examine the bottle with an impartial perspective. The atmosphere within the gathering has swiftly intensified, had it not been for the presence of 3 esteemed elders. A throng would have likely surged forward to observe the piece. At last, it was the turn of Gao Dequan, Wang Guan, and Yu Fei Bai. In this moment, Gao Dequan, shedding any pretense of modesty, ascended the exhibition platform and took the snuff bottle into his hands, scrutinizing it meticulously before passing it for Wang Guan and Yu Fei Bai to examine. "You may take a look first," he suggested. Wang Guan, lacking expertise in snuff bottles, awaited Yu Fei Bai's examination before he himself took hold of it to inspect closely. Upon thorough observation, Wang Guan found the piece to be extraordinarily exquisite, intricate, and resplendent. However, he remained oblivious to its authenticity. "I cannot ascertain," he stated. "I merely note that the material is of high quality, the pigments are diverse, and the imagery possesses a sense of depth. As for whether it is an authentic piece from the Qianlong period, I cannot discern." Yu Fei Bai nodded in agreement, remarking, "It is quite lightweight, the colors are vibrant and fresh, possessing a glass-like quality. It feels new, yet I sense that only such a condition could signify a masterpiece from Gai Weixuan." "Perhaps you are hesitant," Gao Dequan smiled, which is a positive sign, indicating that you have observed closely and gleaned some insights. At the very least, the points you have mentioned can serve as criteria for distinguishing authenticity. But is it genuine or not? Yu Fei Bai inquired urgently. I leaned towards Gao Dequan's judgment. He began to say, but before he could elaborate, Elder Zhang emerged, stepping onto the exhibition platform to examine the snuff bottle with great seriousness. As the crowd witnessed this, a hush fell over them, conscious of not disturbing Elder Zhang's appraisal. After a brief period, Elder Zhang posed the question, "Having observed the item, what are your thoughts?" "This is a counterfeit." A moment of silence ensued before someone stood to express their opinion. The exchange had been held several times, and attendees felt at ease sharing their thoughts. After all, the purpose of the gathering was to allow open dialogue and exchange of insights. Correct assessments were certainly welcome, but erroneous ones were of little consequence. Everyone has moments of misjudgment. What matters is learning from those experiences. Consequently, after the individual concluded their remarks, another quickly rose to refute, presenting reasons for believing the snuff bottle to be authentic. Simultaneously, collectors in the room began to engage in heated disputes. Regardless of the object's true nature, each side held firm in their convictions, leading to a spirited debate akin to a clash of swords, with compelling arguments that sparked new insights for Wang Guan, which he diligently committed to memory. The duration of the argument was not extensive. Once all had articulated their reasoning, silence enveloped the room as they turned their gazes towards Elder Zhang, awaiting his verdict. It is evident that in everyone's mind, Mr. Zhang is regarded as an authority. However, the establishment of such authority is not an effortless endeavor. It requires a foundation of trust to gain universal acknowledgement. Mr. Zhang has evidently achieved this. as he refrained from hastily declaring the authenticity of the snuff bottle under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Instead, he held the bottle thoughtfully, exclaiming that the snuff bottle embodies the essence of Chinese artistry, encompassing painting, calligraphy, carving, inlaying, as well as jade, porcelain, materials, lacquer, enamel, and metalwork, drawing from a wealth of traditions to present its unique elegance. In Chapter 61, titled The Purpose of the Exchange Meeting, I personally lean towards the belief that this object lacks authenticity. Nevertheless, it is not a mere counterfeit, but rather a replica from the late Qing dynasty or the Republic era. Why do I assert this? Shortly thereafter, Mr. Zhang unveiled his insights without further ado, elucidating his perspective. If you examine this snuff bottle closely, although the body glaze is indeed pure and uniform, it pales in comparison to the exquisite craftsmanship of genuine pieces from the Qianlong era. Furthermore, the density is insufficient, and the glazed surface exhibits tiny brown spots. After a moment's pause, Mr. Zhang weighed the bottle in his hands, indicating that the clay body is thin and light, suggesting a lack of density and refinement. Additionally, the quality of the pigments is not sufficiently fine. The color layers are rather thick, and the surface lacks vibrancy, exhibiting overly bold and garish hues. Particularly concerning is the painting style, which, when compared to the colorful artistry, reveals a lack of finesse in brushwork, devoid of the intricate layering and textural nuances of overlapping colors. In summary, this is a remarkably lifelike imitation from the late Qing or Republic period. However, when juxtaposed with the ancient snuff bottles from the Qianlong era, subtle discrepancies remain. Setting down the snuff bottle, Mr. Zhang expressed a hint of regret, remarking that while the piece is indeed commendable, it simply does not belong to that illustrious age. Upon hearing this, many in the audience sighed softly. These were individuals who believed the snuff bottle to be a rare treasure from the Qianlong period, oblivious to whether the actual owner of the bottle existed. In truth, Mr. Zhang's discourse was replete with subjective insights. Yet, no one questioned his assertions. Even those who perceived the snuff bottle as a Qianlong masterpiece silently acknowledged their own misjudgment. This trust and acknowledgement can be difficult for outsiders to grasp. At times, they find it perplexing why, despite their conviction in the authenticity of an object, an expert can discern its falseness with a mere touch. However, they fail to realize that this is not a blind allegiance, but rather a profound trust, faith in Mr. Zhang's accumulated experience and scholarly prowess, confidence in his character, and a belief that he possesses a clearer vision than their own. The concepts of experience and accumulation may sound rather abstract, yet one cannot deny their existence. In the realm of reality, countless individuals rely on their experiences and instincts to achieve astonishing feats. Seasoned appraisers typically fall into this category. It is akin to asking a university student to perform basic arithmetic operations within 10. The likelihood of error is virtually non-existent, with mistakes being of an exceedingly low probability. Thus, once Mr. Zhang rendered his judgment, the consensus among the crowd was unanimous. This included Wang Guan, who harbored no doubts, but merely sought to validate his own perceptions. Activating a unique capability. Focusing intently, he beheld a faint, shimmering light enveloping the snuff bottle. One could discern the authenticity and age of the items, all of which were accurately predicted by Elder Zhang. Wang Guan found it unsurprising. The realm of collecting is unlike any other, not governed by seniority. If one enjoys such a lofty reputation, it is only fitting that their skills match that esteem. For the moment, the snuff bottle was set aside. At that juncture, Elder Zhou spoke up with a smile, proclaiming, "Next, let us examine the third treasure." As he spoke, a staff member approached with caution, placing the snuff bottle to the side. Simultaneously, the third artifact gradually ascended from beneath the display. To Wang Guan's astonishment, the third treasure was a piece of calligraphy and painting. His knowledge in this domain was scant. He merely understood that the authentication of such works is considerably more challenging than that of porcelain or ancient jades. Wang Guan recalled the esteemed collector Ma Weidu once stating that in his youth, he found the controversies surrounding the appraisal of calligraphy and painting to be overwhelming. Several renowned experts, when confronted with the same piece, often arrived at differing conclusions, each articulating their opinions without a unified verdict. Consequently, he found himself unable to discern the truth, leading him to specialize solely in porcelain. This illustrates the formidable difficulty of authenticating calligraphy and painting without profound expertise. One cannot aspire to be an authority in this field. Even Elder Zhou, one of the judges, whose extensive knowledge and high attainments in calligraphy and painting prevent him from claiming the title of expert, humbly asserts his modest understanding of the subject. Of course, when faced with blatant forgeries, not only Elder Zhou, but also the other collectors present would readily identify them. The real challenge lies in the skillfully crafted imitations, which truly test the appraiser's discerning eye. However, the third treasure was not a masterpiece from a renowned artist, but rather the work of an eminent scholar from the Qing dynasty, a name Wang Guan encountered for the first time. Nevertheless, Elder Zhou, with his vast knowledge, eloquently expounded on the individual's life and artistic style, providing a thorough analysis. Given that the individual was not a timeless luminary, it was likely that forgeries of his work were rare. After Elder Zhou's appraisal, he confidently confirmed that this painting was indeed authentic. The audience responded with fervent applause. Although the item may not be a universally treasured artifact, it was at least a genuine piece. In these times, true antiquities are becoming increasingly scarce, and acquiring one is indeed a cause for celebration. Following this lively interlude, the treasure contest continued. Treasures numbered 4, 5, 6, and 7 were successively unveiled, including intricately carved ivory, ancient jade from the Ming dynasty, an exquisite bronze censer, and delicate porcelain. Among these items were both authentic and counterfeit pieces, along with some cleverly deceptive replicas. Elders Qian, Zhou, and Zhang took turns assessing each item, interspersing their personal insights and reflections, allowing Wang Guan to appreciate the allure of antiques while simultaneously gaining profound knowledge. Because the artifacts presented were fraught with uncertainties, Wang Guan perceived that the true purpose of these collectors bringing their treasures was secondary to the opportunity to seek guidance from Elders Qian, Zhou, and Zhang, to discern the genuine from the spurious. Observing the attentive discussions and focused exchanges among all present, Wang Guan felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he had underestimated the depth of this exchange. If this gathering were indeed a venue for ostentation and flaunting wealth, one could easily surmise that, given Mr. Qian's character, he would hold it in disdain and refrain from attending. At this moment, Wang Guan comprehended fully that this assembly might also harbor ulterior motives, such as expanding networks, fostering relationships, and staying informed about various developments. However, the overarching theme was unmistakably clear. The intention was to share experiences in antique collecting and to learn from one another for mutual enrichment. As Wang Guan pondered this revelation, Mr. Qian resumed his role as host, albeit with a hint of fatigue in his voice. Age had rendered him less vigorous, and the meticulous evaluation of 7 artifacts had undeniably drained his energy. Mr. Qian, would you like to take a short break? Someone from the audience kindly proposed, considering the 3 elderly gentlemen. Mr. Qian, however, shook his head with a smile, saying, "Not at all. There are merely 3 artifacts left. Let us finish them all in one go, and then we can relax." Their long-standing camaraderie was evident in the unspoken understanding shared among them. At this juncture, Mr. Zhang interjected with a playful remark. "Old Zhou, if you truly feel guilty, why not lend us your treasured piece for a couple of days?" "What are you saying? As if I were some sort of brigand?" Mr. Zhang retorted with feigned indignation. "Everyone knows you. Zhang the Butcher originally hails from a bandit background." Old Zhou jested back. As the 3 engaged in light-hearted banter, the 8th artifact was unveiled before the audience. It was a statue of the Buddha, intricately carved from jade, though adorned with metal accents on the halo, base, and garments. A white jade Buddha with a golden crown holding a pearl. Upon sighting this jade Buddha, gasps of admiration erupted from the crowd. How tall and grand it is, at least 40 to 50 centimeters. It is indeed rare to see such a substantial piece of jade crafted into an ornament. Finally, amidst the ongoing treasure appraisal, a remarkable piece had emerged to captivate the onlookers. The audience showered it with praise, and a few eager individuals stepped forward for a closer inspection. Amidst the chorus of admiration, Wang Guan inadvertently noticed a fleeting expression of smugness on Fang Mingxing's face, seated nearby. Instantly, Wang Guan speculated that this jade Buddha might belong to Fang Mingxing. Suddenly, Yu Fei exclaimed in astonishment, "Its luster is warm and pure. It is indeed a top-quality Hetian jade. From this distance, you can discern that?" Wang Guan responded, somewhat taken aback. "Of course," Yu Fei chuckled lightly. "When it comes to porcelain, I might not match your expertise, but in jade, you certainly cannot rival me. I have played with various new and antique jades, as well as unique Hetian jades. Since childhood, I could never be mistaken." Oh, reflecting on the Hetian seed jade pendant hanging in Yu Fei's vehicle, Wang Guan began to understand. once again realizing that Yu Fei Bai's tastes were indeed distinct from those of the typical young elite. It is worth noting that individuals of the second generation, in the general perception, often seek thrills through either extravagant cars or reckless pursuits. Collecting, in this context, could be deemed rather unconventional. However, this pursuit entails a genuine dedication to research and study, as opposed to merely coveting the treasures of others. At least, in the case of Yu Fei Bai, apart from a slight penchant for flirtation, Wang Guan did not perceive any other signs of debauchery. Just then, Gao Dequan softly remarked, "What a remarkable piece. Heqian jade is inherently precious. Throughout history, few have been willing to carve such a sizable chunk into a decorative item." Simultaneously, someone in the audience inquired loudly, "Is this Buddha statue new or old?" "Old," came the response. "What? With a faint yellow hue. Could this be a millennium-old, white jade transformed into a calabash?" Instantly, gasps of astonishment filled the air, causing many to rise from their seats and gather around for a closer look. Naturally, even in their curiosity, decorum was maintained. They approached only slightly, keeping a respectful distance while scrutinizing the piece intently. Suddenly, someone requested, "Old Chun, could you enlighten us?" "Certainly," replied Old Chun, the connoisseur positioned nearest to the jade Buddha. He held a magnifying glass, meticulously examining various parts of the statue, and began his explanation. "This figure is constructed from jade and adorned with copper fittings. The halo and the drapery on the Buddha's body are made of copper. Observe the radiating lines of the halo. The seamless integration of the copper embellishments and the jade demonstrates exquisite craftsmanship. However, I noticed that these copper pieces appear quite new, likely added later." Clearly, Old Chin's discerning eye garnered nods of agreement from those nearby. From the attire of the statue and its exposed form, it could be inferred that this was a representation of a bodhisattva. At that moment, someone interjected, hesitantly stating, "Based on the jade's patina, this Buddha should be over 1,000 years old, likely from the northern Song dynasty." Incorrect. The sculptural style of Song dynasty Buddha statues does not conform to this. A dissenting voice countered. Observing the discourse, it was evident that this individual possessed substantial knowledge regarding Song-era artifacts, rendering his opinion credible. If not from the Song dynasty, could it possibly be from the Sui, Tang, or 5 dynasties? Another questioned. "Indeed, it is from the Tang dynasty," came the affirmative reply. Suddenly, Gao Dequan approached with Wang Guan and Yu Fei Bai. After scrutinizing the jade Buddha for a moment, Gao confidently asserted, "Look closely. The Buddha's face is round and full, with long, drooping ears, exuding a demeanor that is both serene and dignified. The proportions are harmonious, the structure rational, and the physique ample." Gao's careful assessment, delivered with conviction, suggested that the figure embodied the stylistic characteristics of Tang dynasty Buddha statues. While this seemed plausible, skepticism lingered among some. As the crowd contemplated this, one brave soul eventually asked, "Zhang Lao, what is your perspective? You're blocking my view. How can I assess it?" "Zhang Lao Vito Gandhi Li." Instantly, the crowd parted, creating a clear path. Despite his advanced age, Zhang Lao appeared vigorous, striding confidently to the exhibition platform. He gently reached out to touch the jade Buddha, expressing with admiration. Setting aside the rarity of the jade and the marvel of the craftsmanship, this jade Buddha itself is quite a rarity. Younger individuals like Wang Guan, who had recently embarked on their journey into the world of antiques, might not fully grasp Zhang Lao's sentiments. Yet the seasoned collectors nodded in agreement, acknowledging the profound significance of the piece. Throughout the ages, Buddhist statues have predominantly been crafted from gilded bronze, stone, and wood, with jade artifacts being a relatively rare occurrence. It was not until the Ming and Qing dynasties that jade became fashionable, primarily manifesting in small ornamental pieces. However, a significant and ancient piece, such as the white jade statue of the Buddha holding a pearl, is indeed a remarkable rarity, eliciting fervent reactions from all upon its unveiling. In Chapter 63, titled The White Jade Buddha with a Golden Top Holding a Pearl, we learn that prior to the Han Dynasty, high antiquity jade artifacts flourished. However, since the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, with the tumult of the Three Kingdoms and the Wei and Jin dynasties, the frequent warfare led to a decline in jade carving. Following the Tang Dynasty, societal and artistic trends shifted towards gold and silver wares, Tang Sankai ceramics, and stone carvings. Mr. Zhang eloquently recounted the historical context, expressing a certain lament. After the Song Dynasty, it goes without saying that the realm was dominated by porcelain. It was not until the Ming and Qing dynasties, a period of prosperity, that the art of jade carving, notably revitalized by the esteemed Lu Zigong, began to flourish once more. Everyone nodded in agreement. Who does not know of Lu Zigong, regarded as the patriarch of jade carving? Even those like Wang Guan, who possessed limited knowledge of ancient jade, recognized the illustrious Zigong jade and its brand. Of course, the so-called period of decline is relative. It does not imply the absence of exquisite jade carvings during that era. For instance, the white jade Buddha with a golden top can be confidently dated back a millennium. Whether it belongs to the Song or Tang dynasty or another period will depend on Mr. Zhang's insights. Indeed, Mr. Xiao Gao had already articulated this quite clearly. After a moment of careful observation of the jade Buddha, Mr. Zhang smiled gently, remarking on the natural and graceful form of the statue, imbued with a strong sense of dynamism. The drapery of the robes is fluid, with the lower folds cascading over the base like a tablecloth, showcasing the quintessential characteristics of the Tang dynasty. With this definitive statement, the crowd was left with no doubt. Such a magnificent piece of Hetian jade, carved into a Buddha statue, likely could only have been commissioned by royalty at the time. In the early Tang period, the Li Tang royal family held Laozi in high esteem, thus embracing Taoism. It was only during the reign of Empress Wu Zetian, driven by political necessity, that monks forged the Di Yun Jing, proclaiming her to be the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha, leading to the widespread popularity of Buddhism. At this juncture, someone interjected. Under such influences, many regions began to create grand statues of Maitreya. Other Buddhist figures also frequently adopted the serene, cross-legged posture, akin to this jade Buddha. Mr. Zhang, do you believe this jade Buddha is a product of the Wuzhou period? The speaker was none other than Fang Mingsheng, prompting a moment of contemplation among the listeners. Mr. Zhang, known for his straightforward nature, chuckled lightly upon hearing the question. Xiaofeng, you have researched this matter quite thoroughly. Is this piece yours? Fang Mingsheng felt a bit embarrassed, but honestly admitted, I apologize for causing you to laugh, esteemed sir. In truth, it was unnecessary for him to confess, as the others were already aware. Such a valuable item would likely only be brought forth for display by someone of Fang Mingsheng's standing as a local authority. The jade Buddha, along with the recently exhibited treasures, elicits a keen awareness among the observers, as one merely needs to observe the expressions during the appraisal to discern ownership. It appears that this year's champion is indisputably him. The crowd speculates in hushed tones, their eyes turning to Elder Zhang, eager to hear his response to Fang Mingsheng's inquiry. Unlike the porcelain of the Ming and Qing dynasties, which often bear inscriptions for easier dating, the jade Buddha's era must be inferred from its form and carving style. Such deductions, however, are fraught with potential inaccuracies, rendering precise dating to a specific dynasty implausible. Generally, the categorization follows the early Tang, flourishing Tang, mid to late Tang, and the five dynasties. Fang Mingsheng's attempt to pinpoint it to the Wuzhou period poses a rather intricate challenge. By definition, the Wuzhou era fits within the early Tang timeframe, yet it precedes several emperors, Gaozu, Taizong, Gaozong, Zhongzong, and Ruizong. Thus, the Wuzhou represents a transitional phase between the early Tang and the flourishing Tang. The characteristics of Buddha statues from this epoch exhibit both early Tang styles and elements linking to the flourishing Tang. The distinctions of the period are subtle, complicating the evaluation. Even an expert like Elder Zhang requires a moment's contemplation before articulating. The Tang dynasty's royal family, bearing the surname Li, held Taoism in high esteem. Nonetheless, this does not imply the absence of Buddhism, although Gaozu Li Yuan and Taizong Li Shimin suppressed Buddhism during their reigns. Once Li Shimin established his rule, and in his later years, the constraints on Buddhism relaxed considerably. This serves as the cultural backdrop against which we examine the jade Buddha's form. After further scrutiny, Elder Zhang reflects, early Tang Buddha statues tend to retain the characteristics of Sui dynasty sculptures, often appearing plump and robust, with slightly oversized heads and shorter bodies. Their faces round and somewhat square. The flourishing Tang era, conversely, marks the zenith of Buddha sculpture, with proportions that are balanced and harmonious, having completely shed the earlier tendencies of oversized heads and rigid postures, embodying a dynamic and lively essence. This jade Buddha, in my estimation, occupies a transitional form between the early Tang and flourishing Tang. Upon hearing this, Fang Mingsheng beams with delight. However, Elder Zhang introduces a caveat. It is essential to recognize that such transitions are not instantaneous. They require decades to manifest. Therefore, I cannot assert with certainty that this statue originates from the Wuzhou period. It may well belong to the Zhongzong or Gaozong eras. Ah, Elder Zhang, how could you say such a thing? You wish to see it. and I would never dare to turn you away, Fang Mingxing chuckles. Well, you may not refuse, Elder Zhang, but you dare to dismiss us, he adds. Shortly thereafter, Wang Guan follows Gao Dequan, approaching the Jade Buddha for a closer look. While admiring the exquisite form of the Jade Buddha, Wang Guan reflects on the immense Hakai jade, which, after a millennium of accumulation, undoubtedly exudes profound treasure and vitality. At this moment, Wang Guan discreetly activated his special abilities. As he absorbed the precious aura, he scrutinized every facet of the Jade Buddha from various angles through a three-dimensional perspective. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance lit up his eyes, as if he had discerned some peculiar markings on the Jade Buddha. Chapter 64. No more playing it safe. How intriguing, genuinely fascinating. After discovering the markings on the Jade Buddha, Wang Guan murmured to himself, unable to suppress a thorough appreciation of the artifact. After a while, noticing Wang Guan lost in thought, Yu Feibai approached and gently reminded him, "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? It's time to head down." Wachi Esirongi. Seeing the situation, Yu Feibai was taken aback and suddenly recalled Wang Guan's keen eyesight, swiftly inquiring, "Have you discovered something?" "Oh, wait." At that moment, Zhang Lao, who stood nearby, suddenly called out to Wang Guan, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. "Young man, what did you find interesting?" In an instant, the gaze of over 30 individuals converged upon Wang Guan, making him feel somewhat uneasy. "Zhang Lao." Gao Dequan began to speak, but was interrupted. "Xiao Gao, refrain from speaking," Zhang Lao said, waving his hand somewhat forcefully as he strode toward Wang Guan. He spoke in a serious tone. "Although I am advanced in age, my hearing remains sharp. I clearly heard you say that the Jade Buddha is intriguing. Could you enlighten me on what makes it interesting?" Wang Guan sensed an indescribable pressure emanating from Zhang Lao, causing him to feel startled and somewhat at a loss. The others were equally astonished, puzzled as to why Zhang Lao was challenging this young man without cause. "Old Zhang." At this moment, Qian Lao furrowed his brow slightly, feeling somewhat perplexed, and softly remarked, "Be mindful of your influence. Where are you two headed with this?" Zhang Lao's temper flared, slightly explosive, yet it did not indicate a lack of acuity. In an instant, he grasped the thoughts of his two old friends and, with a wry smile, remarked, "I am genuinely seeking advice." I gathered from what this boy said that there is a profound significance behind his notion of interesting. What? Nonetheless, as the focus of attention, Wang Guan found himself once again in the spotlight. "Young man, do not panic. I am not here to trouble you." Zhang Lao realized he had been somewhat hasty and unintentionally created a misunderstanding. Thus, he adopted a more amicable demeanor and asked, "Could you share what makes this Jade Buddha so fascinating?" "Well," Wang Guan steadied himself, shifting his gaze and noticing the expressions of skepticism on many faces. Initially, he had no desire to draw attention to himself. Yet, being a spirited youth, the lack of faith from so many ignited a competitive spirit within him. In an instant, Wang Guan decided to abandon his modesty. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I need a sheet of white paper." "A sheet of white paper?" Zhang Lao was taken aback. Yet he quickly exclaimed, "Xiaofeng, have someone bring a large sheet of white paper." "It should be sizable enough to cover the entire Jade Buddha," Wang Guan added. "Did you hear that? Hurry and fetch it." Old Zhang waved his hand and once again scrutinized the Jade Buddha, yet he found nothing of significance. Was it merely a spectacle to attract attention, or an elaborate facade? Many harbored such doubts. Fang Mingsheng instructed a staff member, who hurried away to fetch the white paper required by Wang Guan. Meanwhile, Fang approached with hesitation and inquired, "Young man, what do you need the white paper for?" It was no wonder Fang showed such concern. Although no one had disclosed the price of the Jade Buddha, most understood that such a rare artifact, considering both the quality of the jade and its antiquity, was worth at least hundreds of millions. If anything were to go awry with such an expensive item, even someone as affluent as Fang would feel a pang of anguish. Wang Guan empathized with Fang's apprehension. But the situation was difficult to explain. He could only vaguely assure, "Rest assured, Boss Fang, I will not touch the Jade Buddha." Fang Mingsheng nodded lightly, his eyes filled with skepticism. Not only he, but the surrounding crowd shared similar sentiments. Even Gao Dequan and Yu Feibai harbored their own silent worries. In the glaring spotlight, should Wang Guan make an inexplicable move without any results, the embarrassment would be mild compared to the potential ridicule he would face within their circles thereafter. "Xiaofeng, do not interfere. Let us observe how he handles it," Old Zhang remarked with interest, sensing Wang Guan's composure. He realized that the young man was certainly not engaging in mere theatrics. Indeed, Fang Mingxing nodded in approval, feeling quite pleased with his subordinate's ability to draw inferences. Without mentioning the elation of the staff member who had received praise from the big boss, old Zhang, eager with anticipation, urged, "Young man, the white paper has arrived. How will you use it? Let me see." Wang Guan casually drew a thin, translucent sheet of white paper and began to ponder, meticulously calculating the spacing. "Is this kid up to the task?" Yu Fei Bai expressed his concern in a hushed tone. "The uncle, please help support a bit later." Gao Dequan nodded slightly, whispering, "Do not fret, judging by Wang Guan's demeanor. He seems quite assured and may just surprise us." "Let us hope for a pleasant surprise, not a fright," Yu Fei Bai replied. Minutes passed as Wang Guan continued to gesture, causing the crowd to grow increasingly impatient. Had it not been for old Zhang's silence, someone might have scolded him already. At that moment, Wang Guan suddenly took action, tilting his body slightly to suspend the white paper about 30 centimeters in front of the Jade Buddha. Upon witnessing this, the crowd fell silent, scrutinizing intently. Under the brilliant lights, the Jade Buddha, gleaming like snow, emitted an indescribable luminous sheen. The shimmering light flickered, casting delicate patterns upon the white paper. Initially, these patterns resembled ripples on a tranquil lake disturbed by a pebble, creating an array of undulating waves, appearing somewhat chaotic. However, after a short while, the patterns gradually stabilized, forming a faint yet remarkably clear symbol on the translucent paper. This is... Though others stood at a distance and might not have discerned the spectacle, Zhang Lao and Fang Mingsheng, positioned nearby, perceived it with utmost clarity. Upon a mere glance, the symbols that materialized upon the pristine white paper left them utterly astounded, their astonishment reaching new heights. Chapter 65. Boss Fang is about to strike it rich. Noticing the unusual reaction of Zhang Lao and Fang Mingsheng, the curiosity of those around them ignited instantly. Among the attendees were several individuals who fancied themselves somewhat esteemed. They promptly rose and approached with urgency. How remarkable, these individuals exclaimed in disbelief as they lowered their heads to observe, their expressions reflecting incredulity. Such reactions only served to stoke the flames of curiosity among the crowd, compelling many to surge forward to witness the phenomenon for themselves. As their gazes fell upon the white paper held by Wang Guan, astonishment swept through them, akin to encountering a ghost, their faces frozen in disbelief. Some even questioned their own perception, suspecting an illusion. The crowd observed with clarity the radiant glow of the Jade Buddha, casting ethereal patterns upon the translucent paper, intricately forming a prominent swastika symbol. This peculiar swastika was not entirely unfamiliar to many, as it frequently graced numerous Buddhist temples and, in certain respects, could be regarded as an emblem of the Buddhist faith. The light emanating from the Jade Buddha coalescing into the swastika symbol would have been deemed a miraculous event in ancient times. Contemplating this, it was no wonder that the onlookers were left speechless, each one seemingly rendered mute by the sheer magnitude of the spectacle. After a brief interval, Wang Guan felt a twinge of fatigue in his arm, causing it to tremble involuntarily. As he moved, the white paper quivered as well, disrupting the luminous patterns that reflected the Jade Buddha's light, causing the swastika to dissipate. Zhang Lao, anxious, immediately admonished him, "Do not move." Startled, Wang Guan froze his arm. Yet perhaps due to an improper angle, the light patterns upon the paper failed to manifest the swastika's form. "Step aside, allow me," Zhang Lao urged, a hint of urgency in his voice as he seized the paper and began to manipulate it before the Jade Buddha. However, it appeared that selecting the correct angle to reveal the symbol required a degree of finesse. Lacking experience, Zhang Lao, regardless of how he adjusted the paper, could not achieve a coherent shape from the light patterns, which remained a chaotic swirl. After 2 minutes of fruitless effort, Fang Mingsheng, unable to watch any longer, politely inquired, "Zhang Lao, may I give it a try?" "Certainly, go ahead," Zhang Lao responded, handing the paper to Fang Mingsheng while simultaneously jesting. "Indeed, age has slowed my reflexes." "You're in excellent health," remarked a nearby observer, offering words of encouragement, though their focus remained fixed on Fang Mingsheng's hands. To be precise, everyone was eager to witness the swastika formed by the Jade Buddha's light upon the paper. Nevertheless, it soon became apparent that capturing such reflections was a task of considerable difficulty. After taking over, Fang Mingsheng explored various angles, shifting the paper up and down, side to side, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead. Ultimately, he too met with failure. In this era, self-assuredness was abundant, and witnessing Fang Mingsheng's unsuccessful attempt spurred others to try their hand. However, once they embarked on their own endeavors, they quickly grasped the inherent challenges of the task. They felt remarkably well, yet the radiance cast by the Jade Buddha remained entirely beyond their control. A slight variation in angle would alter the patterns of light reflected upon the white paper. A myriad of bizarre shapes emerged, yet none conformed to any recognizable form, particularly not the earlier swastika symbol. Subsequently, 5 or 6 more individuals attempted, but none succeeded. At this moment, everyone gradually regained their composure, soon recalling the ancient adage that expertise lies in specialization. After a brief silence, Elder Zhang raised his head and inquired, "What about that young man from earlier?" Upon realizing the situation, many wore peculiar expressions, some feeling awkward and embarrassed. After all, the scene resembled that of having benefited from another's efforts, only to disregard them, akin to ingratitude and betrayal. Young man, this is indeed intriguing. Elder Zhang felt a touch of embarrassment himself. Unable to muster the courage to invite Wang Guan over to manipulate the white paper, he resorted to flattery, expressing keen curiosity. "How did you discover this marvelous symbol?" "I happened to see it from that angle," Wang Guan explained, refraining from divulging the truth that it was his unique ability to observe and analyze from every conceivable angle without omission. "What remarkable luck!" "It is not merely luck. Discernment is equally crucial. Otherwise, even if you were aware of its existence, you would not be able to perceive it." The crowd marveled in unison, casting shy glances at Wang Guan, hesitant to speak. After all this chatter, what exactly are you discussing?" At that moment, Elder Qian interjected with a smile, adding, "You've piqued both my and Yiji's curiosity." Yiji is the courtesy name of Elder Zhou, Zhou Yiji, replete with ancient charm, mirroring Elder Zhou's character. After a warm smile, Elder Zhou remarked, "Might you also demonstrate it for me and Brother Lingxi?" As they spoke, Elder Qian and Elder Zhou gradually approached the display stand, prompting the crowd to part ways. Wang Guan, not one to revel in self-importance, had already risen during his exchange with Elder Zhang and was now making his way to the stand. Upon reaching Feng Mingsheng, he took a piece of white paper, carefully maneuvering it. In truth, he was subtly employing his unique ability to find the most suitable angle and position. At this juncture, no one doubted Wang Guan's intentions, but rather focused intently on observing and memorizing. In an instant, silence enveloped the room, as every gaze fixated upon the white paper. Through it, the shape of the Jade Buddha and the swastika symbol harmoniously complemented each other. For a fleeting moment, the expressions of the crowd became intricate, even evoking an inexplicable sentiment. It was not a matter of faith, but rather an astonishment at the wondrous phenomenon. After a considerable pause, someone finally exclaimed, "Ingeniously crafted, a masterpiece worthy of the highest acclaim. I believe it may be mere coincidence." Another countered, though lacking conviction. Among the collectors present, whether professional or amateur, a common trait emerged, an unwavering mental fortitude. At this moment, they all regained clarity, absorbing the dialogue between the two, each forming their own interpretations. After a brief debate, someone chuckled lightly, summarizing, "This anomaly, whether a product of ancient artisans' wisdom or sheer coincidence, remains captivating. However, I am aware that Boss Fong is likely to amass a considerable fortune this time." Indeed, others have begun to realize this as well. The Jade Buddha itself possesses immense value, but with the emergence of this extraordinary symbol, its worth is bound to double. If it was originally valued at tens of millions, it could now fetch at least 100 million. There is no doubt that, despite the lack of faith among those in the mainland, many affluent believers in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia will undoubtedly take an interest in this Jade Buddha. In the midst of a chorus of praise, Feng Mingxing's joy was evident, his excitement barely concealed. In truth, the doubling of the Jade Buddha's price mattered little to him. He had already resolved not to sell it. What exhilarated him was the Jade Buddha's remarkable transformation, which brightened his countenance. He even detected a glimmer of envy and jealousy in the eyes of some, which made him feel buoyant and triumphant. "Indeed, it was fortunate," remarked Zhang Lao, shaking his head with a complex expression. "I have grown old. The new generation surpasses the old. Has Zhang de Peo finally succumbed to age?" At that moment, Qian Lao chuckled. "I thought you would never admit it. Aging is simply a part of life. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are natural laws from which no one can escape. What truly matters is that there are successors." "Exactly," Zhou Lao added with a smile. "The student surpasses the teacher. This is a fortunate occurrence. Enough with the consolation from you two old fellows." Zhang Lao waved his hand dismissively. "I am merely aging, not narrow-minded and unable to accommodate others. As he spoke, Zhang Lao patted Wang Guan's shoulder approvingly, saying, "Do not be fooled by the youth of this lad. His insight far exceeds that of us old-timers. You honor me too much. I merely had good fortune." Wang Guan quickly replied, shaking his head in modesty. "After all, this is a fact. He possesses a unique ability to cheat. While Zhang Lao and the others have relied on decades of diligent study, the two cannot be compared. This young man is commendably humble," Zhang Lao remarked. "One must not be arrogant, but neither should one lack ambition. While he may not excel now, he will undoubtedly surpass us in the future. Zhang Lao Lao vet hotiti li. In the future, should you have any uncertainties, feel free to seek my guidance." "Thank you, Zhang Lao," Wang Guan nodded earnestly. For a moment, the gazes of the crowd turned towards Wang Guan, tinged with a hint of envy. With Zhang Lao's endorsement, regardless of discussions about the future, as long as Wang Guan dedicates himself, he is sure to learn a great deal. "Young man, what a fortunate opportunity you have," someone remarked. "Such occurrences are truly serendipitous and cannot be envied." Amidst hushed whispers, a curious voice inquired, "Zhang Lao, do you know how the swastika symbol on the paper was formed?" "Indeed, no matter how I look at it, I cannot fathom how this swastika symbol was reflected," another added. The majority believed Wang Guan's insight to be a mere coincidence, given his age, which made it hard for them to trust that his abilities were truly remarkable. Thus, after the initial astonishment, the crowd shifted their focus, now captivated by the radiant glow of the Jade Buddha, pondering how such peculiar symbols were formed upon the white paper. "I surmise it must be attributed to the statue's design." After a moment of careful scrutiny, Zhang remarked, "Observe the Buddha's hands. The right hand is raised at the chest while the left hand holds a drooping pearl. This creates a cross shape. Furthermore, the jade behind the statue and the golden canopy atop it refract and scatter light, converging in the air to form this swastika symbol. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. A more profound investigation is warranted to ascertain the precise cause." Finally, with a gleam in his eyes, Zhang turned to Feng Mingsheng, smilingly inquiring, "Young Feng, I find myself quite intrigued by this jade Buddha. Would you consider parting with it? You know well that I am not in want of money." Feng Mingsheng replied, his expression one of mild embarrassment. "Old Zhang, do not press him," interjected Qian, stepping in to mediate. "Such a treasured item would not be easily relinquished by anyone. Moreover, your interest seems more scholarly, merely a desire to study the symbol rather than a genuine affection for the piece. There is no need to acquire it." Zhang nodded in agreement, saying, "Young Feng, would it be acceptable for me to borrow the Jade Buddha for a few days of study? Since you have asked, how could I possibly refuse?" Feng Mingsheng chuckled wryly, recognizing that Qian and Zhang were orchestrating a subtle trap for him. Yet, despite his awareness, he felt unable to decline, caught between the weight of social obligation and the formidable backgrounds of the two venerable gentlemen. In truth, there is a third reason. Feng Mingsheng harbored his own curiosity regarding the mysteries of the swastika symbol. "Very well. Let us set this aside for now and continue our appraisal," Wang Guan declared. "Indeed, you are quite impressive," Yu Feibai commended. "I'm baffled as to how you discern that swastika symbol. I spent quite some time attempting to see it, and my eyes grew weary, yet I could not even catch a glimpse." "I have mentioned it was merely a coincidence," Wang Guan replied with a smile, feigning modesty. "Do not be so humble, Wang Guan. In my view, luck is merely one part of the equation," Yu Feibai countered, shaking his head. "Zhang's praise of your keen sight is justified. The Jade Buddha's radiance dances in the air, and to capture the most fitting angle amidst such myriad possibilities is no small feat. Perhaps even a camera would struggle to achieve it, yet you succeeded. It is, in truth, a remarkable occurrence." Wang Guan smiled, maintaining his low profile. "That holds some merit," he conceded. However, those nearby, having overheard the conversation, nodded in agreement. Soon, others recalled that earlier 7 or 8 individuals had hung white paper and toiled for quite some time without revealing the swastika symbol, while Wang Guan had merely reached out casually, and it appeared effortlessly. Upon reflection, it seemed evident that without a certain level of perception and calculation, such an achievement would indeed be difficult. Gradually, many began to reassess their views. Although they still believed Wang Guan was fortunate, they acknowledged that he possessed a degree of skill. As thoughts lingered, many became distracted, failing to notice that the 9th artifact had already been appraised. If it were not for the 9th artifact positioned near the exhibition stand, they might not have recognized what it was at all. The final treasure, a piece of ancient ink. Mr. Qian and the others were not perturbed, continuing to preside over the event. After all, Compared to the Jade Buddha, the ninth artifact was merely an ordinary item, not worthy of significant attention. As melodious music accompanied the moment, a block of ink emerged from the display. Nevertheless, the attendees remained entranced by the enchanting symbols of the Jade Buddha, still not fully composed, particularly upon seeing that the last artifact was merely an ancient ink block. Their interest waned even further. Was no one going to come forward for appraisal? Observing this, old Joe smiled and said, "Well then, I shall take the liberty to evaluate it myself." As he spoke, old Joe ascended the stage, donned white gloves, and casually picked up the ancient ink. Glancing at it briefly, in an instant, the weight and texture of the ink altered his expression. Old Joe's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his appraisal movements almost meticulous in nature. He then produced a variety of magnifying glasses from his pocket, arranging them in a row on the stage for closer inspection. Moments passed, and old Joe's unusual reaction naturally captured everyone's attention. "Old Joe," Mr. Zhang called out, curiosity piqued. However, old Joe seemed wholly absorbed in his examination, oblivious to the world around him. At this point, even the most obtuse individual would grasp the significance of old Joe's scrutiny. This ancient ink was likely extraordinary. Could it be a masterpiece from the Ming dynasty? Speculation arose. After all, while ancient ink from the Qing dynasty is rare, it is not impossible to find with some persistence. However, Ming dynasty ink blocks are considerably scarcer, often eluding discovery even for those who seek them. Hearing the murmurs, Yu Feibai leaned closer to Wang Guan and whispered with amusement, "Let them be careless and underestimate the ancient ink. If they were to learn that block might be a treasure of Li Tinggui, they would surely be astounded." Wang Guan chuckled in agreement, also keeping a watchful eye on old Joe's appraisal. Whether it was indeed Li Tinggui's ink would depend on the elder's judgment. Before long, several more minutes passed, and old Joe remained on stage, engrossed in his examination. At this juncture, not only were the onlookers astonished, but even Mr. Zhang and Mr. Qian began to feel restless. The two conferred quietly before rising to join him on stage. Wang Guan, noticing this, whispered, "Uncle Da, you haven't informed Mr. Qian about the ink, have you?" Good Quan smiled and explained, "During the exchange meeting, Mr. Qian is the judge. I couldn't divulge details about the artifacts to him. This way, it maintains an element of surprise." Yu Feibai chuckled in agreement. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang approached the stage and directly inquired, "Old Joe, what is it that has captured your attention for so long?" At that moment, old Joe snapped back to reality, collected himself, and replied with a light smile. "This piece of ancient ink is quite remarkable. You all should take a look. What ink could possibly be so extraordinary?" As his gaze swept over the ink stick, Mr. Qian momentarily froze, then swiftly took hold of it, scrutinizing it repeatedly. He tapped the body of the ink, examining its texture and studying the inscriptions upon it. Minutes passed before Mr. Zhang, with reluctance, handed the ink stick over to Mr. Qian for authentication. "What do you think, Old Joe?" Mr. Zhang inquired. Mr. Zhou chuckled lightly and countered, "What do you think?" Mr. Zhang hesitated, sighed, and shook his head, saying, "I dare not make a hasty conclusion." It was unexpected that the decisive Mr. Zhang could also exhibit indecision. Mr. Zhou remarked with a smile, "What's so surprising about that?" Mr. Zhang was unperturbed and candidly stated, "Authenticating ancient ink is not my forte. If I don't understand, there's no need to pretend that I do." "Indeed, Brother Dongfeng, you're always straightforward and unpretentious," Mr. Zhou laughed. Of course, Mr. Zhang nodded firmly and then asked, "Old Qian, what is your perspective?" At that moment, Mr. Qian set down the ancient ink and sighed, "I have a 99% certainty with a fraction still in doubt, so I cannot readily conclude." "That is far better than my own," Mr. Zhang admitted. "I possess only a 90% certainty, which is 9 points less than yours." As they spoke, both turned their gaze towards Mr. Zhou. Among those present, it seemed that only Mr. Zhou could definitively affirm this conclusion. Mr. Zhou remained silent, continuing to inspect the ink stick until, after a while, he sighed, "Gold is easily obtained, but Li ink is hard to find." To everyone's astonishment, he revealed that, aside from the treasures of the National Palace Museum in Taipei, there existed another genuine piece, Li ink. At this, many were taken aback. The collectors in attendance possessed extensive knowledge of antiques, and upon hearing the two words Li ink, they immediately understood its significance. Even those who were initially slow to react soon realized, prompted by others, "Is it truly from the southern Tangs, Li Tinggui? How can that be? Wasn't it said that the only existing piece of Li ink is housed in the National Palace Museum in Taipei? It must be true. How could the three masters, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Qian, and Mr. Zhang, simultaneously?" Amidst the murmurs, excitement spread across many faces. The genuinely Tingue ink is considered an unparalleled treasure, and until now, it has been deemed one of a kind. Now, at this exchange conference, another piece of Li ink had emerged. If this artifact is indeed authentic, those present would have the honor of witnessing such a momentous occasion. Old Zhou, could we also have the privilege of seeing it? Meanwhile, someone boldly requested. After all, when the ancient ink was first presented, they had dismissed it, and now their attitude had shifted, which was somewhat awkward. Come and take a look, Mr. Zhou smiled, feeling a sense of fortune, believing he had made the right decision to attend this exchange. Other items may be debatable, but the Jade Buddha and the Li ink alone justified his journey. Soon, someone approached and examined it closely, commenting, "The legendary Li ink is as hard as jade. With a texture reminiscent of rhinoceros horn, its surface smooth and lustrous like lacquer, which indeed aligns with the characteristics of this ink. Two serpentine dragons, resplendent in their grandeur, yet subtly restrained, devoid of any ostentatious ferocity, embody the essence of an era marked by the decline of the Southern Tang dynasty. In the 6th year of the Xinda era, during the mid-autumn season, the inscription reveals information that aligns perfectly with the historical context of that time. Nevertheless, even with all factors considered, one can be fairly certain that the inkstone is, for the most part, genuinely ink. Yet, no one dares to assert this with absolute certainty. A sense of doubt lingers in everyone's hearts. After all, this is an exceptionally rare artifact, surviving for over a millennium, with only one known specimen in existence. Now, with the sudden emergence of another, it naturally evokes feelings of uncertainty. Why is everyone silent? It appears remarkably authentic, with no discernible flaws. The weight, texture, aroma, patterns, and inscriptions all correspond with the documented descriptions of Li ink. The crowd engages in animated discussion, their conviction in the authenticity of the piece growing stronger. However, the overwhelming authenticity seems to instill a sense of hesitation among them. Some even raised a final point of skepticism. Old Zhou, the red inscription on the inkstone has become quite blurred. We wonder what could have caused this. Chapter 68. The focus of public attention. Indeed, it remains unclear whether this inscription bears the name of Li Tingue or the seal of Li Hozhu. Alternatively, could this inscription reveal the true origins of the inkstone, hence having been deliberately obscured? In the moment of doubt, one question is posed, and immediately others echo their agreement, particularly some whose insights seem to veer toward conspiracy theories. Old Zhou, what is your perspective? Naturally, there are those who offer rebuttals. After a spirited debate, no consensus is reached, leading them to seek guidance from Old Zhou. You have fallen into a cognitive trap, Old Zhou sighed, shaking his head. In truth, this blurred red inscription precisely indicates that this inkstone is neither a counterfeit nor a replica, but rather authentically ink. Why? The crowd expressed astonishment and confusion. Though some appeared to grasp an inkling of understanding, yet they remained at a loss for clarity. Old Zhou smiled faintly, not rushing to provide an answer, but instead inquired, before unveiling the mystery, "May I ask who brought forth this piece of Li ink?" "It must belong to old Gao," someone replied. This was the last piece in their collection, and a glance exchanged among them allowed them to infer its origin. "Don't look at me," Qian Lao said, shaking his head slightly, perplexed. "He never mentioned this to me. I am unaware of when he acquired it." "Congratulations, Gao Xiong," someone chimed in. "Ada, that's rather unbecoming of you, acquiring such a treasure without so much as a word." Instantly, a crowd gathered around Gao Dequan. Faced with genuine congratulations and playful reproaches from his friends, Gao Dequan offered a wry smile, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Do not misunderstand. The item is not mine. I was merely entrusted to bring it for Old Zhou and the others to authenticate." "What? Is that true?" Some individuals express skepticism, while others place their faith in Gao Dequan, who continued to inquire, "Whose possession is it?" His kind response. At that moment, Wang Guan, nestled in a corner, felt a surge of elation. After all, based on Zhou Lao's appraisal, it could be firmly concluded that the ink block was indeed the genuine Li Mo. However, just then, Wang Guan suddenly noticed an unusual silence descending upon the room. Curiously lifting his gaze, he discovered over 30 pairs of eyes fixed upon him in unison. Wang Guan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. "Gao, you surely aren't deceiving us, are you?" Meanwhile, doubts were voiced by others. After all, Wang Guan hardly appeared to be someone capable of affording Li Mo. "What benefit would I derive from deceiving you?" Gao Dequan furrowed his brow slightly and waved his hand, saying, "Wang Guan, come up here. Zhou Lao wishes to speak with you." Startled, Wang Guan hastily ascended the platform. In that instant, he once again became the center of attention, the focus of the crowd. It's him again. Who is this young lad? How did he come across Li Mo? He seems unfamiliar, and his name has never been heard before. It appears there is no one of his stature among the domestic elite. In that brief moment, many minds were abuzz with speculation. If Wang Guan's earlier revelation of the Jade Buddha's extraordinary symbols had introduced him to the audience, this moment left an indelible impression. At the very least, from this day forward, everyone would be aware of a young man possessing a genuine piece of Li Mo. Setting aside the complexities of the crowd's thoughts, upon Wang Guan's arrival, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Lao's eyes. He likely had not anticipated that the owner of Li Mo would be a youth like Wang Guan. Not only Zhou Lao, but also Qian Lao appeared somewhat astonished. They quickly glanced at Gao Dequan, who, after a subtle nod, dispelled any lingering doubts. Indeed, this item belonged to Wang Guan. The youth of today are increasingly remarkable. Qian Lao mused, then kindly inquired, Wang Guan, did you acquire this item? Indeed, Wang Guan nodded, reflecting briefly and concluding that there was no necessity for concealment. Even if he remained silent, Gao Dequan would undoubtedly recount the details to Qian Lao later. The box has compartments. The luck involved seems rather extraordinary. It appears that treasures abound in the countryside, many reflected, echoing Yu Feibai's sentiments. Nonsense, I've told you before, no matter how lucky one is. Without the requisite skill, it counts for naught, Gao Dequan admonished, though inwardly he felt a twinge of envy. Of course, Zhou Lao and the others had weathered many storms and were not particularly concerned with Wang Guan's stroke of luck. They merely felt a hint of envy before quickly regaining their composure. Moreover, in these times, many individuals enjoy good fortune, and Wang Guan is but one among many. Furthermore, there are those whose fortunes surpass Wang Guan's, their tales even more extraordinary and remarkable. Thus, Zhou Lao steadied himself and smiled. The young man's good fortune is indeed enviable. However, I am curious. After obtaining this piece of Li Mo, have you conducted any experiments? Experiments? Wang Guan was somewhat taken aback and promptly shook his head, saying, I have indeed contemplated this, but upon hearing Uncle De's words, I realized that this piece of Li Mo is exceedingly precious, and I am reluctant to allow even the slightest damage to it. Ah, Elder Zhou nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he replied, You have only recently begun to collect this piece of Li Mo, so it is natural for you to hold such thoughts. However, the previous owners of this Li Mo, or even those before them, must have possessed it for a considerable duration. With such extensive time spent in their collection, and without absolute certainty regarding the authenticity of this piece, how do you think they would have approached it? Wang Guan pondered for a moment, then realized, if even the three masters cannot ascertain the genuineness of this Li Mo, it might indeed warrant a verification. Precisely, Elder Zhou remarked with delight. How would you proceed with such verification? At this moment, Wang Guan seemed to grasp the concept, chuckling lightly as he stated, It is said that the ink produced by Li Tinggui possesses a rich texture and a lustrous sheen akin to lacquer. Additionally, it is as hard as stone, capable of slicing through wood, and remains intact for months even when submerged. Wang Guan articulated confidently, however, when weighing two harms, one must choose the lesser. Whether grinding ink for writing or utilizing it to cut paper and wood, both actions could easily inflict damage upon the inkstick itself. Therefore, it appears that the final method, the simplest yet most practical, remains. The young man's response was remarkably astute. Elder Zhou smiled in admiration and recited leisurely. A nobleman once mistakenly dropped a piece of Li Tinggui ink into a pond. After a year, when he returned to drink from the pond, he accidentally dropped a gold vessel. He then instructed a skilled water collector to retrieve it, and upon doing so, the ink remained unchanged in color and appearance, as pristine as ever. Soaking it in water to observe the changes in Li Mo is indeed the most straightforward and feasible verification method. Genuine Li Mo possesses an exceptionally hard and fine texture, resembling jade, and will not dissolve in water. As he spoke, Elder Zhou picked up the Li Mo and pointed to the faint inscriptions on the ink stick, saying, Everyone, please take note. You may wonder why the inscriptions appear blurred. I surmise this is due to someone having conducted such a verification previously. The coiling dragon and the characters for imperial ink were depicted with gold powder, which does not easily succumb to water. Only this inscription, painted with red lacquer, would deteriorate when submerged for an extended period, resulting in its obscured appearance. The audience listened intently to Elder Zhou's analysis, unable to contain their admiration as they erupted into fervent applause. At that moment, Wang Guan felt a profound sense of awe. The blurred inscriptions on the ink stick had indeed caught everyone's attention, yet no one had delved deeper into it, many even regarding it as a potential flaw. Only Elder Zhou, with his meticulous observations, had taken this point of doubt and deduced a compelling truth from it. Such discernment, such thoughtfulness, such experience, and such cultivation were truly awe-inspiring, evoking a sense of reverence. At that moment, Wang Guan fully comprehended the essence of the power of knowledge. Observing the genuine respect reflected in the eyes of the crowd, he realized that they had indeed been captivated by Elder Zhou's profound understanding. In the midst of the resounding applause, Wang Guan's body trembled with exhilaration, as if a current of electricity had coursed through him, and a sudden thought emerged in his mind. He too aspired to become such a person. Despite the aid of his extraordinary abilities, Wang Guan was still capable of piercing through the fog of confusion and revealing the truth when others found themselves in predicaments. However, even if he spoke the truth, how could he convey the specifics of his understanding? Who would be convinced? Moreover, even the venerable Zhou relied not solely on subjective judgment of authenticity, but presented tangible evidence to garner the consensus of the assembly. Thus, it is evident that his journey remains long, necessitating further profound study. Suddenly, Wang Guan realized that the insights gleaned from attending the symposium proved far more beneficial than perusing dozens of antiquarian tomes. It was no wonder that Gao Dequan had summarized the 3 realms of collecting for him in Yu Fei Bai. The first was to read extensively. The more books one reads, the greater one's knowledge, thereby increasing opportunities. The second was to connect theory with practice. The knowledge gleaned from books must be corroborated with real artifacts, allowing one to synthesize theoretical understanding through concrete experience. Otherwise, one risks the folly of blindly following a map. The third principle was that to trust books blindly is akin to being without books at all. While the perspectives within texts can sometimes be accurate, they may also be erroneous. Determining the veracity of such claims relies on the accumulation of personal experience. However, the so-called experience cannot be amassed solely through solitary exploration. After all, China boasts a history spanning thousands of years, with a myriad of collectible categories. An individual's capacity is limited, making it impossible to exhaustively explore all avenues. Thus, mutual exchange and learning from one another's experiences are essential for continual accumulation, potentially leading one to become a master appraiser like Qian Lao, Zhou Lao, or Zhang Lao. It is crucial to note that this is merely a possibility. Whether one achieves success depends on personal talent and diligence. For Wang Guan, possessing the rare ability to discern authenticity at a glance is an unparalleled gift. The pertinent question remains, has he exerted sufficient effort? It was not until the staff distributed writing materials that Wang Guan emerged from his reverie, glancing around to notice an unusual atmosphere in the room. 10 collectibles were displayed upon the exhibition table, and all present were entitled to vote for the ultimate champion, the treasure they deemed most valuable. However, many found themselves in a quandary. Indeed, the dilemma primarily revolved around 2 items. Would one choose the white jade Buddha with a golden crown or the ink piece by Li Tingue? I found myself hesitating. Logically, the jade Buddha was remarkable in a Tang dynasty artifact. In this regard, it certainly surpassed the antiquity of Li's ink piece. Yet, Li's ink was a unique masterpiece, seemingly more valuable than the jade Buddha. However, one must not overlook that such a large jade Buddha is exceptionally rare. Furthermore, the Buddha's enchanting luster possesses a singularity that would not be unreasonable for it to be crowned champion. The 2 treasures, in many respects, could be considered evenly matched, each garnering support, rendering it impossible for anyone to convince the other, resulting in an endless debate. At that moment, Qian Lao smiled and inquired, "Has everyone made their considerations? It is now time to cast your votes." Upon hearing this, the crowd found their resolve, each taking pen to paper to inscribe the number of their chosen treasure, subsequently proceeding to the stage to deposit their votes into a box. After a brief moment, Fang Mingxing approached the ballot box. Instead of hastily casting his vote, he revealed his ballot, which bore no serial number. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Fang Mingxing smiled and said, "Logically, at this juncture, I should cast a vote for myself. However, upon reflection, I have chosen to abstain. After all, my jade Buddha can only be compared to Li Mo thanks to one individual. Here, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to my young brother Wang Guan. It is through his reminder that we discovered the hidden mysteries of the jade Buddha. Thus, while I cannot dictate the choices of others, I feel compelled to cast my vote for him." With that, Fang Mingsheng took up his pen, marked a cross on the paper, and solemnly placed it into the box. Applause erupted from the audience at his gesture. Some may perceive his actions as hypocritical, yet many admired his grace. I hope to maintain the current standing. I kindly ask for your support, he added. Chapter 70. The decisive vote. At this moment, Yu Feibai remarked from the crowd, his tone devoid of disdain and instead imbued with a smile. Fortunately, you voted first. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward for you to descend after casting your vote. Wang Guan nodded slightly and, encouraged by Yu Feibai, cast his vote for himself. Reflecting on the situation, had he been positioned behind Fang Mingsheng and witnessed such a display, he too might have found himself compelled to vote for Fang. This illustrates the intricacies of human nature, highlighting Fang Mingsheng's dignity. Wang Guan recognized that Fang Mingsheng was the last to vote, following only Mr. Qian, Mr. Zhou, and Mr. Zhang, which suggested he had considered their feelings. Such meticulous thinking is likely a hallmark of someone as influential in the business realm as Fang Mingsheng. After voting, Fang Mingsheng nodded to Wang Guan and smiled as he made his way down. Observing this, Yu Feibai chuckled softly and speculated, Wang Guan, I believe he must be contemplating recruiting you to serve him right about now. If he were to learn that you were working at Taihe just a month ago, I wonder what his expression would be. Wang Guan, upon hearing this, smiled and discreetly gestured. Let us wait and see how Mr. Qian and the others decide. Xiaofeng, your composure is quite impressive. Indeed, to my old man's taste, came a voice from behind. Just then, Mr. Zhang ascended the platform, deposited a ballot marked with the number 8 into the box, and candidly stated, while the MO is admirable, it does not align with my preferences. Furthermore, I intend to borrow your jade for research over the next few days. Given your kindness, I cannot support anyone else but you. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Fang Mingsheng replied with a warm smile. The others, including Wang Guan, found Mr. Zhang's stance entirely fair, for the Jade Buddha itself deserved a vote. Moreover, it was anticipated that one of the 3 judges would undoubtedly cast a ballot for Li Mo. Shortly thereafter, as expected, once Mr. Zhang concluded his voting and stepped down, Mr. Zhou approached, placed his ballot into the box, and remarked with a subtle smile, I have voted for Li Mo. The crowd nodded in understanding. Recognizing that Li Mo was authenticated by Mr. Zhou, who else could he possibly vote for? Subsequently, the gaze of the crowd abruptly converged upon Elder Qian. Now, all eyes were on his choice. To everyone's astonishment, upon stepping onto the stage, Elder Qian refrained from casting a vote and instead stated directly, let us begin the vote verification. A murmur of surprise rippled through the audience, as they were perplexed by Elder Qian's decision to abstain. Suddenly, a keen observer made a discovery and exclaimed, just now, there were a total of 35 participants in the voting. If Elder Qian were to cast his vote, it would result in an even number. If the votes are tied, it would be impossible to determine a victor. The crowd came to an enlightened understanding, with only a few individuals aware that Elder Qian was acting to avoid any semblance of bias. After all, within Fang Mingsheng's villa, it was clear that Elder Qian had a favorable rapport with Wang Guan. Moreover, since Elder Qian resided with Fang Mingsheng, any vote he cast would inevitably be influenced by personal feelings. Thus, abstaining seemed the wisest course. Soon, the ballot box was opened, revealing the paper votes. Because the counting was conducted on-site, everyone could see clearly that there were only 2 numbers within the box, either the number 8 for the Jade Buddha or the number 10 for Li Tingui's ink. Consequently, the collectors had no need to shamelessly cast votes for themselves, as everyone was acutely aware of which item was most esteemed. If someone were to vote for themselves, it would only serve to render them a source of ridicule. Of course, Wang Guan and Fang Mingsheng were exceptions. Their collections were highly competitive, and voting for oneself was entirely justifiable. However, Wang Guan did not overthink it, and simply voted for himself. In contrast, Fang Mingsheng, for reasons unknown, boldly cast his vote for Wang Guan. Now, the counting commenced, 8 and 10. Meanwhile, under the scrutiny of all present, Elder Qian adeptly began to announce the votes. Before long, the results were revealed. Unexpected, yet anticipated, out of 35 votes, the first 34 resulted in a tie between Wang Guan and Fang Mingsheng. Thus, the decisive 35th vote, the key to determining the victor, rested firmly in Elder Qian's grasp. With all eyes upon him, Elder Qian lowered his gaze to the ballot, maintaining an impassive expression that rendered it difficult to ascertain who the victor truly was. The final vote. Suddenly, Elder Qian raised his head and glanced at Fang Mingsheng. In that fleeting moment, many believed that Fang Mingsheng would emerge victorious. He himself shared this sentiment. However, Elder Qian smiled and softly declared, the final vote is for number 10. As he spoke, Elder Qian flipped the paper over to reveal, in bold black ink upon the white sheet, the prominent Arabic numeral 10, laid bare before all. Yet, to Fang Mingxing's eyes, the writing seemed all too familiar. With a gentle blink, a smile graced Fang Mingxing's lips, albeit tinged with a bitter aftertaste. For the numeral on the ballot was inscribed by his own hand, signifying that he had cast a vote for Wang Guan, thus relinquishing the championship. At this moment, the others also comprehended the situation, casting curious and amused glances toward Fang Mingxing. Simultaneously, Elder Qian, with a twinkle in his eye, continued to announce the final result. Number 10, Li Tingui's Inc., has secured the championship of this treasure contest. Congratulations, congratulations. Applause erupted once more as many congratulated Wang Guandao while casting glances at Fang Mingxing, their faces adorned with uncontainable smiles. This was not mockery. Rather, it was genuine amusement. After all, no one would have anticipated that Fang Mingxing's single vote could have cost him the championship. One wonders if, upon witnessing this outcome, a sense of regret lingered in Fang Mingxing's heart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he gracefully joined in the applause, a smile illuminating his face. Nevertheless, it was evident to everyone that he must have felt some regret, albeit not openly expressed. Regardless, with the champion artifact of the treasure contest determined, the exchange meeting could be deemed concluded. Following this, the banquet would commence. Being a private gathering, formalities were minimal. Those with pressing matters could excuse themselves. For those who preferred leisure, they could linger longer, engaging in discussions on experiences and insights in collecting. Fang Mingxing had meticulously arranged all of this. Although he felt a hint of disappointment at not securing the championship, he recognized that it was merely a game and one could not afford to take it too seriously. If he were to be overly concerned about the outcomes of games, he would not have cast his vote for Wang Guandao. Having collected his thoughts, Fang Mingxing stood and exclaimed warmly, "Esteemed guests, the banquet has been arranged. I kindly invite you to grace us with your presence." In response to Fang Mingxing's enthusiastic invitation, guests began to rise in small groups. Even old Zhou, who had pre-booked his flight, showed no inclination to refuse, and alongside Elder Qian and Elder Zhang, they strolled towards the banquet hall amidst the throng. As for the treasures displayed, they would be supervised by dedicated personnel, allowing everyone to feel at ease. Moreover, should any mishaps occur, they need not worry. Fang Mingxing would naturally be responsible for compensating any losses. After all, this was Fang Mingxing's domain. If anything were to go awry, who else would they turn to? The banquet took place in a lavish mid-sized hall downstairs. Once everyone had gathered and taken their seats, a team of staff entered in succession, presenting an array of exquisite dishes. The feast was sumptuous, featuring an assortment of rare delicacies from mountains and seas, complemented by signature dishes from Longhu Mountain, filling the tables to the brim. Truth be told, after a light breakfast that morning, it had already turned to afternoon, and a sense of hunger had settled among the attendees. After exchanging pleasantries for a brief moment, they eagerly began to eat. Some even disregarded the decorum of remaining seated, instead taking up bottles of wine to circulate among the tables. Naturally, the focus of attention fell upon the three elder gentlemen. Yet everyone understood their frailty and limited capacity for alcohol. A simple clink of glasses sufficed. Alternatively, tea could be offered in place of wine, as the gathering was more about revelry than strict adherence to tradition. In addition, Fang Mingxing and Wang Guandao became the focal point for toasts. Fang Mingxing, as the host of the exchange meeting, naturally commanded respect. Moreover, during the treasure appraisal, his exquisite jade Buddha had drawn significant attention, piquing the interest of many. As for Wang Guandao, he garnered interest for his potential, captivating the curiosity of the attendees. Despite the opinions of many who believe that Wang Guan merely enjoyed a stroke of luck, youth itself is an advantage and a form of capital. Who can ascertain the heights to which he may ascend in the future? Naturally, in comparison to Wang Guan, the intrigue surrounding Li Mo is considerably more profound. As the evening progressed, Wang Guan received numerous business cards from various executives and managers of corporations and large enterprises. Particularly during the toasting, many subtly probed to ascertain whether Wang Guan intended to engage with Li Mo. In response, Wang Guan tactfully declined. Fortunately, those executives and managers understood that initial encounters seldom lead to business dealings, and they simply indulged in a few more drinks without further insistence. At this juncture, Gao Dequan observed the situation and furrowed his brow slightly, whispering, "Fei Bai, go assist Wang Guan." Also, Qian Lao and the others have finished their meal and are preparing to rest in the adjoining room. You may retrieve the jade belt now and seek guidance from old Zhou. Promptly, Yu Fei stepped forward and, without hesitation, helped the flushed Wang Guan toward the exit. Once they exited the banquet hall, he guided him to the restroom to splash cold water on his face. After a brief moment, the shock of the cold water revived Wang Guan somewhat, and he groggily lifted his head to say, "Thank you. No need for gratitude. I sense jealousy among those individuals, and they intended to intoxicate you," Yu Fei remarked, shaking his head. "You are quite stubborn, accepting everyone without discernment." "I'm aware," Wang Guan replied, eyes closed, hand pressed against his heated forehead, exhaling a warm breath. However, it was not without its rewards. As he spoke, he retrieved a thick stack of business cards from his pocket, swiftly sifting through them and setting aside those belonging to company presidents, business leaders, and corporate consultants. Ultimately, only 3 or 5 cards remained. These remaining cards were notably simple, each differing in texture. Yet their singular commonality was the absence of any titles, merely a name and a string of mobile phone numbers. Nevertheless, both Wang Guan and Yu Fei understood that these numbers represented personal contacts, guaranteed to connect. Presenting such cards to Wang Guan signified that these individuals acknowledged him and wished to maintain future correspondence. "Congratulations," Yu Fei remarked with a hint of envy in his eyes upon seeing the cards. "You have finally taken the first step." Both were acutely aware that receiving such cards indicated Wang Guan's entry into this social circle. In accordance with ancient traditions, it signified that Wang Guan had officially embarked on his journey. Even without Gao Dequan's guidance in the future, Wang Guan could navigate the social interactions, for he was now one of them. It was only the beginning, with a long road ahead. Had he received these cards a few days prior, Wang Guan might have felt a sense of pride. However, the recent appraisal event had illuminated his many shortcomings, rendering him hesitant to boast. Yu Fei nodded gently and inquired, "Are you feeling better from the effects of the alcohol? Uncle Da asked us to bring the jade belt to consult old Zhou." "I'm still a bit woozy," Wang Guan admitted, rubbing his forehead. "You go ahead and fetch the jade belt. I'll remain nearby to get some fresh air and dissipate the alcohol." "Very well," Yu Fei nodded before departing. Wang Guanyin emerged from the restroom and settled onto a nearby bench, leaning against the wall, his fingers gently kneading his forehead to alleviate the discomfort caused by excessive drinking. As he massaged from above his brow downwards, he eventually pressed on the space between his eyebrows. At that moment, he was startled to discover a refreshing stream of energy emanating from his pineal gland, dispelling the oppressive scent of alcohol. Moments later, Wang Guanyin felt completely sober. Upon returning to the restroom and glancing in the mirror, he was astonished to see his face radiating vitality, devoid of any trace of inebriation. He had not anticipated that his extraordinary ability could serve such a remarkable purpose. Thus, he mused, would he not become impervious to intoxication? An invincible presence at the banquet table? Filled with joy and exhilaration, Wang Guanyin eventually recalled his pressing matters, hurriedly adjusting his appearance before departing. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had been perceived by someone else as suspicious, indicative of ulterior motives. "Wang Guanyin, stop right there." In a flash, a figure emerged, wearing a smug and mocking grin. There was a particular review that had left readers feeling quite uncomfortable. Now it became clear why so many authors had disabled the impression feature. He hoped a kind-hearted reader might assist in burying that review. Chapter 72, 3 Strikes. "It's you." At this moment, Lin Hai's expression brimmed with arrogance, as if he had caught a mouse, exuding a malevolent glee and feigned pity. Lin Hai scrutinized Wang Guanyin, shaking his head and sighing. "Wang Guanyin, I once believed you to be a person of integrity. It appears that when times get tough, you too would resort to desperate measures, lurking in secrecy." "What are you talking about?" Wang Guanyin furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback before realization struck him. Amused yet bewildered, he understood that Lin Hai had mistaken him for a thief. Bored, Wang Guanyin decided to disregard the self-satisfied dandy before him and began to walk away. Seeing this, Lin Hai hurriedly stepped forward to block his path, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Ah, caught red-handed, and yet you still wish to flee. I must say, Wang Guanyin, your audacity is rather remarkable. Do you truly believe this place is your home, coming and going as you please?" As Lin Hai continued to pester him, Wang Guanyin's patience wore thin. He paused, lifted his gaze with a frosty expression, and slowly uttered a single word: "Leave." In that instant, Lin Hai was taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face. How could this scoundrel, caught in the act, possess the audacity to treat him with such disdain? "Wang Guanyin, you are asking for trouble." Lin Hai's expression twisted with irritation, his voice low and menacing. "I had considered, out of respect for our acquaintance, whether to grant you leniency if you were to plead with me. But now it seems you're denying yourself any chance of reprieve. Fool!" At this moment, Wang Guan fell silent for a moment, then coldly uttered a curse, undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. "Very well." Lin Hai, in a fit of rage, laughed coldly, then seized Wang Guan's wrist and shouted, "Someone, there's a thief here. Come quickly and catch the thief." Meanwhile, Wang Guan offered no resistance, allowing Lin Hai to hold him while he coldly observed the unfolding spectacle. "Your end is near." After shouting a few times, Lin Hai, filled with self-satisfaction, whispered, "From this moment onward, not only in the porcelain capital, but throughout the entire southeast region, or even across the nation, there will be no place for you to stand." "Ah, I seem to have misspoken." Suddenly, Lin Hai shook his head and grinned maliciously. "There's indeed a place that would gladly take you in. Rest assured, once you're in, I will come to visit you when I have the time." The hotel's security measures were quite effective. Upon hearing the commotion, 7 or 8 burly security guards quickly surged in, encircling Wang Guan and Lin Hai. The inquiries were not made by the guards, but by Fang Mingsheng, having heard the uproar from a nearby private room, emerged with an irritated expression to question the disturbance. "Boss Fang, I caught a thief." Naturally, Lin Hai was aware of Fang Mingsheng's status. He had come all the way from the porcelain capital, willingly taking on menial work at the hotel, all in hopes of establishing a closer connection with the influential boss and securing a better future. Now, with the opportunity before him, Lin Hai could not afford to miss it. His heart raced with excitement as he exclaimed, "Just now, I saw this person lurking suspiciously at the door, seemingly attempting to steal something, so I apprehended him." A thief? Stealing? At this moment, Fang Mingsheng had recognized that Lin Hai had seized Wang Guan, and his brow furrowed with concern. Particularly upon seeing Wang Guan's composed demeanor, half smiling, Fang Mingsheng felt a surge of irritation. Of course, his ire was directed at Lin Hai. Fang Mingsheng, who could not afford to lose, was intolerant of such indiscretions. Outwardly righteous, he was, in essence, a hypocrite, secretly plotting against others. He could easily surmise that if he did not handle this matter delicately, rumors would surely spread within certain circles. Contemplating this, Fang Mingsheng narrowed his eyes and spoke with barely concealed anger. "This is a misunderstanding. Quickly release him." However, at that moment, Lin Hai was already lost in the dream of his own ascendance, entirely oblivious to Fang Mingsheng's demeanor, or perhaps too exhilarated to heed his tone. Initially, Fang Mingsheng had delivered his directive with certainty, but to Lin Hai's ears, it sounded like a note of skepticism, as if suggesting, "This may be a misunderstanding. Let him go." Although the essence of both statements might be similar, ultimately aiming to release the individual, Lin Hai's own interpretation led him to commit an act he would regret for a lifetime. "Boss Fang, this individual is not merely a thief." In his eagerness to elevate his own standing and gain greater merit, Lin Hai, lacking in foresight, blurted out, "In fact, I know this person. He was previously the accountant at Taiha Pawn Shop in the porcelain capital. However, due to a mistake, he was dismissed a month ago. I have reason to suspect that, for this very reason, the other party's boss harbors resentment, secretly infiltrating the hotel with the intent to bring you harm." Upon hearing this, everyone was left dumbfounded, completely stunned. In that moment, Wang Guan couldn't help but lament. With such a mind and imagination, he should abandon his current occupation at the pawn shop and instead pursue a career in novel writing. Poor Lin Hai, had he never considered that prior to his dismissal. Wang Guan was entirely unaware that Taiha Company had a hidden owner, let alone a scheme for revenge. Moreover, even if Wang Guan were to seek vengeance, it should logically be directed at him. At this juncture, blinded by prospects of immense profit, Lin Hai, disregarding Fang Mingsheng's peculiar demeanor, eagerly proposed, "Boss Fang, allow me to handle this matter. There's no rush to notify the authorities. Let us first ascertain whether he has accomplices, for it wouldn't have been so easy for him to enter the hotel otherwise." It seems Lin Hai had not forgotten that he had ordered Wang Guan to be expelled from the hotel mere moments ago. Nevertheless, one could deduce that Lin Hai must have indulged in espionage films frequently, as he was now contemplating methods of coercing Wang Guan. Enough. Just as Lin Hai was lost in his fanciful thoughts, Fang Mingsheng's complexion turned a deep shade of anger as he declared, "I will say this once more. Release him." Startled, Lin Hai met Fang Mingsheng's furious gaze, and a wave of trepidation washed over him, causing him to relinquish Wang Guan's wrist. What had transpired was in the past. "I do not wish to dwell on it," Wang Guan stated calmly. "However, things cannot be overlooked for a third time. Since he has acted so ruthlessly, now that we have reached this point, I will not conceal anything on his behalf. Thank you, my brothers. I hope we can maintain this. After all, we are competing against others as well. Chapter 73, an explanation for you. His name is Lin Hai, the nephew of the Taihe president, currently employed at the Taihe pawn shop in the porcelain capital. A month ago, unaware of his connection to the president, I reported him to the manager upon discovering his fraudulent accounting. At this point, Wang Guan shrugged, his expression neutral as he remarked, I believe Boss Fong can guess what transpired next. Ah, I see, Fong Mingxing mused, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. I wondered why, when recruiting you that day, Gao's expression seemed so peculiar. At the time, I thought he disapproved of my actions. Now it seems he was mocking me. Wang Guan merely smiled faintly, refraining from engaging further, and instead turned his gaze toward Lin Hai. At this moment, Lin Hai began to realize that he had committed a rather absurd act. The weather had turned somewhat chilly, yet Lin Hai felt a surge of heat coursing through him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Particularly, when he noticed Wang Guan's eyes upon him, a wave of panic surged within, and a plea unconsciously flickered in his gaze. Wang Guan observed this, but showed no special reaction. His gaze landed on Lin Hai, yet it lacked focus, as if he were oblivious to Lin Hai's presence. However, I fail to comprehend. Logically, I am the one at a disadvantage. Why do you harbor such deeper resentment toward me? Meeting at the visitor center unfolded like this. At the hotel entrance in the morning, it was the same, and now it remains unchanged. Wang Guan shook his head, speaking calmly. You claim you will suppress me, rendering me without a foothold across the nation. I do not believe you are capable of such a feat, however. I have faith that this matter shall certainly not perplex Boss Fong. Upon concluding his statement, Wang Guan gently lifted his gaze and inquired, Do you not agree, Boss Fong? Very well. Fong Mingxing's eyes flickered, and after a moment, he slowly nodded. In an instant, despair overwhelmed Lin Hai, filling his heart with a sense of terror that nearly shattered him. He abruptly lunged forward, collapsing at Fong Mingxing's feet, pleading desperately, Boss Fong, in light of the kindness shown by my uncle, please spare me and grant me a chance to survive. Remove him. Fong Mingxing waved his hand with evident annoyance. Naturally, those who rely on someone else's livelihood heed their commands. When the boss gives an order, the security guards dare not voice their discontent. They surge forward, seizing Lin Hai and dragging him away. Wang Guan, I'm a fool. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lin Hai cried out, struggling in vain, as he was treated like a mop and dragged out. Wang Guan paid no heed to Lin Hai's pleas and gracefully proceeded towards the private room. As he passed by Fong Mingxiang, he paused momentarily and sincerely expressed, Thank you. You're welcome, Fong Mingxiang replied, momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile spread across his face. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Wang Guan blinked, somewhat bewildered. It was only days later that he learned of the sudden change in leadership at Taihe Company. From that point onward, he never encountered Lin Hai within the borders of China again. Yet, at that moment, Wang Guan had no inclination to speak. He merely nodded and quietly entered the private room. Inside, the decor was elegantly arranged, with the windows wide open, revealing a lush landscape outside. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying subtle fragrances that uplifted the spirit and brought tranquility. At that moment, Gao De Quan was brewing tea, while Qian Lao and others were leisurely indulging in their drink. Among them, Zhou Lao was intently admiring the Ming Dynasty jade belt brought by Yufei Bai. Noticing Wang Guan's arrival, Gao De Quan looked up and asked, What took you so long? There was someone intoxicated creating a ruckus at the entrance, preventing my entry, Wang Guan explained with a smile. Fortunately, Boss Fong intervened and had him escorted away. That's good. Gao De Quan nodded, not probing further. The others continued sipping their tea or admiring the jade belt without any signs of disturbance, as if they had not heard Lin Hai's cries at all. Was the soundproofing in this private room truly so impeccable? An inexplicable thought crossed Wang Guan's mind. Meanwhile, Fong Mingxiang also entered, and upon hearing Wang Guan's explanation, his smile grew even warmer. However, he did not mention the earlier incident and instead asked, Zhou Lao, how does the jade belt fare? Exquisite indeed. Zhou Lao replied with a smile. What is even more remarkable is that all 20 pieces of the belt are intact, allowing for the assembly of a complete jade belt. Old Zhou, the reason for bringing the jade belt is not merely for your appreciation, but rather to seek your assistance in designing a leather belt that can incorporate these jade plaques, thereby reviving the elegance of the jade belt. At this moment, Gao De Quan chuckled and remarked, in that case, this could be considered a restoration of cultural relics. No problem at all, Old Zhou replied with great enthusiasm. promptly taking out pen and paper to sketch with fervor. After a while, he set down his pen and smiled. Use some fine leather, and just follow the design. If anything is unclear, feel free to call me. Yu Feibai was naturally filled with gratitude and expressed his thanks profusely. However, upon examining the sketch, he was astonished to find that the dimensions of the leather belt were exceedingly long, far exceeding the average waistline. Noticing Yu Feibai's confusion, old Zhou chuckled. Are you thinking that the dimensions of the belt are too long? Indeed, Yu Feibai admitted candidly, gesturing with a wry smile. It is at least 2 circles larger than my waist. This is merely a decorative piece, not something you are meant to wear, interjected Gao Dequan with a frown before old Zhou could respond. Moreover, this is the original specification of the jade belt. Do you wish to alter it? No. I merely think that such a lengthy jade belt would have been quite inconvenient for the ancients to wear. Yu Feibai sighed. That is certainly true, old Zhou replied with a smile. When the ancients wore jade belts, they typically cinched them without fastening, using both hands to support them, believing this displayed their dignity. If you have observed traditional operas and paid attention, you would understand. Old Zhou pointed out, in operas, prominent figures appear with both hands supporting their swaying belts. This form is a simplification derived from ancient jade belts. At this moment, not only did Yu Feibai gain insight, but even Wang Guan beside him felt enlightened, further affirming the profound connection between antiques and the cultural heritage of successive eras. Speaking of jade belts, the most vivid memory I have is of the Ming Dynasty's founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. At this juncture, Elder Zhang chimed in. It is said that when Zhu Yuanzhang's jade belt rose to his chest, it indicated he was in good spirits. Conversely, when it drooped below his abdomen, it signified he was about to unleash his wrath, potentially leading to executions. Just then, as the group was engaged in their lively discussion about the anecdotes surrounding jade belts, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Chapter 74. Young friend, will you donate? I'll go take a look. Wang Guan, being the closest to the door, instinctively approached and gently opened the door. Upon recognizing the visitor, he was momentarily taken aback. Is Elder Qian here? Please pass along a message that Su Wenyu is here to visit. At the door stood a refined, middle-aged man, accompanied by a graceful and elegantly dressed secretary. Wang Guan was slightly startled upon seeing them. Just then, Fang Mingsheng approached with a welcoming smile. I was wondering who it could be. It's Brother Su. Please come in. Thank you, Su Wenyu replied with a smile, stepping lightly into the room and extending his hand to shake Fang Mingsheng's, engaging in polite pleasantries. Meanwhile, the elegant secretary, adorned with black-framed glasses and a slender figure, gracefully glided on her delicate high heels, swaying like a willow branch as she followed Su Wenyu. In an instant, she passed by Wang Guan, leaving behind an indescribable fragrance that enveloped him. Click! Wang Guan casually closed the door to the private room, and upon turning around, he noticed Yu Feibai approaching Su Wenyu, addressing him with a hint of respect. Uncle. Hearing the voice, Wang Guan was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly recalled that in the appreciation room, Yu Feibai had mentioned that Su Wenyu was an elder of his family. You must be Feibai, the child of the Shouzhong family. Haven't seen you in years. I hardly recognized you. You've grown so much, Su Wenyu said with a warm smile, greeting Yu Feibai. Before continuing, Elder Qian, Elder Zhou, Elder Zhang. Su Wenyu greeted each elder in turn, his demeanor gentle, his smile as comforting as a spring breeze, making everyone feel at ease. Ah, it is indeed Wenyu. At this moment, Elder Qian smiled, introducing Su Wenyu to Elders Zhou and Zhang. This is the eldest son of the Su family from Huqing, who has now taken over the family business and has excelled beyond his predecessors, thus elevating the Su family to new heights. Oh, the child from the Su family. I have heard of him, Elder Zhang nodded. The Su family from Huqing. Is that Ruixing's son? Elder Zhou pondered for a moment, then laughed. It has indeed been a long time since I last saw Ruixing. How is he faring these days? Su Wenyu replied politely. Thank you for your concern, Elder Zhou. My father is still in good health, spending his days tending to flowers and grass, reading, and practicing calligraphy, cultivating his interests. Such elegance. Elder Zhou sighed. Unlike me, muddling through the mundane world. Su Wenyu quickly responded, Elder Zhou, you are far too modest. My father once remarked that Elder Zhou is someone who cannot let go. As the group engaged in pleasant conversation, Wang Guan stealthily approached Yu Feibai and whispered, Is he a relative of yours? The Su family from Huqing seems quite distinguished. This clearly indicated that the Yu family also belonged to the upper echelons of society. Otherwise, who would take the time to remember an obscure individual? Wang Guan speculated, noting that Yu Feibai had only vaguely described the relationship between their families, revealing no details about what they actually did. What a tight-lipped fellow, Wang Guan muttered to himself. Just then, the others had nearly finished their pleasantries. Seizing the opportunity during a brief pause to sip tea, Elder Zhou suddenly smiled and said, "Well, I have a flight at 8 o'clock this evening, and I must transfer to the provincial capital. It is already past 3 in the afternoon. Only 3 o'clock? There is ample time. Why the rush?" Elder Zhang inquired, surprised. "I am not in a hurry. I merely thought to use this time to discuss a few matters with young Wang Guan." As he spoke, Elder Zhou lightly beckoned. "Young man, come here for a moment." "Elder Zhou, are you looking for me?" Wang Guan was momentarily dazed as he approached. At that moment, Elder Zhang astutely remarked, "Old Zhou, you are not considering asking him for a donation again, are you?" "Donation?" Upon hearing this word, Wang Guan halted in his tracks. "Look, you frightened the young man." Elder Zhang chuckled. "Old Zhou, haven't you caused enough trouble for us old friends? Now you're setting your sights on a youth. That's rather unkind. Zhang de Peo, could you refrain from speaking so much?" Zhou Lao cast a disdainful glance and then, with a congenial wave, addressed Wang Guan. "Young friend Wang, do not heed Zhang de Peo's ramblings. It is essential to understand that individuals who donate significant cultural relics to the nation will receive appropriate spiritual or material rewards." Zhou Lao continued with a chuckle. "As for the spiritual rewards, let us not dwell on that. The material compensation, however, is rather meager. At most, it is merely a third of the item's value, or even less." "Zhang de Peo, are you intentionally undermining me?" Zhou Lao retorted, his anger palpable. "What undermining? I merely speak the truth." Zhang Lao feigned ignorance, turning to Wang Guan with a smile. "Young man, do not be swayed by old Zhou's persuasion. He is but a researcher at the Palace Museum, mistakenly believing himself to be a curator, incessantly urging others to donate. If it were not for our decades-long friendship, both old Xian and I would have long disregarded him." Zhang de Peo, Zhou Lao, infuriated, suddenly regained his composure and laughed. "Ah, truly, you are Zhang de Peo? Full of schemes, I nearly fell for your tricks. Is your intent to provoke me because you have your eyes on Li Mo? And if I do?" Zhang Lao replied with a nonchalant smile. "Unlike you, who selflessly encourages donations, I am willing to purchase it with real money." "Young man, how does 8 million sound?" 8 million? The Palace Museum could certainly manage that. Zhou Lao gritted his teeth. Moreover, a grand donation ceremony could be held specifically to award you. "Old Zhou, you are quite the strategist, achieving 2 objectives with 1 action. Such ceremonies and awards are merely publicity," Zhang Lao scoffed. "Besides, the 8 million I proposed is merely the baseline. If he is dissatisfied, I can certainly increase the offer. After all, I know the Palace Museum cannot possibly produce 10 million. "Zhang de Peo, you are filled with malice, truly despicable," Zhou Lao exclaimed, incensed. "It is merely fair competition. Zhang Lao Zhuge. Moreover, it's not your own collection. Why do you concern yourself?" Zhang Lao's words rang true. A fair competition indeed. Meanwhile, Fang Mingsheng, who had been watching with a smile, suddenly interjected. "Since that is the case, I shall join in the fray and offer 21 million. "What?" Zhang Lao exclaimed, astonished. Then bellowed, "Xiaofeng, how can you interject like this?" "Old Zhang, you are in the wrong here," Zhou Lao remarked with a smirk, a hint of schadenfreude evident in his tone. "Didn't you say it should be fair competition? Fair competition?" At this moment, Zhang Lao's face flushed with rage, his voice booming. "This fellow is a wealthy tycoon. Who can compete with him? Moreover, will he appreciate the item once it is in his possession? It would be a case of a priceless gem cast before swine, likely to be wasted." Hearing this, Fang Mingsheng appeared somewhat embarrassed, but could not contest the statement. "Haha, are you all speaking of Li Mo?" At that moment, Su Wenyu chimed in, alleviating Fang Mingsheng's discomfort, smiling as he said, "In truth, I too have a keen interest in Li Mo. In a few months, it will be my father's 70th birthday. He has always relished the arts. If I could present him with this gift, it would surely delight him immensely. As children, our greatest aspiration is, above all, for our parents to enjoy health, longevity, and happiness." Su Wenyi expressed his sentiments, stating with a smile, "Thus, I intend to offer 15 million to acquire Li Mo as a gift for longevity. I kindly ask everyone to acquiesce, considering it a token of my gratitude." Upon hearing this, the elders, including Zhou Lao, fell silent. After a brief moment, Zhang Lao shook his head and sighed. "It is indeed rare to see such filial piety. Su Lao is fortunate. Let it be yours then, for even if the old man has some savings, he cannot reach such a sum. It is better that it falls into the hands of Brother Ruyi." Zhou Lao nodded slowly, adding, "To my knowledge, the museum's treasured bronze kettle, the Great Kuding, was donated by Su Lao. correct? Indeed, it was my father. Su Wenyi replied with a smile, beginning to grasp Zhou Lao's intentions. However, Zhou Lao did not hide his thoughts, stating candidly, well, in a few years, when brother Ruyi grows weary of it, I shall visit him to persuade him to donate it. You are shameless, yet you're even more cunning, Zhang Lao jested, prompting laughter among the group, who seemed to overlook an important matter. As the party concerned, Wang Guan felt compelled to speak up, somewhat frustrated yet amused. I must point out, esteemed gentlemen, that this item seems to belong to me. Wang Guan, you have heard it yourself, Mr. Su intends to offer 15 million to purchase your Liemo, Elder Qian interjected, smiling as he sought to mediate. What do you think? I am quite sincere. Su Wenyi chimed in at the opportune moment. I hope you can fulfill my filial intentions. Mr. Su's filial piety is indeed touching. However, I hold a deep affection for that piece of Liemo. It was the first item I resolutely decided to collect, and I have no intention of parting with it. Wang Guan stated firmly and quietly. Thus, I must apologize and ask for your understanding. Surprised, Su Wenyi pondered for a moment before responding, if the issue is the price, we can still negotiate. It is not a matter of money. Wang Guan shook his head. The value of Liemo cannot be wholly measured in monetary terms. Otherwise, as everyone knows, Boss Fang's Jade Buddha is worth considerably more, perhaps 200 or 300 million. Yet, the price of Liemo does not reflect such a high value. Why, then, do people perceive the worth of these two treasures as comparable? The Jade Buddha, crafted from exquisite Hetian jade by master artisans of the Tang dynasty, has reached the pinnacle of quality and craftsmanship. Wang Guan analyzed slowly. However, Liemo, however rare or precious, ultimately remains merely ink. Perhaps only the technique of ink making can be compared to the artistry of a Jade Buddha. In other respects, whether by age or quality, they should not belong to the same tier. Yet, curiously, many, including Zhou Lao, Zhang Lao, and even Mr. Su, equate their values. Comparatively, Boss Fang's Jade Buddha is superior. Why do you not encourage him to donate it or consider purchasing it? I believe that, aside from the high price and lack of funds, the more likely reason is that you all regard Liemo as even more precious. Observing the contemplative expressions of the crowd, Wang Guan smiled and remarked, indeed, I share the same sentiment. After all, we are individuals well-versed in literature and deep within us, we retain a profound respect and affection for the traditional culture that has flourished in China for millennia. Ink, in particular, stands as a quintessential symbol of this heritage. This is why everyone perceives Li ink as a precious entity, worthy of comparison with the Jade Buddha. It is not merely the rarity of Li ink that captivates, but rather the heightened cultural significance that we subconsciously ascribe to it. Though my journey into the realm of collecting is still in its infancy, I am acutely aware that such treasures may only grace one's life once. Thus, I wish to keep this collection for myself, with no intention of parting with it. Wang Guan reiterated, therefore, I must apologize for Mr. Su's benevolent intentions. I hope you can understand. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly absorbing Wang Guan's elucidation. After a moment, Elder Zhang raised his head, applauding with admiration. Splendid. It is remarkable that someone as youthful as yourself possesses such profound insights into traditional culture. And with such clarity, Elder Zhou gently nodded in agreement, stating, Li ink is yours. This is your fortune. I hope you cherish it and ensure its legacy is passed down through generations. With the words of these esteemed elders, the tone was set, and even Fang Mingsheng and Su Wenyi found it prudent to refrain from further comments. However, the glances directed at Wang Guan were tinged with a hint of astonishment, particularly from Elder Qian, Fang Mingsheng, and Gao Dequan, who had not anticipated that an ordinary young man could resist the temptation of over 15 million. Wang Guan understood, well, that such a sum would liberate an average person from life's worries, allowing for a life of leisure. This kind of existence had once been Wang Guan's aspiration, seemingly distant and unattainable. Yet now, it was within reach, and surprisingly, he did not experience the anticipated exhilaration. Instead, he lightly declined. It is indeed regrettable that the young brother is unwilling to part with it. Meanwhile, Su Wenyi, realizing his attempts to acquire Li ink were in vain, sought a consolation prize, saying, however, I hear you possess a box of ancient ink from the Qing dynasty. That should be available for transfer, correct? That poses no issue. Wang Guan replied with a smile. However, the items are located at the visitor center of Longhu Mountain. If Mr. Su is in haste, I could retrieve them right away. No rush, Su Wenyi responded with a smile. I will visit tomorrow when I have the time. Chapter 76, Merely Seizing Opportunity. How could I impose? Wang Guan began to demur, aware that the other party was a significant benefactor and felt it necessary to maintain a degree of courtesy. Su Wenyu gently waved his hand, chuckling as he explained, "In truth, my visit to Longhu Mountain was not solely to engage in business with Boss Fong. I also intended to visit Elder Qian in the porcelain capital afterward, and I hope to invite Manager Gao to accompany me to Shanghai to assist with some matters. I did not expect such fortuitous circumstances with you all gathered here. It truly is fate." Indeed, the understanding individuals, such as Elder Qian, nodded lightly. Those less informed, like Wang Guan and Yu Fei Bai, remained somewhat bewildered, unaware of the underlying motives for Su Wenyu's invitation to Gao Dequan to go to Shanghai. Regardless, Su Wenyu's visit was reasonable, as he sought assistance from others. In other words, visiting Gao Dequan was the primary objective, while purchasing ancient ink was merely a secondary matter. Perhaps just an excuse for the meeting. Wang Guan speculated quietly, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, old Zhou glanced at the time and rose, stating, "I must head to the provincial capital to catch my flight. You two should also take the time to explore the city of 49, reconnecting with old friends." Dongfeng is quite right, Mr. Qian added with a smile. "You're always welcome to come here to recuperate and possibly settle down." "We'll see," old Zhou replied, somewhat tempted. "In a couple of years, once I completely retire, I might consider it." "Consider what then?" "It seems settled," Mr. Zhang asserted decisively. "At that time, I shall assist you in finding a prime location for a grand estate." "What do you think?" "Not much," old Zhou chuckled. "With all this talk of prime locations and grand estates, it feels rather awkward to me." "Ah, intellectuals can be quite clever, turning perfectly straightforward words into ambiguous statements. It seems you do this deliberately." Amid laughter and chatter, everyone stood up to see old Zhou off, escorting him to the vehicle bound for the airport. Mr. Qian and Mr. Zhang would certainly accompany him all the way to the airport. But Wang Guan and the others felt that they had not yet established such a rapport and thus refrained from following, stopping instead at the hotel entrance. "Where's Fei Bai?" "You want to catch up with Mr. Su," Gao Dequan replied. "No need to worry about him. Let us depart." "All right. Thank you, Uncle Da. I will strive to do my best," Wang Guan expressed sincerely. "That is good to hear," Gao Dequan smiled. "You reek of alcohol. Go take a shower. After being poured so much, it's quite remarkable that you're not drunk." "Hurry up," Yu Fei Bai scoffed. "Though they are elders, we don't meet often, and it feels rather awkward." After exchanging a few words, we were at a loss for what to say next. The remainder was merely pleasantries. I was nearly bored to death and quickly found an excuse to leave. Such is the nature of relatives. Only those with a close bond can converse freely. Those who seldom interact are nearly like strangers, Wang Guan remarked with a smile. "At least you can enjoy the beauty of the secretary. Don't mention it." Yu Fei Bai waved his hand, a look of painful struggle crossing his face as he lamented. I initially thought the same. However, after only stealing a glance, he introduced her as my cousin. "Ha! You certainly have endured much," Wang Guan chuckled lightly, not finding it surprising. After all, he had heard with his own ears that Lin Hai referred to that beautiful secretary as Miss Su, and upon comparing it with Su Wenyu's surname, he had speculated that they were likely related. At that moment, I was puzzled. He dared to bring along a beautiful secretary to meet me, not fearing that I would spill the beans and have my aunt unleash her wrath. Yu Fei Bai sighed. "Now I realize that there is always a higher mountain. I not only misjudged my uncle's loyalty to marriage and family, but also underestimated my aunt's control over her husband." Indeed, Wang Guan nodded in agreement. "Alas, this is a matter concerning the elders, and it would be unwise for me to delve further. I would won't let the family know and be reproached for lacking the awareness expected of a junior." "Did you all hear that?" Wang Guan expressed his astonishment, remarking that he had presumed the soundproofing of the room was exceptionally effective, to the extent that not even a hint of commotion could penetrate its confines. Yet, with the cacophony of wailing and shouting outside, and the door ajar, it seemed implausible that he would remain oblivious. Yu Fei Bai responded, noting that everyone was merely showing consideration for Fang Mingsheng and refrained from probing further. Since the truth was already known, what was there left to ask? Wang Guan replied nonchalantly that, in this day and age, one could never lack for individuals afflicted with delusions. Furthermore, in the cutthroat realm of professional rivalry, those who aspire to ascend the ranks inevitably find themselves in a constant struggle. It is a matter of either stepping on others or being stepped upon. Unfortunately for Lin Hai, he simply encountered an immovable obstacle. "That makes sense," Yu Fei Bai chuckled. "However, it must be said that you possess a remarkable capacity for tolerance." Granting him 3 chances. Had it been me, faced with betrayal, I would have swiftly retaliated. Wang Guan countered, you truly do not comprehend, or perhaps you feign ignorance. If I were endowed with your lineage or connections, who would dare to conspire against me? Conversely, lacking such a background, should I find myself victimized, what recourse do I have other than to endure? We live in a society governed by law. If I were to succumb to my impulses and resort to violence, it is I who would ultimately bear the consequences. Yu Feibai was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent for an extended period. In truth, I am aware, he eventually said. The reason Fang Mingsheng so readily believed me and acted decisively against Lin Hai was merely out of respect for you, Uncle De, and even old Qian. Wang Guan spoke softly. It is but a matter of leveraging influence. To him, I may very well be an inconsequential figure. You speak with undue humility. Hai Dequan interjected as he entered the room, his voice grave. The fact that you can leverage influence attests to your capabilities. Understand that some forms of influence cannot simply be sought after. They depend on our willingness to extend them to you. Wang Guan was taken aback, feeling momentarily disoriented and unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. It appeared that his unique ability could only temporarily mitigate the effects of intoxication, given more time. The alcohol would resurge, leading him back into a state of inebriation. You see, I mentioned having experienced the superficiality of life. How could I maintain such composure? It seems it was all a facade, Hai Dequan remarked lightly, approaching Wang Guan and taking a seat across from him, pouring himself a cup of tea to savor. At that moment, Wang Guan felt that speaking further might lead to missteps, opting instead for silence. Yu Feibai, however, seemed poised to speak, but sensing the delicate atmosphere, he opened his mouth only to remain mute. Meanwhile, Hai Dequan showed no intention of breaking the silence, continuing to relish his tea. Eventually, Yu Feibai placed a hand on Wang Guan's shoulder and stood, saying, "Brother, I genuinely admire you, not for your family background, but for your abilities. My father often recites a saying that I believe you should hear." As he stepped into the room, closing the door behind him, he added, "In this society, absolute fairness is a rarity. However, it has not yet become so unjust that capable individuals remain obscured and unable to rise." He often states that a general in peacetime is merely a figurehead of little consequence, and that even farmers may achieve greater success. Had he known, he would never have donned the military uniform years ago, which now binds him in constraints and robs him of his freedom. In my view, the old man is merely being sentimental, while he is, in fact, quite pleased with himself. Yet, he wishes to impose his path upon me. Is this not a torment? I cannot endure such a fate, hence I chose to leave home. I refuse to believe that with my talents and diligence, I cannot carve out a niche for myself in the world of collectors. As these thoughts flowed, Yu Feibai closed the door to his room, plunging into silence. Meanwhile, Wang Guan touched his nose and muttered to himself, "Is this motivation? It sounds more like boasting to me. The son of a general, such a privileged identity. It was merely a fleeting lament, making me sound as if I were in a state of despondency. How absurd!" A night passed without incident, and by the time Wang Guan awoke the following day, it was past 9. He drew back the curtains to find brilliant sunlight streaming in, illuminating the picturesque, undulating landscape of Longhu Mountain in the distance. The refreshing air enveloped him, lifting his spirits. A new day had commenced. Feeling invigorated, he washed up and stepped out of his room, only to discover that Gao Dequan and Yu Feibai had yet to rise. He called the two of them to awaken, and together they descended for breakfast. Shortly after, around 10 o'clock, Su Wenyi and his daughter arrived as scheduled. "What exquisite ink!" Su Wenyi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with interest as he approached the ancient ink. Without donning gloves, he picked up a piece of ink stick, examined it for a moment, and expressed his admiration. "The texture is firm, the fragrance rich, and the color lustrous. Indeed, this is a rare find." "Glad to hear you are satisfied, Mr. Su," Wang Guan replied with a smile. Su Wenyi nodded slightly and said with enthusiasm, "Everything looks wonderful. I will take it all. Name your price." This collection of ancient ink spans from the Kangxi to the Guangxu eras, with each dynasty represented. Among them are exquisite pieces crafted by renowned masters, as well as more common varieties. The values vary greatly, making it difficult to appraise. A glint of cleverness flashed in Wang Guan's eyes as he chuckled softly. "However, it is evident that you are knowledgeable, Mr. Su. Just set the price. I trust you will ensure I do not incur any losses." Upon hearing this, Gao Dequan remained silent, a smile playing on his lips, his gaze reflecting a degree of approval. Business should be conducted this way. Retreating to advance is indeed a clever strategy. Yet such tactics must be tailored to the individual. Should one encounter a tenacious negotiator, It would be wise to strike boldly with a low offer, lest one harm their own interests. Nevertheless, Wang Guan was certain that given Su Wenyi's status, along with Gao Dequan and Yu Feibai present, he would not resort to any actions lacking in decorum. In truth, with Su Wenyi's intellect, he had at least a dozen ways to deftly navigate such a scenario. However, his primary purpose for being there was not merely to purchase ink. The matter at hand was of greater importance. Spending a little more would simply be a favor to Gao Dequan. Besides, such a trivial sum was hardly of concern to him. Just as Su Wenyi was weighing his options to propose a slightly higher price, the beautiful secretary, who had remained silent and dutiful, interjected, "Dad, let me handle this negotiation." The others were taken aback, some surprised by her boldness. Meanwhile, Su Wenyi's eyes sparkled as if a thought had occurred to him, and he chuckled. "Very well, these ancient inks were purchased as a gift for your grandfather. He has always held you dear. Your presence in the negotiation shall indeed express your filial piety." As he spoke, Su Wenyi formally introduced Brother Gao. "This is my daughter Suyu. Upon hearing of my visit to Longhu Mountain, she specifically accompanied me to admire the scenery. Yue, great Oncle Gao, Uncle Gao." Suyu called sweetly. At this moment, Wang Guan finally discerned her voice, which was soft and melodious, imbued with the unique charm of the Jiangnan region's gentle Wu dialect, evoking a sense of lyrical grace. "Ah, Su brother, you ought to have mentioned this earlier. Before my niece, I, as her uncle, have not even prepared a welcoming gift." Gao Dequan lamented, his tone ambiguous as to whether he was genuinely unaware or merely feigning ignorance. If Uncle Gao truly feels remorse, he might as well bestow this box of ancient inks upon me, Suyu remarked with a cheerful smile. Beneath her large black-framed glasses, her eyes sparkled like the moon. Charming and delightful. This allure, however, starkly contrasted with the slightly austere and somewhat proud demeanor of her secretary from earlier. It is often said that a beauty is a natural performer, revealing different facets of her charm at varying moments, leaving others perplexed and unable to grasp her essence. Of course, just as Wang Guan had previously laid a trap for Su Wenyi, Suyu was now ensnaring Gao Dequan. Yet, in contrast to Su Wenyi, Gao Dequan was relatively unencumbered by desire, making it unlikely for him to be easily deceived. After a gentle smile, Gao Dequan replied, "As for gifts, they may be supplemented later. I assure you, I shall not disappoint my niece. However, this box of ancient inks is not mine to bestow." "I understand." Suyu nodded slightly, then suddenly turned to Wang Guan with a radiant smile, saying, "Mr. Wang, the coffee downstairs is delightful. Would you treat me to a cup?" Wang Guan was taken aback, clearly recognizing this as a ploy of charm. The dilemma lay in the fact that if a man were to feel no stirrings of attraction in such a moment, he ought to question whether he should seek medical attention at a certain military hospital. Moreover, which suggested he was quite pleased with the unfolding situation. Wang Guan began to feel a twinge of confusion. He was not so self-absorbed as to believe himself extraordinarily handsome, capable of attracting a beauty's affections unbidden, nor did he think Su Wenyi regarded him as the ideal son-in-law, though he had indulged in such daydreams in the past. He now sensed that Suyu seemed intent on diverting his attention, allowing Su Wenyi and Gao Dequan to discuss matters in private. Gaining some clarity, Wang Guan perceptibly nodded and smiled. "It is my honor." "Indeed, young people should engage in more conversations," Su Wenyi added, assuming the role of a caring father with a smile. "Fei Bai, it seems you and you are meeting for the first time. Given that you've resided here for 2 years, you might as well take on the responsibility of looking after her." This statement was entirely reasonable, akin to a loving father who, unable to accompany his daughter on outings, entrusts her cousin to ensure her safety and well-being. However, whether it be Wang Guan or Yu Fei Bai, while they may not be the epitome of brilliance, they are certainly not lacking in intelligence. With the three having departed, only Su Wenyi and Gao Dequan remained, providing a perfect opportunity to discuss certain confidential matters. Thus, they proceeded downstairs. The trio, fully aware of the situation, complied with the collective sentiment and exited through the door. As they stepped outside, Yu Fei Bai deliberately lagged a few paces behind Wang Guan, casting him a knowing look and inquired with a raised eyebrow, "Shall I feign a reason to leave shortly?" "No need." Wang Guan gently shook his head. "Do you believe that, after a while, her demeanor will surely change?" "How do you know?" Yu Fei Bai responded with a hint of surprise. "Can't you read expressions?" Wang Guan whispered. The moment we stepped out, the smile vanished from her face. "I surmise she is merely seeking an excuse to have us exit, hence her exuberance." Indeed, daughters of affluent families often exhibit such temperament. They are compliant while needed, but once their purpose is served, they cast you aside, indifferent. Yu Feibai agreed wholeheartedly, as if he had experienced it himself. Ah, Wang Guan exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that even a gentleman like you is disregarded? Ridiculous, Yu Feibai retorted, suddenly realizing, and added with a glare, I was not speaking of myself, but rather of a brother of mine. Understood, understood, Wang Guan noted, perceiving Yu Feibai's defensiveness, and curiously remarked, I wonder what your uncle and Uncle Da are discussing so mysteriously. That remains unclear, Yu Feibai replied. As you know, my relationship with this uncle is not particularly close, and he would not divulge everything to me. Moreover, Uncle Da has not let on either. Mr. Wang, I believe we can now discuss the matter of the ancient ink, Su Yu stated with a decisive demeanor, exuding the aura of a formidable woman. She cut straight to the chase. What do you think of 1,500,000? In that instant, Wang Guan was momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting the astonishing speed at which this woman had turned. Nevertheless, he quickly began to assess the situation. A box of ancient ink could vary greatly in quality. Some premium inks could be worth several thousand, while inferior or damaged inks would be valued at only a few hundred to 1,000. Thus, considering the overall circumstances, the price of 1,500,000 seemed rather steep. All right, Wang Guan hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. He reminded himself that one should not be overly greedy, while simultaneously acknowledging that had the counterpart not been a woman of beauty, he might have been inclined to negotiate a higher price rather than acquiescing so readily. Cash or check? Su Yu inquired, delicately adjusting her black-framed glasses, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipated delight. Either is fine, Wang Guan responded nonchalantly, as he had never turned down money that came without breaching legal or moral boundaries. Just a moment. Su Yu's movements became increasingly efficient as she opened her briefcase, retrieved a checkbook, and swiftly began to write. Here. Within 30 seconds, Su Yu elegantly signed, tore off a check, and handed it over. Thank you, Wang Guan accepted it, feeling a gentle breeze that carried a faint, elusive fragrance. You're welcome, goodbye. As they conversed, Su Yu turned gracefully, resembling a delicate willow, each step imbued with elegance. At that moment, Yu Feibai, with an air of prior knowledge, murmured, You see, I told you, once the matter is settled, she will certainly disregard others. Wang Guan chose to ignore him, raising the check to the light. It was his first encounter with such a thing, leaving him uncertain about how to ascertain its authenticity. Yet, he pondered, surely he wouldn't fall victim to deception, would he? Stop staring aimlessly, Yu Feibai remarked, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his tone. They possess substantial wealth. They wouldn't jeopardize the Su family's reputation over such a trifling sum. 150,000 is undoubtedly a small amount for you. But to me, it is a significant fortune. Regardless of how cautious I must be, it is a necessary endeavor, Wang Guan replied, examining the check once more before carefully tucking it away. Are you belittling me? Yu Feibai retorted, rolling his eyes. You earn millions each month. Your wealth has surpassed mine. What more do you desire? The last remark was nearly a shout, laden with a strong regional accent. Upon hearing Yu Feibai's boisterous exclamation, Wang Guan couldn't help but sigh internally. The nation has expended immense resources to promote the common language, yet it pales in comparison to Uncle Zhao's casual banter during the Spring Festival Gala. Of course, in a certain light, one could argue that such efforts also contribute to the preservation of local dialects. Feeling increasingly disgruntled, Yu Feibai remarked, You've made another profit today. Treat me to a drink. What's the point of drinking during the day? Wang Guan smiled. How about coffee instead? No way. Two men going for coffee? That would surely invite misunderstandings. Yu Feibai quickly shook his head. After considering, he suggested, There must be an antique market in the city. Let us explore that. Sounds good. Wang Guan nodded, hoping to seize the opportunity to visit the bank and cash the check. With a decision made, they wasted no time and swiftly exited. After inquiring about the location of the antique street, they hailed a taxi to the bustling shopping district. Shortly thereafter, the taxi came to a halt, and they alighted, taking in their surroundings. The shopping street was indeed vibrant and lively, yet the antique market appeared rather modest, comprising only a handful of shops. Well, let us make do, Yu Feibai said with a slight frown, shaking his head. He suddenly added, By the way, Wang Guan, when I'm examining items, regardless of their authenticity, do not speak a word. Only answer when I ask. This will allow me to gain experience. I understand, Wang Guan nodded. All right, let us head inside. Starting from the first shop, I doubt we'll find anything worthwhile, Yu Feibai murmured, leading the way into an antique store. Wang Guan followed suit, casually surveying the interior, which aligned closely with Yu Feibai's description. The space, approximately 20 square meters, was filled with an array of vases, jade, and coins, arranged from high to low. However, without utilizing any special abilities, Wang Guan could easily discern that many items were mere fakes. The shopkeeper, appearing to be in his 50s, sat comfortably in a rocking chair, engrossed in the pages of a book he held in hand. Upon noticing the entrance of two young men, he prepared to rise and greet them. Yet, upon discerning their youthful demeanor, he presumed they were merely there for amusement and remained seated, offering only a slight nod before returning to his reading. The absence of formal introductions was, in fact, a blessing, allowing for an unobstructed perusal of the surroundings. However, after surveying the shop, Yu Feibai shook his head and gestured to Wang Guan, indicating it was time to leave. Observing this, Wang Guan felt no inclination to linger and exited decisively. Once outside, Yu Feibai expressed his discontent, remarking on the blatant inauthenticity of the items, which, without even touching, were clearly of inferior quality, akin to trinkets found at a street market. 9 out of 10 pieces are counterfeit, he lamented. Wang Guan concurred, suggesting that the wares were likely only intended to deceive unsuspecting tourists. The duo continued their exploration. But after visiting several more shops without discovering anything of merit, they decided to enter the largest antique store. If the situation remained unchanged, they would simply depart to avoid wasting their time, as Yu Feibai noted. Wang Guan wholeheartedly agreed, having grown accustomed to the bustling antique markets of the porcelain capital. The meager offerings here left much to be desired. It was not to say that quality antiques were entirely absent, but they were indeed scarce, offering little in the way of selection. The proprietors of the previous shops had presented their so-called treasures, which were commendable, yet failed to capture the interest of the two friends. Upon stepping into the largest antique store, however, they were immediately struck by a sense of wonder. The shop's decor exuded an ancient charm, transporting them to a bygone era. Wang Guan surveyed the surroundings, soon realizing that this establishment specialized in ancient jade artifacts. The display cases showcased an array of jade pendants, bracelets, and intricately carved figurines. Under the shimmering lights, these jade pieces radiated a lustrous glow, appearing both opulent and delicate. Did you not claim to possess considerable knowledge of jade? Wang Guan remarked with a light chuckle. What do you think of these pieces? Merely average, Yu Feibai replied softly. They are primarily fragments of quality jade, but at least they are genuine. His gaze flickered, as if he had spotted something of interest, prompting him to hasten towards a particular display. Wang Guan, intrigued, followed suit and observed as Yu Feibai leaned closer to examine a white jade mountain piece. Upon closer inspection, Wang Guan noted that the white jade was as pure as snow, with subtle hints of yellow intermingling with the white, creating a harmonious blend. This mountain piece, referred to as Shanyu, is derived from raw jade mined from mountainous regions. The characteristics of such jade vary widely in size and shape, often appearing angular and inconsistent, typically of inferior quality compared to Ziyu or refined jade. Nevertheless, skilled artisans adeptly exploit the irregularities of this raw jade, crafting them into miniature landscapes, thereby transforming the rough into the exquisite and creating a unique aesthetic appeal. Before me lies this exquisite white jade mountain, modest in size, easily enveloped by the palm of one's hand. The jade exhibits numerous fine fissures, yet, under the masterful craftsmanship of the jade sculptor, it has been transformed into a lively representation of small pine-like trees clinging to the majestic mountain, exuding a remarkable vitality. The piece appears quite promising. Wang Guan, observing from the side, sensed an indescribable warmth and delicacy emanating from the white jade mountain. What have you two esteemed gentlemen found of interest? At that moment, the shopkeeper approached, extending a warm welcome. Despite Wang Guan's unremarkable attire, Yu Feibai was adorned in high-end designer labels. The shopkeeper, with a discerning eye, immediately noticed the exquisite Vacheron Constantine watch gracing Yu Feibai's wrist, valued at several $100,000. Thus, the shopkeeper harbored no doubts regarding their ability to afford the shop's precious jade artifacts. Rather, he pondered how best to ardently promote the items and secure a lucrative sale. Let's take a closer look at your offerings, Yu Feibai remarked calmly. Unlike Wang Guan, he could not rely solely on his visual acuity to ascertain the quality of the white jade mountain. Meanwhile, Wang Guan, intrigued yet without employing any special abilities, observed as the shopkeeper presented the items for Yu Feibai's appraisal. After a while, Wang Guan attentively noted that the initially enthusiastic expression on Yu Feibai's face gradually faded after he examined the white jade mountain, replaced by a demeanor of disinterest. Today is a day worth commemorating. Let us reflect upon it in Nanjing. Chapter 80. New Jade Surpasses Ancient Jade. My young brother, what are your thoughts? However, the shopkeeper, lacking the discernment of Wang Guan, or perhaps singularly focused on making a sale, failed to notice Yu Fei Bai's change in demeanor and instead energetically continued his pitch. This white jade mountain is crafted from authentic Hetian jade, weighing over 200 grams. It is said that the jade from Hetian is matched by the craftsmanship of Yangzhou. Furthermore, the carving is the work of a genuine Yangzhou jade master. The piece is indeed commendable, Yu Fei Bai said, slowly setting down the white jade mountain. But alas, it is new. I had hoped it was an ancient piece. As their rapport deepened, Wang Guan discerned that Yu Fei Bai was merely being polite, clearly unimpressed with the item. However, the shopkeeper remained oblivious and was determined not to concede so easily. My young brother, that assertion is misguided, the shopkeeper replied earnestly, adopting a sincere demeanor. Most people believe that new jade cannot compare to ancient jade, but I must candidly inform you that this notion is erroneous. Do you know that in recent years, not only in my antique shop, but throughout the entire jade market, ancient jade has been outperformed by new jade? How peculiar, Wang Guan mused, recognizing the truth in the shopkeeper's words, and curiously inquired, what is the reason for this? With someone to engage with, akin to a comedic duo, the shopkeeper cheerfully elaborated. Though I hesitate to reveal my own shortcomings, it is a fact that should not be hidden from you. In this day and age, everyone is aware of the rampant counterfeit goods. Even we shopkeepers cannot guarantee that the ancient jade in our stores is 100% genuine. The quantity of ancient jade is inherently scarce, making it highly cherished by collectors. Furthermore, it is not available for public sale, and the proliferation of counterfeits has rendered many hesitant to engage with it. Additionally, under current national laws and regulations, items such as ancient jade and bronze artifacts are classified as archaeological relics and are prohibited from public auction. Moreover, genuine ancient jade, constrained by the limitations of its era, often exhibits poor quality and is frequently incomplete. Even during the Ming and Qing dynasties, many pieces were crafted from inferior materials and exhibited subpar workmanship, with truly exceptional specimens being rare. However, the price of these distinguished ancient jades often reaches hundreds of thousands, if not millions, rendering them unattainable for the average individual. The shopkeeper smiled and remarked, however, new jade is quite different. The prevalence of fakes is relatively low and is crafted with quality materials by nationally recognized artisans, meticulously sculpted to perfection. In terms of both appearance and craftsmanship, it surpasses over 90% of ancient jade, all while being affordably priced, ensuring greater sales. Unfortunately, Wang Guan listened intently, yet remained unmoved, while Yu Fei Bai, for reasons unknown, displayed a complete lack of interest, refusing even to glance at the white jade mountain piece. Observing the situation, the shopkeeper was perplexed and wondered why a strategy that had previously proven infallible seemed ineffective today. Wang Guan, possessing a kind heart, felt a sense of obligation to acknowledge the shopkeeper's efforts in enlightening him, thinking it would be somewhat remiss to leave without making a purchase. He then smiled and said, "Boss, the items are indeed exquisite. However, we are here to procure a gift for an elder who has explicitly requested ancient jade. It is simply unavoidable." "Did you not mention that you have ancient jade? Well, might I find it?" The shopkeeper, albeit with a hint of regret, understood the importance of business and guided the two to the ancient jade display. Wang Guan observed and confirmed the shopkeeper's words. Relative to the myriad of jade items in the shop, the cabinet housed a mere 100 pieces of ancient jade, a truly limited quantity. Furthermore, the quality of these ancient jade artifacts left much to be desired. Many were either aged or damaged, and some were even shrouded in an unsightly layer of dust, lacking luster. Given this comparison, it was no surprise that many preferred to purchase new jade rather than these antiquities. The elder had a penchant for such items, but there was little that could be done. Wang Guan casually remarked, bowing his head to scrutinize the ancient jade. Among the nearly 100 pieces, most were small trinkets, including bracelets, pendants, and decorative items, all of modest size and many exhibiting considerable damage. After a brief examination, Wang Guan managed to find one relatively intact piece, a thumb-sized jade fish. He pointed to it and inquired, "How much for this jade fish?" The shopkeeper pondered for a moment and then held up 3 fingers. It is interesting to note that sellers seldom quote prices directly. This often involves a subtle strategy. Sometimes, shopkeepers encounter affluent clientele who may perceive the item as valuable enough to offer a price that exceeds the seller's expectations. For instance, the shopkeeper might have intended to quote 30,000, But if Wang Guan were to misinterpret it as 300,000, even if he deemed the price excessive, they could negotiate gradually, making it a game of estimation and bargaining. Indeed, extending a finger without revealing the true price is a tactic employed by the shopkeeper to test the psychological limits of the customer. At such a lofty price point, the final transaction would undoubtedly exceed 30,000. However, Wang Guan, possessing considerable experience, was not one to fall for such tricks. Upon seeing the shopkeeper extend 3 fingers, he smoothly replied with a smile, "Boss, you are truly generous. Very well, let it be 3,000. The shopkeeper, realizing that Wang Guan had not taken a bait, promptly clarified his stance and stated, "I meant 30,000. This jade fish is an ancient piece, and its craftsmanship is exquisite. Come now, boss, spare me the nonsense." Wang Guan retorted. At that moment, Yu Fei glanced over and scoffed. Exquisite craftsmanship? This item merely resembles the outline of a fish, with not a single scale carved. If it weren't for the clear depiction of the fish's head and tail, who would even recognize this as a jade fish? Moreover, look at the color. It lacks any depth, suggesting it is not very old, perhaps dating back to the Republic of China. As he assessed the jade's hue, which appeared a dull grayish white, Yu Fei confidently declared, "Only in your shop would this be priced at 3,000. In an outdoor market, it could be acquired for 300. In truth, the jade fish was not as poor in quality as Yu Fei suggested. The scales were indeed carved, albeit with shallow and faint tool marks. However, just as the shopkeeper had exaggerated the jade fish's worth, the buyer was bound to devalue it to negotiate a lower price. Given your knowledgeable remarks, it is clear you are an expert as well, the shopkeeper said with a wry smile, sighing, "Nonetheless, I paid 10,000 for this piece. If you truly wish for it, I can offer it to you at cost." Such words were met with skepticism by Wang Guan and Yu Fei. The shopkeeper did not appear foolish enough to pay such a high price for an item of such mediocre quality. "Boss, now that we are at this point, your asking price of 10,000 is not my attempt to undervalue you. Rather, you are the one inflating the price," Wang Guan expressed with some dissatisfaction. 3,000 is the offer. If not, we shall take our business elsewhere." It was evident that Wang Guan was serious, prompting the shopkeeper to grit his teeth and concede. "Very well, I find you agreeable. Even at a loss, I shall sell it to you as a friend." "Then wrap it up," Wang Guan ordered, dismissing the shopkeeper's pleasantries. "You accept credit cards, right?" "Of course." The shopkeeper nodded as he retrieved a small box to encase the jade fish. Once Wang Guan completed the transaction, the shopkeeper lethargically bid them farewell. Upon exiting, after walking a few dozen steps, Yu Fei immediately extended his hand, saying, "Wang Guan, let me have a look at the jade fish." "What's wrong?" Wang Guan inquired, somewhat puzzled, but handed over the jade fish nonetheless. "I couldn't examine it closely in the shop, but now that it is in my possession, I must assess its authenticity," Yu Fei remarked as he eagerly scrutinized the jade fish. Wang Guan was taken aback, suddenly realizing the implication, and could not help but chuckle. "You don't suppose that I stumbled upon a hidden treasure, do you?" "Isn't that the case?" Yu Fei casually remarked. "If it weren't for its allure, what purpose would your purchase serve? Simple admiration is insufficient." Wang Guan chuckled, dismissing him. Who would believe that? Yu Fei scoffed, continuing to scrutinize the jade fish, pondering. "Though this jade fish may seem unremarkable, I recall Mr. Qian mentioning that in ancient times, due to the frequent turmoil of war, many collectors devise various ruses to shield their treasures." Intrigued, Wang Guan promptly inquired what kind of ruses. Historically, these ruses involved concealing genuine treasures through ingenious techniques, rendering them indistinguishable from mere fakes, thus deterring theft, Yu Fei explained softly. However, nowadays, some individuals employ these methods to create counterfeits that are indistinguishable from the real thing, deceiving even the most discerning experts. "Is that so?" Wang Guan expressed his astonishment, already half convinced. "Mr. Qian once informed me that the true art of antique forgery is shrouded in secrecy and never revealed. Any forgery techniques circulating in society are either false or outdated." Yu Fei shook his head. Yet, many remain oblivious, believing that a simple online search will unveil the methods of antique forgery. They fail to realize that the core techniques are the very foundation of one's livelihood. How could they be carelessly divulged? Of course, this excludes the obvious fakes that are poorly made. In conclusion, Yu Fei chuckled, perhaps those who master the legendary ruses look down upon those who produce shoddy imitations, considering them devoid of any genuine skill, wholly unworthy of respect. Wang Guan nodded, his curiosity piqued. "Have you ever encountered something that disguises the fake as real?" "Indeed, I have not, which is precisely why I'm so intrigued. Yu Feibai sighed. Mr. Qian had once witnessed such an instance. These objects that disguise the fake as real are exceedingly rare, and the sophistication of their concealment techniques renders them nearly indistinguishable to the average person, who treats them as ordinary items. Consequently, these treasures, camouflaged by such ruses, are more susceptible to destruction than true artifacts. Wang Guan wholeheartedly agreed, reflecting that in tumultuous times, even stolen treasures are cherished and protected. Yet, seemingly mundane items are not afforded the same reverence and often fall victim to the ravages of war. Simultaneously, Wang Guan mused, if you have not seen something that disguises the fake as real, you must have some knowledge of items that confuse the genuine with the counterfeit, such as the white jade mountain you mentioned earlier. Ah, you have discerned that? Yu Feibai chuckled. Not really. I haven't examined it closely enough to detect any discrepancies. Wang Guan replied. However, I can infer from your expression that there may be an issue with it. It is not merely an issue. It is an inauthentic piece. Yu Feibai smiled. Listen closely, it is not genuine. It is neither a forgery nor fake jade. What distinguishes it? Wang Guan inquired, puzzled by the distinction. A forgery uses different jade materials, such as Qinghai jade, Russian jade, or Korean jade, and disguises them as genuine Hetian jade through various techniques. Although, by definition, Qinghai jade, Russian jade, and Korean jade are all collectively referred to as Hetian jade. However, in the eyes of players like us, those are mere counterfeits. With a hint of disdain, Yu Feibai denounced a few unscrupulous merchants and continued, as for the fake jade, it is even easier to comprehend. They merely dye stones to masquerade as genuine jade, which is even more detestable. What about that white jade mountain piece I mentioned earlier? Wang Guan inquired with curiosity. It's neither a counterfeit nor a fake jade. Could it be a genuine artifact? Indeed, it is genuine, albeit not entirely so, Yu Feibai explained with a smile. When I pressed it lightly earlier, I found that while the texture of the jade mountain was indeed hard, its strength still fell short compared to authentic Hetian jade. Have I not mentioned that I've been involved with jade for many years? I can discern such differences. He opened a thread in the book review section to collect materials. If anyone has good ideas, please list them. I will consider them. Chapter 82. Unveiling Your Veil. You are impressive, Wang Guan complimented with a smile. Impressive? Not nearly as much as you. After all, I have never picked up a bargain, Yu Feibai mumbled, scrutinizing the jade fish repeatedly. After a long while, he returned the jade fish to Wang Guan. So, did you discern any sleight of hand? It's not a bargain, is it? Wang Guan chuckled. I couldn't tell, Yu Feibai replied curiously. However, the item is indeed unimpressive. Why did you choose to buy it? As I mentioned, it is for enjoyment, Wang Guan replied, casually activating his special ability. He noticed a soft, white luminescence emanating from the petite jade fish, clearly indicating that it was indeed an artifact from the late Qing to the Republic of China period. What is there to enjoy in that? Yu Feibai shook his head. In truth, the owner's earlier comments were quite accurate. Most ancient jade, apart from the exceptional masterpieces, cannot compare to new jade. If you seek appreciation, you might as well invest in new jade. So, you intend to cultivate it through martial methods, Yu Feibai remarked with interest. Indeed, Wang Guan nodded. Cultivating through scholarly methods is time-consuming. It takes 3 to 5 years to show any results, and even then, it is merely surface luster. If one desires a jade piece that is thoroughly bright and translucent, one cannot expect results without decades of effort. That is true, Yu Feibai agreed. Relatively speaking, martial cultivation yields quicker results, though it can easily damage the jade. The terms scholarly cultivation and martial cultivation refer to two distinct techniques for nurturing jade. Scholarly cultivation involves keeping the jade close, allowing it to be worn, handled, and touched, ensuring prolonged contact with the body to achieve nurturing. In contrast, martial cultivation employs external force, using a clean white cloth to continuously rub the jade, generating heat to swiftly expel impurities, rendering it lustrous. Of course, the drawbacks of martial cultivation are quite evident. If one is too hasty, the jade material may become damaged. Despite this risk, Wang Guan was eager to try, as he could not afford to wait decades. Then take your time with it. After all, you are not lacking in funds at the moment. Should it be damaged? It matters not. At this point, Yu Feibai smiled and said, by the way, let me teach you a method of martial cultivation. This is an ancient technique from the Qing dynasty. Use 1,000-year-old shell, 1,000-year-old wheat straw, and plain crushed bamboo leaves, and place them in a soft cloth bag along with the jade fish. Then, continuously massage the bag with your hands to remove the grayness from the jade fish's surface. And afterward, switch to using a fine white cloth for polishing. By repeating this process, The jade fish should quickly regain its luster. Have you tried it? Wang Guan asked. No, Ju Fei Bai Di Play. Yu Fei Bai shook his head with a smile, saying, this was imparted to me by Elder Qian. However, I seldom purchase ancient jade, and thus have had little opportunity to put it into practice. It seems I am be a guinea pig. Wang Guan chuckled, feeling a twinge of envy. The presence of a mentor makes all the difference. Many arcane secrets and methods not found in books are known with utmost clarity. No wonder, in the realm of antiques, one often requires a guide to truly integrate into the circle. I merely offer a suggestion. Yu Feibai emphasized, his tone playful. As for whether you choose to heed it, that lies with you. Upon returning to the visitor center, dusk had nearly descended. Within the room, there was no sign of Gao Dequan. A phone call revealed that he had gone out for dinner with Su Wenyu. Meanwhile, Wang Guan reached for the leather case beside the bed, deftly unlocking its combination. After a brief exploration, he retrieved a dull, unassuming bead. The golden toad holds a pearl, and jade is concealed within stone, Wang Guan mused. Yet, the person who hid it was overly cautious, employing not just one layer of protection, but a double safeguard. If I did not possess a special ability, I might never realize that this seemingly ordinary bead could be a treasure beyond measure. Wang Guan could envision that even if someone were to shatter the three-legged toad and glimpse the bead within, they would likely mistake it for mere refuse. The greatest tragedy is when a brilliant pearl lies shrouded in dust. Now, allow me to unveil your true form, Wang Guan declared, though he found himself momentarily at a loss for how to restore the bead to its original state. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to start with the simplest approach. He poured a glass of clear water and took a piece of white gauze, moistening it before gently wiping the bead. At that moment, he noticed the bead grew darker upon contact with the water. Yet, its surface remained unchanged, still bearing that nondescript brown hue. Indeed, unraveling the illusion was not as straightforward as he had hoped. A slight frown crossed his brow as he felt a sense of helplessness. After scratching his head in thought, Wang Guan hesitated briefly before gently dropping the bead into the glass of water. With a soft splash, the weighty bead sank to the bottom, sending a small cascade of bubbles to the surface. It was at this juncture that Wang Guan began to observe intently. A minute passed, and the bead lay still at the bottom, showing no signs of change. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes slipped away, and before long, over 10 minutes had elapsed, yet the bead remained unchanged. Rubbing his slightly sore eyes, Wang Guan felt a stir of impatience. Nevertheless, he refrained from retrieving the bead, allowing it to continue soaking in the clear water. After all, even if Wang Guan could not discern the bead's material, its hardness, akin to jade or stone, would surely withstand the water's embrace. Subsequently, he ceased his vigilant gaze upon the bead and instead picked up a tome on antiques, immersing himself in its pages. Occasionally, he would glance up to find the bead still unaltered, but soon he became wholly absorbed in the ocean of knowledge before him. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Guan had already finished perusing a book. He blinked his somewhat dry eyes and suddenly remembered that he was conducting an experiment, quickly raising his gaze towards the cup. To his astonishment, he discovered that the beads in the water had undergone a significant transformation. Chapter 83. The Old Master's Journey to the West. The purple chi approaches from the east. At that moment, tiny bubbles began to appear on the surface of the beads at the bottom of the cup, reminiscent of delicate soap suds clinging thickly around them. Witnessing this phenomenon, Wang Guan was filled with a mix of excitement and joy, realizing that his strategy had been successful. Regardless of the substance enveloped on the bead's surface, it concealed its true nature. However, after being submerged in water for some time, certain clues inevitably emerged. This was a promising beginning. Upon closer examination, Wang Guan noticed that the surface of the beads indeed exhibited tiny pores, indicating the presence of voids within. At this juncture, Wang Guan was tempted to retrieve the bead and peel away the layer that masked its surface, yet he hesitated, concerned that the soaking time had not been sufficient for a thorough reveal, so he patiently continued to wait. Timing himself, after another half hour, he observed that the bubbles on the bead's surface had multiplied, becoming exceedingly dense. The tiny bubbles clustered around the bead, giving it the appearance of a massive foam. In fact, the buoyancy of these bubbles had even lifted the bead slightly, raising it half a centimeter from the bottom of the cup. Upon witnessing this, Wang Guan felt a sense of calm wash over him, tempering his eagerness and allowing him to observe slowly. Simultaneously, Wang Guan employed his special ability to gaze intently at the bead in the cup. Amidst a dazzling radiance of purple and gold, his vision penetrated the bubbles on the bead's surface, delving into its interior. Through a slight fissure in the membrane, he glimpsed the bead's form. Though it was merely a glimpse, the vibrant brilliance he perceived assured him that this bead was certainly no ordinary item. As events unfolded favorably, Wang Guan ceased to expend mental energy, relying on his naked eye for observation. After an extended gaze, he noted that the tiny bubbles had become even denser, signifying that the gap between the membrane and the bead was widening, potentially filling the entire surface, on the verge of rupturing the delicate membrane. Suddenly, Wang Guan witnessed an intense reaction from a bead. The dense bubbles burst with a cacophony of pops. As the bubbles shattered, air surged through the water, generating new foam. This situation was akin to a tumultuous tide, causing the water in the cup to sway as if it were boiling. This state persisted for approximately 2 to 3 minutes before the water gradually returned to a state of tranquility. Meanwhile, Wang Guan keenly observed that the water was no longer crystal clear, appearing to be infused with a hint of impurities. Yet, in an instant, his full attention was captivated by a strikingly vivid purple hue within the cup. At this moment, the membrane that enveloped the bead had largely detached due to the water's immersion. The bead regained its original form, resembling the size of a chicken's egg. Adorned with a deep purple hue interlaced with red, rich and full-bodied, its surface marked by delicate, intricate patterns that seemed to weave together a design. However, remnants of the membrane still clung to the bead, obscuring the finer details of the patterns. At this moment, Wang Guan, filled with excitement, carefully extracted the bead and meticulously wiped it with a piece of white gauze. After a short while, most of the membrane residue was removed, yet some remnants lingered within the bead's intricate designs. He marveled at the tenacity of the substance that constituted the membrane, unable to fathom its stubborn adhesive properties. Wang Guan gently shook his head, disposing of the impure water and replacing it with a fresh cup of clear water, resuming the bead's immersion. Initially, the bead sank to the bottom of the cup. However, upon touching the base, it astonishingly rebounded, suspending itself in the middle of the water and beginning to rotate gently. The direction of its rotation was clockwise, which struck Wang Guan as peculiar. How could the bead float partially after shedding the membrane? What transpired next left him utterly speechless and in a state of profound shock. The bead, while floating and spinning in the water, though somewhat odd, was not entirely extraordinary. It merely indicated that the bead's density and material were less than that of the water. Yet, after a few rotations, Wang Guan suddenly observed a swirling mass of purple energy rising from the water, curving and coiling upward like a dragon, rolling from east to west. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, he was momentarily taken aback, then closed his eyes, realizing he had not invoked any special abilities. How strange! Filled with wonder, he reopened his eyes to see the bizarre purple clouds, resembling dragons and serpents frolicking, their claws brandishing, swirling above the cup, clearly visible to the naked eye. Could this be an illusion? Wang Guan instinctively rubbed his eyes. For a moment, he could not discern whether he had actually employed any special powers. At that moment, the rising purple energy gradually dispersed, leaving only a faint trace hovering at the rim of the cup. Nevertheless, the bead continued to rotate slowly. Gradually, the remnants of the membrane that clung to the bead's surface dissolved into the water, revealing a vividly lifelike scene before Wang Guan's eyes. To the left of the bead stood majestic mountains, rolling and undulating. Amidst this lush, continuous expanse of greenery, an imposing and grand fortress city was constructed. At that very moment, beneath the grand city's gates, a middle-aged scholar with flowing long whiskers, accompanied by several servants, gazed eagerly towards the east as if awaiting someone. As the bead rotated, perhaps due to the refraction of light in the water and the undulations of the waves, the expression on the scholar's face appeared to change erratically. Wang Guan felt as though he could sense his complex emotions of joy, trepidation, and anxiety. Simultaneously, he noticed a wisp of purple energy swirling on the right side of the bead. Subsequently, the bead's rotation slowed, and the swirling purple energy began to gradually dissipate. In an instant, a vivid tableau slowly unfurled. To the right of the pearl, a robust azure ox emerged, atop which sat an elderly sage with flowing white hair. Adorned with a red visage and large ears, his eyebrows cascading down like the fringes of a curtain. His beard brushed against his knees, and he was clad in a simple robe, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. The left and right halves, alongside the designs flanking the pearl, formed a complete pattern. Beneath the pass of Hanggu, Laozi embarked on his westward journey, as auspicious clouds rose in the east. With the pearl's rotation, Wang Guan found himself entranced. as if he were enveloped in this scene. In the grandeur of the city gates, a middle-aged scholar gazed eastward, while an old man rode the azure ox, heading westward. Such a sight is familiar to anyone with a modicum of historical and cultural knowledge, as it depicts Laozi's westward journey. Legend has it that during the late spring and autumn period, upon witnessing the decline of the Zhou dynasty, Laozi resolved to retreat westward into seclusion. At that time, the magistrate Yin Shi, observing the wondrous purple mist rising in the east, was filled with ecstasy and exclaimed that an extraordinary person must pass through. He promptly instructed the gatekeepers to clear the streets in anticipation of this eminent figure. Indeed, shortly thereafter, an elderly man with flowing silver hair and an imposing demeanor approached the gate astride the azure ox. This venerable figure was none other than Laozi. Welcomed warmly by Yin Shi, he graciously lingered at Hangu Pass, where he composed the illustrious Daedejing, a compendium of wisdom that would echo through the ages. The anticipation of Yin Shi standing at the city gate, coupled with his euphoric realization upon seeing Laozi riding the ox, along with the sage's tranquil demeanor, embodying simplicity and a lack of desire, painted a vivid picture. The intricate patterns of his attire, the expressions on the characters' faces, and the atmospheric backdrop were all rendered with striking clarity, as if a living tableau had come to life. Wang Guan was wholly absorbed in this spectacle, oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, the clock struck 5, and dawn's light began to filter through, casting a serene hush over the world. Yu Feibai, roused by the call of nature, made a trip to the restroom. After quenching his thirst in the hall, he noticed that Wang Guan's room still glimmered with light. Curiosity piqued, he knocked on the door, intending to offer a greeting. What would he be doing all night? Yu Feibai mused, tapping lightly on the door. But silence reigned within. This prompted him to ponder further. Could something be amiss? Of course, it was also possible that Wang Guan had simply fallen asleep with the light on. With a soft click, the door opened, its sound resonating sharply in the stillness. Cautiously, Yu Feibai nudged the door ajar and peered inside, whispering, "Wang Guan, are you asleep?" To his relief, he found Wang Guan sitting upright at the edge of the bed, his attire neatly arranged, unmistakably not in slumber. With this sight before him, Yu Feibai felt at ease and stepped inside, casually inquiring Wang Guan, "It's rather late. Or rather, you've been up all night. What are you busy with?" As he approached, Yu Feibai's gaze fell upon the cup before Wang Guan, momentarily leaving him speechless. Wisps of purple mist danced above the rim of the cup, reminiscent of dragons and serpents gliding through a dreamlike haze. The beads in the cup floated and sank intermittently, slowly swirling in the water, their surface resembling naturally formed patterns that depicted Laozi's journey to the west. Beneath the Hangu Pass, the purple aura emanated from the east. A scene that should not exist in reality now vividly unfolded before Yu Feibai's eyes, leaving him astonished and slightly questioning whether he was still dreaming. A dream indeed. I must still be asleep, Yu Feibai murmured to himself, lightly tapping his forehead before turning to exit. However, in his dazed state, he inadvertently collided with the hard door frame as he approached the doorway. The sudden jolt of pain nearly brought tears to his eyes. Yet at that moment, he realized that the pain confirmed he was not dreaming. It was not fear that had overwhelmed Yu Feibai, but rather the stiffness in his neck from prolonged stillness. A sudden turn of his head had caused his muscles to tense up, resulting in a tragic mishap. Wang Guan hastily rubbed his neck and shoulders, glancing at Yu Feibai, who was doing the same, and asked in astonishment, "What brings you here? I noticed your room was lit when I got up, so I came to check," Yu Feibai explained, disregarding the pain in his shoulder as he approached the table, fixating his gaze on the beads in the cup, his mind becoming slightly disoriented. "Wang Guan, is this real?" Yu Feibai murmured, bewildered. How could this be happening? Wang Guan was jolted into full awareness, glancing at the time on his phone, only to realize that an entire night had passed. Yet, Yu Feibai's question left him feeling somewhat perplexed. "What on earth are you all doing up so early?" Just as Wang Guan pondered whether or not to speak the truth, he heard a commotion from next door. Gao Dequan had also been awakened, donning a coat and approaching with bleary eyes. "What is this?" Moments later, upon entering the room, Gao Dequan found himself equally astonished as Yu Feibai, quickly becoming entranced by the swirling purple aura and the imagery of Laozi's journey. It seemed that the secret could no longer be concealed. Wang Guan sighed inwardly at the sight and retrieved the three-legged golden toad he had previously decapitated from the drawer. Having composed his thoughts, he then reached for the beads in the cup. As the extraordinary vision faded, Gao Dequan and Yu Feibai finally came to their senses. "Calm down. Let me explain," Wang Guan said with a wry smile, feeling a sharp pain in his wrist from Yu Feibai's grip, which had left it reddened and swollen. How can I not be excited? You want to believe what I just saw? A true miracle. Yu Feibai could hardly contain his excitement, spitting words like a fine drizzle. Wang Guan quickly dodged, struggling to free himself from Yu Feibai's grasp. Feibai, if you keep this up, I won't tell you anything, Wang Guan exclaimed. You should take a page from Uncle De's book. Look how composed he is, not in the slightest bit anxious. Who says I'm not anxious? Gao Dequan suddenly interjected, extending his hand and stating, Hurry, bring the items over so I can examine them closely. At this very moment, Gao Dequan was invigorated and brimming with vitality, his eyes sparkling with clarity and brilliance, completely devoid of any traces of drowsiness. Yes, quickly bring forth the treasure, he exclaimed. Yu Feibai nodded repeatedly, expressing, I'm still uncertain whether what I just witnessed was a mere illusion. What if it is not an illusion? Wang Guan smiled as he wiped the water stains from the orb and handed it over. Chapter 85. Fortune takes a turn for the better. Uncleve. Allow me to take a look first. Yu Feibai reached out to grasp it, but to his surprise, Gao Dequan was swifter, seizing the purplish-red orb and examining it intently. Ah, a rare treasure. Wang Guan mused thoughtfully, in full agreement. But wait. Suddenly, Gao Dequan furrowed his brow. Why is the image of the journey to the west not present on the orb? What? Wang Guan reminded him. It seems that it must be immersed in water to reveal its secrets, given the span of an entire night. It was implausible for him to have merely gazed at it. He must have conducted numerous experiments, while other aspects remain uncertain. He had discerned a pattern in the orb's imagery. Such wonder. Both Yu Feibai and Gao Dequan gasped in astonishment. Concurrently, Wang Guan poured a glass of clear water, signaling, gently place the orb into the water. As it naturally floats, the patterns will become visible. With a splash, Gao Dequan wasted no time, releasing the orb, which immediately sank to the bottom, releasing a small cluster of bubbles. Moments later, the orb slowly ascended, gracefully spinning. A wisp of purple mist unfurled, swirling upward like a dragon or serpent dancing above the cup. Indeed, just so, Yu Feibai exclaimed, his expression taut with anticipation, holding his breath and fixating on the spectacle, determined not to miss a single detail. Suddenly, as the orb rotated, the left half revealed towering mountains, majestic fortifications, and a middle-aged scholar gazing eastward beneath the city gate, eagerly awaiting something. As the orb turned slightly, the scholar's expression, long beard, and the intricate patterns of his clothing became vividly discernible against the rippling water. After a brief span of about 10 seconds, the right side of the orb appeared to be enveloped in purple light. Upon closer inspection, a majestic azure bowl emerged, striding forth with confidence. Upon its back sat a venerable elder, exuding an ethereal presence, his demeanor serene and tranquil, embodying the essence of effortless existence. Gao Dequan and Yu Feibai remained enraptured, slowly succumbing to the enchantment of the unfolding scene. After a considerable time, Gao Dequan finally returned to his senses, blinking his dry eyes. Suddenly, he waved his hand above the rim of the cup, and to his astonishment, the floating purple mist seemed to possess a life of its own, twisting and turning in response to his gesture. In that moment, even Gao Dequan was rendered speechless, unsure of what to articulate. Truly a miracle, Yu Feibai murmured. This object is certainly no ordinary item. Could it be a magical artifact of a Taoist practitioner? Perhaps an elixir of some sort? Nonsense. Gao Dequan interjected, furrowing his brow, unable to restrain his reprimand. Feibai, when confronted with the unknown, one must refrain from hasty conclusions without thorough investigation. Yu Feibai's eyes remained unblinking, his gaze following the movement of the bead as he exclaimed, If we can explain the swastika symbol reflected by Feng Mingsheng's Jade Buddha through the principles of light and shadow, then how do we analyze the extraordinary phenomena of the bead and the ethereal purple mist that hovers in the air? Gao Dequan furrowed his brow and gently reached out to retrieve the bead from the water. Instantly, the extraordinary manifestations dissipated, and the purple mist along with the vivid patterns vanished completely. After drying the bead's surface, Gao Dequan examined it closely, noting that aside from its striking purplish-red hue, there was nothing else to discern. The intricate patterns adorning the bead's surface were exceedingly minute, varied in shade, and devoid of any discernible order. While Gao Dequan was engrossed in his appraisal, Yu Feibai exhaled deeply, his eyes glinting with curiosity as he inquired, Wang Guan, how did you come by this treasure? I purchased it a few days ago. You were present at the time, Wang Guan replied with a smile, gesturing towards the damaged, three-legged golden toad by the bedside. Upon seeing it, Yu Feibai's mouth gaped wide, as if capable of accommodating a fist. After a moment's pause, he clutched his head in despair, exclaiming, "You cannot possibly be telling me that this bead is the very one that the broken golden toad was holding in its mouth." "Indeed, it appears to be so," Wang Guan chuckled. "When I first took it out, the bead was covered in a layer of dust, appearing quite unremarkable. I thought it would be a waste of time." Without missing a beat, he continued. Later, after soaking it in water, the bead shed a layer of its coating, revealing the patterns. It was sheer luck. At that moment, Yu Fei Bai fell utterly silent. Even Gao Dequan, who was studying the bead, inwardly lamented Wang Guan's extraordinary fortune. After a considerable time, Yu Fei Bai lamented, "Heavens and earth, a treasure once lay before my eyes, and I let it slip away. If only the heavens would grant me another chance. The illusion is but a ruse. The jade is concealed within the stone. Old Qian has awakened. We must proceed now," Gao Dequan declared, urging Wang Guan and Yu Fei Bai to quickly freshen up and change their clothes before they set off in the car. In the vehicle, Yu Fei Bai remained engulfed in the magnitude of his disappointment, sighing heavily. Wang Guan, holding the purple mist bead, curiously asked, "Uncle Da, do you have any insights into the origins of this object?" "I have some inklings, but for specific details, we will need old Qian's expertise," Gao Dequan replied. Focused on driving. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Fong Mingsheng's villa. As Gao Dequan drove, it was a vehicle lent to him by Fong Mingsheng. Upon reaching the villa, the security guard recognized the license plate and Gao Dequan, permitting them entry without hesitation. Once inside the villa, they entered a meticulously kept courtyard where old Qian was already up, practicing under the morning sun on a small patch of grass. Chapter 86. The Purple Sandalwood and Darkwood. Old Qian was not practicing the common Tai Chi, but rather 5 distinctive movements. Wang Guan took a glance, feeling a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, it seemed he was imitating the forms of tiger, deer, bear, monkey, and bird. "Is this Hua Tuo's 5-animal play?" Wang Guan whispered. "Indeed," Yu Fei Bai nodded gently. "Old Qian has been practicing for over a decade. The results are quite remarkable. Not only does he seldom fall ill, but he also possesses a vitality akin to that of the young." Old Qian seems to perceive their conversation, stretching his body as he remarks, "With age, if one neglects health maintenance, one risks becoming a burden." "Old Qian, how can you possibly be a burden? You are in fact a majestic pillar of jade, supporting the heavens," Yu Fei Bai replied with a smile. "What dilemma could possibly perplex you, Ad? Running to find me so early in the morning?" Old Qian inquired with curiosity. "You are unaware, Old Qian," Yu Fei Bai exaggeratedly proclaimed. "Wang Guan has performed an astounding feat. He has slain a 3-legged golden toad that has cultivated for a millennium and brought its inner elixir to seek your expertise." Upon hearing this, Wang Guan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. More nonsense, he thought. Fortunately, Old Qian was not swayed and smiled, saying, "Wang Guan, why don't you explain? I wouldn't want to disturb your morning exercises." "Old Qian," Wang Guan hesitated. "Nonsense. As one ages, sleep often eludes us. I rose at 6 and have already practiced for an hour. I'm about to finish." Old Qian chuckled, gradually winding down his movements. A few beads of sweat dotting his forehead, though his face radiated vitality. "Do not heed Fei Bai's fanciful tales, Old Qian. I merely obtained a rather unique bead and wish to seek your insight," Wang Guan said with a smile, presenting the dark purple orb. As Old Qian took it in his hand, his expression shifted subtly, and he beamed. "This is intriguing. It appears to be Zeton, rosewood, from the depths." Zeton? Wang Guan was taken aback. He had certainly heard of Zeton, but the term Yinshenmu, buried wood, was unfamiliar to him. "It must be correct," Old Qian nodded. Noticing Wang Guan's confusion and elaborating, Yinshenmu, scientifically, can be classified as carbonized wood. Generally, it is entirely black, hence in the southwest, is often referred to as blackwood. The formation of Yinshenmu is somewhat fortuitous. Certain woods, due to earthquakes, floods, or landslides, become buried in sediment or riverbeds, undergoing a carbonization process for thousands of years under conditions of anoxia and high pressure, aided by bacteria and other microorganisms, ultimately resulting in this material. Old Qian continued, "It is precisely these characteristics that render Yinshenmu so precious. In ancient times, it was utilized to ward off evil, crafted into artifacts, Buddhist statues, and amulets. There's a saying, 'A half-block of blackwood is worth more than a treasure chest.'" The scholar Yuan Mei in the Qing dynasty also described Yinshenmu in his work, Zibu Yu. Meanwhile, Gao Dequan added, he mentioned that it is said Yinshenmu is a tree from before the world was opened, having survived the cataclysms of the earth and resurfacing, thus re-entering the soil, remaining incorruptible for millennia. Its color is dark green, with patterns resembling brocade. If a piece is placed on the ground, flies will not dare approach from 100 steps away. So miraculous, Yu Feibai exclaimed. Of course, such accounts contain a degree of embellishment. However, the value of Yinshenmo is undoubtedly beyond dispute. Gao Dequan remarked, the ancients believe that because Yinshenmu remains intact underground for millennia, it makes the finest material for longevity. In the water classics, it is documented that beside the village, there flows a stream abundant with spiritual longevity wood. Furthermore, a popular saying among the folk states that one could offer a fortune of gold to the underworld in exchange for dark wood to honor the heavens. There exist numerous varieties of precious wood, commonly including the willow, the Qinggang tree, and the camphor tree. However, the most esteemed among them are the dark wood of rosewood and golden silk namu. Elder Qian chuckled, remarking that the greatest wish of ancient emperors and dignitaries before their demise was likely to acquire golden silk namu dark wood as material for their burial. Regrettably, both golden silk namu and rosewood are inherently rare, compounded by the exceedingly low probability of their transformation into dark wood. Hence, their aspirations were destined to remain unfulfilled. Gao Dequan concurred, stating that, strictly speaking, golden silk namu dark wood transcends the realm of mere timber and ought to be classified as a treasure. Due to its scarcity, low yield, non-renewable nature, and immense aesthetic value, it possesses significant scientific, cultural, and economic merit, warranting its designation as a national treasure. Yu Feibai suddenly shook his head, asserting that he regarded this bead as more precious than any national treasure. Feibai, your statement seems a bit excessive, Elder Qian remarked with mild astonishment, examining the bead in his hand and gradually articulating his observations. It is as hard as stone, and in terms of volume, it feels slightly weighty. The wood grain is exquisite, with a deep dark purple hue, faintly exuding a subtle fragrance. These are all characteristics of rosewood darkwood. However, it would be prudent to scrape a bit of powder and inspect the interior for verification. You must not scrape it. In an instant, Wang Guan and the other two spoke simultaneously to dissuade him. What is the matter? Elder Qian inquired, puzzled. Scraping it would lead to misfortune. At that moment, Yu Feibai suddenly clapped his hands and laughed heartily, exclaiming, how delightful. I never anticipated that Elder Qian could misjudge something. Elder Qian misjudging? What a joke at this early hour. Just then, a bold voice rang from outside the courtyard, and Feng Mingxing strode in with a beaming smile, saying, ah, everyone is here. What amusing tales are being shared. Might you regale me with them, so I too can share in laughter? Elder Qian, unperturbed by the jest about his misjudgment, responded warmly, as one ages, one's vision may falter. Misjudgments are entirely normal. However, I am quite certain that this bead is indeed rosewood darkwood. Rosewood darkwood? Really? Feng Mingxing's eyes brightened as he approached swiftly, asking, who has discovered such a treasure? It belongs to Wang Guan, Yu Feibai interjected. This lad's fortune is truly remarkable, filling me with a mix of admiration and envy. Elder Qian, upon hearing this, gently furrowed his brow, cautioning, Feibai, be mindful of your tone. Although rosewood darkwood is not commonly seen, it is not entirely absent. It can also be procured in the markets of the 3 southwestern provinces. Elder Qian, you are unaware. If this bead were available for purchase, I would exhaust my entire fortune to acquire it. Yu Feibai lamented, shaking his head with a sigh. The issue lies in the fact that such unparalleled treasures, even if I wished to buy them, Wang Guan would likely not consent. Wang Guan smiled and nodded in agreement. Chapter 87. Ingenious craftsmanship, divine artistry. Surely not. Feng Mingxing responded, his eyes filled with confusion. However, Mr. Qian was quite different. If it were merely Yu Feibai speaking, he would certainly harbor some doubts. But the fact that even Wang Guan nodded in agreement underscored the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Mr. Qian recalled the expression and tone of Yu Feibai when he claimed to have misjudged, which seemed far from jesting. In an instant, Mr. Qian appeared contemplative, lifting the somber Zetan wooden beads for a more meticulous examination. Mr. Qian, this manner of observation will yield no insights, Yu Feibai remarked with a charming smile, brimming with pride, as though it were a remarkable achievement to enlighten Mr. Qian. Then tell me, how should one perceive it? Mr. Qian inquired humbly, displaying a demeanor and an attitude that were undoubtedly rare among the general populace. Yu Feibai, you are starting to puff up again, teased the shoe. Oh, come now. Uncle Duh, I am merely jesting, Yu Feibai retorted, quickly adding, Mr. Qian, fetch me a cup of clear water. I wish for you to witness a true marvel. What marvel? Mr. Qian asked, intrigued. It was evident that Feng Mingxiang held some skepticism, yet he smiled and beckoned. Come, everyone, let us converse in the hall. It's chilly this early, and prolonged exposure to the cold is not good for Mr. Qian's health. The group, in agreement, promptly assisted Mr. Qian into the living room, where the warmth was palpable. Once seated, Mr. Qian personally took the pot to pour the water. "Mr. Qian, don't move. Allow me," Yu Feibai exclaimed, genuinely anxious. He feared that if this reached his father's ears, he would surely face dire consequences. Mr. Qian waved his hand lightly, cheerfully pouring a cup of clear water, smilingly indicating, "Now, let me see the marvel you speak of." Casting a glance at Yu Feibai, Gao Dequan said, "Mr. Qian, simply place the bead in the water." "Oh, is it really that simple?" Mr. Qian asked, somewhat astonished, and proceeded to follow the instruction. In an instant, as the clear water enveloped the entire bead, a vibrant purple aura began to emanate, swirling forth like a celestial dragon in a display of grandeur. As the bead rotated, majestic mountains and formidable passes appeared in succession. Through the cup, the refracted light in the water magnified the bead's size, rendering the patterns atop it exceedingly clear. Then, tendrils of purple mist coiled around, and suddenly, the figure of Laozi riding a green ox materialized. Laozi descends from the Hango Pass, as the purple aura rises from the east. At this moment, Mr. Qian could no longer maintain his composure. His bright eyes sparkled with excitement, his emotions running high. A miracle, a divine phenomenon. Surely, I'm not dreaming. Simultaneously, Fang Mingsheng gasped in astonishment, his face alight with disbelief. "Indeed, when I first witnessed it, I too felt as though I were in a dream," Yu Feibai concurred. Despite having witnessed it several times already, a hint of obsession still lingered in his gaze. Gao Dequan and Wang Guan, too, found it impossible to remain composed. As they gazed at the slowly revolving patterns within the bead, they felt as though they had traversed a millennium in time, standing beneath the Hango Pass alongside In Shi, filled with tension, joy, and anticipation for the arrival of the Taoist sage. "Extraordinary treasure. It is undoubtedly extraordinary treasure," Fang Mingxing murmured. "This must be the legendary artifact." "Indeed," Yu Feibai replied with a smile. "This is the manifestation of the inner elixir of the three-legged golden toad, cultivated over millennia." "Is it truly?" Fang Mingxing seemed convinced. "Nay, it is but a fabrication. It is impossible. The patterns on the bead are evidently of natural formation. Otherwise, why would the designs vanish once the bead floated to the surface?" Yu Feibai shook his head and remarked, "Moreover, how do you explain the ethereal purple mist that emerged?" "That is not purple mist. It is merely the light refracted by the bead in the water," Wang Guan elucidated. "As the bead rotates, the purple light dances as if it were a dragon or snake, twisting and writhing." After a night's worth of research, Wang Guan had nearly comprehended the intricacies of the purple sandalwood beads and promptly explained, "As for the patterns, some indeed stem from natural textures. However, upon meticulous examination with a magnifying glass, one would discern that most of these textures were created through meticulous engraving. The artisan responsible was undoubtedly a master craftsman. I am curious how he discovered that when the bead is submerged, the textures resemble majestic mountains, grand cities, and even the figure of Laozi riding an ox." Wang Guan expressed his admiration, stating, "Then this master, with unparalleled ingenuity, skillfully embellished the natural textures on the bead, culminating in the images we behold today." "Wang Guan, how do you know all this?" Yu Feibai was taken aback. "Look at my dark circles," Wang Guan replied with a wry smile, rubbing his eyes. "If you had stayed up all night, you might have figured it out too. Alas, why did you study it?" "You have shattered my illusions," Yu Feibai lamented. "I regarded the bead as a celestial treasure, planning to claim it as my own when you were not paying attention." Instantly, the group exchanged glances, caught between laughter and exasperation. In truth, many things are like this. Before one understands them, they appear miraculous and astonishing. Yet, once clarity is attained, the initial awe gradually subsides. Nevertheless, despite this, Elder Qian could not help but exclaim, "The wisdom of the ancients is indeed profound, far beyond the reach of modern comprehension." "That is true," Gao Dequan laughed. "In ancient times, much knowledge was not widely disseminated and often overlooked. Upon encountering such wondrous objects, the immediate reaction was not to unravel their mysteries, but rather to revere them as auspicious treasures. Furthermore, rulers, motivated by the need to consolidate their power and enhance their prestige, were eager to promote such phenomena." Chapter 88. To seize opportunities, luck is essential. Therefore, Feibai, despite your years of study, your perspective seems to align with that of the ignorant populace of ancient times. At this moment, Gao Dequan seized the opportunity to admonish him. Do you not feel ashamed? I was merely jesting to lighten the mood, he continued. I too was blinded by envy. Yu Feibai felt a twinge of embarrassment yet boldly retorted. However, this is all Wang Guan's fault. He has managed to seize opportunities 3 times now, each more precious than the last. And now, it has become utterly ludicrous. He has even acquired such a marvelous treasure as the purple sandalwood bead through sheer luck. Most astonishingly, he bought it for 200 yuan, right before my eyes. 200 yuan. By the end, Yu Feibai nearly shouted in disbelief. What? At this moment, the others could no longer remain composed. Although they did not openly express their thoughts, they harbored a tinge of envy toward Wang Guan for acquiring such a treasure. However, for figures like Qian Lao, Feng Mingsheng, and Gao Dequan, wealth had become mere numbers. Despite their admiration for Wang Guan, they felt no jealousy. Yet, upon learning that Wang Guan had purchased this item for a mere 200 yuan, it seemed akin to receiving it for free. Who could maintain their calm in such a situation? Such extraordinary fortune was bound to incite envy. Even Qian Lao, known for his broad-mindedness and tranquil disposition, briefly entertained this thought. He reminisced about his youth and lamented the absence of similar fortune in his past. Truly, it was merely a stroke of luck. Wang Guan humbly smiled, feeling that it was the only appropriate response at that moment. Uncle Da, you have nothing to say now, do you? Yu Feibai murmured. I have always asserted that luck is paramount when searching for hidden gems. Yet you admonished me, insisting that no matter how fortunate one may be, a lack of discernment renders it futile. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Gao Dequan shook his head, left speechless. Wang Guan, how did you come across this pearl? Qian Lao inquired with great curiosity. Such treasures are not easily relinquished by ordinary individuals. In truth, Qian Lao had a lingering thought that Wang Guan might not have been able to afford such a precious item. Just as Wang Guan was about to explain, Yu Feibai interjected, Allow me to recount the events. I am most familiar with the details. This is a perpetual source of torment for me, an indelible memory. On that fateful day, I was purchasing a jade belt and asked Wang Guan for assistance. Do you know how much I regret my actions? I watched the golden toad, a symbol of wealth, slip away in Wang Guan's hands. Yu Feibai, at times animated and at others despondent, lamented, had I known, I should have bid against him. Noticing that Yu Feibai was digressing, Qian Lao frowned and urged, get to the point. It was then that Gao Dequan, with a hint of embarrassment, began to chuckle. Admitting, I had no suspicion and merely assumed it was a piece from the Mid-Ming dynasty, a decorative item used by scholars, symbolizing the pursuit of excellence. This was not entirely incorrect. Qian Lao nodded and remarked, but how does this relate to the pearl? It is profoundly relevant, Yu Feibai exclaimed. The 3-legged golden toad's form signifies the toad holding a pearl. This pearl is precisely what the toad is holding. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Qian Lao immediately turned his gaze to Wang Guan, astonished. How did you discern that there was something unusual about the pearl in the toad's mouth? Well, that was my contribution, Wang Guan intended to say, but was once again preempted by Yu Feibai, who excitedly declared, yesterday, while we were out shopping, I informed him about the illusion of jade hidden within stone, and in a moment of curiosity, he pried open the golden toad and retrieved the pearl to soak in water. Subsequently, as you all witnessed, he uncovered yet another rare treasure. What a surprise! Wang Guan chuckled. Moreover, Qian Lao, you have also experienced the illusion technique before, so I presume the treasures you acquired were not lacking in quality either. That is quite different, Qian Lao shook his head. In my youth, I encountered an ancient painting that employed an illusionary technique to obscure key details, leading viewers to believe it was a counterfeit. Later, he was uncovered by a distinguished collector. This illusion, where the false conceals the true, was revealed to me by that eminent collector. Who is this esteemed figure? Wang Guan was exceedingly curious. It seemed improbable that anyone without extraordinary abilities could discern such an enigmatic concealment technique. Yet now, he learned of a person who, relying solely on keen insight and experience, unraveled the illusion, inspiring within him a profound admiration. You should know him well, smiled Mr. Qian, his face radiating respect. He is the foremost player in the capital, an eminent collector and a learned scholar, Wang Shixiang. Ah, so is he, no wonder. Instantly, the crowd was enlightened, feeling an inherent understanding. Wang Guan was no stranger to Wang Shixiang as the bamboo carving art, the appreciation of bamboo carvings, the treasures of Ming-style furniture, and various ancient artifacts were all works authored by this esteemed scholar, resting beside his bed. Mr. Wang not only engages with artifacts but also writes about them, weaving culture into his pursuits, even elevating them into a remarkable discipline of the century. To play is to learn, and to learn is to play. This embodies Mr. Wang's essence. Mr. Qian sighed. Such a state of being is beyond my reach. However, I do not demand that you achieve it. I merely hope you adopt Mr. Wang's attitude of learning through play. Do not focus excessively on the monetary value of artifacts, but rather delve into the cultural significance they embody. For instance, consider this Zeton, red sandalwood, Chemujo. As he spoke, Mr. Qian retrieved the bead from the water, gently wiping away the moisture, revealing its dark purple hue. Less vibrant than when submerged. Why does the purple sheen vanish upon removal from the water? How is this purple glow produced? Furthermore, why does the bead rotate autonomously when placed in water, untouched by human hands? How did ancient artisans manipulate the intricacies of the bead's pattern while considering the refraction in water? These questions necessitate our study and verification. Mr. Qian nodded in approval. Wang Guan, your approach to this matter is commendable. After acquiring the treasure, rather than hastily boasting, you devoted an entire evening to earnest study. In truth, upon obtaining the treasure, I was immensely exhilarated and completely absorbed in my admiration, forgetting to share it with everyone, confessed Wang Guan, feeling a bit embarrassed. Indeed, had it not been for Yu Feibai's interruption, driven by a desire to keep wealth concealed, he might have kept it entirely to himself. Laughter filled the air, as the crowd warmly understood Wang Guan's sentiment. After all, when they first beheld the extraordinary Zeton Chemujo, even in the presence of others, they could not help but be enraptured. It was needless to say that when alone, one would undoubtedly be entranced, unable to extricate themselves from its allure. A moment later, Wang Guan humbly inquired, Mr. Qian, can you discern the approximate era of this bead? It is quite challenging. Mr. Qian pondered for a moment, then shook his head, smiling wryly. The very material of the bead is ancient, buried for thousands of years. Even with scientific instruments, we can only ascertain the age of the material itself. As for when the wood was fashioned into a bead and intricately carved, that remains elusive to determine. The only certainty is that the formation of the beads must have occurred after the spring and autumn period in the warring states. The crowd nodded gently, perceiving this as somewhat self-evident. However, it serves as one piece of evidence for authentication. After all, the legends of Laozi's journey to the west must have preceded the engraving of such intricate images on the beads. Yet, it is lamentable that even the most counterfeit items often find buyers. Since the spring and autumn period in the warring states, over 2 millennia have passed. One can only imagine that during some period in these 2,000 years, a master craftsman, perhaps through accumulated skills or a moment of inspiration, created this remarkable Zeton, red sandalwood, bead depicting Laozi's journey through the Hanga Pass, with the auspicious purple aura emanating from the east. Mr. Qian's tone was imbued with awe and admiration, yet tinged with sorrow and regret. Everyone present could somewhat grasp his sentiments. China boasts a history spanning thousands of years, and despite the absence of cultural discontinuity, the continuity of its rich heritage is a source of immense pride. However, over these millennia, with dynasties rising and falling in frequent conflicts, genuine periods of peace have been scarce, often plunging the nation into turmoil. Wars signify the destruction of families and the fracturing of kinships. Furthermore, during several invasions by foreign powers, the brutal oppression of barbaric civilizations not only severely damaged central China's culture, but also led to the natural loss of artisanal techniques that were already undervalued. Consequently, what we observe in ancient artifacts often presents many enigmas. It is challenging for contemporary individuals to fathom how such exquisite and incredible treasures were crafted with the technological constraints of antiquity. Reflecting on this, the crowd once again scrutinized the Zeton bead, a treasure that embodies a wisdom unearthed from the depths of history. After a prolonged silence, Fang Mingsheng suddenly spoke. Young brother Wang Guan, this treasure. Boss Fang. Wang Guan interjected with a smile, instantly grasping Fang Mingsheng's intent. You must understand that such an item is not something I can part with. Alas, Fang Mingsheng sighed, unwilling to concede. Wang Guan, please reconsider. I can offer. Ah, Mingsheng, Mr. Qian interjected, shaking his head. My words may seem somewhat esoteric, but I believe that treasures possess a certain spirituality. To possess them requires a degree of faith. Mr. Qian, Fang Mingsheng frowned, feeling somewhat helpless. Yet, he recognized that the older generation tends to hold such beliefs, making it difficult to contradict Mr. Qian's sentiments, so he remained silent. However, his expression suggested he had not abandoned hope. Mr. Qian waved his hand, cautioning Wang Guan. This item is indeed more precious than ordinary national treasures. You must safeguard it meticulously. It is a crystallization of ancient wisdom, not to be taken lightly. That seems excessively wasteful, Yu Feibai exclaimed. Why not lend it to me for a couple of months for admiration? Feibai, do not speak so recklessly, came to retort. Gao Dequan's expression bore a certain seriousness as he earnestly advised. Wang Guan, indeed, there are some hidden treasures within the bank's vault. If you trust Mr. Qian, it would be wise to entrust him with the temporary custody of the item. During this time, Mr. Qian can engage some professionals to investigate the entirety of the jewel secrets. I believe this gem is not merely an ordinary piece of purple sandalwood. It seems to have absorbed some unique substances over the thousands of years it has lain buried in the earth, allowing it to refract a purple aura when immersed in water. As Gao Dequan made this suggestion, Mr. Qian remained silent, yet his facial expressions revealed a notable intrigue. However, it appeared that his relationship with Wang Guan was not particularly intimate, which might have made him hesitant to speak up. There is no issue, Mr. Qian finally said, somewhat excitedly. I can assure you that during the research, the integrity of the jewel will remain completely intact. There's no need for concern, Wang Guan replied. Having already entrusted such a significant treasure, he felt at ease. As long as the gem's unique qualities in water are not compromised, a slight scraping for research purposes is acceptable. That is unacceptable, Mr. Qian countered, shaking his head. The patterns on the jewel are extraordinarily intricate, akin to a precision instrument. Even the slightest disturbance could ruin its overall appearance. This is a treasure of our nation. It must be safeguarded meticulously. He then instructed someone to prepare a custody agreement for the purple sandalwood gem. Wang Guan promptly shook his head in refusal, believing that his trust in Mr. Qian rendered a written agreement unnecessary. Reluctantly, Wang Guan accepted the agreement and, after admiring the jewel's marvelous phenomena in the hall for a while, departed with Gao Dequan and Yu Feibai. Once outside Fang Mingxing's villa and settled into the car, Wang Guan sincerely expressed, Uncle De, thank you. Thank you for what? Gao Dequan smiled, his gaze filled with appreciation for Wang Guan's understanding of his good intentions, which brought him great joy. What are you discussing? Yu Feibai asked, confused. You are worried about Fang Mingxiang, Gao Dequan replied. Yu Feibai, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the situation and pondered, indeed. My father has mentioned that Fang Mingxiang possesses a fierce determination. He does not easily relent until he achieves his goals. If he has set his sights on your treasure, it could indeed spell trouble. That is precisely my concern, Gao Dequan admitted candidly, nodding. Thus, I proposed entrusting the item to Mr. Qian for safekeeping. Surely, even Fang Mingxiang, bold as he may be, would think twice before acting against Mr. Qian. He dares, Yu Feibai retorted, his eyes widening. He better tread carefully and ensure that no sign of disrespect towards Mr. Qian comes to light. Otherwise, no matter how vast China is, he will not find a place to remain. Rest assured, Fang Mingxiang is quite astute and will undoubtedly know his limits. What pleases me most is that Wang Guan comprehends my intentions, Gao Dequan remarked with a smile. In fact, entrusting the item to Mr. Qian also brings numerous advantages. For instance, it provides an excellent excuse for you to visit him frequently for guidance. I have only just come to understand that when I left, Fang Mingxiang requested my phone number, which made it evident that he had not relinquished his intentions regarding the Zeton and Darkwood beads. Wang Guan chuckled wryly, initially believing that borrowing the treasure was merely a means of repaying a favor. Little did he realize that, instead, he had found himself under the protection of old Master Qian, which alleviated many of his troubles. As was the case previously, he had failed to repay the favor, and his debts had only compounded. However, at this juncture, Wang Guan no longer clung to the notion of repaying favors. He recognized that with old Master Qian's character and integrity, he would act according to his own principles, indifferent to the gains and losses involved. Conversely, Wang Guan felt that his own preoccupations with calculations and considerations were misguided. Wang Guan, do not take it too much to heart. I understand, Wang Guan nodded, smiling as he shifted the topic. I suddenly wondered what business Su Wenyu had with Uncle De. Their secretive discussions seem quite mysterious. Indeed, Yu Feibai's attention was instantly captured, and he inquired with keen curiosity, Uncle De, can you share? Of course, but if it is a matter of privacy, there is no need to disclose it. Hai Dequan hesitated, then replied, well, it is not a secret per se. It is simply better that fewer people are aware. Su Wenyu approached me regarding the celebration of the old master of the Su family. He wishes to commission a batch of high-quality replicas of porcelain, but I'm contemplating whether to agree to his request. Why not agree? Yu Feibai queried, perplexed. The Su family is prosperous. They cannot possibly sell these replicas as genuine articles. That is not the issue. Haida Quan frowned. What he wishes me to replicate is something I lack the confidence to produce. What? Wang Guan and Yu Feibai exclaimed in unison. They were well aware of Haida Quan's capabilities. Not only was he an experienced appraiser of antiques, but he was also a master craftsman of ancient porcelain. A title not bestowed lightly, but certified by the state. To claim a lack of confidence in replicating an item of such caliber was indeed astonishing. Do not be hasty in your reactions, Haida Quan replied calmly. Do you know what Su Wenyu wishes me to replicate? Unless it is not porcelain, otherwise. From the Tang and Song dynasties to the Liao, Jin, Ming, Qing, and even the Yuan blue and white Uncle Da, you should be able to emulate them exquisitely. Yu Feibai countered, confused. Is there anything that you cannot replicate? The 5 renowned kills of the Song dynasty, Ru, Jun, Ge Guan, and Ding, I cannot replicate, Haida Quan admitted candidly. Well, those items are scarcely seen by anyone. How could you replicate them? Yu Feibai scoffed, then exclaimed in surprise, Uncle Da. Surely Su Wenyu isn't truly asking you to replicate the 5 great kills? Su Wenyu? You should refer to him as Uncle instead, Haida Quan chided casually before shaking his head. It is not the 5 great kills. Had it been so, I would have outright refused without consideration. What porcelain is it? Uncle, please do not beat around the bush. Just tell us directly, Yu Feibai urged. Wang Guan, standing by, also nodded eagerly, genuinely curious. What I seek to emulate is not the ancient porcelain, but rather the exquisite modern porcelain. Gao de Quan, having piqued their curiosity, smiled lightly and inquired, Have you heard of the Dianshui Taohua? Wang Guan, deep in thought, suddenly exclaimed, Uncle Da, you cannot be referring to the mouse, can you? Indeed, Gao de Quan affirmed with a smile, though a hint of worry clouded his expression as he continued. The Mao Cei is a remarkable culmination of unparalleled collective wisdom from Chinese ceramic masters during a unique historical period. Its craftsmanship, in terms of artistic achievement, rivals that of the Song and Ming dynasty imperial kills, rendering it an immortal masterpiece. Such artifacts are rare. I have only encountered them a handful of times, making imitation a daunting task. With a gentle sigh, Gao de Quan added, However, Su Wenyu is quite generous, as he is willing to provide me with several broken genuine Mao Cei pieces for study. Is that so? How magnanimous! Yu Feibai gasped in astonishment, then muttered. And he still claims to be my uncle by marriage, possessing such treasures yet denying me the opportunity to witness them. His excitement was understandable. Even shattered treasures hold immense value. Moreover, Mao Cei is said to be a product of the legendary Red Imperial Kiln, imbued not only with significant historical figures' essence, but also rich in political and cultural information, offering an irreplaceable value unlike any other porcelain. Of course, individuals like Wang Guan and Yu Feibai, belonging to a different era, may lack this profound appreciation. Wang Guan, beginning to comprehend, smiled and remarked, Uncle Da, having someone present you with actual items for study is a stroke of good fortune. There is no reason for hesitation. Simply accept it. Precisely, Yu Feibai nodded earnestly, stating, First, obtain the items. As for whether fruitful research will emerge, that is a matter for the future. It is indeed challenging, should I fail to produce results. My reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, Gao de Quan lamented. This task feels rather precarious, leaving me in a state of dilemma. Chapter 91. The Influx of Calls. Uncle Da, the production and crafting of Mao Cei once required a substantial assembly of ceramic artisans, meticulously developing its secrets. To expect one person to unravel such intricate techniques and successfully replicate them is quite unrealistic. Understanding Gao de Quan's apprehensions, Wang Guan's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he proposed. However, as the saying goes, one hero needs 3 helpers. If one person is insufficient, why not enlist a few more? Gao de Quan's eyes lit up. Indeed, Wang Guan continued. I recall there were 2 primary locations for the production of Mao Cei, one of which is the porcelain capital. Although production ceased later due to various circumstances and all technical documents were destroyed, the ceramic masters in the porcelain capital should retain some semblance of knowledge. It may be worthwhile to gather a few relevant individuals, and with collective effort, we might uncover something significant. This idea was indeed promising, yet Gao de Quan remained hesitant. At that moment, Wang Guan began to grasp the situation. It appeared that Su Wenyu and Gao de Quan's discussions extended beyond merely replicating a batch of Mao Cei for the elder Su's birthday celebration. There might be deeper commercial collaborations at play. Realizing this, Wang Guan smiled, but chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Ju Fei Vai Sadenidi marked, Unclede. I presume you will be quite busy over the next few months? Indeed, that is true. Even without taking on Su Wenyu's business, as the year draws to a close. I must attend to numerous matters. Gao Dequan nodded, perplexed, and inquired, Is there something on your mind? Well, in a few days I am bound for Shudu. Yu Fei Bai replied with a twinkle in his eye, exuding a certain indescribable brilliance. Has the result come in? Gao Dequan pondered for a moment before his expression shifted, smiling as he said, Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations for what? Wang Guan asked, somewhat bewildered. Gao Dequan chuckled, Congratulations to his father. He has been promoted again, hasn't he? Indeed. It's merely a transfer. After a short tenure, he is reassigned to Shudu again. I can hardly bear it, Yu Fei Bai lamented. That's different. I recall that your father's military rank, when moving from central to local, must certainly place him in a prominent position, Gao Dequan speculated. Noticing Yu Fei Bai did not refute this, he burst into laughter, adding, To say he hasn't been promoted is quite the understatement. In ancient times, he would be akin to a regional lord. Let's not dwell on that. If he were to find out, I would surely be reprimanded for my exaggeration. Yu Fei Bai waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly smiled brightly, saying, Uncle Da, I wish to discuss something with you. Speak, Gao Dequan replied with a grin. By the way, when I go to see him, do you think you could assist me in selecting a few gifts? Not at all. Haven't I already chosen the gifts? A natural Kuaixing Shadow Stone Inkstone, along with the exquisite ancient ink from the Qing dynasty that Wang Guan transferred to me. They are splendid items. He will undoubtedly appreciate them, Yu Fei Bai stated with a smile. Actually, what I seek is for you to accompany me on this journey, he added. What? Wang Guan exclaimed in surprise. What does this have to do with me? Gao Dequan was equally baffled, questioning, Fei Bai, you are hardly a delicate maiden, frequently traversing the world. And you seem to have visited Shuda before. Why do you require company? It's different, Yu Fei Bai replied, a bit sheepishly rubbing his hands together, chuckling. You must know that the Songxian Bridge Antique Art City in Shudu is among China's top 10 antique markets. There are countless treasures within. A splendid place to unearth hidden gems. Yet, it seems my luck is rather lacking. In an instant, Wang Guan and Gao Dequan grasped the situation, both amused by the revelation. So, all this fuss is about wanting to ride on Wang Guan's luck? Gao Dequan said with a smirk. Your calculations are quite astute. Yu Fei Bai, unabashed, pressed Wang Guan, do accompany me, please. Rest assured, I will cover all expenses for food and lodging along the way. If you desire any special services, I smack. Gao Dequan playfully slapped him, chiding, You rascal, what are you suggesting? Don't lead him astray. Ahem. Wang Guan felt his cheeks flush slightly, and truth be told, he was indeed somewhat tempted. Of course, he would never admit that his interest was piqued by any notion of special services. Rather, he was genuinely intrigued by the fact that the Songxian Bridge Art City is one of the top antique markets in China. Just as the awkwardness hung in the air, Wang Guan's phone suddenly rang. He quickly retrieved it, only to find an unfamiliar number. Slightly bewildered, he hesitated for about 10 seconds before finally answering. Hello. Wang Guan tentatively greeted. May I ask who this is? Is this Mr. Wang? I began my introduction with a straightforward statement. I expressed my keen interest in the piece of Liemo you possess. Why not arrange a time to discuss this matter further? Wang Guan had initially hoped for some peace. Yet he soon realized that this phone call was merely an opening act. For the next several minutes, his phone rang incessantly. Among the callers were strangers and familiar company executives and entrepreneurs from networking events. Wang Guan was overwhelmed, fielding each call, only to discover that they all sought to purchase Li Mo helpless. He politely declined each offer, but as soon as he ended a call, another would come through, leaving him exasperated. Yu Fei Bai, unable to bear the commotion any longer, suggested, Wang Guan, why not simply turn off your phone? What a splendid idea. Wang Guan complied, switching off his phone and even removing the battery. Instantly, tranquility enveloped him. However, one should not assume that silencing the phone would bring lasting peace. This was merely the beginning. Indeed, as the saying goes, one can escape the monk, but not the temple. Yu Fei Bai chuckled. If those individuals were to learn that you possess a treasure, such as the purple sandalwood and deepwood beads, they would swarm like flies attracted to decaying flesh. That would truly be a cacophony of chaos. The mere dozen calls had already left Wang Guan feeling overwhelmed, and the thought of dozens more arriving sent a shiver down his spine. Clearly, he needed to find a way to evade this situation. In a moment of clarity, Wang Guan clapped his hands and earnestly inquired, Uncle Da, might I take a few days off? It's not that serious. It will only bother you for a short while. If you maintain a resolute attitude, they will inevitably cease their pursuit, Fei Bai reassured him, intending to frighten Wang Guan into accompanying him to Shudu. Gao Dequan smiled. However, if you wish to go, there is no harm in it. While you're still young, it would benefit you to explore and experience the antique market atmosphere beyond the confines of the porcelain capital. Today, I found myself at a standstill, having risen early only to sit idly for half the day, producing a mere 1,000 words. This underscores the plight of writing without a backlog. Having a backlog is equally tragic. Only expending resources without replenishing them is a painful experience. I seek solace in votes. Chapter 92, A Retreat from the Storm. Daydreaming and harboring unrealistic expectations, Gao Dequan scoffed, his expression growing serious as he solemnly cautioned, the odds of striking a bargain are akin to winning a lottery. Moreover, when it concerns rare treasures like the purple sandalwood and deepwood beads, the chances are exceedingly slim. With your case as a precedent, it is virtually impossible for another similar occurrence to arise. And let's not forget you, Wang Guan. If it weren't for Fei Bai's reminder, I would have overlooked this matter entirely, Gao Dequan continued. While the three-legged golden toad may not hold significant value, it is nonetheless an antique artifact that has endured for centuries. Yet, due to a moment of impulse on your part, it met a tragic end in your possession. Of course, you could argue that in comparison to the purple sandalwood and deepwood beads, the trifling three-legged golden toad is hardly of consequence. I concede that had I known of the existence of such a treasure, sacrificing 100 golden toad figurines would seem justifiable. The issue lies in the fact that this time, fortune smiled upon you, leading you to inadvertently discover a hidden treasure within the stone. But what about next time, or the time after that? Can you truly guarantee that your luck will remain this favorable? In truth, Wang Guan can assure it, yet Gao Dequan remains oblivious. He continues to impart his wisdom with earnest patience. Therefore, I implore you to reflect carefully. If, perchance, the three-legged golden toad harbors no zeton or sunkwood beads, and you were to shatter it, would that not amount to the destruction of a relic that has endured for centuries? A singular object, regardless of its worth, that has weathered the passage of hundreds of years to reach this day, is indeed a rare and precious entity. Ultimately, Gao Dequan, with profound sentiment, remarked, in our time, the artifacts we behold, especially those with a storied lineage, are preserved through the diligent care of those who came before us, allowing them to be passed down through generations. Should we allow such treasures to be recklessly destroyed in our hands, it would be akin to committing a crime. How could we ever honor our ancestors in such a manner? Understanding that Gao Dequan's counsel is for his own benefit, Wang Guan naturally harbors no resentment, sincerely responding, Uncle Da, rest assured. I acknowledge my mistake, and shall take it as a lesson moving forward. Your words bring me peace of mind, Gao Dequan replied with a hint of satisfaction, then glanced at Yu Fei Bai, furrowing his brow. Yet I know you, young man, will not so easily relent. You will undoubtedly seek opportunities to test the waters. Uncle Da, do you truly lack faith in me? Yu Fei Bai lamented. You have a history, making it difficult for others to place their complete trust in you. Gao Dequan retorted with a scoff, advising Wang Guan, when you go to Shudu, keep an eye on him. Do not let him run amok. Wang Guan could only chuckle. He did not believe he could rein in Yu Fei Bai's antics. Is it truly necessary to be so stringent? Yu Fei Bai groaned, then leaned on Wang Guan's shoulder, grinning. Of course, I trust Wang Guan. He is not the type to report back. Well, that remains to be seen. Wang Guan replied with a light laugh. It depends on your conduct. Yu Fei Bai hesitated. Can I interpret this as you trying to extort me? It is a rather evident matter, Wang Guan chuckled. You walked right into it. If not you, then who? Ha! It should indeed be this way, Gao Dequan concurred. Yu Fei Bai, exhibiting a touch of decisiveness, considered Wang Guan's current situation and promptly altered their original plan, deciding to depart for Shudu a few days earlier. This approach offers two advantages. Firstly, it allows Wang Guan to evade any disturbances. Secondly, since they are fortunate enough to visit Shudu, they certainly cannot merely wander through antique markets. They must explore other sites and perhaps encounter some charming young ladies, which would make the trip truly splendid. With a look of rapture, Yu Fei Bai's primary motives for visiting Shudu became quite suspect. Shortly thereafter, Wang Guan and Yu Fei Bai arrived at the station and purchased tickets to the provincial capital. After a brief wait, they boarded the train and arrived at their destination smoothly. Without pausing, they, under Yu Fei Bai's guidance, made their way directly to the airport. Upon arrival, the process was straightforward. Presenting their identification was sufficient to acquire their flight tickets. Conveniently, there was a flight to Shudu scheduled for around 3 in the afternoon. A plane ticket, costing merely a little over 1,000 yuan, was but a trifling expense for Yu Feibai. With a swift swipe of his card, he purchased 2 tickets. Following that, they awaited their flight. Fortunately, the plane was not delayed, allowing both of them to board smoothly. To be honest, this was Wang Guan's first experience aboard an aircraft, and alongside his curiosity, there was a hint of anxiety, especially when seated in the cabin. The nervousness was clearly etched upon his face. Observing his demeanor, Yu Feibai inquired, "Is this your first flight?" "Yes," Wang Guan nodded gently, feeling somewhat faint as he remarked, "It should be quite safe, right?" "That is assured," Yu Feibai replied with a smile, whispering, "Haven't you heard? The probability of an airplane accident is actually not much different from that of winning a lottery." "I am aware of that, but it's usually stated the other way around," Wang Guan muttered. "The issue is, I've already had 3 close calls." "Are you trying to make fun of me?" Yu Feibai scoffed, then quietly added, "Allow me to share a technique to alleviate your tension." "What is it?" Wang Guan eagerly asked. Yu Feibai chuckled without answering, suddenly waving his hand. "Flight attendant." Moments later, a tall, alluring flight attendant approached, clad in an enticing uniform. Her hair elegantly pinned up, her smile warm, and her features striking. "Sir, how may I assist you?" she inquired softly. "We're first-time flyers and feeling a bit anxious. What should we be mindful of?" At that moment, Yu Feibai donned a nervous expression, his handsome face illuminated by a wistful gaze aimed at the flight attendant. Wang Guan mused to himself that with such experience, it was evident Yu Feibai often engaged in playful banter with attractive flight attendants. Nevertheless, his own anxiety was indeed somewhat alleviated. Wang Guan attentively listened, and the tension in his demeanor noticeably eased. Soon after, more passengers began to fill the cabin, and most seats were occupied. At that juncture, a flight attendant stood at the front with an item resembling a small backpack. "Dear passengers, welcome aboard. Please direct your attention to the demonstration of our safety equipment." Wang Guan paid particular attention during the briefing. Soon, the plane roared to life. Even with earplugs in place, Wang Guan could feel the resonating vibrations as the aircraft met the air, reminiscent of thunder. Fortunately, this sensation did not last long. Once the plane ascended to a higher altitude, it began to stabilize, with hardly any turbulence to be felt. "See, there is nothing to worry about," Yu Feibai reassured with calm confidence, displaying his seasoned experience. "If you remain uneasy, simply close your eyes and rest for 2 hours, and you'll find yourself in Shidu." "Understood." Wang Guan nodded, recognizing Yu Feibai's expertise in such matters and deciding to heed his advice. 2 hours, neither long nor short. Wang Guan closed his eyes to rejuvenate. In a drowsy state, he heard the flight attendant's sweet voice announcing their imminent landing at Shidu Airport. After circling for a moment, the plane descended with a thunderous roar, landing safely. With the assistance of a group of beautiful flight attendants, Wang Guan and Yu Feibai disembarked from the plane, collected their luggage, and entered the luxurious and spacious Shidu Airport. Outside the airport, buses, public transport, and taxis flowed like a river, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Grounded in reality, with lively scenes before his eyes and the familiar, yet foreign dialect of Sichuan in his ears, Wang Guan felt a unique sensation. This was indeed Shidu. Wang Guan gazed around with great curiosity. A city in 1 year, a town in 2, and Chengdu in 3 years, was how the ancients described the establishment of Shidu. In the vast historical landscape of China, Chengdu stands out as the only city whose site and name have remained unchanged since its founding. During the Western Han Dynasty, the brocade industry in Shidu was remarkably developed, leading to its monikers of Jingguan and Jin City. In the Tang Dynasty, Shidu's commerce flourished, being renowned alongside Yangzhou. Hence the phrase Yang Yi, Du Fu's famous couplet, "The window frames the snowy peaks of the west, the door moors ships from the east," vividly illustrated Chengdu's role as a bustling hub in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River and the cultural and economic center of the southwest, teeming with merchants and bustling traffic. Naturally, other accolades, such as the land of abundance and comparisons to the scenic regions of Jiangnan and Suzhou hang in the air. Familiar to all, perhaps the ancient prosperity does not signify much, yet present-day, Shidu remains a regional center for the southwestern provinces, affirming its stature and the fruits of economic development. This was the outskirts of Shidu, still a distance from the urban area. Yu Feibai remarked, waving gently as a taxi came to a halt before them. "Let us get in. First to Tianfu Square. We shall find a hotel to settle down. You're the host. You make the arrangements. I'll simply follow along, indulging in food and drink." Wang Guan chuckled as he cheerfully hopped into the back seat of the taxi. "Rest assured, I will ensure you feel right at home," Yu Feibai replied with a smile, taking the front seat and providing the address. The taxi driver nodded, pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Huangcheng West Hotel near Tianfu Square. By this time, it was already past 6 in the evening, and the sky had dimmed to a gray haze. Nevertheless, the entire city sparkled with lights, illuminating the streets as if it were still daytime. After spending a considerable part of the day traveling by plane and car, both men felt fatigued and lacked the enthusiasm to admire Chengdu's night scenery. They headed straight into the Huangcheng West Hotel and booked a suite for their stay. Once settled, Wang Guan dialed Gao Dequan's mobile to report their status. You've arrived? Settled in at the hotel? That's good. Since you made it to this place, make sure to enjoy your time. You can visit the Du Fu Thatch Cottage, the Wuhou Shrine, Qingyang Palace, and Wenshu Monastery, among other renowned historical sites, to immerse yourself in the cultural atmosphere. Wang Guan sensed that Gao Dequan had likely visited Chengdu before, as his descriptions were exceptionally detailed. Finally, he heard Gao Dequan add, by the way, being away from home can bring about various inconveniences. I have a few well-connected friends in Shudu, all prominent figures in the circle. In a moment, I shall share their contact numbers with you. If you find yourselves free, do pay them a visit. I will make the introductions and ensure they look after you. Thank you, Uncle Da. Wang Guan felt a surge of joy. Arriving in an unfamiliar place, he was somewhat unsettled. So having someone to look after him was indeed a comfort. All right then, I'll hang up. After a brief conversation, both parties concluded the call. Upon checking his phone balance, Wang Guan noticed that several dozen yuan had vanished in a thin air. How disheartening. After enjoying a hot shower in the suite and resting for an hour or two, Yu Feibai rejuvenated with vigor and cheerfully exclaimed, Wang Guan, let us go savor the authentic delicacies here and indulge our eyes as well. Indulge our eyes? What do you mean? Wang Guan inquired, puzzled. Oh, spare me the act. Yu Feibai grinned knowingly, a smile that resonated with unspoken understanding among men. Having seen countless delicate beauties in the porcelain capital, now that we are in Sichuan, it's only natural to admire the fiery maidens here. Let us go. Wang Guan immediately stood up. Youthful admiration is but a human inclination. There is no shame in it. Hey, that is a bit excessive. We should be mindful of our surroundings in public, Wang Guan whispered. What is there to fear? Admiring beautiful women is not a crime. If you don't look at them, they might take offense. Yu Feibai replied nonchalantly. Besides, I am merely appreciating the beauty of the world with pure intentions. There is nothing lewd about my thoughts. Such words require a measure of trust, Wang Guan chuckled. Just don't drool when the moment arises, or else I shall pretend not to know you. Am I that kind of person? Yu Feibai scoffed. Not long after, Wang Guan realized that Yu Feibai indeed was that kind of person. The nightlife in Sichuan was as bustling and vibrant as the day, with vehicles and pedestrians flowing like a river, weaving and converging on the expansive roads, creating a cacophony of human activity. In the streets and alleys, there were beautiful girls of myriad forms, their movements radiating youthfulness, their fair skin glowing with vitality. Even without makeup and dressed in ordinary clothes, they captivated the onlookers amidst the throngs of people, exuding an undeniable allure. Faced with these stunning sights, Wang Guan maintained a degree of restraint, rarely glancing sideways, merely stealing an occasional glance. In contrast, Yu Feibai was unabashedly bold, fixating on any target he found appealing. Had Wang Guan not held him back, he might have approached them directly. With features as exquisite as a painting and eyes as striking as black and white, radiating a lively charm, Wang Guan finally comprehended the essence of a captivating gaze, a kind of allure that seemed to sear the very soul. Do you see that? Do you see that? Yu Feibai exclaimed, nearly clutching his heart in excitement. That gaze is like Cupid's arrow, piercing through my heart. Spare me the theatrics. We've gone half the day without food. Aren't you hungry? Wang Guan rubbed his arms, feeling a chill run through him, adamantly refusing to admit he was envious. You don't comprehend my charm, Yu Feibai said, narcissistically brushing his hair back, beaming with delight. Today, I am in high spirits, whatever you desire to eat. Do not hesitate to speak up. It's on me. How absurd. You were the one who invited me, Wang Guan remarked with a smirk. Well, that's true, Yu Feibai replied, somewhat bashfully returning to a serious demeanor. Can you handle spicy food? The culinary delights of Sichuan are exquisite, but undoubtedly, the most renowned is the spicy hot pot. I can manage a bit, though not to the extent of the locals, Wang Guan quickly responded. As a southerner accustomed to the humid warmth of his region, he could tolerate some spice, but certainly not to the level of those from Sichuan who fear blandness. Understood. Yu Feibai chuckled. Then let us opt for a mild hot pot. Sichuan is indeed celebrated for its gastronomy, with local cuisine having evolved into a cultural phenomenon. Chengdu, in particular, stands as a culinary capital, brimming with delectable dishes. It is a common practice for visitors to indulge in hot pot upon arriving in Chengdu, which is somewhat linked to the region's damp climate, characterized by frequent rain and limited sunshine. Prolonged exposure to such a humid environment can be detrimental to health, prompting the ingenious locals to create hot pot, complemented by spicy and numbing ingredients that induce perspiration, thereby alleviating ailments. Especially for the fairer sex, indulging in spicy hot pot lends a rosy glow to their complexion, akin to a delicate application of rouge, captivating and charming. This led Wang Guan to harbor doubts about Yu Feibai's true intentions for dining out. Was it purely for the food, or perhaps to admire the lovely patrons? Regardless, he would not voice any objections. Strolling down a bustling street, one would encounter numerous hot pot establishments, appearing as though they were towering amidst the surroundings. To discern which restaurants served the finest hot pot, there was no need to consult names or seek recommendations. Simply follow the crowds and head towards the most vibrant locale. After a brief discussion, the two settled on the busiest and most thriving hot pot restaurant. Upon entering, they were met with a cacophony of sounds and a wave of warmth that enveloped them, akin to stepping into a furnace. The lively atmosphere, filled with the rich aroma of spices, was irresistible, causing their mouths to water in anticipation. Guided by a server, they ascended to a table by the window on the second floor. Yu Feibai, familiar with the menu, ordered the hot pot base and an array of accompaniments. Once the server departed, he became restless, his keen eyes scanning the bustling crowd, seeking out beautiful women. Look over there, third row, seventh table, long hair, floral dress. Such grace and elegance, a quintessential beauty of Suzhou and Hangzhou. And in the fifth row, third table, short hair with skin so luminous. It seems like a mere touch would cause it to burst. In a moment, Yu Feibai resembled a commanding general, passionately surveying the landscape, meticulously cataloging the charming women scattered throughout the second-floor hall. At that instant, Wang Guan couldn't help but feel admiration. While appreciating beauty may not be a remarkable skill, the ability to discern attractive individuals amidst the noise and throngs of hundreds was indeed impressive. Indeed, Yu Feibai replied, somewhat smugly, I have been complimented before, with some claiming my eyes possessed the clarity of a hawk's. I can only imagine how Uncle Do would scold you for being so frivolous. Wang Guan chuckled. He has long since admonished me. Yu Feibai sighed and said with a wry smile. Uncle Do once mentioned that if I possessed even half the ability to appreciate antiques as I do in discerning beauty, I would have long since established myself in the field. This statement held undeniable truth. Wang Guan concurred, adding, in fact, upon closer inspection, one can observe that antiques and beautiful women share a similar allure. However, while antiques possess beauty, they remain inanimate, lacking the vivacity and engaging conversation that a woman can provide. Yu Feibai, touching his nose, remarked, do not tell me you're the type who is infatuated with antiques, preferring them over beautiful women. Of course not. Wang Guan chuckled lightly. I'm still young. Perhaps in a few decades, I might adopt the mindset you describe. Who isn't? Yu Feibai responded, resonating with the sentiment, and added with a soft laugh. When I reach the age of Mr. Qian, I suspect anyone who dares to mention beautiful women in my presence will find themselves at odds with me. Amidst their banter, the server brought forth the hot pot, placing several plates of meat and baskets of vegetables before them before retreating. Meanwhile, the broth bubbled and released a tantalizing aroma that was utterly enticing. Let's drink, Wang Guan proposed. As they were away from home and not attending a formal banquet, they ordered 3 bottles of beer, merely to toast their occasion. For over an hour, they reveled in a lively atmosphere, appreciating beauty while toasting and indulging in their meal, leaving thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 95. A Tour of Shiduta. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Wang Guan awoke and ventured into the hall. Pulling back the curtains, he was surprised to discover that it was raining outside. A gentle breeze accompanied the soft drizzle, which fell like silken threads, refreshing and delightful. This fine rain was so subtle that it descended quietly during the tranquil night, barely noticeable. As the wind enters the night, it nourishes the world without sound. At this moment, Wang Guan began to understand the sentiments expressed by Du Fu during his time in Shidu. What poetry can one compose so early in the morning? Just then Yu Feibai, having awakened, emerged slowly, his eyes still bleary. Suddenly, a chill wind swept in, causing him to shiver and fully awaken. It's raining, he realized. Given that Shidu is naturally rainy, especially now as winter approaches. Rain was no surprise. It was fortunate that snow had not fallen. Wang Guan inquired with a smile, "So, where are we headed first today?" They had already discussed their plans the previous night, deciding to visit various scenic spots before exploring the antique market. "Since you just recited Du Fu's poetry, our first stop should undoubtedly be the Du Fu Thatched Cottage," Yu Feibai suggested. The Du Fu Thatched Cottage, also known as the Huanhua Cottage, the Ministry of Works Cottage, and the Shaolin Cottage, is situated along the Huanhua Creek in the western suburbs of Shidu. Legend has it that this was where Du Fu resettled during his time of wandering. However, whether this is indeed the exact location remains uncertain. It is worth noting that after Du Fu left Shidu, the cottage fell into disrepair. During the Five Dynasties period, the poet Wei Zhuang discovered the ruins of this cottage, rebuilt the thatched hut, and restored the cottage. Since then, it has undergone numerous renovations across different eras. Thus, whether the current cottage is the same as the one Du Fu inhabited is a mystery only he could clarify. In those days, Du Fu resided in a humble thatched cottage, which is why it earned the name Chaodang. However, this locale has now transformed into a resplendent museum. Presently, the entirety of the Du Fu Chaodang encompasses nearly 300 acres, including the former site of the cottage, the Mei Garden, and Chaodang Temple. Within the original site of the cottage, one can find a wall, the main gate, the Grand Hall, the Poetry History Hall, the Firewood Gate, and the Ministry of Works Shrine, all arranged in meticulous order. This architectural style could be described as a harmonious blend of Suzhou and Hangzhou garden artistry. Truly breathtaking and opulent. One can easily surmise that had Du Fu been affluent, he would not have led such a tumultuous life. Naturally, such matters are seldom questioned, and no one raises objections. Furthermore, if the renowned Du Fu Chaodang were merely a dilapidated thatched hut, many would surely lament their misjudgment and demand refunds. Therefore, in matters of mutual consent, it is best not to dwell excessively. After all, Wang Guan, upon arriving at Du Fu Chaodang, chose to remain silent, quietly appreciating the elegant vistas within the museum. Among all the sights, Wang Guan was particularly delighted to discover that the Chaodang houses works from esteemed artists such as Qi Baishe, Su Beihong, Fu Baoshe, and Pan Tianshou, among other renowned modern painters. In fact, the purpose of his visit to Du Fu Chaodang was specifically to view these masterpieces. Yu Feibai remarked with a smile. The real interest of the entire Chaodang lies in these works. Wang Guan nodded gently, absorbing the artistic essence of these creations while attentively admiring the masterpieces. Although the aura of these works may not be abundant due to their relatively recent origins, he was determined not to overlook even the slightest detail. After admiring the distinguished artworks, the two continued their exploration, visiting Chaodang Temple and Huanhua Shrine in succession. By the time they concluded their tour of Du Fu Chaodang, it was already midday. Following a meal at a restaurant, they swiftly made their way to the Wuhou Shrine. To enter the Wuhou Shrine, one must first traverse Jinli. Legend has it that Jinli is one of the oldest streets in Shu history, brimming with commercial spirit, renowned since the Qin and Han dynasties and the Three Kingdoms period. Today, Jinli, in proximity to the Wuhou Shrine, encapsulates the essence of life in the Shu capital, boasting tea houses, inns, restaurants, bars, opera stages, local delicacies, crafts, and specialties that vividly showcase the unique charm of the local customs and culture. Yet, after strolling through Jinli and paying homage at the Wuhou Shrine, Wang Guan felt a tinge of regret. While the area was indeed bustling and prosperous, it lacked the profound resonance he once felt while reciting Du Fu's poem, The Prime Minister. Where shall I seek the Prime Minister's shrine? Beyond the city of Jin. The cypress trees rise tall. The commander perished before his triumph, leaving heroes with tears that stain their garments. In Wang Guan's memory, the shrine of Zhuge Liang should, even if not desolate, be nestled among verdant hills and clear waters, gazing into the vastness of the heavens, befitting of Zhuge Liang's humble origins as a commoner in Nanyang. His 3 visits to the thatched cottage, and the serene grandeur of strategizing the division of the realm. With a sense of nostalgia, he concluded his visit to the Wuhou Shrine, and before he knew it, night had fallen, marking the end of a day well spent. In the subsequent 2 days, under the guidance of Yu Feibai, Wang Guan whimsically traversed renowned tourist attractions such as Wenshu Monastery, Quanzhai Alley, Qingyang Palace, and Zhaoju Temple. During this time, they indulged in a plethora of local delicacies and made a special trip to partake in the splendid and resplendent Shu brocade and Shu embroidery. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, the two, having made sufficient preparations, boldly set their sights on the Songxian Bridge. According to legend, a scholar, while strolling across the Mobi River Bridge at dawn, was witnessed by a passerby who exclaimed that this scholar was none other than Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals, who had come to admire the lanterns and flowers. In the car, Yu Fei Bai recounted the tale of Songxian Bridge. From that moment on, the Mobi River Bridge was forever known as the Encountering Immortals Bridge and the Sending Immortals Bridge. This subsequently gave rise to numerous mythical stories, including those of He Xinggu and Lan Caihe. Naturally, with one immortal present, the others could not be far behind. Wang Guan chuckled, recalling that just yesterday at Qingyang Palace, the Taoists had claimed that Laozi had cultivated there, asserting that Qingyang was his incarnation. He dismissed such legends, stating that they were merely here to explore the antique market, not to delve into mythology. Yu Fei Bai waved his hand excitedly, declaring that this place was on par with Lulikang in Beijing, Panjiayuan, the Drum Tower Street in Tianjin, and Chang'an Academy, brimming with treasures that must not be left empty-handed. Not long after, the two arrived at the Songxian Bridge Antique Market. Nestled between Qingyang Palace and Du Fu's thatched cottage, it stands in close proximity to the Sichuan Museum. However, the two had been preoccupied with sightseeing and had exercised restraint, resisting temptation until now. They now felt like gold miners free from worries, diving into the bustling market with a fervent spirit. The antique market spans over 20,000 square meters, with a main building encompassing 3 floors divided into 5 zones. Antiques, porcelain, calligraphy and painting, industrial products, and Ming and Qing furniture, featuring over 1,000 shops. As the largest antique art city in southwest China, Songxian Bridge offers an unimaginable array of antiquities, jewelry, and jade. The 4 treasures of the study, inscriptions and paintings, ancient books, contemporary furniture, woven art, hand-embroidered batik, Yixing clay, teapots, and root carvings of ebony. Everything one could envision is available in abundance. At just past 9 in the morning, throngs of treasure hunters were already streaming into the antique market. Groups of collectors and tourists lingered before various ancient artifacts, renowned artworks, and numerous stalls, either admiring the items or haggling directly with the vendors. The lively atmosphere truly showcased the charm of antiques. As Wang Guan wandered amidst the throng, he felt dazzled and gradually began to lose his sense of direction. With the plethora of antique stalls and shops overwhelming him, he found it difficult to decide where to begin. "All right, follow me," Yu Fei Bai said, cracking his knuckles. "Let us get started." Wang Guan, following suit, added, "By the way, Uncle had mentioned a few days ago that he has a friend who runs an antique shop here. Shall we pay a visit?" "No problem," Yu Fei Bai nodded. Regardless, he had resolved to linger in the antique market for the foreseeable future. After a while, noticing Yu Fei Bai meandering through the bustling market, Wang Guan could not help but inquire, "What are you searching for?" "The antique shop that made me lose my discernment," Yu Fei Bai replied sheepishly. "However, it has been quite some time, and I cannot recall its exact location." Wang Guan was left speechless, never having anticipated that Yu Fei Bai harbored such a grudge. "Ah, here it is, Yongfa," he exclaimed. "Is it truly that serious?" Wang Guan shook his head and offered a fair observation. "It's quite common to mistakenly purchase items or misjudge their era. Besides, perhaps the shopkeeper was also misled and had no idea that the item was a replica from the Republic of China era. I can endure the ridicule. After all, I have made my share of blunders too." Yu Fei Bai clenched his teeth and retorted, "But because of this, the old man believed the slander and cut off my source of funding. I endured 2 years of poverty, 2 entire years. Do you have any idea how torturous it is to watch many fine objects sway before your eyes, yet be unable to purchase them?" "I think it turned out rather well," Wang Guan chuckled. "At the very least, your appreciation skills have greatly improved, and you've learned the virtues of perseverance and restraint. It can be considered a blessing in disguise." "Humph," Yu Fei Bai scoffed. Upon noticing the curious glances from others, Wang Guan quickly advised in a hushed tone, "If you wish to reclaim your honor, do so discreetly. We wouldn't want to cause a scene that might lead others to think we are here seeking revenge or attempting theft, prompting them to call the police." "What kind of gaze is that? Have they ever encountered such a handsome robber?" Yu Fei Bai's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily tugged at Wang Guan and hurried into the antique shop. Upon entering, Wang Guan surveyed the space, which turned out to be quite expansive, at least 30 to 40 square meters, featuring several rows of glass display cases and wooden shelves. The shop was well stocked with a variety of items, including jade artifacts, ceramics, calligraphy, paintings, and assorted ornaments, all meticulously categorized and arranged for easy visibility. Simultaneously, Wang Guan noted the advantageous location of the shop, situated beside a crossroads where foot traffic from the antique market was plentiful. Hence, The business appeared to be thriving, as he observed 2 or 3 other patrons browsing alongside himself and Yu Fei Bai. A middle-aged man, resembling the shopkeeper, accompanied by 2 young employees, was enthusiastically attending to customers with patience and explanations, momentarily oblivious to Wang Guan and Yu Fei Bai. "Now, how do you plan to reclaim your honor?" Wang Guan inquired with a slight smile. "The antique shop is substantial, and the proprietor, being in business, surely possesses a discerning eye. It is unlikely that there would be many overlooked items available for the taking. Moreover, putting aside Yu Fei Bai's appraisal skills, even if there are hidden treasures among the thousands of antiques here, discovering them would undoubtedly require significant time and effort." Yu Fei Bai pondered this reasoning and began to hesitate. Just then, one of the employees, having finished attending to a customer, approached them briskly with a beaming smile. "Welcome, gentlemen. May I inquire if you have set your sights on any particular antiques?" Still perusing the wares, Wang Guan casually inquired about their intentions. The shop assistant enthusiastically elaborated. "We have jade, ceramics, and calligraphy. No rush. We shall take a look first," Wang Guan replied with a smile. "Very well, feel free to browse. And do not hesitate to call me should you need assistance," the shop assistant responded, just as several other customers entered, prompting him to greet them promptly. At that moment, Wang Guan softly asked, "Have you made up your mind? What do you intend to do?" "Forget it," Yu Fei Bai sighed wryly and shook his head. "I understand that the chance of finding a hidden treasure is exceedingly slim. I have come merely to resign myself to the reality." "How pitiable," Wang Guan chuckled. "Let us explore together. If it proves futile, we can decisively retreat and try our luck elsewhere. We need not be hung up on this one tree." "That sounds reasonable." Yu Fei Bai nodded, his gaze shifting to a display of porcelain. After a moment's observation, he remarked, "These pieces are clearly modern reproductions. Why was I unable to discern that back then, and fell prey so easily?" "This only attests to your improved discernment," Wang Guan replied with a smile. "Were it I would struggle to identify these porcelain pieces as replicas. Who would I deceive?" Yu Fei Bai shook his head in disbelief. "If you choose not to believe, then so be it," Wang Guan laughed. "Such is the peculiarity of life. Often, the truth goes unacknowledged." As they continued to browse leisurely, Yu Fei Bai soon sighed. Songxian Bridge truly deserves its reputation as one of the top 10 antique markets in the country. "What prompted this sudden assertion?" Wang Guan inquired curiously. "You are correct. In the past, I lacked understanding, but after 2 years of learning from Mr. Qian and Uncle Da, my appraisal skills have indeed improved significantly." Yu Fei Bai chuckled softly. "I cannot fathom how you fail to see that in this store, 1 in 10 items is authentic, compared to other places where the entirety is counterfeit. The likelihood of acquiring genuine antiques here is considerably higher." "Indeed, that sounds quite plausible," Wang Guan mused, finding himself in agreement. He also considered that the relative abundance of authentic items at Songxian Bridge attracts many treasure seekers, creating a bustling atmosphere that draws even more attention, thereby enriching the market's vitality. The thriving commerce inevitably invites a myriad of antique dealers, further enhancing the chances of uncovering genuine artifacts. Thus, this positive cycle imbues Songxian Bridge antique market with an invigorating spirit. After reflecting on this, Wang Guan smiled and suggested, "We have browsed sufficiently. You should procure a mix of genuine and counterfeit items to gauge the owner's expertise. Who knows, you might just pull it off." "That's a splendid idea." Yu Fei Bai's eyes brightened as he promptly set about executing the plan, selecting 4 or 5 fakes and mingling them with 1 genuine antique. He approached the counter to negotiate with the shop owner. "How much for these items?" he inquired. "Ah, it's you, my young friend. No wonder you seem so familiar." The shop owner responded with an even warmer smile, cheerfully adding, "I am grateful for your continued patronage, since the young brother often visits. He must be aware that our antique shop has always upheld fair pricing, devoid of deceit, and will never mislead customers. Sometimes, purchasing antiques requires a battle of wits, where one's discerning eye determines the victor. If one makes a wise choice, it reflects a unique perspective and personal skill. Conversely, if one errs, there is no one to blame. After all, one is well aware of the depths of the antique market, yet still chooses to venture in. Thus, one should be mentally prepared for such an undertaking." "Boss, what is the actual price of this item?" After some polite exchanges, Yu Fei Bai lifted a small, exquisite walnut intricately carved with the image of Mithra Buddha, whose endearing visage was indeed quite delicate. "This amount," the shopkeeper replied with an even broader grin, gradually extending 5 fingers. 50? Yu Fei Bai decided to feign ignorance. "I meant 500, the shopkeeper responded, unfazed, and continued with a cheerful demeanor. "Young brother, we operate on a modest scale, so you cannot bargain too harshly." If you genuinely wish to purchase it, I could let it go for 50. Wang Guan, observing quietly from the side, could hardly contain his astonishment. The walnut's design was clearly stamped by a machine and would be valued at most 5 yuan in a typical craft store. Yet here it was priced at 500, with the audacity to claim it was not expensive. 450? That's too high. Yu Feibai shook his head with discontent and proceeded to inquire about another item. What about this pen holder? The pen holder appeared antiquated and rustic, adorned with intricate depictions of figures and flowers, seemingly reminiscent of ancient artifacts. However, Wang Guan recognized that this pen holder was not an ancient piece. It could barely be classified as modern, being at most a few weeks old, with its color still somewhat verdant, indicating the moisture had yet to evaporate completely. Yet, in the shopkeeper's words, it transformed into a masterpiece from a Republican-era master. With an initial asking price of 20,000, Yu Feibai did not rush to respond, continuing to ask about each item until he finally revealed his primary target, a delicate brush holder stand made of blue and white porcelain. Boss, how much is this? Yu Feibai feigned indifference. I say, young brother. At this moment, the shopkeeper's eyes glimmered with amusement. After leisurely sipping a cup of tea, he finally remarked, after all this circling, it seems you have your sights set on this brush holder stand. Both Yu Feibai and Wang Guan were momentarily taken aback, silently cursing in their minds. What a cunning old fox. The shopkeeper, in his middle years, did not appear old, maintaining a warm smile throughout. However, in the eyes of Wang Guan and Yu Feibai, such an expression was unmistakably the hallmark of a sly fox. Clearly, young brother, you are an expert. So let us speak candidly, the shopkeeper said, picking up the brush holder stand and smiling. This piece originates from the official kiln during the Guangxu era of the Qing dynasty. Its texture is solid and dense, and its condition is impeccable, truly a fine specimen. An asking price of 10,000 is not unreasonable, is it? Yu Feibai's emotions were exceedingly complex. Initially, he had hoped to navigate this situation with subterfuge, only to be seen through by the shopkeeper, which was quite embarrassing. How about 2,000? Beside them, Wang Guan observed the situation with a rather open mind. According to the original plan, he aimed to gauge the shopkeeper's expertise, and having ascertained that the individual indeed possessed genuine talent and knowledge, he proceeded to negotiate. With a swift motion, he pulled Yu Feibai aside and took a seat before the shopkeeper, chuckling lightly. This brush rest appears quite commendable, yet it hardly warrants a price of 10,000. Moreover, considering the dispersion of the blue and white glaze, it seems improbable that it dates back to the Guangxu era. I suspect it to be a product of the Republic of China period. 2,000 is a very reasonable offer. Ah, so you truly are an expert. The shopkeeper replied with a smile, unfazed by the haggling, for the counteroffer indicated a genuine intent to purchase. After all, why waste each other's time otherwise? Wang Guan waved his hand modestly, saying, I wouldn't claim to be an expert, merely someone who has acquired a bit of knowledge. If I err in my assertions, I hope you won't take offense. Chapter 98. An unexpected blunder, it's not a matter of offense, but rather an opportunity for discussion, the shopkeeper said, a glint of cunning in his eyes. You just mentioned that this piece is from the Republic period, yet I beg to differ. During that tumultuous time of war and unrest, it is unlikely that the kilns could produce such exquisite items. The shopkeeper's argument was somewhat strained. Wang Guan chuckled. By your logic, then, all those exquisite porcelain pieces from the Republic era must be forgeries. While it is true that porcelain from the Guangxu period represents a revival amidst the decline of late Qing porcelain craftsmanship, the official kiln's wares are typically thicker and possess a fine, pristine quality, with many notable masterpieces. However, in my view, although this piece is commendable, it is certainly not produced by the Guangxu official kiln. At that moment, Wang Guan picked up the brush rest, scrutinizing it intently before remarking, look here. It appears substantial and finely crafted. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous small brown specks, indicating a deficiency in craftsmanship. Although the piece is of decent quality, it undoubtedly falls short when compared to the Guangxu official kiln's creations. Conversely, the folk kilns of the Republic era, driven by self-sufficiency, managed to produce quite a number of commendable items. Wang Guan continued eloquently, of course, considering the proximity in time between Guangxu and the Republic. If you assert that this piece was crafted on the last day of Guangxu, I won't contest that. In fact, I might as well claim it to be from the Xianfeng period. The shopkeeper, bemused, replied, haha, my friend, let us not dwell on this debate any longer. Wang Guan smiled lightly. Whether it's late Qing or the Republic, it's merely a matter of a few decades. The brush rest bears no inscription. So your claim of late Qing and my assertion of the Republic merely affect the price. Regardless, this piece is certainly not from an official kiln. If you insist on a price of 10,000, I can only express my regrets. Very well, let us cease the argument. I shall concede a bit and offer it for 9,000, the shopkeeper said readily. Good sir, that hardly qualifies as a concession. It barely amounts to half a step back. Wang Guan chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. If you take a step back, I shall advance as well. Let's settle on 2001. My young friend, you are being quite unkind, the shopkeeper retorted with a shake of his head, displeased. I have lowered my price by 1,000, and you increase yours by a mere 100. Are you attempting to play me for a fool? Wang Guan was taken aback by the shopkeeper's sudden mention of Trump, feeling somewhat perplexed, yet he managed to grasp the underlying meaning. Subsequently, without further ado, the two engaged in a prolonged tug-of-war, exchanging offers for nearly 10 minutes. Indeed, haggling is an art of compromise, a mutual probing of each other's psychological limits. It is a test of patience. The first to falter loses. 5,000. The shopkeeper finally fixed his stance on this price, unwavering. Observing this, Wang Guan furrowed his brow, rose from his seat, and softly inquired, 5,000. Are you willing? Is there a mistake? Yu Feibai whispered. Certainly not. Wang Guan shook his head. I simply find the item appealing, and it would pair wonderfully with the exquisite Koei Xing inkstone and renowned ancient ink, thus forming a harmonious scholar's set, which is why I endeavored to negotiate the price. Well then, let us use a card. Yu Feibai sighed deeply, feeling resigned as he instructed the shopkeeper to wrap the brush rest. Noticing the situation, the shopkeeper remarked, Young man, do not feel it is overpriced. This piece is undoubtedly from the late Qing dynasty. 5,000 is exceedingly reasonable. If it weren't for my fondness for you too, I would never part with it. At that moment, Wang Guan, seizing Yu Feibai's arm, shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. What is wrong? Yu Feibai queried, somewhat bewildered. After they exited and made the payment, he expressed his puzzlement. He managed to deceive me into thinking a Republic-era item was a genuine Ming Dynasty relic. Now, to voice my grievances seems futile. You would only expose your own shortcomings, making yourself a target for ridicule, Wang Guan replied softly. Moreover, are you truly certain that you purchased a counterfeit here before? Above the entrance of the antique shop they had just exited, a prominent sign displayed the character Yong in an elegant, archaic script, exuding a sense of antiquity. However, the words Xianfeng Antique Shop behind it were comparatively smaller, albeit clearly legible in standard typography. Yet, it was indeed Xianfeng Antique Shop, not the Yongfa Antique Shop that Yu Feibai had mentioned. This discrepancy could only arise from two possibilities. Either Yu Feibai misremembered, confusing Yongfeng for Yongfa, or he had mistakenly conflated the two establishments. Wang Guan, with a hint of amusement, suggested, reflect on the shop's arrangement. Does it resemble what you recall from years past? Especially the shopkeeper. Could he be the same person who once duped you? Well, Yu Feibai frowned, deep in thought, hesitating as he replied, it seems, perhaps, that it might not be the same place. I merely saw the character Yong and rushed over. After all this time, remembering the shop's name is already commendable. Besides, the arrangement within the shop can change at will. As for the shopkeeper, he certainly is not the same as before. That it appears you were mistaken, Wang Guan noted, seemingly relieved. It does seem that way, Yu Feibai admitted, his face flushing with embarrassment, feeling quite foolish for having made such a blunder. Wang Guan chuckled softly. Fortunately, you didn't voice your complaints earlier. Otherwise, it would have been quite the spectacle. Enough of this. Let us depart swiftly, he urged. Yu Feibai felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, urging Wang Guan to leave this awkward place. However, Wang Guan remained motionless, displaying a peculiar expression, and slowly remarked, Feibai, do you recall what I mentioned earlier? Uncle Da has a friend who owns an antique shop here. Yu Feibai, bewildered, blinked and soon turned pale, exclaiming in horror. Please do not tell me that the name of this shop is Yongfeng. Although it was a mere coincidence, the reality was indeed as such. Wang Guan chuckled heartily. If there is no other Yongfeng antique shop in the entire market, then it must be this one. Feeling both embarrassed and anxious, Yu Feibai could not help but complain. Why didn't you inform me sooner? What could I have said? Wang Guan replied with a smile. You kept murmuring Yongfa, which sounded familiar to me. Without uttering a word or even clearly seeing the sign, you dragged me in. For a moment, Yu Feibai was at a loss for words. But in the blink of an eye, he felt relieved, his face lighting up as he said, Fortunately, we mentioned nothing earlier. Besides, we purchased something, which should offend anyone, right? Indeed, Wang Guan laughed, and Uncle Da's friend does not know who we are. If you feel embarrassed, We could even pretend to be oblivious and refrain from visiting him. That's unnecessary, Yu Feibai countered pragmatically. Given the circumstances, Uncle De's friend is indeed quite knowledgeable. A formal visit would not only be courteous, but also an opportunity for further inquiry and exchange, which would be beneficial for us. Wait. As Wang Guan turned to leave, Yu Feibai quickly reached out to stop him, feeling somewhat shy. How about we take another round, perhaps buy some gifts, and then pay a visit? That sounds good. Wang Guan nodded with a smile, understanding Yu Feibai's reluctance. Since there was still ample time, they could leisurely explore the antique market, as they might stumble upon some remarkable items. At that moment, a figure quietly approached, cautiously saying, "Brothers, I have some old items. Would you care to take a look?" The two men were taken aback. In truth, they had already braced themselves for such an encounter, as the bustling market was bound to attract a mix of people, including those with dubious intentions who might seize the opportunity for unscrupulous dealings. Wang Guan remained calm, believing it prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble, while Yu Feibai clenched his fists, ready to deliver a stern lesson to the man. As for the consequences, with Yu Feibai's background, what was there to fear? Surely, the moment his identity was revealed, chaos would ensue throughout Shidu. Fortunately, the man's words timely averted a potential disturbance. It turned out he was merely attempting to lure customers with his wares. Wang Guan and Yu Feibai exchanged glances, intrigued. The antique market was vast, and it was likely that some items of questionable provenance existed. Perhaps there were goods unsuitable for display in the shop, prompting private transactions instead. Wang Guan and Yu Feibai had just emerged from an antique shop, their hands laden with items that clearly indicated them as potential buyers. Naturally, it wasn't long before someone approached them to gauge their interest. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Guan inquired softly, "Are those antiques genuine relics or mere replicas?" The term replicas refers to items freshly unearthed, though in such a public setting, he opted for a more refined expression. "Replicas? What do you mean?" The man paused, bewildered, and replied, "All my antiques are genuine, authentic pieces." If he were not feigning ignorance, it suggested he was not well versed in the field. Wang Guan and Yu Feibai carefully observed him, concluding that he did not appear to be putting on airs. Thus, if the man's claims about his antiques were false, he was likely just a novice or a petty swindler trying to deceive the uninformed, rather than a seasoned tomb raider, as they had imagined. Despite sensing that the opportunity for a bargain was slim, Yu Feibai held a glimmer of hope and asked, "Where are these antiques you speak of?" "We prefer not to travel far." "Not far at all, just at the tea house," the man replied with a smile, promptly leading the way. Wang Guan and Yu Feibai followed closely behind, engaging in hushed conversation. If he is not a grave robber, he could be part of a more opportunistic group, Yu Feibai remarked with a smile. Of course, there is also the possibility that he is simply an unknowledgeable member of the community who thinks us naive enough to fool. The term grave robber refers to those who excavate tombs for treasure, while gorilla denotes individuals in the antique trade who do not own shops but travel to rural areas to procure goods, which they then sell to various merchants, a colloquial term for middlemen. It is also feasible that the man is a professional con artist, perceiving Wang Guan and Yu Feibai as young and impressionable, intending to deceive them with counterfeit items. Regardless of the scenario, both felt a bit weary, and a respite at the tea house for a cup of tea to soothe their throats seemed appealing. Wang Guan chuckled as they walked, eventually arriving at a quaint tea house. This establishment boasted an excellent location, built alongside the river. Ascending to the second floor, they were greeted with a picturesque view of swaying willows and lush greenery, exuding a certain elegance. "This way, please," the guide said warmly, leading them to a small, window-side room on the second floor. The room was charmingly adorned, with bamboo woven into a rustic fence-like design, separated from other small rooms. Antique-style tables and chairs were tastefully arranged, and delicate beaded curtains added to the vintage ambience. Within this cozy space sat a slender young man, who, upon seeing their guide approach, quickly rose to greet him. "Sixth brother," he called out. The man nodded, giving the young man a knowing glance before smiling and saying, "Monkey, these two gentlemen are interested in our items. Please bring them out for their inspection." "Of course," the young man replied eagerly, bending down to retrieve a small travel case from beneath the table, which he deftly placed on the surface. "Please, gentlemen, take a seat and peruse at your leisure." Sixth brother lifted the teapot and poured 2 cups of steaming tea, then smiled warmly, saying, "Come, let us savor a cup of tea before examining the items. Once you find something of interest, we can negotiate." Wang Guan and Yu Feibai, not wishing to appear rude, seated themselves comfortably and accepted the tea offered by sixth brother. Yet, they held their cups with a degree of suspicion, refraining from taking a sip, merely posing with the cups in hand. Sixth brother chuckled lightly, choosing not to comment further. Instead, he adjusted the small leather case, unzipped it, and gently flipped open the lid, gesturing for them to take a look. "Gentlemen, all the items are here. Please have a look." The phrase "have a look" sounded somewhat awkward. At that moment, however, Wang Guan had no inclination to correct sixth brother's grammatical misstep. He was instead engrossed in examining the contents of the case. Upon inspection, he found a small rectangular leather case, about a meter long, lined with soft cloth at the bottom, upon which lay a collection of coins, bead strings, cups, and various trinkets. At first glance, each item appeared either heavily tarnished or rather antiquated, giving the impression of having been around for quite some time. However, both Wang Guan and Yu Feibai furrowed their brows in slight disappointment after just a cursory glance, feeling as though their time had been wasted. It was hardly surprising they felt this way. The items were so patently counterfeit that their lack of sincerity was evident at first sight. Nevertheless, sixth brother remained oblivious to their discontent, enthusiastically proclaiming, "To be honest, these items were collected from the countryside. Initially, we intended to sell them to an antique shop for a profit. However, the shopkeepers offered too little. Selling to them would mean a loss for us." He continued with a genuine, affable smile. "Thus, my brothers and I decided to market them ourselves. It seems fate has brought us together. Feel free to browse. And whatever catches your eye, we shall offer at a 20% discount." This statement contained a paradox. The items bore no fixed prices, and sixth brother could arbitrarily assign a value, making the difference between an 80% or a 10% discount virtually inconsequential. Yu Feibai stifled a slight laugh, lazily remarking, "You mentioned these items were collected from the countryside?" "Indeed," sixth brother nodded, sighing. "You too are perceptive. You must understand that gathering such items is no easy task, especially in remote, impoverished areas where vehicles like cars and motorcycles cannot reach. Often, one must walk for days and nights to reach these places." Observing the weariness etched on sixth brother's face, one could almost sense the hardships he had endured. Unfortunately, Yu Feibai had likely heard similar tales countless times before and remained unmoved, his expression somewhat indifferent as he remarked coolly, "I suspect these items were not sourced from the countryside at all. Rather, they seem to originate from Singapore." "Singapore?" Sixth brother and the lean youth were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how Yu Feibai had linked the conversation to such a place. They were unfamiliar with the jargon. Wang Guan discreetly whispered an explanation, recognizing that Singapore was a homophone for new fake. Yu Feibai was mocking the fact that everything within the case was both counterfeit and of inferior quality. Simultaneously, Wang Guan exchanged glances with Yu Feibai, signaling him to refrain from further comments to avoid any potential confrontation. After all, in this unfamiliar place, it is wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Subsequently, Wang Guan set down his teacup and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Esteemed sixth brother, traversing through wind and rain to provide for one's family is indeed arduous. However, we cannot ascertain the value of these items. It would be best if you kept them to yourself." Wang Guan endeavored to express his refusal diplomatically, hoping that the sixth brother would comprehend his underlying message. Yet, Wang Guan overlooked the fact that the other party was not part of their circle, rendering his subtle refusal akin to playing music to a cow. How could one be uncertain? At that moment, the lean young man opposite him, in a state of mild desperation, reached for a cream-colored ornament and murmured, "Look closely. This is ivory." "Ivory?" Yu Feibai, who stood nearby, scoffed derisively, retorting that it is crafted from synthetic resin and talcum powder, molded into shape. "If you desire such ivory, I can provide as much as you wish." In an instant, the lean young man was taken aback, his expression darkening gradually. Beside him, the formerly jovial sixth brother also lost his smile, and the atmosphere grew tense. "Please do not misunderstand," Wang Guan interjected, attempting to diffuse the situation. He was previously deceived by faux ivory, so upon seeing similar items, he assumes them to be fake. Wang Guan continued with a reassuring smile, "In truth, these items do appear quite splendid. It is merely that they do not align with our preferences." His words were more palatable, and sixth brother's demeanor softened as he began to grasp Wang Guan's intent. He fell silent, closing the suitcase, preparing to depart. "Wait." At this juncture, Wang Guan, feeling a twinge of guilt, produced 5 red bills and laid them before sixth brother. Startled, sixth brother seemed to comprehend the implication immediately, furrowing his brow with a hint of anger, and replied sternly, "Brother, we are merely trying to make a living. We are not involved in illicit activities." The lean young man nodded vigorously, his expression tense. After all, with recent changes above, The new officials were known for their fervor, and while they typically engaged in minor scrapes, a serious confrontation could lead to dire consequences. Ah, sixth brother, you have misunderstood, Wang Guan chuckled. What you said earlier is quite accurate. Our meeting is indeed a matter of fate. Should this transaction not come to fruition, we can still foster a friendship. Sixth brother. The lean young man felt a flicker of temptation. While 500 yuan was not a substantial amount, it could afford them a few days of indulgence. Fool! This money is too hot to handle. How could one accept it? Sixth brother glared fiercely, still retaining some rationality, knowing that taking the money would solidify their culpability and potentially lead to trouble. Wang Guan seemed to grasp sixth brother's concerns and suddenly smiled. In truth, I have my eye on a small trinket within the suitcase that I wish to purchase. This was clearly an offer of an escape. The lean young man glanced at sixth brother and boldly inquired, "What trinket?" "Anything will do," Wang Guan replied with a casual smile. "All the items in the case are exquisite. Any one of them will suffice." Sixth brother. The lean young man looked once more at sixth brother. This was a mutually agreeable transaction, a perfectly reasonable excuse, and even if the police arrived, they would have no grounds against them. At that moment, the last shred of doubt in sixth brother's eyes dissipated entirely. He waved his hand and said, "What are you dawdling for? Quickly open the box and let the guests choose their items." The slender young man promptly reopened the box with enthusiasm, placing it before Wang Guan. Wang Guan casually glanced at the contents, then picked up a string of dull, unremarkable bracelets, tossing them onto the table without a second thought, and smiled. "This is the one." Upon closer inspection, sixth brother and the slender young man realized that the bracelet was one they had purchased at a street stall for just a few coins. They became even more convinced that Wang Guan was there to generously offer them money to alleviate their troubles. Although neither of them were part of the underworld, the arrival of unexpected financial assistance was not something to be rejected. Moreover, this transaction was mutually agreeable. They were not attempting to deceive anyone, so there were no lingering concerns. It would be foolish to ignore such a fortunate opportunity. "Brother, this friend of yours, I am determined to keep." With a smile now gracing his face, sixth brother casually tucked away 500 yuan into his pocket, picked up the leather suitcase, and left with the slender young man. They felt triumphant, never anticipating that they had encountered a simpleton. "Keep it down, let us find the next target." As they descended the staircase, various local dialects filled the air. Even though Wang Guan and Yu Fei Bai could not comprehend the words, they could sense the joy within the sounds. Wang Guan pondered whether it was necessary to be so accommodating to these mere ruffians. At that moment, Yu Fei Bai furrowed his brows and remarked, "Had you not intervened just now, with a simple phone call, I could have ensured they spent a few years in prison for free." Youth, do not harbor such anger. When one is away from home, taking a step back can open up vast horizons. Before Wang Guan could respond, an elderly voice approached. An older gentleman, dressed casually in a Zhongshan suit and wearing cloth shoes, ambled over, holding 2 decorative walnuts in his hands. With a warm smile, he commended, for instance, the way this young man handled the previous matter was quite commendable. Feeling disheartened, he hoped for greater support from everyone. The elderly man twirled the walnuts in his hands and said with a twinkle in his eye, "If this young brother feels he has been wronged, as a local of Shidu, I would like to offer some compensation." The elderly man's unexpected offer puzzled Yu Fei Bai. "Why would you want to compensate us?" "Let us not speak so lightly. We are not shallow individuals," the elder sighed, embodying a sense of concern for the nation, clearly belonging to a morally upright class. Yu Fei Bai relaxed, responding with a smile. "In this world, no place is without its flaws. Every region has a small faction of individuals who tarnish its reputation. We are not foolish enough to generalize based on a few." At this, Wang Guan gently chuckled. "Old sir, we cannot accept your 500 yuan. "Indeed?" Yu Fei Bai quickly nodded. "The sins they committed are not for you to bear. This is simply the right thing to do. Please do not decline." The elderly man said, his smile growing warmer and friendlier as he reached into his pocket to retrieve the money. "Old sir, please don't," Yu Fei Bai urged earnestly. Wang Guan, standing by, earnestly remarked, "Indeed, 500 yuan is hardly sufficient. It should be at least 50,000. In an instant, both Yu Fei Bai and the elderly gentleman were taken aback. Meanwhile, a smile adorned Wang Guan's face as he cautiously lifted the unremarkable bracelet, comprised of 15 gray beads, whose texture appeared rather loose and lightweight, resembling ordinary wood. This explains why the earlier sixth brother and the emaciated youth perceived Wang Guan's expenditure of 500 yuan on such an item as a generous gift to them. However, Wang Guan considered himself fortunate. At the crucial moment, he had employed his unique ability to scan the contents of the suitcase thoroughly, ensuring he did not overlook this gem. Even now, he admired his own quick wit, having adeptly seized the opportunity to discreetly acquire the bracelet. To be candid, he mused while inspecting the bracelet, a sly smile playing on his lips. Old gentleman, are you not attempting a classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? The elderly man paused, then burst into laughter, realizing he had been discerned. Initially, he had harbored a small hope of snatching a hidden treasure. But little did he expect Wang Guan to be so perceptive. Is this bracelet truly a treasure? At this moment, if Yu Fei Bai remained oblivious, it can only be said that he was genuinely daft. No way. Let me see, he exclaimed, nearly snatching the bracelet from Wang Guan's grasp, scrutinizing it intently. Young man, you possess a keen eye, the elderly gentleman said, settling down with a chuckle. I thought I could find a small bargain, yet I have encountered an expert. Not quite an expert, Wang Guan waved his hand with a smile, merely someone with a bit of insight. However, I do harbor some doubts. It's seeing that you also have an interest in this piece, I feel much more at ease. Oh, so I was indeed too hasty, the elderly gentleman replied, his demeanor open and devoid of disappointment, self-deprecatingly adding, this has always been my nature. I have not changed in decades. Even in old age, I remain unable to resist the allure of fine items. When I discover a treasure, I become impatient and restless. The old gentleman is not restless, but rather possesses discerning vision, Wang Guan remarked with a smile, hinting at flattery, though it stemmed from sincerity. After all, without the aid of his unique ability and observing closely, neither he nor Yu Fei Bai would have detected anything amiss. The elderly gentleman, pleased by the compliment, twirled the walnut in his hand with a beaming smile, stating, having played with wood for decades, if I cannot recognize such a treasure, then I truly am losing my sight. Wang Guan carefully observed and noticed that the elderly man's wrists and neck were adorned with wooden bead necklaces. The beads on his wrist gleamed with a round, lustrous sheen, exuding a faint purple hue, likely made of rosewood. As for the long strand around his neck, composed of over 100 beads of a delicate yellow color, they appeared to be of genuine Wangwali wood. Intrigued, Wang Guan focused intently and discovered that the walnut in the elder's hand, the light purple bracelet, and the lengthy bead necklace around his neck all radiated a silvery white brilliance. With such evidence in hand, Wang Guan could naturally assert that the items carried by the elderly gentleman were not merely authentic Zidan and Wangwali, but rather treasured antiques of considerable age. This bracelet, however, appeared unremarkable at first glance. Just then, Yu Fei Bai furrowed his brow and remarked, it lacks the weight of Zidan, the density of Wangwali, and certainly does not possess the hardness of darkwood. Moreover, it bears no resemblance to the fine grain of boxwood. It strikes me as nothing more than an ordinary wooden bead. Is that so? The old man frowned slightly before suddenly smiling at Wang Guan. Young man, what is your perspective on this? I knew it was a fine piece, Wang Guan replied, pausing momentarily before smiling. As for its merits, with your esteemed presence here, I would be honored to receive your guidance. Sly, the old man chuckled, his palm gently unfurling as Yu Fei Bai promptly presented the bracelet. After taking a moment to examine it with great care and repeated scrutiny, the elder nodded lightly. Indeed, I have not misjudged. It is undoubtedly genuine. As he spoke, the old man raised his gaze with keen interest. Young man, if you cannot articulate what makes this bracelet exceptional, perhaps you should simply relinquish it to me. Very well, Wang Guan readily agreed. Then with a hint of mischief, added, however, it is evident that you are a man of refinement, and discussing money seems rather vulgar. Instead, let us barter. I shall exchange this bracelet for the beads you wear. An equitable trade. Wouldn't you agree? Equitable? The old man chuckled in disbelief, shaking his head. Young man, you're quite the rascal. Your agarwood bracelet is merely pedestrian. How could it possibly compare to my exquisite Zidan bead string? Agarwood bracelet? Wang Guan's smile broadened, successfully extracting the truth about the bracelet from the old man. Yet, he found it peculiar. Typically, agarwood would emanate a distinctive fragrance. So why did this bracelet possess none? Old sir, if you assert that this is an agarwood bracelet, then why do I not detect any scent? Yu Fei Bai, displaying his impatient nature, inquired directly. Who told you that agarwood must always be fragrant? The old man gently shook his head. You have certainly been misled. In fact, most agarwood is nearly odorless in its natural state, only releasing its rich aroma when burnt. The agarwood items currently available in the market, which emit strong scents, are largely counterfeit. These inferior imitations are often created with synthetic fragrances or other chemicals, producing a sharp, unpleasant sensation when inhaled. The elder's eyes filled with disdain as he lamented, quality agarwood typically requires decades to develop. People today, in their haste for immediate gratification, cannot possibly wait that long to acquire agarwood. It is precisely this demand that has led to the proliferation of fakes in the market. For instance, this agarwood bracelet is also a product of such impatience. The elder analyzed further. Quality agarwood is characterized by its deeper color. Different varieties of agarwood exhibit varying hues. But regardless of whether it is black, yellow, or tangkungsa, the deeper the color, the better the quality. Lighter shades denote inferior quality. Behold, this bracelet crafted from agarwood exhibits a rather pale hue, suggesting that it was hastily harvested before the wood had fully matured, only to be fashioned into a bracelet. Such practices evoke disdain in the elderly, who, with a touch of scorn upon his visage, lamented. Consequently, the fragrance of this bracelet is quite faint, rendering the scent of agarwood virtually imperceptible. Were it made from mature agarwood, one would undoubtedly appreciate its rich texture, feeling its oily and cool surface upon touch. After a brief pause, the elder continued. In the case of premium agarwood artifacts, one would typically encounter a subtle elegance, a clarity, accompanied by a hint of honeyed aroma. Even in the absence of fragrance, one could still sense its ancient, enduring, and profound essence. It is truly a pity for this agarwood bracelet. With a sigh, the elder fell into silence for a moment, then unexpectedly chuckled. I seem to have spoken at length without realizing it. All my insights have been extracted by the young lad here. Such is the kindness of the elder, who seizes the opportunity to impart wisdom. Wang Guan sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your teachings, esteemed elder." Indeed, Yu Feibai wholeheartedly agreed, hastily summoning a servant to refill their teacups and bring forth a pot of fine tea. The elder, feeling somewhat parched, accepted graciously, savoring the fragrant tea and smiling, remarked, "Regardless of circumstances, agarwood is still agarwood. It is, after all, a precious commodity. Even if it is not fully matured, the more one wears the bracelet, the more it acquires charm, while also stimulating hand nerves and promoting blood circulation, thus benefiting both body and mind. Young man, spending 500 yuan on this bracelet is indeed a remarkable bargain." The elder, with a tinge of envy, added that was quite a steal. "You mentioned that you would part with it for 50,000. In my estimation, that price is rather low." Wang Guan and Yu Feibai nodded gently, starting to grasp the elder's implication. It is worth noting that the current market price for premium agarwood has soared into the thousands per gram. Even if this bracelet is merely of ordinary quality, the combined weight of its 15 beads is not negligible. The price of 50,000 yuan is undeniably modest. I am Wang Guan, and he is Yu Feibai. We have come to Shu capital to visit friends and relatives. Grateful for such a kind-hearted individual, Wang Guan became even more polite, personally pouring a cup of tea and presenting it to the elder. He introduced himself and then inquired, "May I ask how to address you, esteemed elder?" Judging by the elder's demeanor, it was evident that, even if he were not part of the antique circle, his knowledge was vast, and establishing a rapport with him could only prove beneficial. Perhaps in the future, he might seek his counsel on related matters. "My surname is Yang, and I am but a humble carpenter," the elder replied with a cheerful smile. "You may call me Old Yang." Old Yang. Wang Guan and Yu Feibai naturally omitted the latter part of the title. Simultaneously, they were careful not to underestimate the identity of a carpenter. It is important to recognize that times have changed. Handmade creations now command prices several times higher than those produced by machines. A skilled carpenter earns a living through their craft and is esteemed wherever they go. Moreover, the fact that Old Yang can afford to work with rosewood and Wang Wali suggests that the label of poor does not apply to him. Sensing the respect emanating from the two young individuals, Elder Yang felt a surge of joy, his face beaming with a smile as he remarked, "I have encountered many young people in the antique market, some driven by the allure of bargains, only to fall prey to counterfeit goods, while others, convinced that all antiquities in the market are mere fakes, resolutely abstain from purchasing. However, individuals like you, who possess the acumen to discern genuine artifacts amidst a plethora of forgeries, are indeed a rarity. In my youth, I lacked such discerning vision." Elder Yang, Yu Feibai interjected with a wry smile, "You may praise him, but please refrain from including me in your compliments. I can hardly discern anything. Do not be disheartened." Elder Yang reassured, "Recognizing one's limitations is the first step towards improvement. When I was your age, I embarked on my journey learning carpentry. Yet due to my lack of natural talent, it was not until I reached my 30s that I truly mastered the craft. My master even deemed me too slow-witted and considered expelling me. Nevertheless, I persevered, dedicating decades to my craft, and have achieved a modest degree of success. Elder Yang, ever humble, continued to downplay his accomplishments. Throughout Sichuan, who is unaware that he is a nationally recognized master of woodcraft. For over 360 days a year, individuals seek his expertise in crafting furniture. At that moment, a slightly portly middle-aged man approached, cradling a long box in his arms, a broad smile adorning his face. Refilling Elder Yang's reputation. Xiaoyu, you've arrived. Elder Yang acknowledged with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. What you speak of occurred several years ago. Why dwell on it? I am now old and unable to even lift utensils for my meals, let alone engage in furniture making. Come now. Those laborious tasks are hardly suited for you at your age. Your wealth of experience is invaluable. Simply guiding us would suffice. For instance, last year, even the Palace Museum sought your expertise to restore those damaged Ming and Qing furniture pieces. The portly man approached with a smile. While his words bore a hint of flattery, the admiration in his eyes was genuine. Wang Guan and Yu Feibai shared similar sentiments, both astonished. They understood that a master artisan like Elder Yang, akin to a venerable practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, no longer needed to engage in the minutiae of grinding herbs or concocting potions. Rather, he was called upon to diagnose issues and prescribe solutions. Let's not dwell on that, Elder Yang said, mirroring the sentiments of many elders who preferred not to boast. He waved his hand, redirecting the conversation, and inquired, Xiaoyu, the box you carry contains the two paintings you mentioned, does it not?